for all intents and purposes, shouldn't be here now, but I still have a moral barometer that I'm not willing to sell out. However, it seems that everybody around me for the last, I don't know, year roughly, uh, they're more than eager to do it, and they seem to get a kind of a perpetual pass to do it, and that seems to be part of this thing too. With the Destiny arc, um, I do tend to agree with you that he kind of started these different slap matches, and then there'd be conflict resolution and this and that, and that's why people tune into daytime TV, and that's why they tune into all sorts of different things. Is they want the drama, the reaction, the solution, the resolution, move on to the next drama. Right? This is part of the human condition now.
Yeah, the circus part of the bread and circus is we always want to be entertained.
Yeah. Well, I mean, not only do we always want to be entertained, but it seems that many of us want to be the people who are entertaining. And that seems to end very poorly for most people. They seem very willing to compromise their morality in order to gain whatever it is that they perceive as some type of internet fame or internet bucks or whatever the hell you want to call it. It's particularly bothersome to me. I stumbled into this arena by complete accident. For all intents and purposes, shouldn't be here now, but I still have a moral barometer that I'm not willing to sell out. However, it seems that everybody around me for the last, I don't know, year roughly, uh, they're more than eager to do it, and they seem to get a kind of a perpetual pass to do it, and that seems to be part of this thing too.
Well, it's like you talked about, the Faustian bargain. They want to be popular, and so in order to be popular, you slowly start to. It's like getting to Hollywood, right? You go to Hollywood, and it's a completely different culture, right? And slowly but surely, they tell you, well, if you want to be in, you have to do this, you have to believe that, and you can have somebody that really has a good head on their shoulders. Maybe not even like a conservative, but somebody that just has common sense. And they get there into Hollywood and they start to climb the ranks and they get told what to do and what to think. And if you get told what to do and what to think long enough, you actually try to convince yourself that they're right. And you start to try to change yourself mentally and do all these mental gymnastics to justify to yourself personally why you're doing what you're doing. And so you look in the mirror one day and you realize, holy crap, I've become this completely different person. This isn't who I want to be. And hopefully, they get out of it. But a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't, and they just continue to go up the pipeline. Politicians, it happens with them all the time. You get this guy who, wants to go up there and wants to change Washington, believes in draining the swamp, gets up there and the swamp gets their fingers in them and they become, like a Lindsey Graham or somebody like that. That's just a disgusting swamp creature.
Well, and isn't bad behavior rewarded in this space?
It absolutely is. Um, you know, Getting drunk and popping pills and going on a live stream, you get a lot of notoriety, maybe a small dip, but you crawl back out of it because once again, there is no bad press. There is only press. As long as your name continues getting out there, as long as you continue to be talked about, then it's not seen as a negative.
Isn't that sick?
It is. It is. And you can look at the same thing with entertainment, with politics, any of that. It's this kind of like hedonistic, self-destructive nature of humanity that's just on display 24/7 for everybody to see. And it's unfortunate that it is that way, but people want to be entertained and they don't care if it's at the personal destruction of somebody else, or whether it's, something good and wholesome. They want to see really anything that tickles their fancy.
Yeah. Do you think? I mean, obviously that type of culture is not going to change anytime soon, but there is something to be said for the last man standing, isn't there? People who are able to kind of coordinate themselves in such a way where they don't sell out, they do seem to do fairly well. The ones that I have been following anyway. But that seems to be a rare exception to the rule, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I would say like a guy like PewDiePie never really compromised his morals, right? So he was able
No.
to grow through all of these different things, but he was still fundamentally the same person from the beginning to the end. And a lot of that, I guess, you could attribute to the fact that he had such a meteoric rise that he never had to really step to anybody else's tune. He always did his own thing because it's like, he's so large. What are you going to tell him? No. He has so many fans. What are you going to tell him? Oh, sorry, PewDiePie, you can't do this. I mean, he went through the whole controversy with the Fiverr guys or whatever, right? And he came out
Hmm.
of that relatively unscathed. I mean, he lost his
That
like
was
YouTube show.
when he paid like the $5 or whatever, and they held up the Nazi sign or whatever it was.
Yeah, yeah, when they held up
Yeah,
that thing. Yeah.
yeah.
He
That
got
was, I
through that.
mean, but that was hilarious. Like they kind of fucked him over on that because that was pretty
It
funny.
really did. Well, the
You
idea
know,
was that he was going to see on Fiverr, like, what could he possibly get away with? Like the crazy things that he could send them and get them to actually do. And that's another whole topic about how we've lost the ability to just be funny and make jokes on the internet and in real life about things that we used to joke about. I mean, there's a reason that so many comedians are getting like canceled or whatever nowadays because you're not allowed to joke about simple things like like gender or race or politics or whatever. It's like, oh, you can't make fun of women because that's misogyny. You can't make fun of homosexuality because that's homophobic. You can't make fun of trans people because that's transphobic. You can't make fun of this race or that race because you're a racist. It's we've we've become so serious and so uptight as a society, and this whole victim complex that everybody wants to be a special snowflake, that we're slowly but surely losing the ability to just enjoy things.
well, satire has always been a way to hold a mirror up to society's more fucked up elements and show them to people in a way that's the least offensive, right? If you take that away, all you're left with is the most offensive way to tell them about their flaws. And doesn't that in the end really breed a lot more conflict?
And now we only have so-called Christian in government and in our churches, in different churches, who are just doing a song and a dance, but they have no power, they have no authority, they have no love, and as a result, we're losing the country. Christians are pathetic. Christians are some of the most pathetic people I've ever seen in my whole life. Growing up, I never imagined that Christians would become so weak, because Christians in the good old days, when boys were boys and men were men, they had no fear because they had love, the love of God. And they understood the order of God. They understood that men need to lead the way, and they would get involved in government. I remember Jerry Falwell and all those guys, they used to fight for the country. They got involved in the fight, and they were not afraid of the name calling or the rumors and things like that. So they fought back. But when they expired, all that disappeared. And now we only have so-called Christian in government and in our churches, in different churches, who are just doing a song and a dance, but they have no power, they have no authority, they have no love, and as a result, we're losing the country. Christians are pathetic, because if they were not, America would be, it would be amazing today. It would be better than 100 years ago or whatever, right? Because the power comes from God, and because the devil has no power, he has fear and doubt and worry. And so the Christians today have allowed the secular world to take over the churches. Women are becoming preachers and pastors and priests and all that crap. The Christian world is acting just like the secular world, because they truly don't believe in God. They just have a false image of themselves about God, but they don't know him.
Well, if we look back just over the last 30, 40 years, we can see these different gospels that came into play, like the prosperity gospel and this kind of thing,
Yeah.
that really preached about materialism,
Yeah.
rather than about faith in God and, self-sacrifice towards things like your family and your community. It was more of a ask God what you want, and He'll give you whatever you want, whatever the
Yeah.
materialism is. And hasn't Christianity now, modern Christianity, especially along Protestant lines, fallen into this trap of materialism? It's become a very material based, pray for what you want, and it really has nothing to do with what Christianity is about, which is wanting self sacrifice for the most part.
That's right. And in the scriptures, it's clear that we don't need to pray for those things. God will take care of us. He said, take no thoughts about what you're going to wear, what you're going to eat, where you're going to live. I'll take care of those things. But you're right. These preachers, prosperity preachers, as you say, have been teaching materialism and how to ask God for a truck, for a car, for a house, for a wife, for a husband, for whatever.
Gimme,
And yeah,
gimme.
yeah. And it's just weakening them. It's taking them away from God. That's why I encourage all human beings to get on that straight and narrow path themselves, to know thyself, so that they can see the right way to go, because you're not supposed to have another physical leader anyway. God should only be your leader, to love him with all your heart, all your soul, all your might, along with nothing else. You must love him more than you love yourself, more than you love your children, your wife, your country, or anything. Then he will lead you, and you'll be able to stand and do the right thing, not only for your family, but for your country as well. I've had Christians tell me that you're not supposed to be in government, that Christians are not supposed to participate in government. I'm like, how dumb can you be? That's one of the dumbest things I ever heard of. This country was founded by Christians, right? And our laws of the land came from the scriptures. They came from Christianity. And if you're not involved in government, you're going to get what we have now, the children of the devil running the government, and they're going to fight to destroy the Christians. They're not going to fight to enhance it, the Christians. They're going to fight against them. But Christians are so dumb, they think they're not supposed to get involved in government. I never heard anything like that in my life until I started hearing it over the last few years or so.
Well, it's very subversive, isn't it? As I've been looking into the subversive elements that go into these various church groups, I've actually found on things like LGBTQ groups, for instance, that they'll often go into these large mega ministries and offer them bags full of cash as part of their outreach programs in order to train and assist the various pastors and clergy of these churches and how to deal with LGBTQ patrons, often through affirmations, psychological gobbledygook, and this type of thing. Here's a bag of money for doing it as part of their outreach program. Isn't it complete subversion at this point, Jesse? Has the whole thing just been infiltrated from the inside out?
It really has. It is a mess. And when I compare America to the time that I was growing up, with what's happening now, it's just hard to believe it. I never imagined that one day that LGBTQ mess would take over Christianity. It just didn't seem like it was possible. We knew not to hate, but we knew not to accept a wrong as a right, but not to hate, right? And I never imagined that it would come to this. I never imagined that one day the preacher would be teaching about materialism rather than salvation itself, that we must be born of the Father. And all human beings, male or female, it doesn't matter the color, how rich or poor, every person who is born must be born of the Father. They are born of the woman, right? All who are born of the woman are dying, and those who are born of God are living. And so and they used to teach that growing up, we must be born of the Father. But now they're trying to encourage you to be born of the woman. They're saying the woman is fine, nothing wrong with emotional. You should be emotional, you should be this or that. I never imagined that would be taught in a church anywhere. I never imagined that radical Black Lives Matter and others could go to a church and promote what they're doing, and people go, Black Power, Black Lives Matter, all that kind of crap, right? It's the darndest thing I ever seen in my life. I just didn't. When you're growing up, when I was in the good old days, you just didn't walk around thinking, well, one day we're just not going to have America. One day the church would be no different than the secular society. One day women are going to take over the churches. You just never imagined that something like that was even possible because people had common sense then. But it's all gone now for the most part. You can find it one or two that's on that straight and narrow, but most people are not in the church and outside of the church. I never imagined one day that they would destroy the police department, that they would defund the cops, that they would say the cops are the bad guys and the bad guys are the good guys. I just know it doesn't.
They took over whole city blocks and declared them sovereign nations, Jesse.
Yeah, I know.
Have you ever seen or heard of anything so absurd in your life that you could take over, 13, 14 square blocks, declare it outside the realm of the United States? Isn't that high treason, sedition, at least?
Man, it's so insane that you wonder, is everybody on pot? Everybody must be.
They're smoking something, man. So I gotta ask you too. As you bring this up, I've often said on this program that the push for transgenderism is truly the fight for objective reality. Never could I have foreseen that people would be fighting over what the nature of a tree was.
Right.
And yet here we are. We're actually fighting over objective reality. What we can see, they're trying to tell us that what we can see with our own eyeballs isn't true. With our own sense data, with our own sense of smell, taste, touch, they're saying that's not real. That's truly 1984 style stuff there, isn't it?
It's crazy. And if you see it, they don't want you to say what you see. If you're not agreeing with them, they want you to just shut up about it, not even say anything about it. And but what most people might not realize, men are the most hated species on this side of heaven. All this LGBTQ and if you're a boy or a girl is only done because they want to destroy masculinity. They want to destroy the man, and they replace it with junk. What men don't realize is that men are sons of God. They may be weak beta males for now because they have been turned away from their fathers, but men are sons of God. They are the light of the world, and they represent God. And the enemy of God hate that. He hate anything that represent God. And so if they can take the fathers out of the home, they can degrade and embarrass and weaken the man. They could destroy him, put it out to light. It's about that. That's why men are so under attack. That's why they would rather for you to be a drag queen male than a real man, because a drag queen man is weak. There's nothing he can do. He's been destroyed already. But it's all about destroying men and replacing it with the image of the devil, right? And so the God above is the man's God, and the God below is the woman's God. And so the hell come through the woman to destroy the children. And it's not, she can't help it. It's not her nature, it's the devil nature that made a home in her. And so women and drag queens and lesbian, they're all being used to destroy the image of God. Why do you think they went after Donald Trump and still going after him so hard? Because Donald Trump was a perfect example of masculinity, and they hated that. They couldn't control him. They couldn't put fear in him. He didn't care what you thought about him or said about him. And men in the good old days were that way. They were not soft, and they were not easily provoked to anger. They didn't care what you thought or said about them. And men today are being trained to be that way. And so this LGBTQ thing, calling yourself a it or that, or if you want to be a male, if you're a male, you can be a woman.
The they them gang. The they them gang.
It's all about destroying masculinity. It's about destroying men. This whole thing, this whole battle of good and evil is about destroying the image of God that comes through the man. And that's why Christianity is the most hated religion on this side of heaven, because it's a perfect religion of what God is all about. You don't see them trying to destroy Allahu Akbar or any other kind of religion except Christianity, because it truly represents God, when you're truly born of God.
I bet those glasses make you see better.
We knew.
Wait, question for both of you. Have you guys ever done hood rat shit together?
Hood rat shit?
Like
Have you done hood rat
What's
shit?
that?
What's an example
Yeah.
of that? What does that mean?
You know it when you see it. Some
No,
hood rat
because
shit.
she got into a pretty
Like really serious
relationship at a young age, since she was like 15. And this is the first time she's been like a single woman.
Yeah,
So
in my
hood rat
adulthood.
shit to come.
No. Sophia seems like a good person. Do not
I wouldn't be a bad person.
do not be a bad
That's my own
influence.
thing.
No degeneracy. Have you been trying to convince her to do OF? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Would you?
I would never.
Don't.
Those are
I am very
no.
like,
Those are her
conservative
morals.
in my own person, but
Yeah.
liberal in ideology.
Wait, you're conservative
Yeah,
in
like
what?
I'm conservative. I don't really like to show my body. I don't really like to talk to
Okay.
men.
But you're
Yeah.
you're liberal in your what?
Yeah, ideology.
What do you
Like
mean?
my opinions are extremely left leaning.
Super left leaning? Like
Yeah.
communist? Are you a communist?
No, I mean more
Socialist?
so like social, like
Oh, okay.
liberalism. Yeah, like people should just do whatever they want.
People should just.
As long as it's safe and healthy.
Andrew
and
might come for you
respectful
on that,
of
but
people.
hold on, let me
Yeah.
before.
Not hurting
wait.
anyone.
So,
I feel like we're like the opposites.
it
Like
could
she's
Yeah.
more conservative
It-
brained, and I'm
Oh,
more
is your
conservative.
standard for progressivism hedonism?
What does
What?
that mean?
Yeah.
Ask what you
Hedonism. So it's self-interest.
mean. Can you ask that in a different, like phrase that
Oh
differently?
yeah. So everybody should be able to do whatever they want as long as it doesn't hurt somebody else.
Yeah, I'm pretty like libertarianism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Like,
that's
kinda do
very
what you
typical.
want.
I think it's good to
progressive
have some
ideology.
self-control, though. It's always nice.
Yeah, I would hope you.
So I'm guessing that you believe in feminism. You think feminism is great, women's liberation, blah blah blah, right?
Sure.
Okay. Just want to clarify your position. So as you're walking through this, and you think to yourself, you think to yourself that it's a good idea to be self-interested. Do you think that you have any greater duties to society, or just only a duty to yourself to make yourself happy?
It depends, like to a certain extent, as all things are.
Well, what
if you
extent?
give me an example, then I can answer that, but that's super broad.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's broad, so it should be easy to answer.
Well, yeah, it's so broad that I don't know what you're referring to in specifics.
Do you have any greater duties than to do whatever the fuck you want?
Me personally, I feel like I want to
Yeah.
be a good person, so that I do.
What is that?
Okay,
I
what?
like to take
What
care
are
of
they?
children. I like to be nurturing to the people around me. I like to like spend time with my family, things like that.
Those,
It's very
those all
simple.
sound like self-interest.
Taking care of children? How is it a
Taking care of-
self-interest?
It's exhausting.
Taking care of
That's
someone
hard
else's
work.
kids?
How she feels is what makes it self-interested. She does it because they make
Yeah,
her feel
everybody
good.
does.
Okay, that's
It's
fine,
It's a
but that's
rewarding
still
experience to help
self-interest.
other people.
Yeah, do you help other people though because it makes you feel good?
Sure, why
Is there a
not?
split? No, that's not gonna work.
Where,
Yeah,
where are you
right, so,
trying
I mean,
to
that
get
would still be
at?
Yeah, I
self-interest.
feel like
Since
you're trying to
you're-
walk me in a
since
trap and it's not going to
He
work.
said he's trying to say since you help other people for yourself to feel good, it's a self-interest. So
Yeah,
that's,
sure, I'm
but it's like that. But
self-interested
okay,
then.
but most Christians always say that you do good moral things because the Bible told you to.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah,
also
it's all-
an interest
everything's
of getting into
self-interest when you
heaven.
put it that
Everything
way.
that you do good is an interest of you trying to make it to heaven. So that's also self-interest in a way. Why does it matter? She's also helping other
Yeah,
people.
I
at the
mean,
end of the
maybe
day.
maybe
Why
it
the fuck does
could be,
matter?
but whether it is or isn't, I'm just trying to figure out what her
Utilitarianism.
position is, Kiko. That's
told
it.
you.
I
I want
already
to figure
told you
out
my
what she thinks in her head before I haven't even given a criticism. I'm just trying to find out what she actually thinks.
Yeah, but your
So I'm just
question
trying
is
to
like
figure
to
out
force me
if
into saying
she's
I'm
a
selfish.
consequentialist and she believes that the best thing that she can do for society is do all the things that make her feel the best about
Yeah,
whatever it is
I
that
think
she's
that's
doing.
what makes a good society.
You had something really quick. Go ahead.
No, yeah, like going off of what Kiko and Anais said, that then He said, "This Andrew guy is funny. He has a handful of words that make him sound smart, but it's easy
Okay,
to see
your
through."
boyfriend's not at the table, so we're not gonna do a.
I know, I just thought it was funny just because, like, it's kind of like a roundabout argument.
Okay, here.
There's a lot of
What's roundabout about it?
You don't understand, Andrew. We've gone into circles and circles with you, and we've told you
Yeah,
so
I know
many
you
things.
don't answer questions. That's
We
why
have.
you're
We've
so I have
answered
to
questions
explain
all the
constantly
time.
what
I think
I
it's an
mean.
audio issue
You couldn't
or
even answer. You
something.
couldn't even answer
Yes.
the breakfast question because
Andrew.
you can't engage with hypotheticals.
Nobody's like stuttered here. Like, are you okay? Like
I feel
maybe
like
get a
you're
Q-tip.
purposely
or
not
something.
listening.
yeah.
No, go get a
Here,
Q-tip.
guys. Okay, hold
But
on.
like what you do is you spurg and you don't answer the questions.
Hold on. Okay.
What was
so-
jealous and we didn't answer?
Hold on.
Jealous
so
boy.
for you said that you consider yourself a. This is for Av Gray. You're a feminist for the general population, but I'm personally traditional in my own relationship dynamic. He is the provider, and I'm the homemaker.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you say feminist for the general population, feminist how?
So, I believe in egalitarianism. I think that regardless of gender or gender identity, people deserve to have equal rights as well as the opportunity, as well as the same, entitlement to the amendments and the rights that we hold as American citizens. That's just what I believe. And women have the right to go out and pursue a career and be paid the same amount as men that do the same career. But me personally,
There's a lot there.
that's what I was saying. Me personally, for my own dynamic, I've always noticed that I've excelled at being a homemaker. I'm very, good at cooking, baking, taking care of the person that I love in every way possible, like whatever they need.
Okay, what is a
Women have the
right?
freedom. Women should have the freedom to have a career option.
They
More
do.
second wave feminism.
They
do.
do.
Yeah, it's more second wave
Equity.
feminism.
She's talking about second wave feminism.
I have a couple
That's what she's
questions, but
talking
I know Andrew, you probably have a couple too. So,
Yeah, what is a right?
Oh, here we go.
A right? I mean, that's it. It depends on the country that you're in, because in America, a right is constituted by the documents that founded this country. So that's what a
no,
right
but I'm
is for
asking,
us.
is a right a material thing or an immaterial thing? Is it just a socially constructed thing, or is it something which we actually have innately given to us by something?
Well, when you say innately given to us by something, would you consider a government as the thing that can give it to someone?
Well, government's just force, so you just consider rights to be force?
I mean, the government enforces the law, and it enforces the right for all citizens to have the right to happiness, equality, freedom of speech.
You don't have.
So absent that force, do you have a right?
I'm sorry?
So absent that force, do you have a right?
Absent of that force, do you have a right? Well, society is maintained by government, so, I mean, if there is no government, then I suppose I don't have a quote-unquote right, because there is no government to enforce that right.
So then why do you believe in rights if they don't actually objectively exist? What you actually believe in is force, right?
Well, why do you believe in rights?
nope.
Please
All right.
get
Wait,
something
what?
right.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Well, why do you believe in rights if they don't exist?
I still didn't hear the question, I'm sorry.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you better.
She asked why do you believe in rights? if
Yeah,
that is the case?
don't answer my question with a question. Answer the question.
You've been doing that to us the whole time.
Yeah.
No, I'll answer your
You
question,
don't like the
but
same
answer
energy.
mine
You
first
don't
and
like
then
when we give
ask
off
the
the
question.
same energy.
Here, let me ask this. So, I mean, you mentioned.
When you get to the heart of a thing, what people always want to do is they want to divert because they don't have the answer by asking you a question. You can ask me whatever you want, and I'll answer whatever you guys ask, and I have the entire night.
Okay,
Never been a
sure.
direct question
Then
that I
please
haven't
ask me
answered.
the question
But
again,
please
and I'll
answer
answer.
mine. Why do you believe in something that doesn't objectively exist by your own metrics? Why do you have this belief in it? This way I can get to the core of what you actually think.
I did not define my metrics, but I do believe in things that are immaterial, such as the presence of a deity, which is my God, the Christian God. And that's just me personally, something that I believe in. If I believe that there is a right despite the force of it, then that's just what I believe.
And is that what you believe? That your rights are deity given?
They're not deity given, they're societally given.
Okay, well then why did you bring up a deity? I don't
No,
understand.
because you're asking
I,
me
I'm trying to figure out where
asking
you...
if
You're asking
you're
about
asking
a
if I can
government.
believe in something that's immaterial, that's not like in front of me physically. So yes, I do believe in something that's not in front of me visibly.
Yeah, but that's not a right, right? You don't believe in a right which isn't physically there. You believe in a deity which isn't physically there. Fine.
Yeah,
I'll grant you the deity you believe in that's not physically there, but you don't actually believe in rights then. You believe in force ultimately, right?
No, I believe in rights. I believe in the right to freedom of speech. I mean, there's so many.
What's the point?
Yeah,
where
what
are
is
we
the
going
point of
with
this
this?
conversation?
Because it gets to the heart of feminism, which is actually about enforcement, not about rights. Because you guys said that you think that women have X amount of rights and that those rights should be given to all women. So when we get
haven't
down
even
to it,
gone
are we
around the
talking
table
about something which is an
and, like,
immaterial,
asked that.
subjective metric, or are we talking about force? That's why I'm asking these
They weren't
questions.
immaterial if at that time that men had the right to do it and women didn't. So it was written down. That's what they were fighting against.
Great.
they weren't
We have
trying
a
to make
piece
up
of
their own-
paper. The piece of paper's there. The words are written on the piece of paper. Those things exist objectively, but the right that you're actually enforcing, is it really just force that we're talking about, or is it something else? Is there something else tangible outside of force that makes a right a right?
When you refer to right, can you specify what you mean?
And well, I define a right as being an entitlement absent duty.
It's like a right to vote, right?
Yeah, that would be an entitlement absent duty. You don't have to vote.
So you're saying
but
the right to
you can
vote
if
is
you
a
want to.
force?
There's no duty to do so, but you could do it if you chose to.
So the right to vote is a force of.
Well, it's not force. It would be an entitlement absent duty. There would just be that the force portion would be the enforcement that you can do it.
Okay, so it's bad that women wanted the enforcement that they could
Didn't
be the
make
right
a
to
claim
vote?
about it being bad or good. Right now, I'm just trying to figure out what you
I'm
guys
trying to
think
get your
it
point. What your
even
point is? Well, we're just trying to figure out what your point is.
I have some questions.
Well, we can get into why my point is this
I want to
way.
hear
My
more
point
from
is to
Hold
say
on.
this.
over here.
Here,
That
let me.
men have a...
Oh
Go
my
ahead.
gosh. Oh my gosh, free hashtag free the doctor.
I got a couple questions.
No.
Okay, so, I mean, I asked you, feminist how for the general population, you mentioned women should be paid equally, but you also want to be provided for. Question, do you pay any rent? Do you live with your boyfriend?
Well, when I was living by myself, I paid rent, but now he provides, and I take care of him.
So you live at his apartment, or you have an apartment together?
We have a cabin and 2 apartments.
You have 2, and does he pay for all of them?
I'm sorry?
Yes, he
Does-
pays for everything, Brian. He pays for
Okay.
everything.
Okay, he pays for everything. Does he pay for trips?
Yes.
Does he pay
He's
for
a
food?
provider, yes.
Okay. Now, do you think there's a fair amount of women who also want the same thing? That also want a provider?
Sure.
Okay. Well, I'll go around the table on this. So, going around the table, do you want 50-50 or do you want a guy to be a provider?
I think I want to be a stay-at-home mom, so probably a provider.
Provider.
Provider. I just want a partner.
Into the mics, guys.
Partner.
50-50.
50-50.
Into the mics.
Partner. I want provider. I would love to be a stay-at-home mother.
A provider because my role is as a homemaker.
Okay.
A provider.
Okay, so pretty much everyone here except for, was it one? And just two, maybe 2 of you?
50-50.
We're fine with 50-50. So you mentioned like this inequality when it comes to money, right? The wage gap, which has been debunked. Based off of just your answers, now there's a whole bunch of factors that go into the wage gap. For example, men work more dangerous jobs. They're more likely to work overtime. They're more likely to relocate. They work more hours. They go into different fields than women, and that's all choice, right? These are choices that people make. One of the big things that occurs to me on this whole like wage gap thing, and women should make the same amount of money as men. And why is it that men occupy all these positions of power and the top paying jobs and the C-suite when it comes to corporations, executive jobs, so forth? Could it be, given all of your answers here, that you want a provider, that men have a mating pressure on them, a very real mating pressure that does not exist in women? So if there's like a large cohort of women, again, some women are okay with 50-50. I don't know what the exact breakdown is. Maybe it's 40%, 50%, 60% of women want a guy to be a provider. They want a sole breadwinner. Then wouldn't that on its own explain why men occupy these top positions of power, why they make more money than women? Because there's a pressure on them from women that same pressure does not exist on any of you. Any of you can find a guy, and probably that guy will not give a fuck about your career. Like, he won't really factor in the money that you're bringing to the relationship.
Well, like,
so
We don't represent the entire female population.
right, but I said even if it's 20% of women want a provider and all the other women want 50%, that is statistically significant enough to put enough pressure on men to be more motivated and more inclined to be providers, to go make a fuck ton of money, to go out and conquer and conquest and get those top echelon positions in society. In addition to just the money, women are also attracted to status. So powerful men at the top echelons of corporations, government, women are attracted to status. Men don't really care about status. So, I mean, I think that kind of, it's just your whole, the reason I'm bringing it up, you're making this point of feminist for the general population, but I'm personally traditional. You can't have this like massive push for like, men and women need to make the exact same amount of money, but I'll only date a guy who makes more money than me. But the wage gap, but also I like high status men with good paying jobs and I want him to be the sole breadwinner. If there's enough women that are putting this mating pressure on men, then of course men are going to go out and we are going to inevitably end up in those high paying jobs, and we're going to take the positions of power. The patriarchy.
You act like both of those things can't coexist at the same time, though. We could have women who want to be CEOs and then how men are the CEOs. I get your point of like what you're trying to make, but if anything, bless you, I think it has more to do with still overcoming parts of history. Not saying that women are allowed to run for those positions, but they're still getting out of the mindset of where they believe that they can.
Men are more motivated to get, broadly speaking, generally speaking.
I don't know about
yes.
that. If men are more motivated, then why are more women in higher education than men?
Because feminism has rigged the game. It's rigged the system to basically all through, even if you look at how they've rewired, I don't know the specifics on this, maybe Andrew has something on this, how they've kind of changed to some degree how education is done, starting even at the kindergarten level, to sort of, I don't know if pander is the right word, but to cater to the more female way of learning. And there's all kinds of
like what?
I can't. Nothing's occurring to me that I can give you an example.
With, like,
people
with like ADHD and stuff. Like,
well,
that also
here
doesn't help people. Like,
I can answer this actually.
Systems.
Affirmative action, for example, since 1979, there's been more women going to college and graduating from college. That's almost That's what, 40 plus years. More women have been going to college than men. We've done this through affirmative action. There's more scholarships for women.
Okay. More scholarships for women?
I've
never gotten a
women can conform easier
Right, I
in the
never did
classroom
either.
than men.
What's that?
I don't think that it's like the school system's rigged for women. I think that women can just conform to it better.
I mean, there's
women
certainly
are like better. I mean, you don't really pin, or you pin what, like ADHD, you get like underdiagnosed with women because women can just kind of deal with it.
Mask it.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
there's
they can mask
when
it.
it comes
Same
to
with autism.
sure when it, I mean,
Yeah,
but
that's
when it comes to that, I mean, you have certainly an overrepresentation of women when it comes to elementary school teachers.
Yeah.
And typically, so women have a in-group bias for women.
I think it's more of like social, like, I don't know, just better adapting to like social environments.
Well, I
communicate
also
better
think
in a lot of
men
ways,
need
too.
to, or boys, I don't know, I'm not super privy to this, but I think boys probably need more breaks to like go out and do PE, but it's, I don't think, honestly, I don't think anyone is meant to sit in a chair and listen to somebody else speak for like 9 hours.
Yeah.
I could be wrong
I
on that
also
one,
agree with that,
but
yeah.
I think school education, its purpose is to basically prepare you to be a good worker drone, a worker slave. Okay, sit here, shut up, listen, do what you're told, do this fucking bullshit task. So
America and China have the longest school days. Most schools in other countries are only 4 to 6 hours.
So
And then God forbid they even teach us anything we need to know.
But it's just so interesting.
we
Like,
only have
world.
school
Here.
because people need to go to work.
wait,
And
going around the table on
if
this,
there was no school,
do you
people
consider
couldn't
yourself a feminist?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Not in the sense that's being spoken at this podcast.
Not a blue hair
Not
feminist.
this new wave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm an anti-feminist.
I think that's
Based.
a little bold. Wouldn't go that far for my personal
Thanks. Anaí, you said you want a provider. Sophia, you said you wanted a provider, right? So how do you reconcile being a
I've said
feminist? Hold
this
on, let me
before.
ask the question.
I've said
How-
this before.
I'll ask you again though. How do you reconcile being a feminist but also expecting a guy to be a provider and pay for everything and pay for first dates?
Just because I want everybody to have equity doesn't mean I can't have a provider.
Yeah.
It's like I'm not saying like, oh, every woman should label themselves as a feminist. I'm not like this, what she said, like a blue-haired feminist. Like, I very much like, I guess there's that stereotype that feminists like, oh, they don't shave, they're not submissive. But yes, they can be, and I feel like we're both like that.
When you say equity,
Yes.
what do you when you say equity, what do you mean by equity? Do you say we can have equity even though I have a provider and I'm not doing the providing?
I'm
What's
saying-
equitable there?
But you don't have
That's
to
not what I'm
provide to make a
saying.
relationship equal.
Yeah, so
I can
what's
also
meant
have
by
value
equity?
placed on myself by like, oh, I want to raise children or cook dinner at night for my husband. That
Yeah,
can
but-
also be like
but what-
providing a
what
lot.
about
but
that is
not in the same
equitable,
sense.
though?
That it should be the same value should be placed on both. You need both to like have a nice running household.
Yeah. It's like
So do you think that the value of the woman raising children is equal to the value of the man working?
Yes, children are very exhausting. And it's extremely
Absolutely.
laborious task.
Okay, if she babysits, I was babysitting for a while. I still kind of do babysit. Do you know how much a babysitter gets paid? A lot of money.
About
A lot of
$4
money.
an hour.
No.
How much did he say?
Much
More.
much,
No, it's
much
a lot.
more.
Did he say $12 an hour?
No,
Yeah.
It's way more than that.
Plus, I get paid. I would get paid extra for cleaning. I would help a lot in the households that I was working in. Do you think the woman is getting paid for that? No, that is hours and hours of unpaid labor.
That's why when you have two full-time working people who have two full-time demanding jobs, they usually have what? A nanny. They have to pay someone to do those jobs that the woman can no longer do because that mother is working a full-time job by raising those
When
kids.
you were babysitting those children, how old were they?
babies and all ages. Actually, I've babysat so many ages.
And as children get older, they need less and less attention, correct?
That's a
No.
terrible
I was
thought
watching
process
like a
to
6
have.
Not at all.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Not at
No.
all.
I mean,
Stuck
if
with that for 18
You
years.
mean
and
you
then
think a
sometimes
12-year-old
you
needs as
want
much
there's
attention
obviously
as
a
an
time where
infant?
your
You wanna
parents
raise
got
your
like started
child
letting you
less.
stay
Age-
home alone. You know,
But it's
yeah.
Age
still
doesn't
long.
value.
Even still, you need to be taken care of. You need to be taught. You need
Yeah.
to like
Yeah,
have
same.
guidance in
A
life.
12
Yeah, but you're sending your kid off to a public school. You're not
Even a
teaching them
teenager
shit.
needs guidance and needs a parent.
Yeah, and
They're not
they do
like
get guidance, they get a
somebody
parent, but you outsource most of it by sending
So,
them off to
okay,
a public
for
school.
example,
for
right?
most, hang on, let me finish. For most of the day, you send the child off to a public school.
So,
Because
okay,
it's
That's
required.
bad parenting
What
if
work
you're not
are
raising
you
your kid
really
outside of
So,
putting in?
as an example, right, Andrew? So I want to have at least like 3 kids, right, about 4 years apart. So I might have one kid in full school, but I'm still gonna have one kid that needs to be home, right? You might have a kid that's sick one day. You might have a kid that you're taking this kid to soccer practice at this time, and then taking him to field trip at this time. And then I want to be like the mom that's like the not
Like the
PTO,
PTA
yeah, like
PTA mom.
the PTA mom. So I'm gonna be there. I want to be making lunch in the cafeteria for my kids. I'm gonna be
Going
taking them
on
on
the
their
field
field trips.
trips.
Yeah, that's not. It
Hell
doesn't just
yeah.
stop once your kid reaches kindergarten. And also, you have multiple kids that have multiple. My kids are going to be doing a lot of shit.
What does
so
this
I'm
have
going
to
be
do with my point
that they don't-
still
you don't-
require, they
you
do
don't-
require
you don't
less
neglect
attention
children.
as they get older.
You don't
neglect
stop.
children once they get to school age.
You don't stop taking care of your kids once
That's
they're
not
in
my
school.
point.
Is my
Let me
point.
reiterate it one more time. Children require less attention the older they get. Yes
That's
or
not
no?
true.
I don't agree. No.
Teenagers
If you're
need
being
lots
a
of
good
attention.
parent, then no. Maybe
It's
once,
like-
how many
once
of you
they're
have
out of my
kids?
house, once
Would
they're
you
out of my house, they're
agree?
18. But no, you
And
should.
none of you have children.
No,
Tell
but
me
we
the
work.
fact.
I think they need more attention when
The
they're
same amount
younger.
of
I've worked
you
with
you think
children.
That's the
you think
stupidest
that a
thing someone
child
could say is that you
between
can't have an
the-
opinion on a kid unless you have your own kid. We were all kids. We all
How
experienced
could you-
childhood.
Not that long ago.
Anything
I'm sorry,
babies.
but you being a teenager was like years and years and decades ago. But we were
Yeah,
teenagers
how
like
can
what,
you
2 to 3
believe
years ago?
that-
Sorry
yeah,
that
I've
you're an
raised
old
teenagers.
man.
What are you talking about, lady? Listen,
Doesn't seem like you were raising them.
Yeah, it
obviously
doesn't sound like you're
requires
doing a good
far
job.
more. An infant obviously requires far more attention than a 12-year-old.
Sometimes that's not even true. They take naps for so
What if
much
you-
time in the
No,
day.
you can't leave a baby
You're crazy.
I know,
No,
but
you. But
How
that's
could
like, but
you-
it's taking
okay,
a nap.
if you want
What
to
are
say
doing?
overall, yes.
And
but like,
children
what if
have
you
different
have?
needs.
I
But
was
it's
a
what he's
perfect.
saying is overall.
I know, but yeah, but you could have a perfect baby, right? It could be the blessing. They sleep through the night, everything, and then
They
an
still would
incident
need more
happens.
attention.
Or what if they need? You realize when they're older that they had autism and you weren't dealing with it. You could have a child forever. What if you have a child with
But the
special
thing
needs?
is,
You can't
because
just
exceptions
move
have nothing
to do with
every
it. But he's
time.
saying- but
You
he's
just-
bringing it
well,
to
what
this
if a
point-
meteorite came out of the
He's-
sky and hit somebody? We're not talking about extreme
to say
outliers
that
here.
it's a difference because the man has to go to
Stop
work
it.
forever, and the woman,
Get to
oh,
that.
once the kid's up, it's not the same amount of work and effort. But that's not true all the
It's like a
time.
24
You never
hour
know.
day.
You can't
need
just
to
say
be there
that.
always.
That's how it's
Kiko,
gonna
stop going for the extreme outlier every
That
time.
is not
Again, do you think, generally speaking, that an infant requires more attention than a 12-year-old?
What? Okay, so what do you do in the? Hold on.
Attention, but not
Just
really.
answer the fucking question. How hard could this be?
Answer
Just
the
answer
fucking
it.
question.
Answer
What do you
the
do in the summer then? What do you do in the summer then? So
God.
I'm gonna
Are you
have that
gonna
12-year-old the whole
answer the
summer, right?
question?
I'm gonna have that baby the whole summer, right? I'm gonna have that 10-year-old the whole
Answer
summer, right?
the question.
I already answered it 3 times. I said fucking no.
Then just say
I said
yes or
fucking
no.
no. I said fucking no like 3 times. That didn't
Okay,
clean your fucking
then that's
ear.
3 times that you're delusional.
Oh, my
So you're
God.
3 times as delusional as you were the first time you said it. How could you possibly
Jesus
believe
Christ.
that an infant requires less attention than a 12-year-old, 13-year-old,
say less. I said the
14-year-old?
same.
You're
Less
sending the 13, 14-year-old off, the 12-year-old off to a public school for 8 to 10 hours a day.
Okay,
8
and
to
then
10
you have
hours
to-
a day. The
I
infants
didn't know
are with
public
you
school was
24 hours a day.
365 days
They
a
can't
year.
even respond with their
Right.
needs. You have to
And then you
anticipate
ask
what
a
their needs
question
are. They
and then
can't
you don't
verbally
even listen to the
communicate with you.
answer.
Okay.
They can't even tell you what they
Be
need.
with him the whole summer.
Say you do send the kid off to school or whatever. Okay, how long is school? Till 12, or for most kids. And then if they're 4, 5, 6 years old,
Till 12?
yeah, like 12. If they're like 4 years old, that's like the earliest you can send them to a public school. It like gets out at 12. Okay, you pick them up.
Pizza.
You have okay, and then what? The other kid gets
And
out
then
at
they go to the
1:30.
babysitter usually. Both parents are working, right?
No, not if you're
Not a lot of
Everybody
people
can do
can.
that.
Yeah.
One point is
That was the whole point.
The whole
point.
Yeah, the whole
Dude.
point here, what we're talking about, is that the woman is staying home and is the one, the caretaker
Okay,
of the
so
children
the woman
and the
stays home,
household.
and then
she
at
has.
noon, the
let me
the
finish,
4-year-old comes
Andrew.
back home.
Let me finish because you're actually pissing me off because you don't know how to just shut up and listen to the girls. Like you
Lady,
think you're
do you
this
think
man.
that I've been
you think
talking
you're this
less than
big,
you?
You think you're this
You've been
big,
interrupting
huge man
more.
that can just interrupt us, and it's getting fucking annoying. Like just shut
Nobody
up.
gives a shit what you think, you stupid scamp.
Whoa,
Answer
let's be
my
nice.
question.
No
That's
insults.
like
No,
so many
no.
times.
Oh my
Answer
God.
the question. I don't need self-righteous indignation. Just answer
You're
the
saying that? How fucking old are you talking to a 21-year-old like that?
How old do you be before I call a spade a spade?
Andrew Banks.
Childish
Andrew Banks,
as fuck.
Put your swords away. Put
Yeah,
your
I
swords
mean,
Listen,
here you are
this is
spurging at
You're
top
intimidating.
because I
I'm
asked
gonna pull the
basic
same
questions.
shit I
Freak
did
out.
with MLD.
Okay,
You're
guys,
intimidated.
guys.
Just listen to the girls.
Whoa,
the girls
holy
don't even
shit,
make
that
any
was
sense.
fucking high
This one girl over here
Holy
just
shit.
got done telling me that an infant,
Thank you,
when
AB
it comes
check.
to an infant, they
Thank you, AB
require
check.
less attention.
I never said fucking less. I said the
Hey,
same.
guys.
I never said less.
Same.
God damn.
And said it 3 times. Made sure to say no 3 times.
Okay, moving
really
on.
listened.
Moving on. That was
I really thought he
eventful.
was
That
gonna
was an
be better,
eventful
too.
conversation.
I'm really disappointed,
Uh,
actually.
Going back to Ov Gray
Such
over
a
here.
baby.
My final thoughts
Gray.
on the whole Ov Gray.
Of gray. Like
Of gray.
Of
like
Gray.
OF, but make it sound like a V a little bit.
I don't know. You should maybe you should change your fictional.
It was
name.
actually OF. It was actually OF gray. And people thought that I had an OnlyFans, so I
Yeah,
actually
so
had to
it's
change
of
it to
gray. Just say
OV.
of gray.
Cool story.
Of-
So okay, the whole like feminist, but for the general population, but I'm personally traditional in my own relationship dynamic. It's like modernity when it benefits you, and tradition when it benefits you. So typically the way that looks is modernity for women, tradition for men.
No.
Men have to adhere to their traditional gender roles while you guys can continue being modern women, dressing provocatively, doing sex work,
How is it
doing
just-
sex
how?
work.
Okay, first of all, she's saying that she
It's
wants,
literally
she just understands that not everybody wants what she has.
Why-
Some people want
let
that.
her talk.
Because you're not listening to what she's saying. She said it like multiple times, and you guys aren't understanding it.
No, but it's hard for me to wrap my head around it because it's like
But
again,
are you jealous?
you want
So
you want
she
to
wants
be
other
women to have
stop,
that.
Stop, Kika. Let me finish. You want to be a modern woman when it benefits you, and you want tradition when it benefits you.
But who are you referring to?
All y'all, sort of,
No,
kind
I
of.
said I would still be traditional. I would
Wait,
still
but you
be in
said
a
you're like
household
super
with feminist-
progressive and
Yeah, I
liberal.
said I'd bow to my
Because
man.
they
But I
understand
like
that
to hang out
they
with
want that,
children.
but those three right there, or
I
those
can
two
fix
don't
you.
want
Even said
that.
I'd
So
bow.
They agree.
I can fix you.
It's not the whole.
No, you can't.
I-
I'm extremely stubborn.
Wait, what?
I'm extremely stubborn. You cannot.
I can correct
No,
your path.
I think that everything's like.
I'll fix you.
People just do their own thing. If you want to be a certain religion, be a certain religion, whatever. I never said that I wouldn't be traditional. I literally said my job is like raising
I'll get a
children.
bow.
I
One
wanna
of
be
these-
a-
one
I
day
wanna
I'll
be a
get a
teacher
bow. I'll
so
get a
I
bow.
can be
Okay.
with, like,
Here.
my children over the summer.
I was raising. I was basically raising children until I came onto this podcast. Who
I
made
really
me start
know
raising
You were
my
not
goal.
raising children.
Yes, you don't know what the
Taking
fuck
Wait,
I
no,
was
no, no,
doing.
no, 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 no.
Babysitting kids.
Wait,
You're
wait,
not
wait, wait.
raising children.
You don't know
You
how
don't
much
know
in
what the
their
fuck I
lives
was
they were.
doing.
Yeah,
You don't know what the
dude.
fuck I was doing. So who the fuck are you to
Okay,
say that I?
raising children. I can't wait to
He
hear
was
it.
so mean.
I
to
would.
her.
Yeah. Bitch,
I
you shut up.
see Latina.
That's a terrible. Yeah, I mean,
I
so
see
many
You don't know what the fuck I was
Latina.
doing.
It's more than.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't know that
Wait,
you were
guys,
fucking fly on the wall,
one
spying
at a
my every
time.
fucking
One at a
week.
time. Hey,
Raising
all right, we get it.
Some
we get it.
nannies and
Spice it.
babysitters.
I
are
was
with them
literally
more than
getting
their
called
parents are.
mom.
I need
I was
mallet.
getting called
Give me
mom.
the fucking mallet. Give me the judge mallet. Hold on.
Okay, but to,
Listen, everyone. Can we please yield to Brian when he's like tries to slow
Yeah, you
things
guys
down?
got
Sure.
You guys got
Brian's having a great time.
I've got my fucking judge mallet here, so if I slam on this, y'all shut the fuck up, okay? I need y'all order.
I've been on here like 9 times.
Wait, can
and
you
I've
hide?
Never seen this.
to answer your
Wait,
question,
hold on.
What's the costume?
What?
What's
Order
the
in the
costume?
fucking Toxic Podcast studio. What?
What's the fit about?
Did you like it?
No, I
see
think it
yourself
could be
dating?
better.
Can it not
Hey.
be like
paints colors,
Could you-
blue and yellow.
So I will tell you guys. I will tell you guys what this costume is. You can bring Andrew back. Bring him back. Okay, there's the mallet. This is a Chilean military uniform.
Why do you have it?
Let's just say I've got connects. in Chile. Listen, I'm a well-traveled man. I'm a well-traveled man. I've been to South America, and I could, now that I have this though, I'm probably barred. I probably can't go
I
to
wouldn't go
Chile,
to Chile.
because you actually, it's only the military is supposed to.
Yeah, how'd you get it?
I think
I
he's scared.
trafficked it.
You probably can't.
No, I'm kidding.
He's like,
So this is a Chilean military uniform. Chile, it's a country in south.
Yes.
I don't know. I'm just, some people don't know. They might think that's in the Middle East somewhere. Who knows?
God.
Now, you might be wondering, Brian, it looks a little bit like a sort of more a Prussian uniform.
Like a Nazi?
Excuse me, no. I will say, though, that Chile, starting in the early 1900s, maybe even the late 1800s, their military was very influenced by the Prussian style of military dress and the way that they kind of organized their military.
Dio41
So-
donated $200.
Oh, he's back.
Andrew, I saw in the comments
What the
that
fuck,
you have
Nick?
5 kids and
Bro,
homeschool.
Nick, what are you doing?
Respect.
Homeschooled kids are always the weirdest.
Wait, you can show.
I agree.
tonight. My
Kids up for the best, but
I was
apparently babysitting
homeschooled
them is
for
equivalent to
middle-
raising them, I guess.
Okay.
I went to
All right,
Catholic
so
school.
going to Avgray here.
Yeah.
You said
I learned.
No, but to answer
Wait,
your question,
guys.
you said how can you want to be traditional but then want for other women to have the equality of wage and opportunities as
But
men?
let me add to that.
Is that
So
what you're asking?
sort of, but like, so one of the big pushes when it came to feminism, yes, we can talk about like rights bestowed upon you by the government and equal access to various things and the ability to work, although it's not clear to me like to the degree to which women were barred from the workforce and just certain biological realities throughout history and the fact, there's a whole bunch of things there. But even like one of the big pushes that feminism does, it's like, let's do away with gender roles. Gender roles are a bad thing. Men and women are the same. That's a big push from feminism. So that's where I get confused, because it's like, okay, we shouldn't view women in these sorts of ways. And you can say it's all about just from the government down when it comes to rights and stuff. But a big feminist push was, we need to view women, not even from a legal perspective, but from like a societal perspective as in XYZ ways. But we haven't changed that for men. Like, for example, if you want true equality, there would be, for example, a push for women in a dating context, for women to be initiators, for women to make the first move, for women to be willing and prepared to pay for the first date.
There's like a biological reason that's not the case, though.
Well,
you're putting yourselves in harm's way a lot of the time.
Wait, what?
Well, now that I know what you're
you know
asking,
how common like date rape is?
What the
Now that
fuck?
Sorry, I didn't mean to say that word. But
Okay, go ahead with your point. Go ahead with your point.
Now that I know what you're asking, I think it is absolutely possible for people to be in the same universe as those that want traditional roles and those that might want untraditional roles. And it has nothing to do with quote-unquote biological differences, as you were saying, which I understand that there are biological differences between men and women. Absolutely there are. But I'm just saying that wouldn't impact my decision making, because in my opinion, and I say this with emphasis, in my opinion...
Okay, hold on. No. Say your opinion, then I got... go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead. In your opinion, go ahead.
In my opinion, I think that women are capable of both homemaking as well as being able to provide for a family if they so wanted to, if they have the proper education to. But that was also something that was granted to women later on in history.
Okay, here, let me ask you guys a question. Hold on, I'm going to ask you a question. So, those of you who said that men should be providers and you'd want a guy to pay for you on the first date, will you take your husband's last name?
I will hyphenate.
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, I will take my
okay.
last name.
Yeah, I want my family to have all the one last name.
So no hyphenation?
No.
Okay.
Oh, if I get married, absolutely.
Hold on. Absolutely, you'll hyphenate?
No, I'll absolutely take his last name.
Okay.
Yeah, I would take it. Yeah.
The microphone could be closer, but...
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, I will be taking my husband's last name.
All right, okay, well. Just you?
I'm about the family unit.
Yeah, I would have been
Here.
down, but my mom did that, and my parents ended up getting divorced. So
All right.
I'm just gonna drop my middle name.
Here,
I have a. close
Andrew, do you
identity to my
have
last name.
anything on this on this?
On which on which topic?
Like the feminists, but also traditional thing.
Yeah, well, it's always curious to me. That's why I was kind of drilling in earlier on the idea of rights. So when you're talking about feminism, you should make a notation that most men, also in the United States, couldn't vote. Almost no men could. Suffrage was something which came later. It was not a foundational principle. And I'm trying to figure out why it is that you think women's liberation is so great. Why do you think feminism is awesome?
Because they got us here to where it is, to where we are now.
Men did.
And
Yeah, but good for those men.
So then why
It
do
was still
women?
feminism.
Why do so many women
The men made the
complain
decision, but-
today about not having equal rights to men?
I'm not complaining.
We're
I'm
not
s-
complaining.
yeah.
I know that
no,
you're
I
not
just want to keep it
complaining,
that
but I'm
way.
just-
Yeah.
We're not saying that we're complaining. We're saying that we are in support
have that conversation
of
with
that,
a different type of feminist.
Yeah, that, you
but
guys are
not-
looking for the blue hair
yeah.
feminists. That's not what
Yeah,
they are. So
that's
it's
not what
not.
we are.
no, I think it's the same type of egalitarian principle. So I think the first and second wave led to the third and fourth wave, and that the principles are in essence the same. So I
not
don't
looking
think
up
that there's
feminist
this massive
principles on my
distinction
free time.
between fourth and third wave feminism to first and second. I don't think that it's just about voting. I think it's about a move towards these kinds of egalitarian principles, which I largely reject.
I think most of the feminists that I know are more of like, I don't see myself as equal to a man. I know obviously he's stronger than me and there's a lot of differences between us biologically. It's more of so that women wanted the option, if they wanted to have their own education or be by themselves or go 50-50, that's the whole point, is it just to have that option. Because before you had no choice but to get married and have kids with a man, and then if it went south, there was no escape for women. That's what most women are when they think about feminism.
There still is an escape for women. Like this is the bad part.
No, now she could be by herself and get divorced and start her own.
That's true. This is the bad part of feminist
and I've
propaganda.
said this so many times when I've been on this podcast, when they ask me like, oh, like what does a feminist mean to you? It means doing whatever the fuck you want to do without society.
That sounds right.
Without society being like, okay, well, you're not a traditional woman. You're a crazy cat lady. No, fuck that. Like, I don't want anybody to have that fucking shit.
Right, you want to just be able to do whatever the fuck you want.
Yes, period. Thank you, Andrew. You finally listened.
There are consequences to your actions, though. There are consequences to your actions.
The only person that suffers those consequences is the person that does the action.
Exactly. Exactly. My consequences.
What is my consequence for like defining myself as a feminist?
Well, it's not just the feminist label. It's having, how do I say this? If you are about like the sexual liberation thing and having multiple, like all these partners, there are consequences to that.
It leads towards, she actually is making a good point here. This leads towards societal decay.
It's not my business what other people do with their body. If they want, not me personally, I wouldn't be sleeping around, but if another person wants to be sleeping around and call it liberation, then to hell with that. They can do whatever the fuck they want to do. I'm nobody to be like, oh, well, you're a whore for fucking wanting to sleep with 10,000 people.
But what's wrong if somebody does call them that? Why is that problematic in your worldview?
Because it's mean. Yes, thank you, Andrew.
So for me, I don't care if they get called a whore, but it's just the fact that they have the right to solve
any issues.
Like you're a whore. Yes, you're a whore. That's a whore.
It is true, but they have the right to do it. Social shaming and social stigma solves issues.
It's not going to solve anything. It solves nothing.
Andrew, what do you gain? Tons of problems. What are you talking about?
Let me ask you, what do you gain from coming on here and calling me a skank? Do you gain anything? Do you get a little pat on the back? Do you get a cookie?
Part of the way. So what happens is, what you have to do, unfortunately, in the modern society that you're dealing with, where there's tons of decay, is when somebody hits you, you have to hit them back harder. That's the way it generally seems to work, unfortunately. Now, if you had behaved yourself and been a good girl, I wouldn't have had.
Don't call me that. Do not call me that.
But instead, you had to mouth off and be a bitch, so I just kind of talked to you like I talked to you, right? That's how it works.
Do you think, let me ask you.
Let's not insult, guys. Let's not insult people.
Not insult people. He got up here and called.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Moms against drunk driving dumb broads.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
They were being dumb broads when they did that.
Sir, right? I'm gonna tell you something. Okay?
Grieving mothers.
You're coming from a place of great insecurity.
No, it sucks that you have some good behavior like this.
Yeah, I've never met an adult. I work for men that are probably the same age, probably even younger than you, and I've never had them call me a dumb skank.
I know, but the problem is that's my whole problem.
They treat me with respect, and I've never come.
Societal
Let
stigma.
me finish.
If
Societal
stigma existed, then women would have much better behavioral patterns in society.
So
that's
just
what
because I didn't
for.
behave the way you wanted me to behave, I am therefore a skank. That to you,
no,
that makes sense in your head. Your frontal lobe is fully developed, sir.
The fact that you're
over here calling a 21-year-old girl a
skank.
You're calling a 21-year-old girl a skank. Like, are you gonna call your 21-year-old daughter a skank? Would you like it if a fucking man called your 21-year-old daughter a skank? Do you think that's the way?
If she was being a skank, it would be the best corrective reasoning he could do.
You're fucked in the head. You are not a good father, and your children are gonna grow up to hate you.
It just sucks because you sometimes do have some good points, but when you talk like this to people, they will never.
I have children who are older than you. They don't hate me.
Like you could say the most intelligent thing, but if
he's trying to help you guys.
Trying to help me by not calling me a skank.
To wake you up.
Well, the problem is you've been as combative as you can possibly be. If I hit back, you cry. It's like, where's your feminism? Where's your awesome why you whine? Instead, why don't you have a nice productive debate instead of whining incessantly?
Because you're over here putting insults. And
the gavel has come down. I've stricken the gavel. Okay. All right. There we go. Nice. He needs a little smoke break. Andrew, we'll give you a smoke break. Okay?
Yeah.
We're giving Andrew a smoke break.
Are you indoors? Are you indoors where your parents stay?
You guys, he's chain smoking. Actually,
my
here's the
doctor.
reality. Andrew used to never smoke before he came on the Whatever podcast, but it's so stressful for him to be having these kinds of conversations.
I would believe that.
I might have to start smoking too.
Do you work out of a studio, or are you smoking inside the house where you're?
He smokes inside because he's a giga chad.
I'm smoking right next to my kids. I blow it in their fucking faces.
Yeah, I wouldn't fucking doubt it.
Now that's good parenting. All right.
Okay, anyway, let's get into the open panel portion. So have at it, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, so I just want to say that I don't think that rights are rights if they just my point isn't that we should only have rights when they have no harm. Most of the rights that we have some harm associated with it, but that freedom and our country is founded on freedom and it instead of religious dogma is what outweighs that. So for instance, freedom of speech.
Who cares what the country's founded on?
No.
We're having an argument.
Still matters,
Just
even though
second.
people can
Hang
say
on.
mean things. Right?
I want to know.
You like your freedom to gun. Well, you said I could have a while to respond. You just went on this
Oh
wild.
yeah,
thing.
that's fair. Go ahead. That's fair.
10 seconds. And then you also say so for instance, I assume you really like your right to own guns. Well, guns also harm people. Now, I believe in your right to the Second Amendment. And I believe that you having that right outweighs that your whatever harm that guns bring about, at least when it comes to generally the ownership of guns. I think Andrew's main thing is that he believes that because he believes in an objective morality, which even that, the only reason you believe that your God is better than other gods is only because of your subjective beliefs. At the end of the day, your morality is pretty much just as subjective as mine. The only reason someone would choose one religious morality over another is they feel that they has a better moral framework for objective truth. If you think Christianity has a better moral framework than Islam, you need a moral basis on which to judge that. And it can't be the religion
Jasmine.
itself.
Let's let her.
I just want to correct this so that she understands. I've granted this worldview is true. I'm assuming that I came to the Christian ethics that I have under a secularist purview, meaning that I'm not saying that it's based on a God or anything else. I'm agreeing with you. I came to it completely subjectively. Why am I wrong and you're right?
So, but the framework you want to hold up is Christian. You want it to be
but I came to it.
To be a theocracy.
Right. So that's why I need to explain this to you, right? Assume that I came to the same exact worldview that I hold right now, just absent God through secularism. So I reject your notion of rights and I reject your notion of entitlements. I reject your notion of everything. Okay. But I'm not basing anything on God. I'm basing it purely off of a subjective standard for the purpose of this thought experiment, meaning I came to all of these views through a secular ethos. Why am I wrong and you're right?
I would say you're wrong and I'm right, because at least in this country, your worldview wants to alter our history, our values, our national identity. I just gave you some reasons that secular countries tend to fare off worse than countries that are run by a religious doctrine as the law of the land. And I think America, one of the reasons.
I think you're trying to say better, right? Not worse.
Yeah. Sorry if I misspoke, but I would say that if you don't like America, if you don't like the freedoms that we have here, that's okay.
Right? Then get out. If you don't like it,
I mean, honestly, I'm really proud to live here. So if you're basically saying that America's freedoms that they grant us are bad, and I'm saying when I look at the world and I look at what freedoms other people don't have, like the countries my parents came from, while we have those rights here, I look at this as a good. And I'm happy to live here.
Yeah,
if you prefer to live there, I think that's true.
So hang on, let's back up because you're not actually responding to this. I'm gonna tell it to you again. I'm assuming for a second in this hypothetical that I have come to the worldview that I hold absent a God, meaning it's just purely secular in nature. Okay. And I hold all the same values I do, but I don't base any of them on some murderousness sky daddy, as you would put it, right? Why would those values be wrong and your values would be right if we're both subjectivists?
I mean, I'm not saying that your views are objectively wrong and mine are objectively
right.
Then
if my views are not objectively wrong, then me advocating for Christian nationalism and completely repealing everything in the United States to make it format around Christian values under a secular purview would be fine.
So yeah, if you want to sit here on the internet and argue with a porn star about a revolution that you want to have on the internet, go for it. Good luck, right?
So
our Constitution has lasted this long for a reason.
So
I just gave you. I'm saying that you don't have an objective morality and I don't have an objective morality.
You're right.
So we're on the same footing.
So if it's true that we're just both
coming at this from two different subjective worldviews, and you claim that mine is just as valid as yours. What is your argument for why it is that I should not impose my version of this on society and should instead yield to yours?
I'm not saying you shouldn't. You can advocate for it. That's what freedom of speech is. You can sit on the internet, you can have your channel, you can advocate for it. But our Constitution and our branches of government are this way, and they've been this way for a while. Now, there's little differences. Supreme Court may interpret the First Amendment in different ways. But if you want to get rid of the First Amendment, if you want to get rid of our entire country, America as it is, you have the right to try to sit there and convince people to do that. Go for
and
it.
you
I don't have a problem with that. I just think it would be a bad idea. And the reason I think it would be a bad idea.
Problem with that. You're saying it's not immoral to do, so you have no objection to people doing it.
I have no objection to people trying to, I think just like our founding fathers decided to make this country based off reason, debate, winning in the marketplace of ideas. I do think that's the way to do that. So if you want to have a revolution with guns and overthrow people, I don't think that's good, but I can't sit here and stop you from trying to do it unless you're doing something, illegal, and then, the powers that be.
Yeah. So then you have no moral objection to it. There's nothing wrong with doing that.
What's,
and if
okay,
we
do you
did
have
end up,
okay, well,
hang on, stop.
them.
Let me finish. So since you have no moral objection to this, since you have no argument against this, since you don't think that it's wrong for Christian nationalists to advocate for this, since you don't think it's wrong for us to go ahead and reform the entire nation under whatever purview that we want, what in the world is your argument to keep the status quo then?
Because I just told you, when you look at secular countries in the world today, one, I love America. I think our freedoms are great. And that's based on my subjective worldview, but so is yours. You just admit it. So if yours is subjective and mine is subjective, but mine is also the status quo, and it seems to have better outcomes on every measure you can. When we look at other countries who are not secular, on infant mortality, life expectancy, educational achievement, economic prosperity, freedom, when we're looking at murder rates, crime rates, the American model has worked. And so if you want to come in, the burden of proof is on you. You're the one that wants to get rid of the status quo. You want to get rid of our freedoms. So you have to explain to me why yours also subjective worldview.
There can't be a burden of proof placed on me to prove something which you've already declared is not immoral and not problematic from your purview. What burden of proof should I bring to the table? You've already said this. You've already said this, but if we're going to go, so I'm going to kind of go ahead into your worldview a little bit more just to humor you, because you're saying, okay, I guess the one objection that I could find is that you think that the outcomes are worse. This is kind of what you're saying.
Yes. And okay, also I believe your subjective moral framework, obviously it doesn't align with my also subjective moral framework. So ours are both subjective. If you want to start claiming yours is objective, we can get into that.
Okay, so let's go. We can go off of the consequences.
But you're the one that wants to eliminate our entire history, our national identity, get rid of America as it is. So I would love to hear your argument as to why. I would love to hear
because you have no objection.
Argument as to why is just
you have no
that
objection.
I don't have an objective moral framework.
You have no objection. You said I have no objection to this. So there is no argument
I have
to
an objection. I don't have I don't think that I have a objective moral objection. That's what I'm saying.
I think what she's saying.
Wait,
just let me really quickly clarify. I think what she's saying, she has an objection from an outcomes-based perspective.
Right. So I'll grant that too. I'll grant the outcomes just to.
And I would also add, Alex,
I just want to let you know that
an objection based on my subjective moral framework. I'd also have an objection there.
Yeah, I get it. It's your preferences, this type of thing. I just want to let you know that the debate was already over before we began, because you have no moral reason, to claim. You have no moral.
Neither
absolutely
do you.
Not one. Yeah, but that's my point. That's my point. My point is to say, if
so
I have,
draw? So I just want to know how you win.
Stop. I'm going to explain.
Tell me how you win. If
explain.
Neither of us have an objective,
you have to stop talking for long enough for me to explain it.
Debate. You got to answer the question. How come you win if we're on the same footing?
I'm going to tell you why. Because if we stalemate the board, and you say your worldview is just as valid as my worldview is, and that means that you can't have any objection to my advocation for any of the things that I advocate for. Period. Even if what I'm advocating for is a theocracy. That's why. Now, that aside, I'm still willing to grant the worldview for the sake of argument, for the consequences. Let's start with this. Who is Leonid Radvinsky? Do you know who that is?
I don't know who that is, but I want to go back because I'm not done with
Hang
the other
on.
part of the
I want to let you
conversation.
know that
No,
Leonid. No, you want to
we're
move
not
back to
done
this
with
and
the
do a
other part
circle
of the
again?
conversation.
Okay, we
No,
can.
we're not done. You can't just move on when I haven't had a chance to respond to you. If you would like to move on, I'll just go back to this and you can, it's just going to make the debate longer than it has to be.
Go ahead.
You are literally what is a walking incorrect LSAT question, except it's too incorrect and too easy. It would be a layup LSAT question that nobody going to a first year law school would even get wrong, which is like, oh, you don't have you can't prove your subjective moral framework is right, therefore I automatically win. And the question would be, what's wrong with Andrew's argument? It's wrong because just because I can't prove my moral framework, but you also can't prove yours, doesn't mean yours is right. At best, it means it's a draw. So tell me how you win under that metric.
I'm going to tell you why. Because if I come to the exact same ethical system and foundations that I have right now, right this second, those ethical frame systems say to eradicate and eliminate all of your ethical framework. It says to me to do everything that I can possibly do to destroy the degeneracy that you propose for society by any means necessary, essentially. And because you have no objection to doing that, you can't actually object to me doing that.
No, because I don't have a philosophical objection that's grounded in objective morality. That doesn't mean that I don't have any objection at all. And you still didn't answer the question. If yours is subjective and mine is subjective, how did you win the debate about Christian nationalism being better than secularism? How did you meet that?
Well, so what we're looking at here, we're trying to look at the framework and say, if we're going to look for society, okay, and what are going to be the goals and kind of the outcomes for society that we want, we have to kind of start with what our foundation is going to be. So as we started, you said that the foundation that I have is just as valid as the foundation that you have. Under the purview, yes, but now
you
hang
don't
on.
have a better philosophical
if you will
framework.
stop, I'll explain the rest of it. The flip side to the coin now is I can say this, but because I'm a theist and I do believe in objective morality, right? Even though I granted your worldview for the sake of argument, I have a divine command to destroy everything that you would consider that you hold dear, right? And you, though, have no objection to that.
I would argue yours is also subjective. You picked that moral framework because you felt that it was better. That's also just your subjective opinion, right? And then if you want to get into, we can get super philosophical into Hume's. Can you get an ought from an is? Why should it, we could go into a whole God debate if you like. But my point is, just because you get yours from a monster in the sky and you chose subjectively based on your feelings, just like I base my moral preferences on your feelings, it was your feeling that chose your sect of Christianity when your interpretation of divine command, which by the way does not even match most of the other people in your religion. I got a bunch of messages from Christians late after our last discussion about you saying you would institute breeding facilities based on divine command to force people to have children. They were like, I don't know what kind of Christianity that is. That's not my divine command. So divine command is highly subjective.
You mean within the purview of a hypothetical?
Because it depends on every single person's interpretation of the divine command. And it's just ultimately based on your feelings as well. And you can't even prove it.
We can grant all of this. Listen, we can still grant all of this and still move into the worldview. And even under your secular worldview of just outcomes based, right? You just are looking at outcomes. I can still demonstrate that the society that I want has better outcomes than the society you want, thus forcing you to concede to my worldview as well. Let's go through it.
Let's get there. No. Let's get there. But I'm not letting you go on this point because you said the debate is over just because I have a subjective worldview.
Well,
and
you don't know it yet, but you're going to find out.
Yours is subjective too. So tell me how that makes you win the debate, because that was your claim. And I'm going to push you on this claim until you give me an answer about
how I've already given it to you 15 times, because once we have had you concede that every form of morality is essentially the same and as valid as any other form of morality, and you have no objection to any of it, then if I come in and say, well, I feel like I have a divine command to destroy everything that you hold dear, you have no moral objection to that, and have to consider. Stop. I just listened to all your spiel. Stop. It's my turn. Stop talking.
You're not answering
my turn.
Question.
I'm answering it. I literally could not be answering it more concisely than this. So now I can say to you, and am saying to you, that under what I consider divine command, if I come in and say, under divine command, I have to destroy everything that you hold dear. You actually have no moral objection to me doing that. Do you
And
understand?
your moral objection is based on nothing, your subjective preferences as well. So that would mean it's a draw. So if you believe in divine
You
command,
keep saying mine
and this
is
person
subjective.
says there's no evidence for your divine command, and your divine command is also highly subjective, and then you go, well, since you can't prove yours because you don't get your advice from the same sky friend I get it from, now you lose. You still have the burden of proof to show why your moral framework is right.
Right. So then
because
that would
the
mean,
only way you can beat me is if
so
your
then
moral
that would
framework
mean
is
what?
right. So I'd like
What's
that
the
proof.
logical entailment? The logical entailment would then be, if that's the case, then all we're really talking about again is force, right?
And all the force is on my side. So cool. Then I will.
Well, this is interesting. Let's move into this, right? So
Well,
if
I would just like to
that's
say
a
one more time.
determination, you can say whatever you want, doesn't matter. You're just kind of talking, you're not saying anything.
No, because you made a claim and I'm pushing you on the logic of the claim and the burden
Yeah.
of proof, right? Because
Yeah.
just because I can't prove my moral framework, which I concede, the only difference between you and me is I'm conceding that mine's subjective and you're not.
Yeah, but I
yours
already
is still-
granted that for the
if you
sake of
wanna argue it's
I
not
literally
subjective,
granted
you
it
have
for
to
the sake
prove
of
it.
argument. I granted it for the sake
But
of
then if you
argument.
granted it for the sake of argument, then you said that actually you win, and you win on a basis where you didn't grant it for the sake of argument.
Right, because what you're saying is this, is that, well, because if I flip the coin and say, okay, then all I have to do is demonstrate from there that I believe in divine command and objective morality. Now I have a claim of which I can destroy your claim with, because yours is
But
just
you have to
everything.
use
Stop
you have
stop
to use
talking,
something.
Jasmine. Stop talking. Let me finish. So again, what ends up happening is this. Once it's flipped, now you can see that all claims that you make are just as subjective as all other claims, and you believe that all of them are just as valid. The distinction is you could be one of these types of atheists who believes that all claims are not equally moral and that all claims are not equally valid. But you, in your stupidity, actually made the bold claim that they're all equal to all other claims. So if that's true, then any fucking thing that I want to do, you can't have an objection to. Doesn't matter what it is.
That's not how logic works. And if we're
It
going to
is
go
how
with the
logic works.
philosophical sophistication that you're at, then I will take the Sam Harris well-being view. The only reason I
Okay.
don't take that is because there are still philosophical
Problems?
premises that aren't met, but where you're arguing from, especially when you say that because I have a quote unquote objective world, you didn't grant it, and the debate is already over somehow because yours is subjective and mine is also subjective, at least for the sake of argument. But now that the argument's over, mine's actually not subjective, and I'm telling you that yours is. You now have to prove. You have the burden of proof on showing why
you've already
yours
validated
is
that my
objective
worldview.
and
You've
mine is
already
subjective.
validated my worldview is just as good as yours. That's why.
I didn't. What I'm saying is, you said it's not though. You have the burden of proof. So
What do you
even if I
mean?
said
I'm
that,
not
and
saying
say
I
it's a
already
draw,
granted
let's
it.
say
I already
it's a draw.
granted it. I already
Let's
granted
say we
it,
say
and you say
you
it's just
didn't.
as valid.
You granted it just to take it back to make
So
an
then, if
argument
it's
that doesn't
just
make
as
sense.
valid, so then if it's just as valid as your worldview,
So,
what's your
okay,
objection
if I'm
to
saying
it?
it's a draw then, because if our moral, you're saying it's not a draw because it's just as valid. That's not how burden of proof works. This is like logical reasoning.
I
100.
just want you to concede that it's just as valid as your worldview.
If you concede that either your subjective framework is, you have a subjective framework too, or you prove that yours is somehow objective, then you have to concede as well
So
that we're
for
at
the
the same
point-
level. You're
so for the
not at a point
so for
above
the-
me.
Yeah, so for the point of the argument, I've already done that. For the point of the argument,
But then
I
you
just
took
said
it back to
I'll
say
go
that I
ahead.
lost.
I'll go ahead and grant it, right, for the sake of the argument. But now I
Then
just
don't
need
take
you
it
to
back.
now I just need you to say that both of our worldviews are equal to each other in your mind.
I don't believe in an objective moral framework. I believe yours is subjective and mine is subjective, and you wanted to grant that, but then say you won by not granting it. And if you're going to do that, then you have to prove why yours is objective. If we're starting,
I didn't say anything about objective morality. One more time.
At the basis of philosophical
Why are you not understanding
moral
this?
framework.
Stop.
Why are
you
not?
not understanding this? If
That is
I've already
exactly how I feel
granted,
about you.
I've already granted it. I came to the ethical purview that I have all by myself. Sees okay, has
But then
nothing
you
to do.
concede that
Stop,
doesn't mean you
Jasmine. Let
won
me
the
finish,
debate.
Jasmine. Stop talking.
Okay.
Okay, so if I came to this all by my lonesome, absent a murderousness God, okay, and you claim that these are equally valid, I just need the concession that you believe that the Christian nationalist worldview is just as valid as your worldview. That's it. That's all I'm asking
If you
for.
concede that you did not already win the debate, then because how would you
Okay,
win the debate?
whatever concession yet you want, I'll
Like,
go ahead and
that's
make that. But you will concede that
my-
mine is just as good as yours, right?
Andrew,
No,
just
I
a
don't concede that it's
clarification. Do you
just as-
mean Well, let me actually clarify. Andrew, when you say that, do you mean just morally, or do you mean from a utilitarian
Yeah.
perspective too?
What do you mean? From a moral standpoint, there's nothing immoral about what I'm trying to do.
Okay,
There's no
okay.
purview.
There's nothing objectively immoral, I would say, because it's really
Well,
hard to
okay.
ground
So then
your
let's
or
move
mine.
into what the subjective immorality is.
Okay, sure.
So
I think
what would be
we can move on.
what would be subjectively immoral about what I'm proposing?
Well, if we're going based on my moral preferences, I think that a lot of outside of the fact that there's no evidence for it, a lot of the policies you purport to believe in, such as in our last discussion, instituting breeding facilities, if 80% of women, you said that if 80% of women were dying during childbirth, that you still believe that they should be forced to have children in breeding facilities if necessary. I believe that that is based on my moral preferences, which based on your moral preferences that you pretend come from divine command, even though most other believers don't even think that that's what divine command would say. I would say that that's bad for society. I would say that sacrificing 80% of our women so that we can have babies for whatever reason, so that the future generations can flourish, is bad based on my subjective moral preferences. I also think when you look at the data and you look at the difference between outcomes in secular countries versus our country, that is also, in my subjective opinion, shows that it's worse, but also objective measures of outcome also show that it's worse. Lastly, I would say that our freedoms, as I love America and I love the freedoms that we have, that could be a subjective opinion. If you want to take those freedoms away, I don't think you're just going to have issues from me. I think you're going to have issues from a lot of people, because if you want to destroy America, which is basically what you're saying you want to do, you want to destroy the foundation of it. You want to take away what our founding fathers have built. You want to take away our Constitution, essentially, to institute your subjective worldview. I need you to make an argument for why that should be the case, especially when you have no enforcement. And if you think rights come from enforcement, at the moment, you have nothing. All you have is words and a degenerate porn star that you're arguing with on the internet.
Yeah. So, okay, can I move into these points now? Is that okay? Or are you going to like kind of overwindedly say nothing again? So first and
No, I wasn't
foremost,
saying nothing.
as we move into the hypothetical, you say that from your subjective worldview of your own personal preferences that I'm wrong.
Just like from your subjective worldview of your preferences, I'm wrong.
Before
So again,
you do
it's
an
a draw.
internal critique, answer my question, please.
No, yes, so we're at a draw. That's the answer.
Okay, so the answer, the answer would be yes or no. So are you saying that I'm wrong, that I would put 80% of women, rather than have the entire population of the world go extinct?
But not in an objective moral way. And you don't have one either.
Okay,
so again, if you want to go back into this
are you
topic,
ever,
go back
I
into
just
this
need you to
topic.
answer the question. That's it.
The
I don't need you to
question-
give me, additional bloviating.
I
Just
answered
would
the question.
appreciate if you would just say yes or no, and I'll do the
Andrew,
same thing for you.
re-ask the question, please.
So yeah, so just answer yes or no, please. So you're saying, and I want to make sure I get this correct, that from your subjective preferences inside of a hypothetical where it's either the world is going to go extinct or I have to force women to have children, that me forcing them to have children rather than allow the human race to go extinct, that's immoral. That's wrong.
Yes.
Okay. So all of humanity operate off of the subjective preferences of Jasmine Jafar?
No, just like they shouldn't operate off
So
the
who should they operate off of?
I think that's why we have checks and balances. We have a system that we've created with representation. We have 3 branches of government, and we have a constitution that has made this one of the greatest countries on earth. That is a secular constitution that takes freedoms and takes God completely out of it. Our founding fathers did for a reason.
What are we appealing to for whose morality we're going to use, Jasmine?
Well, you're wanting to change the status quo,
Who
right?
are we appealing to, Jasmine, for our morality? Jasmine, answer my question, Jasmine.
Who are you appealing to? I think we're appealing to.
Let's just say I'm appealing to myself for the purpose of the conversation. Okay. I'll just say I'm appealing to myself. Who are you appealing to yourself?
I'm appealing to myself, our institutions, and the best minds in the world, having reasoned, debated the scientific method, empirical evidence. That's who I'm that's who I'm appealing to. Now I want you to tell me who you're appealing to, since I answered your question.
I've already again. Right. I'm still inside of your worldview. Happily, I'll just say appealing to me. So if I'm appealing to me and you're appealing to you, who the fuck do we go with?
Me, because I have all the enforcement, which you love, and I have all the institutions on my side. So if you want to change the status quo, you have a lot more work than I do. When I'm saying, hey, I love the foundation of our country, it's good. So I would love for you to give some arguments as to why you want to destroy America.
So,
for your
well, you don't understand. I'm actually giving you the arguments. You don't even know I am. So ultimately, what you're saying, what it boils down to is might makes right in your worldview.
No, I was appealing to your worldview. I'm saying that what wins in the marketplace of ideas, now, sometimes that's not what I agree with. Sometimes I disagree with the decisions the Supreme Court makes. Sometimes I make those disagreements, but we have a social contract when we live in this country, and I don't think you're violating it by advocating for your position. Now, if you want to take guns and start shooting people, I don't think that's you.
This does
But
not answer
sometimes it's
to the question at all. If you have a subjective set of stated preferences and appeal to yourself for what is moral, and I do the same and appeal to myself for what is moral, what is the threshold breaker for how we are going to make the determination of what we're going to do, Jasmine?
I think then at that point, because we're two single individuals, then we look at the framework we already exist in and the foundation of the country we already exist in. And the foundation of the country we already exist in, America, which a lot of
Then
people
what
are
if the
proud of this
foundation of the
for
country
this.
is that we march people up on top of a pyramid and we cut their heart out and we sacrifice it to the sun god, Jasmine?
That is subjectively, I would think that's wrong. Now, one of the reasons, like I said in my
How
opening,
would you
I'm
know
proud
that
to
that
live
was
in this
wrong? You
country.
said that's the threshold breaker. The threshold breaker is to look at your institutions and to look at your society.
No,
and that's
I
the
said the
threshold breaker for what's
this
moral.
debate. The threshold breaker for this debate. The
For
threshold
this
breaker
debate.
for moral framework.
For the
on which
purpose
moral
of this
framework
debate,
is
you
correct.
said the
There is
threshold
no-
breaker.
There is, if we're going, no, I would, because the debate is which one's better for society. So I was taking it by that question. If we're just going to go which one's right morally, then it's a draw. There is no
I'm
right.
asking
There's no right
you.
for you
I'm
either.
asking you this question again, one more
Mhm.
time, since you just avoid it like the plague.
I feel like I've answered it.
If you're claiming, you make the claim, hey, all of my morals come from my own subjective preferences and nothing else, and so do yours. And I say, okay, I'll grant that and agree with it. We have an argument about what we should do with society. How do we make the determination as to which ones we go with, Jasmine?
Okay, well then, like I said, then I think we should go to outcomes. And I just demonstrated, I have a huge paper here, I can send it to you, on all of the outcomes that are better in a secular nation over a nation that isn't secular. The second thing I say
Okay.
we would do
So
is we would
then-
look at the people and what they
Right.
want. In our country, in the United States of America, we
So hang
value
on,
the
I
Constitution.
just need to clarify a couple things. So if we're going to go with outcomes, right? Outcomes are what we're going to move to in order to
That's not the only
determine
thing. I was
what is the
trying
other
to give
thing?
you others. I said outcomes, and we also need to look at what the people, like what the marketplace of ideas. That's why we have freedom of speech in this, because then it allows someone like you who wants to topple America to tell me why you want to topple something that's so valuable to the vast majority of people in this country.
Yeah,
So I
but
would
that would
like
be
to hear your
outcomes again.
arguments as
That
to
would
why.
be
What?
outcomes again.
If it's outcomes again, then it's outcomes again. But there's also, I
So if
think,
it's
a
just
lot of people.
outcomes,
No,
so
no,
so
no. It's not
outcomes
just
are what we're
outcomes.
looking
It's
at,
not
right?
just outcomes.
Then why
because
would you
the
value it? Then why would you
the
value
people
it?
in this country, the people in this country, most of them share the same subjective preference that I have about the importance of the freedoms that we share, and they love America for those freedoms. So you also have that hurdle to go after. You may be able to go to a different country and say, hey, look at these outcomes.
You
may be
think
able to
most
go
of
to
the
the
people
American
inside
people.
of the United
I may be
States have
able
a
to go into
subjective
the-
morality?
I think most of the people in the United States have a subjective morality, because I think everyone has a subjective morality. And I think that their preferences
Oh.
align with the fact that we have certain freedoms, and those freedoms actually, in some cases, can overpower outcomes, like in the gun example. While
Jasmine.
guns definitely have negative outcomes, I think most people in America would say that we still want to keep this freedom, because our moral subjective preference is that it is, but that is the majority
Well,
of
then
people.
that would
and
be a
also
better
aligns
outcome.
I want to really quickly.
Well, hang on. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere.
I know. I'm just going to literally ask one question. I just want to clarify.
You're
this.
fucking up the flow, man. Let me just finish the question.
Fortunately, it's my chance. I can do whatever the fuck I want. So, Jasmine, I just want to clarify your second point. So you're basically saying that in addition to outcomes, the other metric that we would look at is the popularity of people's preferences, right?
Yes.
Okay.
In a democratic society, that's why we have a democracy, and I think a democracy is good. So yes.
Okay, gotcha. Okay,
Into
keep
it.
going, Andrew.
Okay, so anyway, all of these preferences that you're pointing to are outcomes. So if you say like, hey, society has determined that even though maybe there's like some negative outcomes, they gain more from owning guns than they don't gain from owning guns, that would still be an outcome. That would be a determination of
but-
outcome. So everything that
In
you're
a way,
really
but it's a
after is a
different kind of
determination of outcome. So it's all outcomes based. So why didn't you start with the moral objection of outcomes. That would have been far better for you to do.
Well,
So
because
if it's just
I was taking critique of you started it with the
Yeah, so
moral
if
thing. I
it's
actually,
just
in my opener, you went through this whole thing about rights and subjectivism. That's
Yeah.
why I went there. My opener actually was about the foundation, about freedom, and about outcomes, and then you switched the debate
So if
over
it's
to here. Now
just
you're
if it's
complaining
just
about.
outcomes, if it's just outcomes based, then we'll move into the outcomes base of this from your purview. So now we understand at least what it is that you value. You really just value outcomes. So if that's
I value
true,
outcomes and democracy, yes.
yeah,
But
okay,
I
got
think
it. That
our
because you think it
outcomes
leads to the
tend
better
be
outcome. Because you think it leads to the better outcome. That's why. So you're
democracy leads to a better
utilitarian.
outcome. So yeah, you can take
Yeah.
everything back down to that, just like you can take everything back down to preferences and like completely eliminate even free will with this. So I don't know
Well,
what
it's
you're trying to
not
do here, how
preference because it's not
philosophically
really
sophisticated you
because
want to
it's not
get.
preference based if you actually are valuing outcomes. It's not really just preference based because you think outcomes are what we should be valuing, not Jasmine Jafar's personal preferences,
But
right?
also the moral preferences of the majority of the people in a democratically free
Because you think that that leads to better outcome, Jasmine?
Yes, and everything I
Okay,
do
well,
also
then it's
has because I
outcomes. It's
believe
all
in better
just
outcomes. My
evaluation of
moral subjective
outcomes.
framework also, but I want to make sure
It's
just
all
to note
just
for the audience
outcomes.
that outcomes can also mean, because like the example I gave, having guns in this country may lead to worse objective outcomes in the amount of deaths, etc. But I think, and this part you're right, that the outcome of keeping it matches the moral preference and matches the viewpoints of most people in our democracy. And so therefore that outweighs that negative outcome, which is also a different way of looking at outcomes. So
Okay,
yeah.
great. Okay, so now that we've got this established, finally understand what your actual moral framework is, I'm going to ask you this question again, if you don't mind. Do you know who Leonid Radvinsky is?
No.
Okay, he is the founder, he's the owner of OnlyFans. Okay, that's who he is. And he made over $300 million last year. Okay, he managed to
Okay.
pay himself $1 million a day in 2022 via dividends, right? In this particular case, would you consider yourself to be a prostitute and him your pimp?
If it's like if we want to really get down to it, sure. I keep 80%, he keeps 20%. Would you consider Patreon or YouTube? Like if Patreon's taking 20% or if Substack's taking 20% of your income, are they your pimp and you're a prostitute? Except
Well,
for
no,
mine is
because
selling
there's
sex.
no prostitution. So,
Because it's not sex. If you want to say
yeah,
that just
sex is
because mine is
prostitution.
sex
That's correct.
and Patreon isn't, then sure. Yeah.
Okay, so right, so you're a prostitute. This is your pimp. Can you tell me why that's a better outcome for a person, better utility for a person than being a mother of 3 in a loving home?
I never said it's better, but I would say that it's better to live in a society that grants people freedoms. We have certain civil liberties, and one of those is the determination in what kind of occupation we want to have and what's best suited for us. So for me, I
And
enjoy
all
this.
rights
I make a ton
and
of
all
money doing this.
rights are all these rights that you are alluding to. All of them have limitations which are placed on them in lieu of responsibility and duty. Correct?
What do you mean? Can you
Well,
explain
for an
that? Expand on that
example, if
further?
you look at the Second Amendment, right? The fight over the Second Amendment is what responsibility people have with gun ownership. Correct?
True.
Same
And I
fight
think
over
we
the
have a
First Amendment,
responsibility.
right?
Yeah, we also have, yeah, so in
Mhm.
that case, yeah, we have a responsibility with OnlyFans to make sure we don't have like children doing what I'm doing, and there should be certain regulations. I do pay my taxes. I'm a 1099 employee for the IRS.
Mhm.
So yeah, I do think regulations are good.
So if the outcomes here, which you're looking at, if you want to make the claim that the outcome is good for a woman, right? You should be maximizing the outcomes, correct? So how can you
Yeah.
explain how it maximizes utility? The outcomes are better for society. From my worldview, to say no more prostitution, I want to see more women at home with their children raising their families versus being prostitutes on the internet. Can you tell me why it is that your worldview maximizes the outcomes and mine doesn't?
So I can tell you many reasons, one of which is, again, just making the civil liberties argument that a society is better overall when people are allowed the freedoms to live lives that are conducive to their own happiness. But also, if you look at even countries that criminalize this versus countries that don't, even when it comes to in-person prostitution, decrim versus criminalizing, the outcomes tend to be actually better, like in New Zealand for decriminalizing sex work. So we can even get into that if you like.
Great. So in 2012, a study was published by Harvard Law Education, which investigated the effect of legalized prostitution on human trafficking inflows into high-income countries, which we would consider this to be. The research, as it goes through, shows something remarkable. such as the criminalization of prostitution in Sweden, resulted in the shrinking of the prostitution market and the decline of human trafficking inflows. Cross-country comparisons of Sweden with Denmark, where prostitution is decriminalized, and Germany expanded legalization of prostitution, and are consistent with the quantitative analysis showing that trafficking inflows decreased with criminalization and increased with legalization. That's a terrible fucking outcome.
No,
isn't
so
it, Jasmine?
first
That's
of all,
a terrible
first of all,
outcome.
first of all, I have studies where I can pull up two that counter that, especially when we look at decrim versus the Nordic model. This is like my
Then
area.
show 'em
Like
to
I know
me.
this.
Then show 'em
Okay,
to
for
me.
sure. And then also, in the meantime, there's Sesta Fosta. So Sesta Fosta was passed in 2017 or 18 by Trump in order to curb trafficking, human trafficking, taking down back pages by making, basically cutting down the protections afforded by Section 230 of the Communications Act, which would make platforms liable for facilitating prostitution, which took down things like Backpage, which made our job, online sex workers, a lot harder. And look up the effects of that. All it did was make human trafficking
Well, I don't need
worse.
to look them up. You can just send it to me, but try to understand the entailment here is that at least you're going to have to concede that there's some human trafficking, which is an entailment of prostitution in general, but there is no entailment of human trafficking from being a stay-at-home mom who takes care of her children. Why would that not be? Why would that not be the outcome that since I want to see that outcome in society and not prostitution, it seems like I have a much better moral leg to stand on than you do from your own worldview.
No, because one, I'll pull up the stats now. We can go through them because I'm going to talk about Sesta Fosta and those effects, and we'll talk about the difference, the decrim, which is why all of the major human rights organizations, all of them, when they looked at all this data, they also are pro decrim. So even though you may find one study here or there, that doesn't negate all the other studies that there is. And two, I would say that even like consensual sex work is different than human trafficking. Me being
they did a quantitative they did a quantitative analysis.
Okay.
They took a ton of different studies in order to make these types of comparisons. That's one. But two, the entailment here is that even, let's just say, even if there was less human trafficking by the legalization of the prostitution than the decriminalization of the prostitution. If I want zero prostitution and there's no entailment of any trafficking by me doing that, how's that not a better outcome for society, Jasmine?
Wait, well, can you repeat your question?
Yes. If there's an entailment of human trafficking, regardless of the criminalization, decriminalized or criminalized, and I want to eliminate it altogether. So regardless of the criminalization or decriminalization, it's just gone, right? We eliminate prostitution altogether. The entailment there is, and we move towards the outcome of having women stay at home and raise their kids. Why isn't that better for society? Why?
It's because you're taking away people's freedoms, the freedom of people like me
the
to do
freedom to be a degenerate,
and
the freedom of you to be a degenerate.
Yeah.
And that's all you care about. All you care about is the freedom to be a degenerate. You don't want expanded freedoms and rights so that people can help anybody.
I care about your freedom to own a gun. Is that
no, you don't. You don't give a shit about that. You don't care about my freedom to own a gun. You care about one thing.
One of my papers in law school about how I actually think that the Second Amendment is really important, and I would stand up for your right to have a gun. So how is every single freedom? And
what about,
I believe in free speech.
Well, Jasmine, if you stand up for my right to have a gun, do you stand up for my right to have a gun with no background check?
No.
No. So then shut up. You don't care about my right to own a gun. All you care
yes,
about.
I do. I still
all you care about. All you care about is the limitation.
No.
Just what like you care about.
Even though I don't
what
believe in
you
direct
care
threats
about
of violence
is the duties.
Or doxing.
Nope. What you care about is the duties which are entailed with the ownership of the gun, not the right to own it. The duty
the right
and the responsibility is what you care about. Right. Okay. So if that's true, but what we're quibbling about is not whether or not I have a right to own a gun, because you think I don't. You think I have a responsibility when I have a gun, and you'll give me one if I adhere to those responsibilities. That's what you're actually saying.
I think you have a right to the freedom of speech, but that has limits. Just like you have the right to own a gun, but there are limits. So I like our free speech doctrine right now. Again, I know you didn't go to law school.
What you're actually attacking.
There are certain things that aren't covered by that right. The First Amendment does not cover direct incitements of violence. It doesn't cover even obscenity. That one I almost disagree with.
So in my opening statement, I laid this out, Jasmine. In the opening statement, I laid this out. That's not really a right then. What it is an associative of duties and responsibilities that we're arguing about, which means that there
The
is no
reason we're
real.
arguing
Hang on,
about
stop,
duties and
Jasmine.
responsibilities
There
is
is
because
no
we have a
right. There is no right. If there was a
no
right,
So,
if there was a right, how could you take it away from somebody
so
when they
what
go to
is the
prison?
function of
Can
the first? What is
prisoners
the
have a
function
gun?
of our
Can
Constitution?
prisoners
Can you
have a
All
gun?
right, we need to go one at a time. One at a time. One at a time. Let's.
Okay,
What
so
is
let me
the
ask.
function of
Let
the
me ask you:
Constitution?
Can prisoners have a gun?
I think it would depend, and it depends on the state. And
No,
not
prisoners.
I meant, no.
Why can't they have a gun?
Because that's one of the regulations and the restrictions
Because
we place
they-
on the Second Amendment.
Because there's no
But
actual
on your
right
Second
if you can
Amendment
take it away.
right to have a gun.
So it's an
doesn't mean
entitlement.
right. A
so,
right doesn't mean.
so it's an entitlement that you can take away, right?
I have a question. If a right has limitations on it, does that make it not a right? Are the only rights ones
Yes.
that have no limitations on them?
Yeah. So I would
disagree
argue
with
that what a right is actually.
And so
is
would our
just-
Supreme Court.
What a right is actually is an entitlement, and that the entitlement is subject to duties and responsibilities. It's not actually a right. And most of the rights
are
in
agreed
the
upon by humans and enforced by society.
rights
Okay.
are entitlements which people have that you claim that people have, but you can take them away whenever you choose to. It's not really a right.
It's not whenever
So-
you choose to, Andrew, because if it was
It
whenever
is
we
when you
chose
choose
to, you
to.
wouldn't be sitting on the internet fighting with me. You would be living the life you want. You have no way right now to stop me. You
Unless
can't
there's
take
a
away my
lockdown.
right
Unless
to
there's a
make millions
lockdown.
of dollars on OnlyFans.
Yes,
How
you
are you gonna
can.
stop me?
The president could literally come out and take away your rights tomorrow via an executive order and declare martial law and suspend all rights.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah,
There's a reason
but he
that hasn't
can.
happened this whole time.
No, it
Well, yeah, but
has. It has happened. There has been martial law in the United States. What are you talking about?
Okay, so you're saying that basically I don't have a right now, and you can be the person that can judge that, because you saying that if we go through this like basically a revolution, because if that happened, especially in recent history over something like OnlyFans, I think you're very deluded on likelihoods of things happening.
Did you have a right to do pornography before it became the law that you could do pornography?
I think I had the right to do pornography before before a law came that prohibited me from doing pornography. So
And
how
what-
laws and rights
and so
work
that-
if you have them until there's something
So
that
then
tells you that
so
you
then
can't.
don't cite the Supreme Court and things like this then as an affirmation for why you're correct that you have such a right when you were not allowed to do porn just 50 years ago. Wasn't even legal for you to have the type of
wasn't the
society
internet 15
where you
years
could
ago.
have that kind of pornography. Well, not even nudie magazines, things like that. There's heavy restrictions on all of it. There was times in American history where it was completely
Do you
outlawed.
know what the obscenity
Let me
doctrine
finish.
actually is?
Let me finish. So
That's not
again,
true.
there have been doctrines where pornography was completely eradicated from American society. So I don't know what are you saying though? What I want you to say one way or the other is you believe that a woman doing pornography is a basic human right absent law.
Our obscenity doctrine always had a reference to the community standard, which is why when pornography became a thing and people started doing it on the internet, even if simple like places were like, oh, you can't do it in the city. I've went through the whole obscenity doctrine. You can't have a billboard across a movie theater where people are driving because of whatever reason. At the end of the day, based on community standards, which is why the internet, because if you're going to places to find porn, it would fit that community standard. So it wouldn't be a violation. And the reason I
has
brought up
nothing
the
to do with
Supreme
what I'm
Court
talking
in the
about.
first place, no, because I'm responding to you. Can't just say this whole thing, ask a question, and when I'm responding to the things before the question,
Yeah,
be
but I'd like you to
it's
answer
irrelevant.
to
It's
the
not
actual
irrelevant.
question.
It's relevant to what you just said. In the last 5
Well,
seconds,
how's it relevant?
you told me, why did you bring up the Supreme Court? I'm telling you, because you said rights are only rights if they have no restrictions. And my whole point is we have rights in our Constitution that are then interpreted. Now, you're right. That interpretation could change. That interpretation could change tomorrow. I'm not
but did you
disagreeing
have
with
a
that, but
right before they interpreted it as a right is my question.
yes, until something usually is outlawed, you have a right.
Okay, so you think
You have
that
to be breaking a law in
when
order.
it was outlawed, when it was outlawed, do you still think that you had a basic human right to do pornography even when it was outlawed to do pornography?
I would say with my moral subjective preference, yes, but I wouldn't. But I didn't have a right in this country to do.
And what made it a right to do that?
My subjective moral framework is
Because
that
you
as long
wanted
as-
it, right? Because you wanted it.
Because just like I don't want you to have guns at all, but I still believe in that principle. My principle is that people
you
should
want.
have the freedom to purchase and sell sex between two consenting adults. That is the principle that I always had, even before I did porn. This was, if you asked me 5 years ago when I was just in law school, I would have said the same thing. Okay, it's not because
so then pornography is a basic human right by your estimation.
Being able to sell and purchase sex, I think should be.
Okay, but this conflicts with your outcomes-based society and duty unless you
No,
can
it
construct.
doesn't.
Then tell me how it is that the outcomes for this world that you postulate, where you can be a prostitute whenever you so choose, and you can essentially devalue yourself in every way possible, which leads to non-reproductive ends most of the time, by the way. How could it possibly be that that society's outcomes are going to be better than the one that I advocate for, where this is outlawed and instead we focus on the family unit? How is my society worse?
So let me ask you this. If we just go research for research right now, if you put up your research and I send you research, are you okay then with going with whichever outcome or whichever research is more heavily swayed in one direction? Because it seems like you are.
Yeah,
is that okay with you?
I don't even understand. Can you answer this question?
What's the question?
Okay, so just listen to me, okay? And I'll give you plenty of time to respond. We could actually have a productive conversation, but listen to what I'm actually saying to you. The entailment, no matter what, of prostitution is going to lead to worse outcomes. No matter what. It's going to lead no matter what, it's going to lead to at least some kind of
And what's your evidence for that?
Because it's no matter where you have prostitution, you have human trafficking. No matter where it's legal.
Even in places where prostitution is illegal, though, you have human trafficking.
Okay, but the distinction is that you think that it's a human right to do this, and I do not. So I would move towards a world where no prostitution even happened anymore. That would be the ultimate. Stop. That would be the ultimate goal of my world. Would be to get rid of it altogether, whereas the ultimate goal of your world would not be. So if the ultimate goal that I had, which was achieved, was that there was no more prostitution, how would that be a worse world than the one I postulate, which is there is no prostitution and moms, we focus on families and moms.
Your world. So then if you're going to go with ideal world and make it completely unrealistic, because actually the countries that ban it have a lot of both prostitution and trafficking. But if we're just going to go with ideals, and I can make up my own ideal and say consensual sex work is okay, but human trafficking doesn't exist in my ideal worldview. What kind of fucking hypothetical is this? We can just make up we can just make up worlds.
It actually can't. So under your worldview, if there's an entailment, there is an entailment that if prostitution is a human right, which is what you've got them saying it is. This is a human right. It's a right for everybody to do this sex work, right? You consider this to be a fundamental right, even absent law,
With consenting adults.
So we can't even work towards a world where you could outlaw this, even knowing the human trafficking component and the bad outcomes to it, because you consider it a basic human right. The distinction is I don't. My world then becomes possible and yours does not.
No, your world. Okay, I just want to note this for the audience. Andrew thinks you can absolutely, in his world, eliminate all prostitution and human trafficking. If we're going to go that
tell me the contradiction.
Like prohibition and all of the
tell
things.
Me the contradiction.
The war on drugs, that worked out so
tell
well.
Tell me the contradiction.
Huh?
Tell me the logical contradiction. I just told you yours. Tell me mine.
The logical contradiction is that you're saying that your worldview of this hypothetical world where we get rid of prostitution is viable, but my worldview that we get rid of
I'm saying that I'm saying mine's possible. Yours isn't, because you believe that prostitution is a human right. So you could never actually move towards a world absent prostitution, and entailment of legal or illegal prostitution is going to be human trafficking. Whereas I say we could move towards a world where you did not have any type of prostitution whatsoever due to the virtues of society.
I think we can
so this problem's eliminated.
I think we can move towards a world while keeping and decriminalizing consenting adults from prostitution and human trafficking. Your argument hinges on human trafficking and consensual sex work being linked inextricably. That we can't put resources into stopping. It's not, though. It's
It
not. And
is.
SESTA FOSTA and the outcomes of SESTA FOSTA are just one example of, just like we had with the war on drugs, just like prohibition, that sometimes outlying something doesn't get rid of the problem. So for you to say that and I like how this is ideal too. So in your ideal worldview, we can get rid of prostitution and there will be no sex trafficking. But in my worldview, where I'm saying in my ideal world, we can keep consensual sex work, but put our resources into stopping non-consensual sex work. That's impossible and isn't even logically sound. That is absurd.
Unless you don't believe, then the only bullet you would have to bite here is to say that you believe that you can enter into some kind of paradigm where sex work, the way that it is right now, is a human right and everybody can practice it, but that you also believe that there'll be no human trafficking associated with it.
I don't think that's realistic, nor do I think it's realistic to be able to eliminate it by trying to
So you don't believe,
decriminalize it everywhere.
so then you do believe that an entailment of prostitution is going to be human trafficking.
I think human trafficking is an entailment of life. That's the difference between you and me.
It's an entailment of life?
Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able
so
to
we can't,
extract. Like,
so we can't even do. So we can't even move towards a world without it because it's just an entailment of life.
Can't move towards a view. I said I don't believe it's
Why
realistic
is it
that the outcome is going to end with zero trafficking.
Yeah,
but that doesn't mean I don't believe we should move
but you
towards
do,
that.
But you do
are
believe.
Literally a walking
But you
logical
do
fallacy,
believe.
Andrew.
What's the fallacy? Give me the fallacy. Give me the fallacy.
Yours. Okay, so you're saying.
What's the
that
fallacy? What's the fallacy? Tell me the fallacy, Jasmine.
The fallacy is also the burden of proof one. It's
what's the fallacy, Jasmine?
I just gave it to you.
That's the burden of proof fallacy. The burden. What's the fallacy?
Yes, it is because you take yours as just true. You're like, oh yeah, I can work to a world where we just eliminate it all, but you can't. And I'm like, well, what's your reasoning for that? What's the proof? Oh, I can't prove it because you can't prove yours. That's a fallacy.
Not what I said. Then what's the fallacy that I stated?
It's possible.
What's the fallacy or contradiction?
What? That's the
What's the fallacy or contradiction? There's no contradiction. There's no fallacy.
There is
Name the fallacy.
Everybody look up burden of proof fallacy. He's basically saying he doesn't have to prove why his is right and mine is wrong.
I've already proven it. Because
what do you mean?
Because you've already claimed now multiple times that an entailment, even just an entailment of any type of prostitution, is going to lead to at least some kind of human trafficking. Whereas I
believe all criminalization is also going to lead to a human trafficking. So the difference between you and me is only that you think that it can be completely eliminated.
So then we must legalize it?
That doesn't mean that you.
So then we have to legalize it?
No, we're not legalizing human trafficking. You need to stop conflating human trafficking with something.
I didn't say human trafficking. We're legalizing prostitution, right?
Legalizing prostitution, if you don't know the difference between consensual adults engaging in sex work and someone being forced or trafficked, that's on you.
Right, but what the entailment is the entailment that you're saying, though, is that all forms of degeneracy must be legalized and decriminalized because people are going to do them anyway, right? So
no, that's not what I'm saying.
Isn't that what you're saying?
I'm saying is that I'm saying that we have certain rights and liberties, and trafficking is something that happens, but it happens also in places where it's completely not a right. Therefore, maybe trafficking is a separate issue from consensual sex work like OnlyFans. OnlyFans is really hard to traffic someone on OnlyFans. You have to have a bank account that goes in your name. You need to have a consenting. You need to send in your ID. You need to be taxed by the IRS. You need to be confirmed by the IRS. So can you explain to me how something like OnlyFans is contributing to human trafficking when countries that have it banned have just as much human trafficking? I don't understand this argument.
Prove that the countries that have it banned have just as much human trafficking as the countries which do not have it banned. I would like to actually
I think
see
we should
that.
go ahead and do that because you've said that a few times and Andrew seems to disagree with that. So if you can pull that up, I think that'd be helpful.
Yeah, and in the meantime, I want Andrew to contend with if we're looking at outcomes, why the secular countries tend to have better outcomes, and I can link you that because I already have that.
Let's talk about the fact that women suffer from higher rates of mental illness, and let's talk about the maternal death rates, which leads into topic 2.
Okay,
hang on. You want me to give you the reasons for the outcomes, right? The outcome distinctions.
Give me the reason for it then. Tell me why the murder rates are higher.
But you have to stop talking because as soon as I launched into it, you cut me off immediately. So let's talk about this. Let's get into the fact that the Western nations cannot reproduce their own populations. They can't do it. The birth rates are all on the decline. Every single Western nation cannot reproduce itself and must instead focus on the theist nations to pull in immigrants to replace their own domestic populations. That's one.
No, I think that you are advocating for grooming is what you're doing. Wanting to
What do you
teach
think
sexuality
grooming
to
is?
children, and I'll even go further. Since I'm gonna be
I think
all I
you're a
can do is
groomer,
be
and
as
that's why
honest as
that's why you don't want
possible.
me to say. You
I
don't want
think you're
you like
probably a
to teach about grooming
disgusting.
because you
I
want to
think
groom
you're
people.
I think you're probably a disgusting pervert.
Okay, so I want to know, Rob Noor, why am I a child groomer? What makes me a child groomer?
Okay, so let's just get to the meat of this. You don't think, would you be okay with this bill if it said the following? They can't teach anything about sex through K through third graders. It
They
left out
can't
the
teach
gender
anything
identity
about
part.
anything about sex.
Right. No sexualization.
Are they allowed to teach about
K through third.
groomers?
Explain to me what you mean by that. Go ahead.
Like groomers, like people who groom children. Do you think these
Right.
people
So
teach
what
about
would that teaching be? Go ahead. Explain what that teaching
like
would be.
teaching them the ways you can identify that somebody is a groomer and like how you can
Go ahead. Give me
ways,
some examples.
ways
Go
you
ahead.
can
So you're teaching a kindergarten. Go ahead. Tell me what you're talking about. What do you envision this instruction looking like?
I'm sorry, Nor, do you actually believe there's no way you could teach like a K through 3 person like about
I'm
groomers?
asking you. You're the person saying, would things like this be okay? I'm asking you to give me an
Uh-huh.
example of the things you're talking about.
The example is teaching a K through third grader about grooming.
Okay, give me an example of how that would play out.
Okay, sure. You go down a list of like I think I just said this just like 30 seconds ago. You go down like a list of like here are some things that groomers do. Here are the issues with grooming. Here's how you can identify groomers. Here's how you can report grooming.
Okay, so what are some of those things that you're teaching a 4 and 5-year-old? Go ahead.
What are some things you're teaching them? Like
Right,
a groomer
it's
is
important
like,
to teach them it. So
a
go
groomer
ahead.
is somebody who is
Example.
sure. A groomer is somebody who is like. Hold on just a second. Let me like turn on my phone.
It's a good ringtone.
It's I think it's just the Snapchat default one.
Mine's so much better. It's Ninja Gaiden. It's awesome. Go ahead.
Oh.
So in the case specifically of like what would you teach them? In the case of teaching a kid like how to identify groomers, I guess the things you'd go over would be things like the aspects of like here are some patterns of behavior for groomer. I guess you want specifics of what that would be. So I guess like groomers are oftentimes going to like say certain things that are like mildly sexual in nature that will like sort of like devolve your sexual boundaries with a long-term goal of having sex with you, right? This is what a groomer is. You kind of have to talk about sex at least a little bit to talk about a groomer. So I think that talking about sex at all shouldn't be a blanket ban.
Right. So thank you so much. I'm glad that the audience got to hear that. This is what Synth wants people to be teaching your 4 and 5-year-olds. Children, let's sit down here. Children, let's sit down. So there are groomers out there that will try to sexually exploit you. They'll be seeking sexual gratification through things like intercourse and penetration and things like that. Let's go over some of the
Nor, instead of doing a stupid
terms.
voice, just tell me what I'm wrong.
Let me see if I could do that. Hey, if strangers try to get you alone, don't go with them. Tell an adult like your teacher or your parent. Wow, look at that. Same effect without talking about all this sexualization.
Do you know what year we live in? They're not always trying to get you to go alone. We live in a world where like Discord exists. They're gonna just say things to you on the internet. How do you know which things they're saying to you are like grooming and which aren't?
4-year-olds.
K through 3?
Yeah. So 4 through 9-year-olds. That's who you're talking about?
Yeah, nine-year-olds have the internet. Yeah, unfortunately, 9-year-olds have lots of the internet, and we have to make sure that we have.
Then
some
it's
kind
up
of
to the
message for them
parents
to
to have
grow.
those discussions, not teachers.
Do you think that a parent's going to be the expert in this matter? Do you think that we can like have
think
a
the
trained
teacher-
professional? I think that a trained professional could be the expert in this matter.
No, I think that you are advocating for grooming is what you're doing. Wanting to
What do you
teach
think
sexuality
grooming
to
is?
children, and I'll even go further. Synth, I'm gonna be
I think
all I
you're a
can do is
groomer,
be
and
as
that's why
honest as
you don't want me to
possible.
say. You
I
don't
think you're
want me to
probably a
teach about grooming
disgusting.
because you
I
want to
think
groom
you're.
people.
I think you're probably a disgusting pervert, just like you tried to shoot from the. My objection, please. Are you going to let me finish? Then you can call me.
Too late. I said it first, Rob. You can't know you me. I got it first.
Anyways, I think that the same reason that you tried to find a very niche way to say I'm against this bill because it seems too vague or something like that, you're now trying to say, well, we have to teach children about sex because of groomers and Discord exists, so we have to teach 4 and 5-year-olds about this shit. I think it's fucking disgusting. That's what I think.
How do you? So what about like somebody in chat just mentioned the idea of like the they were trying to support your argument, saying like talking about your no bits, right? Are you allowed to say like no bits? Like your area down there?
You could say in the Vegas things, you could say like if people tried to touch you underneath your clothes, if people tried to touch you below the belt, if people tried to get you alone, you should be worried about that. That's not really the role of teachers. That's more the role of parents. I don't want teachers talking about that, particularly when we see the indoctrination that's going on with sexualization of children, how many people are publicly talking about the need to talk about sex and gender identity with children, and even further than that, the actual amount of teachers that have done things like sexual misconduct and sexual assault on students. It is the role of the parent, and that's exactly what this bill was about, to empower parents to be able to make these decisions. Is that perfect? Is every parent perfect? No, but I trust parents to have the goodwill of their children more at heart than teachers that were willing to do things like force schools to close just so they could have their political agenda and take big long vacations over the pandemic that we saw.
Okay, so I want to know, Rob Noor, why am I a child groomer? What makes me a child groomer?
I think that you're a child groomer because I believe that you're being disingenuous in your attempts to say that, well, we need to teach sexualization to children because it's all about preventing sexual exploitation of children.
What
I
evidence
think
do you have that I've ever
back
groomed a
door,
child?
and that you secretly want to teach them sexualization because you probably have some agenda that you think sexualization of children is a good thing because you think that they could be sexual beings younger.
What
and
evidence do you have that I've groomed a child?
What's that?
What evidence do you have that I've groomed a child?
I don't have any evidence that you groomed a child. I have evidence that you're suggesting teaching. No, I have evidence that you're in favor of teaching sexualization to children.
I don't think that sexualizes children. I think that teaching children not to be groomed doesn't sexualize them.
You said that you would be in favor of going through a laundry list of what exactly a groomer would do to them. A 4-year-old.
I think that you can talk about, like, you don't have to talk about the laundry list of the hyper specifics, but you do have to at some point mention what a groomer is. And a groomer is somebody who's trying to do something that is necessarily going to at least mention sex in some way, even if you do it in ambiguous terms like your no-no parts or the place you pee from, right? You still have to talk about it. You have to teach kids not to get groomed.
The point is that this is all red herring. This is all red herring because
I think it's really bold, actually, Rob, of you to accuse me of being a groomer while arguing against the fact that we should just teach kids how to avoid being groomed. I think something really fucking
right. And this is and this is why I say this because I've seen this argument come from the left so much. Same disgusting fucking perverts that want to teach that we can chop off our children's bits and put them on hormone blockers when they're 7, 8, 9 years old are now making the excuse we have to teach your 4-year-old about sex. It's about preventing them from being sexual.
When have I
Give him
ever
a chance
said
to
we should
respond now,
SRS on K
Rob.
through
Give him
third
a chance
graders?
to respond. Go ahead, Synth.
When have I ever said we should be doing SRS on K through third graders?
I didn't say you specifically. I said so many people.
You're saying I'm specifically a groomer, right? So when did I say that?
Right. I'm saying that you're specifically a groomer because you've talked about the need to sexualize 4-year-olds.
You think I've talked about the need to sexualize 4-year-olds? I talked about how we can avoid groomers by teaching kids about things that have like sex is involved in mentioning them, right? I'm not saying we should sexualize children. The fuck you talking about?
It's just my opinion that I think that you want to sexualize.
It's a stupid fucking opinion. It's a dumbass opinion.
You can think it's a stupid opinion. It's either that or you're one of the dumbest human beings I've ever met because you.
Everyone thinks
I
fucking
challenge
stupid.
it. Like again, I let you speak, right? Right?
No, you didn't. What the fuck
people could go back and watch the tape and see how you suggested talking to a fucking 4-year-old. Okay, children, we're going to sit down today and talk about grooming. And I have a list of things that groomers would like to do to you. That's what you're going to do
right
to
now,
a 4-year-old.
in the chat who are on board with you 40 seconds ago who think you're fucking insane here.
I don't give a fuck what those people think.
I'm telling you, people can watch it back. People won't have to watch it back because they're watching it in real time. You've made the most insane fucking claim I've ever seen, which is accusing the other person of being a fucking groomer with literally no evidence and admitting you have none. This is just
I'm not. You can't even keep up. I have evidence. You said that you want to teach people as young as 4-year-old. This is what a groomer is. This is a laundry list of things that they're going to try to do to you. I was very specific. I went for 5 minutes. Exactly. For 5 minutes, I was like, can you explain exactly what you would say? Can you explain? And when you finally got to the most specific as possible, you literally said, we tell them this is what a groomer is. This is the things that they want to do with you. And we go through a list of what those things would be. That's what you said in your words.
What did I list out?
Hang on, we got to calm this down for just a second. And there's something I have to say because you may not be aware of this, Rob. But it was due to Synth's tireless work that we were able to expose an actual groomer named Alexa inside of a Discord server who was grooming a child. And it was literally due to a co-opted work between him and several other people that we were able to expose that from happening. So he is our in-house left-wing debater. I do understand your point, right? And I think that the point is valid. But I did want to make sure that you knew that that Synth has actually worked fairly tirelessly to expose anybody who he thought was going to compromise a child. So I wanted that to just be out there, and I'll give the debate back. And Synth, you can start.
Hey, one moment. Andrew, did you look over that stuff that I linked?
I'm still looking through it. I'm reviewing it.
And Synth and Rob, I actually the original publication under WAPO that has the link. I even added the line where they linked her doxing information. Synth, you will have to retract.
That's what I said.
You will have to track.
No, Sparky, I'm not retracting. You proved me right.
I proved to you that Taylor Lorenz doxed her.
Sparky, what they're saying here is here's a link where the actual address is. The address is never mentioned in the article. If that's doxing, then what?
In the article.
If that's doxing, then it's doxing, isn't it? It's doxing no matter who does it, right?
Taylor Lorenz doxed Libs of TikTok.
Then Libs of TikToks is a doxer.
Taylor Lorenz doxed Libs of TikTok. Say it.
And thus Libs of
TikTok. Say it loud, say it proud.
Sparky, do you pay no attention? I'm saying doxing is bad, and if you're a doxer, you live by the dox, you die by the dox. I already said several times it's justified in this case because Libs of TikTok is a fucking doxer who doxes a bunch of other people. So if it's doxing to say, like, in the case of somebody who is like publicizing a link to some other thing where you can find the information, right? And that's how you can put the pieces together, but they're not explicitly saying your address, then it's doxing when anyone does it, not just when the people you disagree with do it.
So
yeah, that's true too. That's true too. Synth has had several debates in the Discord that he wants to up the age of consent to 25. I think. Can
I respond to this? Can I respond to that?
And you should go ahead. Go ahead.
There are different types of groomer. There is a groomer that seeks to groom children for their own sexual gratification. We can all admit that's disgusting. There is also grooming into make children, into teaching them things and indoctrinating them in ways that will make them more sexual beings earlier, right? And increase their sexuality and make them more sexually active at a younger age than they otherwise would be if they weren't indoctrinated with this sort of stuff. That's the sort of grooming. I'm not implying whatsoever that Synth has any sexual interest in any minor whatsoever. I am saying that wanting to teach children this
I do appreciate that because that would have been brutal. And that looked
I'm not saying
possibly the okay, go ahead.
For example, explicitly. No, I never once claimed that you were trying to have sex with children.
You said it was a pervert.
But the definition of groomer that I've used since this sort of bill has came out is making children sexual.
You called me a pervert and said you called me a pervert and said you did have evidence that was a groomer.
Right, I still have evidence that you're a groomer. And I still think that it's perverted. Wanting to teach children sexuality.
I don't know. All right.
That doesn't mean that you're trying to have sex with them.
The opposite claim than the one you just said, but I don't know, dude.
Let me break it down. Let me break it down again, right? You can groom people to be sexual.
Rob. Till death do us part.
I mean, 12 years is pretty strong.
That's pretty good. We're on a roll.
And I'm in a relationship. I've been in it for 3 years, and it's my longest relationship. Are you two dating?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. I would just wanted to clarify. That's what
I feel like you guys should let him know.
Yeah, I feel like that's a key point.
Are you guys bisexual or lesbian or?
Honestly, she's the first woman I've dated, and she's just my life partner. We're not really like sexually intimate like that. We just have complementing characteristics.
So you're roommates?
No, we share a bed and we cuddle and we kiss, but we don't involve each.
We don't do.
We're Christian.
Okay, but
we don't have sex.
I'm so intrigued.
I'm very intrigued.
This is going to be the best podcast ever.
So, couple clarifying questions here. So, have you ever dated men?
Yes.
Have you dated men?
Yes.
So you guys consider yourselves bisexual then?
In a sense.
Biromantic.
But currently,
You're
don't
not.
Have sex. I'm not.
Neither
sexual.
of you are sexual.
Yes.
But you guys have said that you've been dating for 3 years.
3 years.
Have you been
exclusively monogamous?
Dating each other for 3 years.
Correct. Yes.
There's been no other women or no other men in that 3-year time period.
Correct. That's what that means.
And you guys cohabitate. You live together.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Have you guys ever
in the same room in the same bed?
You guys never had. Have you guys ever had sex?
We have, and we. Honestly, anytime I've ever had sex in my life, it doesn't feel that great to me because that's one, I'm not married, and I'm a Christian, and that's not how I be rolling.
Okay. And then, so you guys are you guys gonna get married?
Hopefully.
We would like to, but.
In Heresy Church land, or?
Yeah, I actually know lots of pastors. Sorry, they're not Orthodox, so they don't follow your exact beliefs. So but if God came to us and actually gave me a convicting feeling, I would, and we knew that God does not want us to be together. We've been blessed so much in our relationship. We have That's
came
that's
to God
period.
together, honestly, and
Yeah.
I mean, as much as each of us had our, knowledge of God prior, we came closer to God and to Christ since being together. And if as much as we love each other, if at the end of the day God didn't want us to be together,
And he brings us a husband and says, "This is your husband. I'm obedient to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ." And
What are your
that's-
thoughts on the fact that the Bible says that marriage is between a man and a woman?
Well, hang on. We want to get through. We'll see if we can get through the questions.
Oh,
and
we're
move
still
back
doing
to it.
introductions.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I do have an
We'll follow it back up.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we'll come back to that. So, okay. So, what about you?
I've been married for 14 years, and I was a virgin on our wedding night.
Married 14 years. So you got married at 23?
Yes.
23. Okay.
I am single, and my longest relationship was 5 years, and I've been single for 3 years.
Wait, your longest relationship was 5 years. You've been single for 3 years, but you're 23. So this was like
24.
24. For some reason, I put down 23. So this was like kind of a high school relationship, the 5-year one.
Correct.
Okay. And that was a 5-year relationship.
Yes.
Okay. With what's your orientation?
I'm straight.
Straight. Okay. All right, Andrew. What about you?
Yeah, I've been married for 12 years, I think.
Okay. Well then, where do we begin? Where?
Okay.
Do we begin?
Well, can we?
I vote
Let's go
not
back to this. Let's go back to this previous conversation we were discussing. So, how do you reconcile the fact, or do you just decide to move off to your own interpretation that this is? I'm trying to figure out how to frame this for the purpose of TOS. That Christianity's not approving of the type of lifestyle that you have.
That's my question.
Christianity's also not approving of the type of things you talk about on this podcast. People having this hookup culture.
Mm-hmm.
God.
Is this a tu quo?
Yeah.
Do you want to just answer the question though?
What was your question again?
Yeah. So the question is, how do you reconcile it? Even if assuming that everybody else around you is sinning, that in and of itself would not justify.
I actually
your
don't
sin,
excuse that as sinning, but
Right. That's my point. Though,
as
is
we
how
don't
do you,
have
how do you
the-
reconcile that?
well, I do believe that we're not in a wrong relationship.
this is the best relationship that I have ever been in. I've been in 7 relationships. A lot of them were really bad. Most of them were with men. I actually didn't date any women until I dated her. She pulled me out of really dark times, and I'm the best version I am because of her.
You
And
could
I
say
mean-
we're like nuns together then.
I think it's really
Nuns
beautiful
who
what
kiss
you're
and
saying.
cuddle and make out in
I
bed.
I,
We do not
I
make out,
personally believe
and I
even
think that's a
marriage.
difference.
I believe Apostle Paul in Corinthians
Who
did
says
say
that man?
Mar-
It says that man and woman and man.
Were you
going
gonna
to
let me finish my
lay
words?
with
She
man or
wasn't
nor
finished
woman
talking,
with woman,
so
right?
I think it's pretty rude that you.
he
Yeah, I don't
also
care what you think.
he also says no. He hates us now because we date each other.
I don't hate you. We're having a conversation.
But you interrupted, because which means
So
automatically
what? And
means
then
you don't
she
respect
interrupted
me. So
which means she doesn't respect me. So anyway, back to this.
I don't respect you.
Good. Then the feeling is mutual. Go ahead.
Cool.
you're not a very godly man.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm not the one making out with someone in the same sex in a bed.
We don't make out.
It's okay.
We don't make out.
You
We
just
haven't
said
even
you
kissed
did.
one
You said
time
you make
today.
out and cuddle in the same bed. What are you
I said
talking
we
about?
kiss,
Kiss,
and
which
we
is
actually haven't kissed once this. The
So
whole
you're just
day.
fucking roommates?
If that's
like
what you
that's
wanna
it?
call
That's
it.
what it is? Just
There's
roommates?
so much more that goes into.
Anyways,
the
what I
relationship
was
that we
saying
have.
about Corinthians, thank you very much, is actually marriage. Apostle Paul believes everybody should stay single, and if you want to get married, it's because you can't control yourself and your sexual desires. And that is also what he means by submitting to each other, because you are. The human race is so disgusting and wild that we want to fuck everybody. What? So we need to.
What?
Not
get married
everybody
so that-
wants to do that.
That's true.
Not
but
everybody
the
wants to do
hookup
that.
culture, I'm generalizing like they do, and I feel like it makes sense.
Wait, why is the human race disgusting? What were those your words?
They definitely, when Jews and Gentiles, The Gentiles were not. That's how the state we're in right now. Hookup culture.
Yeah, but how is this not perpetuating that same state of degeneracy?
Anyways, marriage was only is brought because men and women can't control themselves, so you need to pick one person.
Yeah, the opposite sex is what Paul said. He said you must take a wife. You must take a wife.
If you cannot control yourself.
To men, you must take a wife. He specifically forbade man to lay with man, a woman to lay with woman. In Corinthians.
This is why I don't believe in
Can
religion.
I ask you girls a question?
Yes.
If you, let's say you cut the kissing out. Kendall and I are like, we're besties, man. Like, we would love to do everything with each other all the time.
Well, and
what's
we are
stopping
currently...
you guys from just being best friends if you thought that the Bible told you what Andrew is exactly saying, that is to be man and woman? Why couldn't you two just say, well, let's just stop kissing, and then we're best friends, and we are the best relationship ever, but now our relationship is biblical? What's to stop that?
That's kind of where we've been heading to.
Okay.
And in that case, I would not be pursuing anybody else for the rest of my life.
Me as well. And I mean,
and I wouldn't
You guys don't
necessarily
want-
want to be pursued unless
You
I
don't
literally
want-
knew God said this is your husband.
Why not just become a nun?
Yeah, would you consider yourself asexual?
I prefer not to have sex, so maybe
Yeah, why not just be a nun?
That makes sense.
I can be.
Is there something in your past that
But I'm not
causes you-
Catholic.
Is there something in your past that
I mean, you
causes
could
you to
convert.
dislike sex? I know that's personal, I'm sorry, but...
No, that's okay. Yes, I have been sexually assaulted on multiple accounts, but it didn't stop me from wanting a man when I was younger. As I just got older, like graduating from high school, I just realized I didn't want those sexual connections. And to me, since I have been sexually assaulted, and that is how I lost my hymen, so I know I can't get it back because somebody took it from me. So in that case, your funny joke, remember? And
It was a funny joke.
It wasn't.
It was.
It wasn't.
It was really a funny joke.
Because you're a man and you like to make jokes at the expense of other people's emotions.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. What makes a joke funny?
Something that makes you laugh. You're not funny
And
to
it
me.
made me laugh. So it was funny.
To you.
Yeah. Well, it made a lot of people laugh. Thousands upon thousands of people.
And it made thousands upon thousands of
Luckily,
people
we
angry.
have you here to tone police us. Thank you so much.
I believe you're on this podcast just to insult women and not actually to learn anything about women. You talk about how women don't want an average, mediocre man, or that men have
Who
such a
does?
hard time getting laid, and maybe that's because your
him.
focus is
It's
on
not
getting
me.
laid.
What?
Yeah, I don't
Instead
talk
of
about it.
dating.
I literally don't talk about any of that. I don't know what
Him,
you're talking about.
he does.
Oh yeah, how do you know?
Because I watched the podcast
Well,
to
just
do
a
some
second
research.
ago, you were attributing that to me. So clearly, you don't watch the podcast.
I do watch the podcast.
Then why would you attribute that
I
stuff
believe
to me?
she's referring to a comment you made in one of the episodes.
Which
that you
is?
said. It
what
was
is
probably
the
like 3
comment?
episodes
What's the
ago,
comment?
I think. Was it 3 episodes ago, maybe?
The hymen one?
I think so, right?
Yeah.
I saw it on TikTok.
Yeah, that was super funny.
To you.
I don't
yeah,
even
okay.
remember the
but-
hymen thing. I
Well,
don't
so
even
we
remember
were
it.
talking about born again virgin.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, right.
And this particular woman happened
Which
to
is
be,
a real thing. Jesus cleanses
happened
away
to
your sin when you get
happened to be a
baptized.
porn. Yeah,
There's no-
Jesus wanted
there's
you to
no
be a
such
lesbian.
thing as a born
So
again
anyway,
virgin.
yes, the hymen comment. There's no born again virgin, and she was an OnlyFans prostitute.
I watched the thing and you said, oh
that's-
yeah, can you
that-
get your hymen back?
Yeah, that's a lot different than.
Do you know
than
1 in
an
3
SA.
women have been sexually assaulted?
Does that mean that 1 in 3 women have been sexually assaulted, and that's what removed their hymen?
A lot of women have lost their hymen that way.
No, I don't think they have.
Actually, yes, they have.
No,
Joke.
they actually haven't. You're
1 in-
lying through your teeth.
I'm not lying through
yeah,
my
you
teeth.
are. What are the stats then? For
1 in
women
3
who have
women
lost
have been
their
sexually
hymen from
assaulted.
SA. Go ahead, tell me.
Wait, hang on, hold up.
I'm
hold
not
up.
a feminist.
Yeah,
What's
bullshit.
a hymen?
You are a feminist because that's
haven't asked that
statistics.
question.
No, I'm really
haven't
not
asked
a
that question
feminist.
yet, so
Statistic
you
is
I'm a
false.
feminist,
I'm not
and I
particularly
might disagree with
inclined
you.
though. because
Totally.
What's a
his-
hymen?
Hold on. His joke.
I'm not a feminist.
His joke.
I don't
had-
think women should do whatever they want with their bodies.
Let me
I don't
finish my
think,
statement. Cool. Hey, stop. One person at a time.
but I don't think he should control everything.
Stop. His joke had nothing to do with SA.
Yes, but it was insensitive to people who have been through SA. But you don't understand because you're a man and you've literally never experienced the things that women experience.
This is a fallacy.
can't
This
be
is actually a
SA'd.
fallacy.
Men can't be SA'd?
It's a fallacy that you're a man and you don't know what women have
No,
experienced.
it's a fallacy to say that I'm not allowed to have an opinion because of my sex. That's fallacious.
It is fallacious argumentation.
I can't have a position on something because you know what I do have?
You can
a
have an
brain.
opinion, but it doesn't mean it's facts. It seems you put all your opinion as
Just
a
like
factual
saying
statement.
that-
Like I said,
that
you're
a
not
lot
here
of
to
women
learn
lose
from
their hymen
anybody,
through
but you
SA,
want
that's
us to
not a
learn
fact.
from you.
I'm going to be a little bit controversial here because I should be on like Team Woman, but I think it's not fair to be offended by a joke about a hymen when it wasn't your hymen. And it was a joke about.
He also proceeded to say women aren't funny and can never be funny, and that's why women
And
didn't
we
laugh
know
at that
this is
joke.
true because you're here tone policing and being a whine ass about jokes.
I laugh all the time, and I find people
About
funny.
what? What do you laugh about?
Have men tell me I'm funny all the time.
The
Cool.
joke was about a
You don't seem-
prostitute,
yeah,
not
you-
a sexual assault victim. And I hope I'm not hearing you like say that she wasn't sexually assaulted, right?
This conversation is all over the fucking place.
No.
His joke had nothing to do with
that.
SA.
Agree.
So,
Well-
so like your logic.
That's
here,
not
wait,
the
wait, hold on,
point.
hold on. Stop interrupting.
let me
Let
explain.
me say
Okay,
one
go
thing.
ahead.
Let me say one thing. Your logic here is a bit failing because you're reaching. You're reaching for. He made a joke about. Let's say he made a joke about sex, and you're somehow coming to the conclusion if you make a joke about sex or bodily anatomy that's somehow always going to be related to women who get SA'd.
No.
Your logic,
No. It's the fact
it doesn't
that
lead to one or the other.
No. It's the fact that you're talking about born again Christians,
Yeah.
and some women did not lose their virginity by having sex for pleasure,
Mm-hmm.
and in that case, no, they cannot get their hymen back. So that joke wasn't that funny.
Actually, that makes it funnier.
This chick's
Here's how.
fucking
So in both
SJW.
cases, the joke works. If you're saying, God made me a born again virgin, okay? Me asking, did God give you back your hymen? How in the world would that be offensive to SA victims or prostitutes?
Why would you say that to an SA victim?
He didn't.
I didn't.
I know.
She's
I know.
reaching.
He asked a question.
She's
yeah,
fucking
why-
reaching.
So my question is, why would that actually be offensive to one though?
If you did say it to an SA victim, it actually would be offensive.
Why?
You didn't, so it's not the
Yeah, but
situation.
why? But you're not hearing me.
Because an SA victim
asking
didn't
if
choose
God
to
gave
have-
it back to you, how could that be offensive?
Because they didn't choose to have it taken away from
I get it, but what does that have to do with God giving it back to you?
I don't even feel like.
I don't even understand where you're not getting.
These men also don't believe women. Women being in therapy is a
You
red
didn't say the
flag.
joke directly to her, so that's not the situation. But if
Well, I
you
didn't
did
say
say it
it
directly
wasn't
to
even
her,
about
wasn't about
SA
SA at all.
I know.
I don't even feel like it's worth engaging on their level because your joke wasn't even about SA.
No, it wasn't.
She's reaching.
But it's still. But even. But
And she's trying to deflect from the conversation about how does she reconcile your relation. If you consider yourselves
I'm a nun.
Christians, if you guys consider yourselves Christians, it's a fair question to ask. How do you reconcile that with your faith? That's a fair question.
I mean,
If
a
you
lot
want to
of
like,
Christians, though, a
if
lot
you
of-
want to deflect by like bringing up this is a really bad faith thing where you just try to like deflect 100 different things.
She
His
answered that
joke.
already, though.
I answered the question.
No, she didn't because she immediately went, well, what about Christians who do X, Y, Z? That's not actually addressing his point.
I'm not saying that I can have a relationship with a woman because other people are sinners.
Okay, great. So then, how do you reconcile the fact that you're in a same-sex relationship and consider it a relationship?
You said we're just best friends.
Yeah, no, I
We're
asked
just
you that, and you
roommates.
said no.
You said we're just roommates. And I said, yeah, we can be that.
I said, well, that's
For
what
you.
it sounds like, but you said no.
Yes.
Yeah, so then that
I
would
answered
be
to
no.
God, not to you. It's
According
fine.
to her, it's not. She doesn't view it as roommates, but for your definition of what roommates would be, you can apply it to them.
Yeah.
All right, I have a question then. You guys are, well, I'm a little confused because you guys said you were maybe waiting for sex until marriage.
No, we didn't say that. You.
Okay,
yeah.
maybe I
That-
misheard.
you just-
Maybe
yeah,
I misheard
definitely
then.
did.
But you're not you guys have had sex though, which is a
This lady said for you to fix that one little hanging piece of hair that you have.
So anyway, yeah, back to this.
I just asked you a question.
What did you ask?
Did you guys come on to troll?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, you're being a bit too belligerent for the otherwise good faith question that I'm asking
What's your
you.
good faith question?
The good faith question.
I literally
still trying to figure out how you make this reconciliation.
Well, let me. Okay,
No,
so
he said he asked
said
something. That was
something
what you asked.
Sex until marriage.
Nick, just
it was something about
did you
that.
show it
Something
and
about
then
sex
hide
till
it?
marriage.
Don't leave that shit
And we
up,
said
man.
no. I literally answered your question about the sex till marriage.
But you guys, if I recall correctly, you guys did have sex.
And we don't feel right
previously,
about it,
you
and we
don't-
don't have
and
sex.
you don't do it anymore.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
But are you guys desirous of getting married?
Honestly, I'm not. I don't even know, but I just want to be we
Okay, you
are
guys
life
romantic-
partners,
yes,
business
you're
partners.
romantically involved.
Yeah.
Are you desirous of potentially one day getting married?
I would want to get married, but I mean, at the end of the day, it depends on what God wants from us, and I'm not going to do anything
And
that
so
He wouldn't
do you?
want.
And so you guys, do you want kids?
We will foster.
Foster kids. Okay.
Yeah.
But so you're not desirous of having sex with each other
No.
or potentially sex with other partners
No. No.
moving down the
I
road.
feel like you waste a lot of time if you focus your energy and mind on sex. You can do a lot more with yourself if you just open yourself
And
up
when you
to
find people
real
that someone
life
that has
experiences.
complementing or like, you know, an opposite traits of you, so that you can come together and create beautiful things, beautiful work, beautiful business, beautiful life.
So
and if I recall correctly, if this is my understanding, one of the reasons you guys don't want to have sex is for religious reasons. Is that correct?
And I just don't really like sex. Kind of grosses me out, all the stuff.
Is it the same for you, or is there
Yes.
is there a religious component to not
Well-
wanting to have sex?
I mean, the religious component is kind of in the back of our mind. It's a yes, but at the same time, we don't feel right. It's a very icky thing to do, and we feel convicted. So yes, at the end of the day, it is a religious thing.
And I feel the same way having sex with men, if that makes sense.
Okay.
But we are not here to troll.
Yeah, I didn't like having sex with men either. So
Do you ever think that it was maybe the person that you were having sex with was just a bad, like it was a bad situation?
No.
in some cases
Sex is
for me,
gross
yes,
and aggressive
but
and painful.
I also had some good men.
Here, hang on. I hear you out because you're saying it's gross and aggressive and painful. Those are all words.
I don't like the bodily saliva thing. And I feel like you're supposed to have sex when you want to procreate. We just have sex to have sex. And that's kind of why I said if you can't control yourself, yeah, take your husband,
I know,
take
but
your wife.
You have been in a situation with SA. And so I feel like for you, you're viewing sex from that viewpoint, from I was attacked, I was abused.
Sex isn't only for procreation. Do you think that husbands and wives should only have sex for as many times as they want to have babies?
Then why do you not
I
believe
think,
in premarital
yeah, they should.
sex?
That's not what I said.
If sex is not only for marriage.
Nick, can you close the
I mean, sorry, if sex is not only for
Yeah,
babies,
we're talking
then why
about
can't
it
you
through a
have premarital
religious
sex?
prism, though.
Because God
So we're
tells us
talking
that
about
sex
this
is just
specific.
between a man and a woman.
Yeah, but we're
No,
talking
a
about this-
husband and a wife.
I'm sorry, a husband and a wife.
Why can't you have
Okay, so-
premarital sex in general?
Yeah, I get it. I get what you're saying, but you have a worldview conflict. So we're trying to speak within a worldview that she claims she has, I claim that I have, that you do not have.
Mm-hmm.
So within this worldview,
But ours are slightly different because you're Orthodox.
she just said,
and I'm just a,
yes,
I'm a follower
but
of
the
Jesus
adaptation of the worldview versus secularist would be much harder for them to understand it than for you to understand it. So within the confines of this, you say sex is for procreation, right? Yes, I agree, but you would not agree that.
But in Genesis,
but hang
that's
on,
what
hang on.
it was
Let me
for, to
finish the question.
multiply.
Let me finish the question. But you would agree that inside of a marriage, having sex external to only having children is not a bad thing, right?
If the man and woman desire it, then yes. But I do believe there's several people, even who haven't been sexually assaulted, that don't have the desire to do that. They just don't.
Yeah,
I think
but
there's
that's
something
a-
underlying for
but
that.
but come on, that's not very common. Most of the time, married couples and couples
What about
in general
nuns?
have sex.
Did they all get sexually assaulted?
Again, that's a totally exception.
Bro, what
exception.
is up with
Wait,
you
you
and
can't
sexual
go from
assault?
like
Holy
a
fuck.
few women don't like sex.
Because she
so
just
if-
was bringing up
just her.
sexual assault.
Yeah, but I wasn't.
Are you? Have you done something?
She's not just answering.
What? What?
I'm just saying. Why are you so offended by that? Like,
Beca-
honestly,
because of the graphic nature of it,
Well-
you have to be very careful about how it's phrased on the channel.
I said sexual, so I didn't ever say that.
Yeah,
you
but
told me
just
the words
use
I couldn't
essay.
say.
Use essay
Okay,
instead.
essay.
Okay.
But he's still gonna
was
say,
the-
"What the fuck
was
is
the-
your problem with
What
that?"
was the false accusation you were about to make?
I wasn't gonna false accuse you. I was.
What
a
were you
question.
about to say?
There
I was
an
about to say.
implication for sure.
What
Why
were
are
you
you
about
getting
to
so
say?
defensive about sexual assault?
What were you about to say? No, that's not what you were about to say.
It's not.
we
No, it
rewind the
wasn't.
tape?
I know.
So
I
what-
know.
What were you
This is
about
why
to
the
say?
podcast takes 6 hours.
Yeah, I know.
No, because you're about to throw out a very fucking serious accusation.
No, it wasn't an
Yes.
accusation. It was going to be a question.
No, you were about to ask, have you ever done X? Right, that's what you were about to say.
Have you ever made a girl feel uncomfortable? Is what I was about to say. And is that why you are so offended? I'm just wondering why you're so
Have
offended.
you ever made a man uncomfortable?
Yeah, totally.
Do you do it a lot?
Maybe.
So you're the perpetrator?
It's not on purpose.
Oh, it just
I think men
happens?
feel uncomfortable when women
Just
question
happens?
them.
It's just by accident?
Sure.
No, okay.
I don't just sit there and go, oh my gosh,
Sounds
a
like
man.
Sounds like you're the perpetrator here.
Sure.
Okay.
Anyone?
Oh, wow.
I'm sure he wanted me to argue with that.
Don't need you to argue with that. I'm happy with that answer.
How did we all get
I know.
speechless? How did we all get speechless on this topic? I want to go back to the
I mean, if you bite
generalization
that bullet, there's
hold
nowhere
on,
for me
you
to
are
go.
like the king of talking over everybody.
That's good because most of you have nothing good to say.
Listen,
Because we're women. Because we're women. No, no, they literally
Not
do
'cause
not
you're women,
respect
it's because
women.
You're dumb.
It's, I'm not dumb.
Wait, that wasn't cool. No,
I'm
that was
not
very
dumb.
so
You're like
many
an
actions
actual
of
dick.
words, bud. You're gonna get canceled real
You're a
quick.
bigot,
Not
and that's
cool.
all.
If every
I'm
single
going to get
female at this
canceled
table gets up and
by
walks
who?
out,
The
there's no
Rainbow
podcast.
Pride Parade? What are they going to do?
There are different levels of being smart. You can be
Okay,
Your behavior is actually you're
Brian
acting dumb and uneducated. You're so educated, but you act like a little Brian.
Oh, really? The cancel culture queen over here? I'm the one who's the problem?
I mean,
I'm not. I don't
apparently-
cancel anybody.
Listen, you're
got offended
apparently
over
like
a
a
joke. You got
God-fearing
offended
man.
No,
but you're
I
acting-
pointed out the joke as his character.
I know.
He has bad
I know.
character.
It's okay
He's
for
such
you
a
to
godly
be combative
man,
and
he
a brat, but
makes
if I say a
jokes that
word
like
about
that.
it, I'm the evil villain.
You're not an evil villain.
Yeah, good. Then stop whining and let's have the conversation.
We're having a conversation. Who's
No, all
whining?
you've been doing is whining.
I've been
and
keeping
crying,
the
and
same
she's
tone the
gonna
whole time.
cancel me.
You're literally
pause.
just a
Why do you
sexist man.
think she's whining? What
She's literally
what part of it
been
makes it feel like
because she's whining
to
about
you?
a joke he made a
Often
few
what
episodes
happens
ago.
is when women are made to feel uncomfortable, they have two options. The first option is they could argue, but they suck at that. So they usually go to option two, which is to whine and complain and be brats and talk about fucking nonsense.
How long have you been married for? Oh my!
That's what I'm
this is
saying.
Wild to me.
Thank you.
Dude, his
He
wife
is not a real man.
Did you just?
he's not.
He is not, and
I
he is
agree.
not. He wants a woman to do whatever they want.
Not
like,
real, man.
He's not.
You're
Where
tucking
did you
in
find
a bed
this
with a
guy?
chick.
You're a,
What are you
you're a
talking about?
biological man.
Yeah.
But
Hold
your
on.
brain
Stop.
is
Shut
little
up.
boy.
Hold on. Stop. Everybody cease with the ad homs. Everybody stop with ad homs. We're going to try to get through this podcast without it having to devolve into like personal attacks every 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, speaking of personal attacks, I would like him to go around the table and tell us exactly who he thinks is dumb on this podcast, because I've barely spoken.
I've literally just tried to move things along. Just drop it. I told everybody to
I like
stop.
the question.
Hold
If
on.
we question
Bro,
them, we're wrong.
stop,
They can question
stop.
us. We have to answer all their questions. If we ask
Spencer
them, it's your private
donated
life.
$200. Andrew Wilson, get
I just didn't
cancelled,
realize you guys were actually this bad.
Anyway, my
It's insane.
sprinkler goes like this.
I'm trying to.
Thank you.
I agree with the
Jesus would not agree, and I'm very upset, and I'm sure he is too.
Comes back like it.
Tell it to your priest who marries your preacher or whoever it is.
Okay.
No, my priest just
We're not
understands that
gonna
he doesn't have
continue-
enough knowledge of the Hebrew language to
You need to stop.
act like you.
You need to stop.
The Hebrew language?
You guys need to stop. We're going to stop devolving into ad homs. We're going to stop having meta conversations. I tried to move things on. Why are you bringing it back to a meta conversation and trying to like let me move the conversation on so we can have a show?
By the way,
don't ask him to go around to
I didn't
every
call
table
you-
and state
didn't
why
call you
everybody's
guys
dumb.
dumb. I only called the person I was
let
arguing
us.
with.
No,
You
I told everybody
all right,
to
that's
stop.
what I wanted to hear, is that you, because you generally
I
said 'cause
told
you all are dumb. I
everybody-
wanted to hear that was,
We're going to stop having meta
But I'm not.
conversations. We're going to get into the actual content of the show.
This is the content.
No, it's not. Okay.
Act like you don't want all the drama.
Not really. Not really. Okay, did you have a different question that you wanted to ask? Or was that it?
Nothing at all.
Okay.
This all started because you made.
Yo. Did you not just hear what I said?
I just wanted to
cease with the meta conversation. Do you know what a meta conversation is?
No.
Andrew,
The
explain what
conversation about the conversation.
We're going to cease having meta conversations. Let's actually get into the content.
Okay.
Okay. God damn. Holy shit.
That was just an intro.
Man of God.
He's not. Not
Okay.
him.
I've heard him say it,
That's
which means he's
not,
an
he doesn't identify as a Christian.
So don't
Look.
say you're a man of God. Then.
It doesn't matter.
He doesn't.
He has.
He
could
called
go back
himself
to
a man
this.
of God with her parents or whatever.
Wait, so hold on. Now you're saying that. Well, hold
Whoever
on.
the
I'm,
frick was sitting across the
questioning
table.
you. I'm questioning you because you took the Lord's name in vain. Guys, please don't fucking high horse on this. Like, come on, you guys are not.
We're not high
abiding-
horsing.
guys
You
are not-
high horse as well. If you want,
You guys are not. You guys yourselves
We're
are
just
not
not on the same
abiding.
level of
Yo,
men, so we can't
if I'm
act like he
talking,
acts.
Stop interrupting.
I'll submit to you.
Yo, you've got a fucking really nasty attitude. For this show to work, you can't be interrupting. You can't be having meta conversations. You can't be like throwing out these little quips and jabs. Do you understand? What are you doing?
So we're allowed to be interrupted, but by him?
As the host. So first
not
off,
by he's not the host, correct? Is that correct?
okay.
You interrupted me. I interrupted
You're
you.
interrupting
No, you
me now.
interrupted me first.
I'll try
I just wanted to make it clear. You're the host. We yield to you.
I will try to limit interruption from everybody. But I was in the middle of talking and you were interrupting me.
This time, yes. I'm done now.
Bro, you got a bad fucking attitude. Holy fuck.
You immediately started. You also have a bad attitude. Let's keep going.
I don't. I've been trying to get this back
so normal.
back straight, but you got a bad attitude.
What's the next question?
Can I talk about my 12-year marriage?
No.
Not juicy enough.
Can I talk about my virginity?
Nick, what's the first thing that we're gonna? Let's do some of our reacts first, if we can. Hopefully, we can try to.
You want that Instagram first, right? Just start with
We're all gonna be okay.
Oh, I'm totally fine.
You too.
Look at Noah's comment.
Kumbaya, my love.
Okay.
That's funny.
Soccer player Kaka's ex-wife, that's a weird name, but says she divorced him because he was the perfect husband. Next, Nick. And this is apparently a quote from her, and I've seen this all over the internet. He says, Kaka never betrayed me. He treated me well. He gave me a wonderful family, but I was not happy. Something was missing. The problem was he was too perfect for me.
She needs therapy.
So, treated me well. This guy, I assume he was a soccer player. He's probably rich, successful. Gave her a wonderful family, but she was not happy. Something was missing. The problem was he was too perfect for me. So I want to get the panel's reactions on this. Do you think that, ending a marriage that especially involves children because she wasn't happy because he was too perfect, do you think that's good pretext for a divorce and the end of a breaking up of a family, ending of a relationship?
No, I just think people need to have their shit together or whatever before they step into a marriage, honestly. So I don't agree with where she's coming from for not being happy. You can't just walk out after having kids.
If that's really what she said, I feel bad for the man.
I have to agree. I think she probably needed some therapy more so than just leaving the family.
Correct. I think people, both men and women, are too quick to decide that minor issues and not being being perfect is not a minor issue. It's not an issue at all. People are too quick to toss away the beautiful arrangement that God has made, which is man and wife and children and a nuclear family. So shame on her. If it's true, right? This is the media. We don't know what is and is not true, or what there is behind closed doors, or
Absolutely.
the truth.
But that quote sounds terrible.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's her quote. That was she could have made something up at least.
For real.
Yeah, we could have validated, but no, leaving a man for being perfect is
bad,
disgusting.
Wrong.
Yeah,
I agree with that. I mean, it doesn't really make sense. If that is what she really said, then I don't agree with it. Just because everybody goes through stuff and you can work through it. If it's a family that you're talking about at the same time, you should, think about your kids first and try to work on it.
I'm going to go a different route. I think it sounds like she's struggling with something. So I feel like, this is a big accusation, is she feeling like guilty for something that she did, and she feels bad because her husband is a great man and she doesn't want to pin him in a bad light. So she's like, I'm just going to dip out now, but he was a great guy.
No, I like that you brought that up, just because I feel like a lot of women feel like they have a really good man, but they are missing that spark. And it's unfortunate now that she has children and kids also, and that brings a whole different thing. But she should have probably figured that out before they got married, and she probably had something in her head that said, I should not marry him, but he's a great guy. He probably has a good job. He's probably showering her with all this attention, not talking to other people. And it's poor because he just picked the wrong woman at the end of the day. But there was probably signs somewhere in there between.
Yeah.
Can you move your mic to the corner, please?
Yeah, absolutely.
Andrew, your reaction.
Yeah, it's all. I mean, it's all but too common. So, oftentimes we see this happen over and over and over again, where we'll see these women, especially with high-profile men, say this kind of stuff, right? Oh, I just don't like him anymore. Conveniently enough, they also happen to not like him and walk off with millions of dollars of his money. So it makes me think maybe there's an ulterior motive behind it, other than saying, sure, he's the perfect man, now give me the millions, but...
I mean, I'm sure the money doesn't hurt.
I'm
but I
sure
don't
it
think
doesn't
that's
hurt.
the reason she would have walked away from a whole family.
It could be.
I mean, if you had to guess, if somebody said, he's perfect in every way, I just adore him, but I'm going to leave him and take millions of dollars of his money.
I'm saying I agree.
Wouldn't
The
you
money
think?
doesn't hurt, but
Yeah.
I think the reason she doesn't want to stay is probably because she
Wants
needs
his fucking money.
Well, no, she needs therapy. I don't think she's happy with.
Well, how's she going to pay for it?
We're not sure if they don't. They might have a prenup. I feel like a lot of celebrities and high profiles have prenups put in place as well. So we
Some.
don't know what they end up
You
signing.
should if you're worried so much about that.
I think.
But
if there's
even with
interest-
Surprisingly far fewer than you think.
Then
have
that makes
prenups.
them dumb, right?
You do, but I mean, when you get
I don't
married,
disagree
you
with
are
that.
one
This is pretty
at the end
dumb.
of the day. So I think if anything, they should sign the prenup based off of whatever you make after when you are together.
Keep in mind, you guys, she's
Absolutely.
probably not walking away from her family. More times than
Correct.
not, the women get the kids. So she's leaving her perfect husband, possibly penniless and childless, probably fighting for rights just to see his children. And the only thing she's saving him is not slandering him.
He has. He still has half of his money.
It's still not an easy
Oh, poor
decision.
her.
He's not penniless.
No,
Poor,
she's
that poor
wrong.
girl.
She is
She's-
wrong.
I just
but
can't
it's-
believe it. I feel bad for her. It's terrible.
Okay, so she is wrong.
Mhm.
I'm not saying that she's not wrong, but
She
it's still
did
not
say
an
that.
easy decision for her to make. Like
Why
she's
not?
making it because she needs help. She doesn't realize that she's not happy with peacefulness and content.
Mhm.
She needs some turbulence in order to feel like she matters or whatever.
Yeah,
the
so
heck.
she's a psycho.
So she needs
No,
some
she just has
therapy.
traumatic experiences, most
She needs
likely.
therapy. That's it. But I don't
Oh,
think
man,
she
she
made the
needs
decision.
therapy.
I don't think she made the decision
Cancel.
to leave her family because she was like, I want money. Let me just go get money.
Well, then
and
why
ditch
you
my
tell me?
family."
Why would you break up your family with your kids?
Because
hang on, with your kids, the kids being the primary thing here. Walk away from the family, break it up, destroy the lives of the kids, and take the money.
Because in her mind, she's thinking, I'm not happy here.
Right.
This is going to be the rest of my life.
Yeah.
And she doesn't want that.
Oh, too bad
it's
for
not
her.
necessarily
What
about
about
the money.
She's not saying
My
it's
point,
good. You're
yeah.
arguing with her when she's just giving another option of what
You're
could be
trying
going on.
to fight me on a point that I'm not fighting you
Yeah,
on.
but
I'm
what
not
about
saying
her
she's right.
duty?
What do you mean?
think her duty
I'm not
is?
I
saying
think
that
her
she-
duty, even if she's unhappy, he's not doing anything wrong. She made the vows to have children together.
with
So
you.
stay.
I agree with you, but I don't
Literally.
think she leaves only because of the money. I think she leaves because she needs therapy. The money is just a bonus.
You are
She leaves
so
her
obsessed with
therapy.
women
She is
taking your
not-
money.
She
Calm
is not
down.
saying
One
like
at a time.
she's not saying like, oh, I don't like him because he's so amazing, but the money was just really, really, really tempting, and I just like the money more than him. That's not what she's saying. She's saying he wasn't enough, despite him being perfect, because she's not enough and she needs help. The money was probably a bonus. It didn't hurt.
You both
Definitely
agree.
not.
You both agree that she should not have left. You're just
Yeah,
saying shame
but
on her, and she's saying
You're
she needs
saying
help.
she left for the money.
but
I'm
I
saying I
don't need the
disagree with
bridge.
that. Like,
I
we
just
can
want
move
to
on
dive
the
into
next
this.
thing.
Why do we immediately assume that it's therapy and she's not just a selfish bitch?
I mean, that is. I mean,
Which you need
if you're-
therapy
Yeah,
for.
if you're a selfish bitch, you need therapy.
Why?
Because people can.
That's how you
actually
fix
change.
yourself. What
How
do
do
you
you know
mean?
that that's going to
Because
fix
you think
anything?
a selfish bitch is going to sit down there and finally have some self-awareness to be like, you know what, I'm a selfish bitch. No, sometimes you need to go to a therapist and have a therapist be like, you're a selfish bitch.
Here's the thing that's funny.
You're
talking about
anti-therapiness?
Calm
What is
down.
wrong
Why,
with you?
Are you going to jump in every time I have a conversation with anybody?
I thought we were allowed to disagree.
Yeah, but can you calm down till we're done having at
Sure.
least our back and forth? Is that okay?
Sure.
Are you sure?
For you.
Okay, thank you. It's very kind of you.
You're so welcome.
So anyway, when you talk about therapy, a lot of times therapy will exacerbate situations like this. In
If
fact,
you have a bad
and I
therapist.
wouldn't surprise me if the reason she left is because she had a fucking therapist who said, "You got to do what's good for you, girl. You
You're
got to
making
do
a
what's
lot
good
of
for
assumptions
you."
here. Do you
So are
understand?
you. You're making a lot of assumptions too about
The only
therapy.
thing I said is that she needs therapy because she left a
How do you know
perfectly
she's
happy
not in
marriage.
therapy and her therapist didn't tell her to do it? That's an
Therapist-
assumption.
If she is, then her therapist is bad.
That's an assumption, though.
No, it's not. I said she
It
needs
is.
therapy. That is not an
Yeah,
assumption.
but if the therapist says to him, "Okay, you know what?
then
you
her
should do you."
therapist is a poor one. A therapist
Yeah,
is still
but
a
who are you to
human.
qualify what's a poor or or not a poor therapist.
There are a lot of bad therapists.
I feel like we're now arguing about the therapist, and the whole comment was about what she said, and regardless of why she said it, she's leaving her spouse, which is a horrible
She's a
situation.
therapist. No, a good
he asked
therapist.
what our
No, a
take
better
was
therapist.
on the
The problem
statement.
here is that you're just assuming that she left solely because of the money, which I think is like a really weird thing to think when people don't genuinely think like that, right? Maybe the money is like one factor, but they have a whole family. You think a woman's not going to think about the entire family?
That's exactly why I think she has an alternative motive. Because if you were actually thinking about your family, the last thing you would do is leave a man who you say is a perfect man and break up his family, break up your children's
Her
relationship with a
ulterior
father,
motive is
and take a
herself.
bunch of money, unless you didn't actually give a shit about that.
I completely agree with him. I just disagree with the way that he's saying it.
I don't. The
Oh my
tone.
God,
It's your
the
But I
tone.
completely agree with you.
I
The
disagree
reason
with
why
the fact
it's
that
so
the money is
frustrating to
the-
have
is the motive.
women inside of men's spaces immediately is because it's always tone policing bullshit.
And
right?
you agree with him.
Who cares
100%.
about
That's
tone
crazy.
policing?
Why do you think tone
Why?
policing?
Who cares about tone policing?
Because it's about the approach on how you talk
No,
to
it's
someone.
not.
'cause
It's
it
about
almost
what's
shows
being
disrespect.
said, not how you interpret it.
That's
No,
not true.
no,
It's
that's
true.
not true.
Actually,
Yeah, that's just a
intention lies within your
It's just a bunch
tone.
of feminist bullshit.
And
I'm not gonna say-
on
No,
the
no, no,
plus
I'm
side,
not a
we-
feminist.
We care about things differently.
Then why are you
It's
tone
already
policing?
one
One at a time, one
not what
person
God
at a time,
means.
one
Why are you
person
tone
at a
policing?
time.
Why you come over and go, now, Johnny, it's about how... Fuck that. I'm going to say it exactly how it needs to be said.
Hold up. Go around the table. Raise your hand if you're a feminist, because I'm not.
Oh, we'll get to that in a minute.
Proud feminist.
Okay, so by us saying that we tend to want to agree with you, but if we could just deliver it in a way
If
that
we could
actually
just get you to do it how we
Oh,
want.
I'm sorry. There's no interrupting, right? Remember, there's no interrupting.
If we're having
If
a conversation
you
with
could
each
say
other.
something and we can agree with you, but let's say it in a way that actually makes a difference, then you're tone police, tone police.
Okay, but
We're
I
not
disagree
tone
with
policing you. We're saying we
How could
agree.
it not be
Your
a tone
delivery
police
matters.
if you literally are saying to me, I agree with what you say, I just don't agree with the tone in which you
That's
say
not how
it.
she said it. That's
No,
not how she
I said I
it.
agree with what you're saying. I don't like how
it's being
you're
delivered.
delivering
Right.
it.
You don't like the tone. It's literally tone
What did
policing.
you say that was?
Nothing. She totally. They all agree with
Oh,
me.
it's
They
just-
don't.
No,
They don't
okay,
like
no,
the
we
delivery.
don't really
Fully
say
say
that.
that. We can fully say that.
No, I just don't like the delivery
Who
system.
You think women only
I
leave
didn't.
because of money?
This one and this one.
No. I think why would she leave because of money? If he really was perfect, she would stay because then she has the husband, the kids,
Yeah,
the house,
exactly.
and the money.
Exactly.
That's more of a win for her to
But
stay.
why do you think she's just leaving because of money?
So you don't agree
But that's
with
what
him
he's
then.
saying.
Yeah,
no,
you
no,
don't
no,
agree
no.
with him.
No,
then.
what he said, and tell me if I'm wrong. What he said was no
I agree.
woman should leave her children, a husband who's supposedly perfect, in any situation. I don't care if she needs therapy or not. She shouldn't be
That's
leaving.
not what
But
I
that's not what
said.
he said. He said
He is
it was
saying
only
the reason
it's
she left
yes.
is because of money.
No,
No,
I
he
said
didn't
that
say
the
that.
alternative motivation, if you're looking at the alternative motivation, if you're looking at the evidence that's in front of us, you literally agreed with me. If we say, she goes, well, the husband's perfect, everything is great, it's just that I just have to break up my whole family and walk away with millions of dollars of his money. You said, yeah, I could see that being
she
the
could keep
motivation as
retaining
well.
more
I
Hang
didn't-
on.
I didn't say
Then
that.
you moved
You
over
must
to.
have heard somebody
Then you moved
else
over
say
to
that.
she
No,
needs therapy. My
I
counter to that
literally
was,
didn't say
well, maybe
that.
she's in therapy. Your therapist told her for all you know.
I did not say that.
You didn't. So it's not.
What
It
did
doesn't
you
sound
say
like a
then?
powerful motivator.
Money,
He's gonna put
no,
words
not
into
if
her
you're
mouth.
already with a person who's making you perfectly happy, like she just said, and already has all the money in the world. Why would you need to leave him and then take some of his money with
Because
you?
you want to go find yourself, girl.
That's not
Want to
money
be a
though.
boss bitch.
That's what she thinks.
Right, yeah.
And that's why she needs therapy.
Yeah.
But that's not exactly. So you
If the
agree with me, it's
alternative
not the
was
money.
not for
He's
money,
very
then
judgmental. He's
it would be great
basically
if she
God
just
in
left
his
it
head.
with him.
What do you mean?
Well, I have a feeling she's not going to
still
just
gonna
be like,
take-
well, I'm going to leave and not take any of the money.
She's gonna take the kids with her.
Or maybe. Or maybe
So
they got
she
joint
shouldn't-
custody, but I guarantee he's going to be paying a lot of money.
So you don't think he should be paying any child support?
I think that if
Did she
you
cook,
go,
clean, rub his
I
back,
think
rub
if
his
you
feet
go
for a lot of
you
years and
break
take
up-
care of the kids?
Oh my goodness! First of all,
That's a whole nother.
Who gives a shit if she did? She's sitting at home on her pampered ass while her kids are at school getting taken care of by other people. Who gives a shit?
Pampered ass.
Yeah, pampered.
You don't know exactly what she's.
You don't
going
even know
through,
what
so-
women
Oh
actually
my
want
goodness!
in
I don't
love.
know what women go through.
That's not what
If
I
she's
said. You didn't even let me finish my sentence.
Go
You
ahead,
started
go
saying
ahead.
something.
Probably pampered.
No, that's
Hit me.
false.
No, that's what I thought. So anyway, back to where we're at.
The man statement.
Remember where
He's
we're
so
at.
ugly inside. What the fuck?
I honestly honestly
Okay.
lost my train of thought.
Okay.
Andrew's trying to be a good sport here. You just, again, did an ad hominem.
Do you see every woman good sport?
Okay, hold on.
You don't
Hold
even
on.
know the definition.
Hold
of
on.
good sport.
What's the definition of good
So-
sport?
sorry. Oh my God, bro. I'm trying to bring things back to level, and then you just want to object to it immediately and then start attacking me, which is not going to be productive. So here's how this is going to go. I've been sitting here for the past 3 minutes. Andrew, I haven't heard anything particularly objectionable from Andrew. However, you came in and said, he's really something along the lines of, wow, he's really ugly on the inside. That's an ad hom, totally unproductive. That's why I'm checking you right now. Do you understand?
Sure.
Did you say that?
I said that.
So that would then invite Andrew to return fire with fire, which will just devolve again into insults and personal attacks. So you both need to refrain from the ad homs.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Sure.
You do realize that you're contributing to the very belligerent nature of this conversation, though?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't need to make these little quips under your breath to her, or even directly to him, or to myself.
Okay.
Do you agree?
Okay.
Do you agree to cease with the ad homs and the personal attacks?
Yes.
Okay, everybody here, moving forward, can we agree we're going to cease with ad homs and personal attacks?
Yeah. Yes.
Everyone agree, because I think, look,
Got it.
even if we disagree on shit, I think it's not going to be productive for the conversation. Can we all agree on that?
Does that include calling us dumb?
I just
all
agreed,
ad
yeah.
homs, all ad homs and personal attacks.
Okay.
Some people just fucking cope for days and days and days after a debate. Don't ask me why. I don't know what I'm supposed to do about it. Mystery taking L's like Groundhog Day. If he doesn't have an L, we get 6 more weeks of cold winter. All in fun, Mystery. True. Mystery sucks. You said to get a prenup in non-state. What's this guy? Really? You said to get a prenup in a non-state recognized marriage.
Is this so the church doesn't reallocate your assets? You took a big L and crashing out on Mr. E. Yeah, don't try to kiss ass to me, dude. I think you're dumb as shit.
Yeah.
Super chats.
I don't even know what you're referencing. You talking about the debate?
Yeah, this is Workademics, the CGA guy.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So all I was doing was giving ways that you can mitigate risk, and I had to deliver the talking points very quickly because the dude wouldn't shut up. So I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that. Again, I don't know how I'm supposed to stop stupid people from just blithering and yapping about nothing. So, in fact, these people are so fucking stupid. Let me tell you how dumb these people are. They think that if I say if it is the case, right, that I'm giving a hypothetical non-existent future. They don't understand that when I say if it's the case, I'm giving a philosophical argument. So like, if it's the case that I'm in this hotel room and it's the case that I'm talking to you, then it's the case I exist. I say the word if. Like, if you're married to a person, you could mitigate divorce with this practice. Well, that's an if. That's a hypothetical. They're so fucking dumb. Like these people are so fucking stupid. I don't even know what to say. I actually have no like, what do you say to people who are that fucking stupid? What do you say?
Bye-bye. That's it. Dironomer.
Yeah, I mean, they're literally that fucking stupid. They think that if I say the word if, that we're in make-believe land. I'm talking about things that are right now. And it's like, okay, but isn't the whole idea here, you're telling men, if you get married, bad thing happen, right? So how's that? You're doing the same hypotheticals, you stupid fucking idiot.
Land. Yeah, they just
Now you're just in make-believe land. I just like, I can't take it.
Who you make believe married to in this scenario?
Yeah, I
like
can't
they don't
take
understand hypotheticals. How do you argue with somebody who can't comprehend like how hypotheticals work?
Yeah, I just like, I honestly, I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that. So.
Yeah. Dironomer sends in a huge $50 dono. As somebody who holds CGA's worldview, I thought you won the debate pretty cleanly, but he didn't represent his worldview as well as I thought. There are many ways he could have pushed you on your position, but instead he opted to grandstand.
Yeah, no, listen, I agree. that there could be a very contentious debate out of this where people could push me on the issues pretty hard and make some great points because it's a very contentious issue. I do think that that's the case. So I don't have any problem with that. I was there for a debate. That was the point. I don't have any problems with that.
Grandy sends in a $5. Mr. L raging at chat during the Vegas watch party was enjoyable. I wish there were more audio issues that he can't fix, which we can blame him for.
Oh, so now the truth comes out, huh? There was audio problems.
Yeah, well, the mics were crazy unbalanced from their studio. Like you were quiet.
Yeah.
And then when Myron got there, he was super loud, like louder than everybody.
That was
and I'm
not
like,
actually, hang on, that was not actually your fault.
no,
They
I
were
know. I
saying,
told him that. I'm like, how am I supposed to adjust their mics
yeah, they were
in a
saying
fucking different
before,
country?
yeah, they were saying before the show that they were having mic issues. So,
Yeah, I think that's a little tongue in cheek. Jeff Klein with a huge $500 super chat. Smoky Man Bad. Thank you very much, Jeff.
Jeff, Smoky Man is bad. How you been anyway? Oh, and by the way, Mr. E, our good friend there, Jeff Klein, reached out to me to let me know that you still haven't fixed his issue. So you need to DM him. No, and I want you to
I'm gonna
DM him
right
today
now.
and fix whatever the fucking problem is that he's having because it's pissing me off. Anyway, next super chat, please. Jeff, what's up, man? How you doing, bro? It's
Jeff,
nice to see you.
Can you please DM me because I don't have you on my list here? I'm gonna tag you in the server. Okay. All right, I'll pull up the next one. Shring Llama sends in $20. Any take on Nick Ben Tucker?
Yeah, but I already gave it. That's going to come out in an interview on that guy Sean's podcast in a couple of days.
Okay, I can't find Jeff in the server. I don't know what his username is. So just please DM
Well, worry
me.
about it after the show, dude.
I want him to hear it. Can't find your username. Guitarist sends in $10. We've got CGA A logs. Lol. Andrew managed to upset most of the Red Pill audience.
Yeah, they seem very, very upset. Apparently, they're going after my black ex-wife. That seems to be the order of the day. Very concerned with where my penis may have been 20 years ago. They seem very concerned with that today. Very concerned about the placement of Andrew Wilson's penis when he was 20 years younger, apparently. So I don't know. Like that's also very common. Almost every time I beat someone's brains in a debate, the first thing they do is find that prostitute Tree of Logic's bullshit video that's just full of nonsense, and then pretend it's true. And I like at this point, I don't even care. You know, like I honestly just don't care.
All right. Samurai Shampoo sends in $5. Will Mr. L receive any docs pay for the puppy dog Andrew Wilson pick? Guys, you weren't supposed to fucking tell him about that.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, there's problems. There's probably like, here's the thing, right? It's like when the cat's not around, the mice play. That's what the old saying is.
Okay. Well, you weren't supposed to know about that anyway. DJ Blakers sends it $5. Andrew, you inspired me to take on debating. Jumped in head first to debate Parker and wasn't very good. Can't afford DU, but got any $5 tips?
Yeah, get DU. save your money up and get DU.
Yeah.
Just keep trying. Just keep trying, bro. I mean, you're gonna get wrecked for a while. That's part of the process.
Okay. Giovanni Garcia sends it $5. Hey, how's your day been, Andrew?
I'm fucking tired, dude. Like we were up super early this morning and up late last night doing debate prep. So yeah, I'm just super tired. But I felt like shit that I had to leave that stream, the last stream I did early. So I wanted to come in and at least chat with you guys for a while.
Peaches sends in $5. My godfather was mad/offended that you spoke against Calvinism. Can you explain your opinion on that and why? Thank you.
Yeah, because it's fucking heresy. There's no pre-elect. It's all just heretical nonsense. There's not a single, I mean, that's not even an old heresy, but I mean,
Yeah, there was no church father who agreed with the idea that there's a pre-elect. There's just none. There's a pre-elect and predeterminism. And Mr. E, if you don't turn your fucking headphones off, dude,
Well, then
I'm
I
so
won't be able to
tired of
hear you.
cycling the echo of my voice.
Down. It's down.
Sick of it. All right, you can go to the next one.
Dironomer sends in another huge $50. My argument would have been that modern marriage is a bad deal because in the vast majority of cases, it's only achievable under a paradigm of complementarianism, egalitarianism, and even matriarchy, i.e., my wife wears the pants.
Yeah, I have two basic arguments for this. So, I mean, I agree with you largely. The first is that I don't consider secular marriage at all, so I don't give a shit about it. And two, can you tell me like what's your plan with kids? How do you plan? How did any of you guys plan on having kids? I mean, are you just going to make a bunch of single moms? Like, what's the plan with that? You know, like marriage definitely is necessary for raising children, for sure. So what's the big plan there?
AZ sends in 10. Says you were married. I was trying to send you anyway. Never mind. You're married multiple times. All your wives were single moms. Also, you offered to adopt your wife's last child. None of them were ecclesiastic marriages, including the one you're in now. Says AZ, the expert on ecclesiastic marriages.
I wasn't aware of this.
Yeah, neither was I.
It's first time I was aware of this. What leave Shaniqua Wilson and my love child with her alone, bro, or her love child with other men. That's the first I was aware of that. I had no idea that that was the case. Thank you for telling me about my life. I guess you know. I didn't know any of that. But I guess if a literal prostitute who sits on men's faces and is a BDSM dom who literally lies about everybody in this space is your source, I would believe it too. I mean, that sounds reasonable to me. That's not at all related either to why I think you people are really fucking stupid. Just really fucking stupid. But basically, nothing you just said is true. It's like, how do I respond to that? Just, yeah. But anyway.
Stuart F. Baby on the Rumble side sends in $10. CGA is a tard.
True. He's just an objectively stupid person.
Enzo sends in $5. Remember, Andrew, hypothetical is hypocritical.
Hypothetical is hypocritical. I forgot about that.
Steve sends in $20. Jeff beat me to the 500, so here's 20.
I feel like you should probably do the 500. I feel like if we're gonna grift, you should probably do the 500. Bro.
All right, Reverse Massage sends in $5. Even though Mr. E axiomatically sucks, can we get a montage of him raging on folks? It makes me happy.
Yeah. We should do that because it's funny.
And that just let you know that your messenger contradicts itself a little bit. That's all. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Grimnack sends a 10. Sheet caveman with your buggy in the woods. You don't know sheet. Lol. That guy was the most low tier debater.
No, he called me a Neanderthal, right?
Yeah.
Neanderthal.
You're an ice dweller.
I don't know. Like, look, this is again, this is pretty common. Basically, everybody I ever debate that by the next day they're throwing around the personal attack. I've not attacked this guy personally at all on anything. I pointed out that he was advocating for degeneracy, but I never attacked him personally. I've never gone after his family, his kids, wife, nothing, ex-wife. Like that's what does it have to do with anything? Like, let's just grant everything he said was true, or everything Truth Logic has ever said is true. We just grant it for the sake of argument. So fucking what? What does it have to do with what we're arguing about? It literally has nothing to do with anything. Who gives a shit? If you're obsessed about where you think my penis was 20 years ago, I guess obsess about it, guys. I don't know. You can obsess about it if you want to.
Whole new level of pocket watching.
Yeah.
Giovanni sends in $5. Andrew, thanks for being the bulwark that we need. I think he meant bulwark, like WARK.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Bay Rodriguez sends in $5. Seen you've been showing off your Aussie trophy. At least he didn't do trivia during the Avengers podcast.
What?
They're saying Jake is like a trophy co-host, and he's just saying at least Jake didn't do any trivia during the Avengers podcast.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. Holy shit, that would have been bad.
Tyrone Wilson sends in $10. Hey Dad, we missed you with the house. I just wanted to know if Mr. E ever put the songs on the website so I can stop asking for the same damn songs.
Look here, Junior. How many times do I have to tell you? Never talk to me in public. Okay. How many times do I have to tell you, little Tyrone? Never talk to me in public. Ever. You know,
And
I
for
send
the
your
record,
mom the check. I send your mom the check every month. Yeah, I heard all kinds of shit today. I heard that I went through a brutal divorce and all kinds of this is all news to me. You know, I didn't know any of this about myself. I just didn't know. I didn't know any of it. But now I know. I learned all sorts of different things about myself every day that I never knew. Maybe I just slept through a part of my life. I don't know.
and for the record, I have put up all the songs I have, but there are a couple of new ones that I need to get up on the site. I need to get in my possession so I can get on the site. Wokademics is back with another $5. You ask him for polling data on who has his prescription helped. Who would he poll if not his audience? How many people in your audience has a non-state marriage?
Yeah, what did that have to do with the argument though? So I refuted that argument early on by just pointing out if it's the now I'm going to say if it's the case, and I know that for some reason that's going to make your head explode. But if it's the case that he agreed and he did agree that not having a state marriage decreases chances of divorce, then if I can point to you people who are currently in a marriage with an ecclesiastical authority, meaning the church, have lower rates of divorce, then it would stand to reason that if they didn't have a state marriage cert, that would lower it significantly even more, right? It's just a basic logical demonstration. You see how that works? And he agreed with it. So I don't even know what's the argument here. Are you saying that you think if they have a state marriage, it'll raise the chances of divorce? Like, because I'm not sure that that's actually possible. I'm not actually sure that that's possible. That if they don't have a state marriage, that it'll increase the chances of divorce. So, yeah.
Mike Rockburn sends in $10 to lie. Mr. E put his Venmo up for super chats during the watch party. Keep an eye on him, Andrew.
Oh, he did he?
No, I'm in Canada. Venmo doesn't even exist up here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How convenient, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very convenient.
All right, AZ sends in 20. The debate was about if marriages are worth it now. Arguing for religious marriages in a majority secular society isn't realistic. You've been
No, that wasn't
divorced.
what no. That wasn't what the debate prompt. The debate prompt was marriage in the West.
Yeah.
That was the debate prompt. I think that was the debate prompt. I'll go back and check, but I believe that the debate prompt was marriage in the West. So I no. Does that even sound right? Is marriage now worth it? That doesn't even sound like a prompt I would agree to.
The prompt was marriage in the West is a good proposition for men.
Yeah, marriage in the West is a good proposition for men. Yes, that was the prompt. Marriage in the West is a good proposition for men. Marriage, if marriage defined is non secular, which I define marriage as being non secular, then that's not a bad proposition for men. If he defines marriage as being secular only, then yeah, that's a bad proposition for men. But I basically said that at the outset, right? So I'm just defining the risk mitigation and showing that marriage in the West still is actually a good thing for men. It's just a bad thing for secular men and secular women. I wouldn't advise it. I wouldn't advise it.
Benjamin Rain sends in $10. Long time watcher, first time Griff supporter. Can you substantiate your claim that the Bible is a liturgical book? I haven't heard any evidence.
Are you serious? The New Testament is a collection of gospels that were written for bishops. They were written for bishops. Paul's letters to Timothy was him instructing a bishop, dude. All they were all letters to bishops. What do you? Yeah, of course it was liturgical. They were all of it was liturgical. They were literally writing it to instruct bishops, man. And prominent people in the church. Yeah, of course it was liturgical. And then it was the church who put it all together, right? For the purposes of instructing their clergy to not be heretical. So I don't know what you're talking about.
All right. Slim Nubster sends in $10. What's the argument against secular marriage, particularly for Asian Americans who seem to have a good relationship, nuclear family, high income, etc.?
I haven't looked in that demographic specifically, but I'm guessing that the divorce rate is the divorce rate significantly lower for that particular demographic, or is it just slightly lower?
I'm looking it up right now. Asian Americans as a group have the highest percentage of marriage, 65% versus 61% for whites, and the lowest percentage of divorce. It looks like it's only 4%, according to Healthy
Now,
Marriage Info.
it'd be interesting to check out the religious rates, though.
I will. I'll follow up on that here as soon as this
Yeah.
clanker finishes.
Well, I mean, it sounds like it's really good for Asians then. Sounds like it's really good for Asians. So I guess if you're a secularist or an Asian, I guess if you're a secularist Asian, maybe. But I guess as them of the outlier, I
And this stat is
probably
showing
wouldn't recommend it. Huh?
16%, not 4, on the more comprehensive dig that I
Oh,
have.
16. Well, that's still
It's still damn low.
That's still damn low. What about the religious rates?
I'm looking it up right now.
Yeah. Now I'm curious.
34% identifying as Christian, 32% religiously unaffiliated, the remainder distributed across Buddhism, Hinduism, Islam, and other faiths.
So heavily religious, it sounds like.
Yeah.
I think that's about the rate with whites too, right? 32%. Or 30%, something in there, identifying as non-religious.
Yeah.
So
32%
yeah,
of
probably.
them identify as like secular or unaffiliated, so atheist, agnostic, or nothing in particular.
I wonder if you can pull up the stats on atheist Asians and see if their divorce rates or what is accommodating that 16%.
I'll do some digging.
Yeah, we'll look into it.
Right, let's pull
Anyway,
up the next one here. Rarely lives since in $5. The sky is green. Logic is make believe. I declare it so because I is Kang.
yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense.
Grug pilled rock maxing sends in $5. This are often chopped and cooked before they are served and ate. Okay.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's just slang. Chopped and cooked is bad. Served and ate is good. And they're just saying most things are bad before they're good, I guess. That's my understanding.
Okay.
Vortome sends in $10. Weird how all the trolls decide to come out in full force when you're away from your studio and super busy. Almost like they wait until you can't defend yourself properly.
I don't like. I if I were them, I would get it in now while they could, because here's like I'll tell you exactly what's going to happen, right? A bunch of the clips from this debate are going to go viral, I promise, and that guy's going to look like a fucking idiot, like he's just going to look fucking terrible. So I would get it in while you can. Because you're not going to be able to clip me and make me look bad in that debate. I just used logical argumentation and couldn't really get a word in edgewise. So, and I tried to do it, but yeah, I would definitely get it in now while you can. because that guy's going to look really fucking stupid when the clip machine starts. Guarantee you a ton of those fucking, guarantee you a ton of that shit's going to go viral. And he's just going to look so fucking dumb. He said so, like, for instance, the guy contradicted himself in that debate like 7 times. He at least 7 times he contradicted himself, and we'll just fucking put all the contradictions back to back to back. He's just gonna look really fucking dumb. So I don't know. I don't even worry about it. It's not a thing for me to worry about. It's a thing for him to worry about.
There's no clear data between religious and non-religious Asian Americans and their divorce rates.
Oh,
At least not from
well,
Mercer research. Nothing I
yeah.
can find.
Yep. Damn cultural things.
The burnout sends in $5. If it were the case that you had asked CGA the breakfast question, how do you think he would have answered? Shit, man. Hypothetical.
That's your head in the clouds. If. How dare you set up an if? Like if I said to somebody, hey man, if you go to work today, can you stop by the store? I don't want to hear about if. I want to hear about right now. Well, I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about, but I need to ask you if you're going to the store so I can plan my day. What do you mean if? What you mean if, motherfucker? What you mean if?
Oh, we in make believe land now.
Yo, make believe land. Yeah, that's funny.
Christian Killian sends in $5. Andrew, is Mr. E a Christian? Also, Andrew, have you seen a show called Avatar: The Last Airbender? You'll hear all of good things about it.
No, I don't. Are you a Christian, Mystery?
I'm not practicing, but I'm at minimum cultural Christian and definitely inform my morals and ethics based off Christian morals and ethics.
Oh, okay.
I was raised Roman Catholic.
I guess we haven't really had much in the way of religious talks, honestly.
Yeah, so this is how little of a, like, he's never once pushed me towards any kind of religion. But yeah, I've read all the same some of those religion books that you've recommended. I've read anyway, we'll get into it another time. Dane Schneider sends in $5. He claims the manosphere canceled him because of you. Normal feminine mindset, but that's normal in that demographic.
Wait, who canceled who?
I can only assume he means CGA.
CGA, who canceled him because of me? What the fuck is he talking about? What is he? We had a debate, and the guy's just been freaking out ever since the debate. I haven't even worried about it. It's not. It's except to answer like audience questions. Maybe to him that was the highlight of his life, but to me it was Wednesday. It's like I don't even give a shit about it. Why? I don't know why this is super important to him, or who canceled him for any. What is he talking about?
I don't know. I'll be honest. I don't watch CGA streams, not before or after.
Yeah, I'd never heard of the guy before, so I'm like, I have no clue. I have no idea what he's talking about. Is it that victim mentality thing where everybody's always trying to cancel? I don't fucking know. I don't know.
Next one up here. Scabby McScabberson, $5. Andrew's annoyance and frustration with Mr. E is a breath of fresh air. No shade, Mr. E.
He does annoy me. Well, okay, to be fair,
best, man.
He doesn't annoy me because of like the stream running or errors or things like that, but I've told him that nothing makes me fucking, because it just kills the whole flow of the show if I can hear an echo.
Yeah.
And I've told him that like 10,000 times, and every fucking time I go live, I still hear a fucking echo, and he has to turn his shit down. It pisses me off.
I'm trying not to. I'm really, really.
I know, I get it, I understand. I'm just saying, it would piss you off too after the 20th time.
It would, and I would probably call you a fucking cunt as well, right? Like it's all good.
That seems reasonable to me.
It's just banter amongst bros.
Yeah.
Roundtable Media says it's $5. Your clarion, show it. Your clarion voice against vicious libtard destruction, or you are a clarion voice against vicious libtard destruction. Brother, do you ever feel the need to wash yourself in the grace of Christ regarding clean speech?
Oh, not that again, dude. Not that again. Fuck you. How's that? Fuck you. Fucking asshole. These fucking nitpicking people, dude. I can't even take you fucking people seriously.
My
Like,
main
oh, they're saying
suggestion.
there's 500,000 abortions in the last 6 months. You know, is Andrew doing anything about it? Well, he's sure trying. He's sure trying. Yeah, but is he doing it without saying meany head word, culturally relative mean words? Is he not? Is he using culturally relative words that make me upset? Just fuck off, dude. Fuck off. Go. You know what you should do? You should go to a barbecue at Gabe's house. It's Gabriel Huddleston. So you can go to a barbecue over there, and you guys can sit down and drink water out of a beer stein like he was. What kind of pious signaling was that anyway? He was drinking water out of a beer stein, almost like he was trying to give a contrast. Like, look, that Andrew guy's having a drink, not me. I have a beer stein, but I'm just drinking pure water out of it because I'm pure as the drink. And it's just like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Go over there and have a barbecue with him. Go have a barbecue, and then during the barbecue, you guys can keep everything as sanitary as possible. You can sit down and be like, "Well, hello." You can just be, you know what you could do? You can just be Ned Flanders to each other. Just why, handily doodly, neighbor. And then he's like, well, handily doodly back. Why don't you come down and have some of my handily doodly burger? And you're like, well, handily doodly, great. And it's like, just get the fuck out of here, dude. Get out of here.
I would recommend to just look up the biblical definition of words, because I think you'll find the difference between clean and unclean speech is not quite what you think it is. Like what those words meant when they were saying it back then, instead of applying modern definitions to them.
They don't even know what was going on at the time. I had to educate that guy on what was even going on. They have no fucking idea.
Yeah.
They think they think the Bible's a fucking IKEA manual.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like you guys are you actually think the Bible's an IKEA manual. You think you're supposed to pull it up and it just like, it has all the fucking assembly results, and it gives you step-by-step instructions for like where to put the dowels and shit. And it's like, it's not an IKEA manual, bro. That's not what it is.
Okay, one sec.
So.
Which one? Where are we here? MTR or Collars Nader sends in $5. MTR, the Manosphere guy, said you won the debate in a review, so not all red pillars sided with CGA.
Who's MTR?
A Manosphere guy.
Oh yeah, I know that. Wait, I know that guy. Yeah, I like that guy's content. He makes good content. I don't know who sided with him or didn't side with him. I was just talking about Dane. He said in a super chat and said that they're trying to cancel him or something.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny how
Who?
not everybody agreed with CJ. Well, and then the other chatter said the whole Manosphere or red pill scene canceled him. But I don't know. Somebody in the Discord, fill me in on that. Scabby
First time hearing of it.
Yeah, me too. Scabby McScaberson sends in another $5. My favorite part of the debate was watching CGA fans cope and basically argue that their wife's money is her money. Andrew nailed it. They're all feminists.
Yeah, that's true. And that was fucking objectively hilarious. Like he put that out as a clip, and I watched the clip, and I was just like, I had to download it myself because I was like, this is fucking great. Yes, I do take all of my wife's money. And you think that's traditional? Yeah. How's that tradition? I'm pretty confident that traditionally men took all the women's money, all their wives' money, and spent it how they so chose. But okay, what do I know? What do I know? Hell no, my wife's money's her money. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
AZ sends in $10. You keep saying marriages are best for children, but in a gynocentric society, men should be doing what's best for themselves. Men can have children without marriage until they change the laws. CGA 1.
Well, I mean, that's fine, but the outcomes for the child isn't going to be very good.
No.
How's the outcome for the child going to be? You're basically advocating that your kids have single moms, bro. That's what you're advocating for.
Which isn't that statistically shown to be the worst outcome for kids?
The worst outcome, period. Like, do you hear what you're saying here? there's another problem with that too, which is it's in single mother homes that you usually see the most rampant cases of abuse because mom usually will bring in strange men, right? Now, this isn't the case in every home like this.
No, we're talking
Uh,
averages, right?
but it is but on average, it is true that most of the abuse for children comes because a strange man comes in with the single mom and begins to abuse the children. So, or the mom herself will abuse the children. So, I don't know. Are you actually advocating? Because that's what you're advocating is for single motherhood with that. That's
Yeah.
that's an insane take, man. I don't know what else to tell you. It's an insane take.
Reverse massage sends in $5. How is it contradicting that your sucking makes me happy? Phrasing, Mr. E. I can enjoy horrible things. Just just kidding. Much love, my Canadian bruv. Thanks. I guess.
Never think, never think the chatters.
I said
Never think. No, I'm
thanks for
kidding.
the
I'm
$5.
kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah.
Mort Sune sends in $10. Been enjoying the content so far. Keep kicking ass. The PZ crew is looking forward to your return to West Point after the tour.
Oh yeah, that'll be fun. Yep.
Baby Maharaja sends in $5. I like Andrew and Wes Watson because they MAGA. Why are you leaving Michigan, Andrew? Trump won here. Let's get John James elected too.
Yeah, you have fun with that, man. I'm not going to be there anymore. I'm not going to be there anymore.
Simply put, sends in $10. Have you ever considered charging a consulting fee for debate coaching or having short mock debates to help those who bought DU with their arguments?
Actually, yes. I haven't even announced it yet because we just set it up. But I actually do have a Mehmet, and you guys can go to Mehmet if you want to have one-on-one time. You can. I set the rate pretty low, actually. So
Yeah, you set it too low.
yeah, according to Mystery, I set it too low,
Well,
but
you're
I
gonna
don't
get
think so.
swamped, dude. I think you have no idea. You get swamped with requests at that rate.
Well, I want to make sure that like I'll set a day aside if I need to make sure that I can fucking meet with people. So anyway, yeah, you can go to Mehmet if you want to do something like that. Waste of money, says Workademics. Okay, well, I wouldn't worry about it, Workademics. Nobody's ever going to go to your Mehmet and give you anything, so I just wouldn't concern yourself with mine.
Yeah, no shit, right? Avery Sinclair sends in $7. Your cousin that happens to also be named Rachel Wilson sent me an email telling me you're actually black. That's why you like Coach Dummy Win.
That's funny.
Daniel X sends in an Australian 25. Good morning from non-existent Australia. Does Jake ever tell you about Australian politics? If so, what's your take on it?
That they're basically irrelevant and nobody in Australia gives a shit about them and all they care about is American politics. Basically.
We've covered some of the crazy stuff happening in Australia on the extravaganza as well, but
that's my take. My take about Australian politics is that they're completely irrelevant.
Can we just start with your accusations that I botted Sarah's channel? Let's start with that.
All right.
Show me your proof.
Oh, I don't have proof. It's inferred.
So you made it. So
it's
you made
inferred
it
by
up.
the numbers.
So you just
No, I
made
didn't
it up.
make it up. No.
Okay, well then let's.
You can look at circumstantial evidence and you can do some.
Well, let's look at the circumstantial.
When she loses 5,000 exactly subs at one time.
Let's look at the circumstantial evidence. Then show us the numbers. Let's take a look.
Can you prove that you didn't bot her?
How do I prove a negative to you?
There you go.
Why is it that when you have a positive claim, how am I supposed to prove a? How can I prove to you with negative evidence?
Right.
Hang on. Just relax, man. How could I prove to you with absence of evidence? Like saying, can you prove you didn't murder somebody? It's like, yeah, I didn't murder him.
Fair. That's correct.
Right. Like, what else am I supposed to say?
Right. I don't have proof that you did. Like I said,
I have positive proof.
I can infer.
Yeah, but I have positive proof on my side that that's not even possible. Would you like for me
How's
to
that?
provide that? Well, because the commentary section, are you saying that all the comment
So
section,
you
they're all bots too?
can prove a negative.
You can prove a negative philosophically, not not usually not with evidence.
Right.
Unless I say like I wasn't here and we have proof because there's a camera or something that proves I wasn't there. That's the only way with evidence you could prove it, or you could philosophically prove it. But here, I don't know how I could demonstrate a negative claim like this. How would I prove to you that I didn't bot a channel? How could I even do that?
When you take your videos down after you're done, you upload them to your site.
And
do you delete them all the way off of YouTube, or do you private them?
Well, that's no, I'm not gonna tell you what the methods are there. I don't see
The
why.
reason that
Why does that have to do with anything?
The reason that I ask is because YouTube adjusts after the stream for bots. So if your numbers drop significantly, that would be evidence. That'd be an indicator that you're hiding something by moving things off of YouTube and onto the website.
You know why I move things off of YouTube and onto the website?
I know why you say you do. Sure.
Wait.
Because you're afraid of getting struck?
Yeah, so I just want to make sure. Well, no, I was getting struck. That's why I do it. 'Cause my channel was getting struck. And yes, I can demonstrate the channel strikes that I was getting on very, very like sanitized videos. So yeah, I've always moved them off. And by the way, I've done that for years. But live audience counts don't lie. And YouTube, if you try to bot your live audience and you have super chats, you're like that, I don't know, how do you fake that? Am I
don't think the
sending
super chats
myself
are
money?
fake.
Am I sending myself money, dude? Like,
No, I don't think the super chats are fake. You have a big audience.
Yeah,
You have
so
a big
what,
audience. You have a
so
generous
why
audience.
wouldn't you infer then that there's a large audience? Most of the growth for Sarah's channel came from the Crucible's audience, and they went and unsubscribed to her channel. Why is that not an easier inference than Andrew was botting? That's insane.
You can bot live chats as well.
You can. I'm aware.
Right.
Mhm.
During the live stream, when you told everyone to let them feel the power of the Crucible, she lost almost exactly the same numbers of subs as he gained, as Rob gained.
Yeah. Did you read the live chat when that was going on?
I caught some of it.
Yeah, people in the live chat were spamming unsub from her and sub to Rob.
Not 5,000 of them.
Well, I'm not sure that it was exactly 5,000. I have no idea what the exact number is. But if you can show me the metrics, we can take a look. I completely understand, though, why it would be that thousands of new subscribers that she got, which was part of the Crucible audience, unsubscribed to her. I completely understand that. And the reason the hemorrhaging continued is because she made a statement calling all of them incels and fucking saying that they were part of a cult and all that. So of course they kept unsubscribing. Why wouldn't they? Like, why would the audience that you gained, who you start talking shit about the next day, why would they stay subscribed to you? Can you explain that to me?
I don't think exactly 5,000 subscribed.
I don't think that it was 5,000
unsubscribed. It was exactly 5,000.
Prove it. Show me the numbers.
I
Let's
don't.
see.
I don't have proof for you right now.
Because you're lying, bro.
Because you gave me 45 minutes to set up a fucking stream.
Yeah, but you've been showing all sorts of numbers all over the place that make no sense. Just show us the numbers now that exactly 5,000 unsubscribed and then subscribed to Rob. I don't even believe that's true.
So you have seen them.
I've seen shit that you've posted. I haven't seen you ever demonstrate. I've never seen you demonstrate this, and I want to see. Show me.
What's it gonna? What are the Social Blade stats gonna prove to you? You're gonna deny that they're bots.
Well, first it would at least prove your claim that exactly 5,000 people unsubbed and exactly 5,000 people subbed to Rob. I literally don't believe you. I just literally don't believe that that's true. So show me.
Okay. Well, that's fine. You can look at that later.
Okay, so you're not. So you don't have any evidence.
You can look at all my videos I've done.
So you don't have any evidence for the thing you just said.
I've explained the evidence to you, and you've told me that that's not proof. I agree.
Well, hang on. Let's be fair here.
Okay.
You've explained that you believe that 5,000 people unsubscribed from Sarah's channel and then subscribed to Rob North's channel.
Correct.
But what you haven't done is show us that that is the case. Do you at least concede that that's true?
I've showed those numbers plenty of times. I've showed them here several times. You can look at them again, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
You haven't shown them when the person you're showing them on is here to defend themselves. Dude,
it doesn't matter what I show you. You're going to say that those weren't bots. right?
Well, you would need to give me some evidence
Okay.
that they were, but at least we could verify
There you
the
go.
count. At least we could verify the count. I don't even believe the count is true.
Why do you want to verify something that doesn't matter to the end
Because
result
it would at
anyways?
least give some veracity to your claim of why you had suspicions in the first place. If it was exactly 5,000 and exactly 5,000, at least that's something. But I don't even believe that. So can you at least show that?
So you want me to show evidence of what you claim is a lie?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I want you to show evidence that 5,000 and 5,000. Yes, I do.
Doesn't make sense, does it? If it's a lie, if you didn't bot, then why the fuck do you want to go dig around in the evidence of it? What's the next thing?
Because you're making false claims. If you are accused by somebody and the accusation, they stand by the accusation and claim they have the evidence, but then refuse to show it to you, wouldn't you be very suspect of their evidence? Doesn't that seem very evasive to you?
I feel like it's a waste of time.
Yeah, well, I feel like it's
you're
just
trying
you
to drag us
evading.
over.
You're just evading. Why are you evading?
I'm evading.
Yeah.
Let's move on to another.
Well,
lie.
hang on. I just want to demonstrate that you didn't actually show any evidence for that claim, and you've been making it.
You're right. I've not shown you any evidence for it.
Yeah,
I have been making it. I continue to think it's true.
Based on what?
You're asking for evidence that you will deny. It's not proof. I do not have proof. So when you're asking for evidence of something that you're just
your proof is you
anyway,
made it up. Your proof is you made it up. your evidentiary source is you.
What was the first thing I said? What was the first thing I said about
that you
proof?
made up a claim?
No, it was that I don't have any fucking proof.
Right, exactly. So you made it up.
You're making up that I made it up.
Well, how can I be making up that you make something up? You literally are saying that you made it up.
I'm saying it is my belief that you use bots, you push it around to people. You love bomb and Rob. You love bomb Rob, and then when you're done with him, you're going to throw him away, just like you did Sarah.
Yeah, let's talk. Well, let's talk about that. We could talk about that. So, who is it that you think that I've love bombed and then thrown away?
Rob.
I threw Rob away.
Rob Noor. No. I think that you're love bombing Rob now. I think that you did.
Oh.
I don't know that I would call it love bombing, but you definitely built up Sarah and then waited until like a couple weeks after she quit her job and to do the channel full time, and then you found the weirdest, most trivial nonsense to flip the fuck out about.
Well, hang on, let's back up one claim at a time. Let's start with the love bombing. Okay, so are you aware that I've been working with Rob Noor since I started streaming years ago?
I'm aware that you guys have worked together for a while, or
for years
together,
or literally years.
How long ago did you hire him?
Like officially for the Crucible, I don't remember how long ago it was that he lost his job and I picked him up, but it was like, I mean, it's well over half a year now, I think.
So he's a relatively new employee.
Well, I mean, yeah, but we've worked together as streamers for years. We've known each other for years. We've worked together for years. That's a really long plan of love bombing here, bro.
I don't think it was a long plan of love bombing.
So I'm love bombing him over a period of many years so that I could throw him away. Does that even make sense to you? What would be the purpose, bro? Like, what would be the purpose of doing it?
I'm not saying that you that you planned this whole thing out. I'm saying that you're opportunistic. You needed a guy for role.
Well,
I don't know what.
I don't understand that you did. You just said that I'm love bombing Rob Noor so that I can throw him away. But I've been building that guy up and me for years. We've been working together as streamers for years. So like, what do you mean? You act like this is some new relationship, and I'm just like,
I'm
really
not
building this guy up.
I'm not acting like it.
Yeah. So why would I do this over the course of years, bro? Why would I be working with him over the course of years so that I could throw him away? What's the diabolical, dastardly plot?
How long have you been protecting him from trolls for?
What do you mean? I don't protect him from trolls.
That's exactly what the Sarah Fallout was about.
No, that had nothing to do with the Sarah Fallout. Had nothing to do with that at all. Rob Noor has trolls who have come after him and he's dealt with for years. Right? You guys, very stupidly, by the way, you point out two fucking examples of a time where me and him teamed up on a couple of assholes. That was one. Or another troll that called me out by name, which was two. But I rarely go on Rob Noor live streams at all. So I don't know what the hell.
Are you talking about the girl? The girl in
Yeah, so I
chat
don't
who
even
he called up.
yeah, so I
That's
don't even know what you're talking about here with the whole troll protection thing. That had nothing at all to do with what happened. Nothing.
It didn't. Rob, my friend.
Yeah.
You love Rob. Yeah.
No, that had nothing to do with the severance of the relationship with Sarah. Nothing.
You said it did.
Not protecting
You
him
were
from trolls. It had to
you
do
were
with
going
the behavior of somebody who was about to start acting in a professional capacity with people that I was working with that I introduced her to, and Rob Noor was spearheading that project. So it was completely inappropriate for her to be doing that. That's what the entire thing was about. It was never about anything but that. Ever.
was about to. So there was no employment then at the time.
Bro, she reached out to them even after the falling out to pursue that employment opportunity. So like, yeah, she had told me she was taking the offer. She had told me that she was on board. I have all the DMs proving it. So yes,
Can we see
yes,
those?
it was an established fact that this was happening. Yes.
Okay. So it was supposed to happen according to you.
I was the one who
But-
set it all up for her. Bro, I
So
set
then,
it
so
all
then, when,
up.
so then,
Listen,
when, so then, when you set this
I
up,
called her. You guys don't know shit. Like, you don't know anything, and I don't understand because I know she told you all this shit. So I don't know why you lie about it because I know for sure she told you. So the
How do you
thing
know
is,
that?
huh?
Can you show me proof?
Yeah, I can because you said live what you thought my contract percentage was, and the only
What
person
percent did it say?
I told was her. So how did you find that out?
The only person. What percentage?
It doesn't matter, but you said it. And you would have no way to know that
I don't
unless she
recall what I
told
said.
you. You would have no way to know that except that she told you that. So I know for
I don't
sure
recall
that.
making that
So I
statement.
know for sure. Well, I'll have my team pull the clip right now, and you
Okay,
did.
can we look at the messages?
I'm not going to show DMs.
I'm okay. I'm curious. Well, you can read them. Would you prefer to read them?
I'm not going to read or show DMs.
You did over Rob. You read DMs over Rob.
I read
over the
DMs
Rob
that he
thing.
had already made public.
So when you told her about the intentions of you to get her a job, what parameters did you set in place?
What do you mean?
Did you tell her anything like, hey, keep your behavior tight? Did you express any sort of boundaries?
Oh yeah, I had a long phone
orders,
call with
rules?
her. I had a long phone call with her and explained all of it to her. What do you mean? Long phone call. It wasn't short.
Yeah.
Explained to her exactly what my expectations were. Violated within a 72 hours. So I don't know what you're talking about.
So
Yeah.
what expectations did you say?
That now you're part of a team and you need to act as though you're part of a team and that this project takes precedent over other projects that are going on. And as long as you can, as long as you understand that, then I have no problem with bringing you on board to it. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Andrew.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome.
But you didn't tell her not to go on any other panels.
Well, no, it's implicit. Do you understand what that means? It's implicit. Like you're
Made
part of a team now. This guy's also part of this team. You need to be playing ball here. That's the way that works.
And so, isn't it fair for her to think that she's part of the team? Why isn't he getting
Yes,
in
in
trouble
fact, yes, that was my expectation.
Okay. So
Yes.
then why wasn't why wasn't Rob ever held to account for the shit that he had talked about her beforehand? Because he talked shit about her way more times than anything she ever did.
When?
After the last time he was on her panel. He went back to his stream and he was talking about what a bad moderator she was.
Yeah,
How
and she
obnoxious
made that agreement after the fact. What do you want me to say? And by the way, the optics, the distinct optics were, I mean, they were just fucking terrible. Like this guy, and by the way, it's really funny to me. Like you guys shit all over Rob. Rob could have fucked that chick over really bad. Like we were at dinner when I was negotiating this all out on Sarah's behalf because I'm a fucking really nice guy. Okay. And Rob could have totally fucked her over. He totally could have.
How's that?
He could have jumped in and said all kinds of shit. Don't use her as a booker. Don't bring her on the project. This and that. And he didn't do any of that. Instead, he said, "Yeah, absolutely. I think that
You're
she'll do a good
sweeping for him. You're
I'm
doing
telling-
it right now.
I'm
You're
telling you the
sweeping
truth.
for Rob right now.
Do you want me to tell you the truth or not? Do you want me to lie to you, or do you want me to tell you the truth?
Well, I think you're lying to me, but go ahead.
Would you like for me to get confirmation from the people who are sitting at the dinner?
You want me to take their
So
someone's
so
hearsay as
so
confirmation?
all of us are lying
No,
then?
I'm fine.
All
I'm
of us
fine.
are lying about it?
Rob did not do her any favors. He went
He
live.
did. I'm
He
going to
went
tell you
live for
exactly. Listen,
3 hours
I'll tell you
immediately
what.
after he bitched about it.
You can be incredulous, but I'm going to tell you what happened anyway, right? And the truth
Go
shall
ahead.
set you free. So here's what happened. I had suggested that she be a booker for this organization, right? Negotiated out a really good salary, right? Negotiated out really good contacts for her to continue to build her channel because I'm that way and I've always been that way. Rob was sitting right at the dinner. They asked him what he thought. He could have fucked her over right then and there. Instead, he said, yeah, I think that she'll do a great job and I trust Andrew's judgment. Literally what he said. So it's like he could have fucked her right then and there and he didn't. So just saying.
What night was that? Do you remember? You said it. You said that that in between the last time he was on there and
this is
the
when
night that
this is when we're in Atlantic City. I didn't make her the offer immediately after.
Because there was only about 2 days in between when he was on her panel and then talk shit afterwards and when the falling out happened.
Yeah,
So
whatever. The thing is like it's completely and totally discretionary to me to
You're right,
remove
it is.
myself from people who I don't want to deal with anymore because I think that they're not trustworthy to deal with. And the thing is
Absolutely
like
it is.
why is it that that I'm not allowed to do that exactly? Why?
You're absolutely allowed to do that.
Okay,
Nobody's
now
stopping you from doing
well
that.
then let's move to
But
the next claim.
what's going to
When did
happen
I
though is
send Yeah,
if
go
you
ahead.
want to throw shade at people for bullshit reasons publicly, expect to get mocked in return.
What do you mean? Listen. First of all, no, the opposite is what happened. I didn't start this fight, and I definitely didn't start this fight with any of you. All of you guys are sniping me because you want the clout. Let's be real. When you put my name in your channel, it gets you more views, and you like that. Just be honest
I
about
do
it.
like that.
Yeah, just be honest about it. Right now, you're
I'm not
getting
being
more
dishonest
views
about it.
probably than you've gotten in months. Let's be real.
Correct.
Yeah. So, like, here's the thing. Why do you think people like having me on their channels? For that exact same reason. Like, you
Correct.
guys have never really understood this, have you? Right. So,
What's
like,
that?
I get to go all over the world. I get all of the, if it's the case, right, that me and Jake over here, right, we get to live like kings and we get all the good food and we get all the adoration and we get everything. You're the dogs. We feed you the scraps under the table and you lick our fucking hands and we pat you on the head and say, good boy. That's this relationship.
We're the
Why
homeless
don't you
camp
people
next to your
why
mansion
don't
that
you
you
people
pissed off.
understand this relationship? Your job, after we give you the little scrappy scraps from the plate when we're done, is to put it in your mouth and you lick our fucking hand. That's your fucking job. Do you
We're
understand?
the homeless
Do you
camp next
understand
door
what
to
your
your
fucking
house.
job is? Do you understand
we
what
have
your job
nothing
is?
to lose. We have no job. We have nothing to lose. You're the one sitting in your nice mansion that pissed off the homeless camp next door, and you fucked up, and you know that. You know that was
Oh
stupid.
yeah, I
You
fucked
know
up.
that you.
Oh,
You
it's
know
real
that
rough.
you're
It's real
emotional.
rough over here, bro. It's real
It
rough
got
over
you
here,
didn't it?
Hey, listen again. When you go and you make all the hit piece videos and shit like this, my name, all that happens is my name goes out in the fucking algorithm. Your people's job, all your job is to talk about me. That's it. You don't have another job. That's what you're supposed to do. And that's
I don't
what
have a
exactly,
job.
well, hang on.
You're not
Hang on,
giving me a
wait a
job.
second, Dusty. I'll let you respond. That's exactly what you are doing. You're doing exactly what your fucking job is, which is to talk about me. And if I feel like giving you a couple of fucking scraps from the crucible table, you lick it off my fucking fingers and I'll pat you on the head and call you a good boy. That's how this works, bro. That's how this fucking
I'm
works.
playing into part of your plan, huh?
Huh?
I'm playing into your plan, huh?
Well, I mean, it's always been the case that that all of you people who are orbiters of mine, whether you're talking bad about me or good about me, don't do anything but favors for me. Let's be real.
All right. So you
I mean, that's
appreciate
true.
you appreciate the publicity. I appreciate the
Well, it
extra
also gives me a
views.
chance. It gives me a chance to make you guys look really stupid. You can never back
Does
up
it?
any of your claims. You can never back up any claim. Like, for instance, let me give you another one. You claimed that I was brigading Sarah.
Yes, I did.
But why would you say that when I can show you clips right now of that same exact stream of me telling people not to do that, to do the exact opposite, just leave her alone? This is my exact words are, this is not a crusade. I'm not after her. I'm going to leave her alone. I'm not going to bother her a bit. And I'm not going to bother any of these people a bit. And
You mean
have
you
it.
can show me-
I
you can
completely
show me
dropped
clips-
it. Hang on. I completely dropped it.
You want to show me clips out of the sterilized stream that you re-uploaded and edited out the brigading part?
What stream did I re-upload?
When you brigaded her, the night that you addressed it, the
Show
losing
me
friends and
show me the clip of me brigading her and me editing it out.
And you editing it out.
Yeah. Show me the clip, the stream that you claim I edited this out, and then show the clip that I edited out.
All right. Give me a second.
Okay.
This link was included in the Twitter thread that we set this up in. So you haven't seen that?
Well, first, what's the video on my channel you're talking about?
This right here.
All of these no cam, no name, fucking nobodies, they're the successful people you see. Yeah.
Well, I think that's
that guy's really smart.
The personal.
Give me a shot.
I think.
No avatar.
Well, Rob doesn't know the power of the panel verse.
And it's got just shook today.
Oh, my Lord. Rob, why didn't you know the power of the panel verse? Let's go show the power of the crucible.
Let's go show the power of the crucible. What the fuck does that mean, Andrew? What the fuck does that mean, Andrew?
Yeah, sure. So you remember how it's the power of the panel verse?
What about
wouldn't you would have to apply the same standard here. So if you're applying the standard here that when I say the power of the crucible, the play on words to Sarah saying the power of the panel verse, then that would infer that Sarah was telling people to brigade Rob. Do you realize that?
You think that what is the panel verse?
I think I don't think it's any. I think it's just a loose coalition of you like low level streamers who hop on each other's streams.
It's anybody who's clicked a panel. You're part of the panel verse. Welcome.
Yeah, I don't think that when you guys are referencing that, I think that you're referencing the loose coalition of streamers, this little friend group of yours where you all hop on each other's streams.
You're part of it.
Yeah, I'm not your friend.
There's lots of people in the panel verse I don't like.
Yeah, okay. Well, whatever. But anyway, I think that if you're saying that I'm brigading, you say the power of the panel verse, and that's a call for brigading too, because it's the same exact thing.
Really?
She said she literally said the same exact thing. Huh?
Anytime somebody invokes that phrase, that's brigading. You don't think more went on here? You don't remember this?
Wait, help me out here. I'm using a play on her same words. Well, then I'll show you the power of the crucible verse, obviously in the most mocking voice possible, right? Same exact thing that she said in reverse. So if that's a call for brigading from me, then it would be a call for brigading from her. That's one. And two, why do you only show that and you don't show the rest of this?
Hold on.
Where I consistently over and over and over and over again express, do not harass this person. Don't bother this person. Don't do anything to this person. And I haven't done anything to her. Nothing.
So you brigaded and then you changed your mind? We can watch some more of this.
I didn't brigade anything. It's the same fucking stream, dude.
Yeah, you want to watch some more of it?
Yeah, watch more. Go show the power of the fucking crucible.
What does that mean, Andrew? What does that mean?
Really? Okay. You don't know the power of the dark side?
Love this. Trust me. What you're seeing now is my normal state.
Yeah. Go show her.
Go show her. What's that mean, Andrew?
Yeah, help me out here. Can you
what
can you
would
help
you
me
want?
out here?
How would your audience go show her something?
Again, what did they do? They went and unsubscribed. Is that brigading now?
Right.
Is that
I believe that is brigading.
To unsubscribe from a channel?
Did you tell your large audience to go do something to another channel?
No. What did I tell them specifically to do? Not harass her, not bother her, not do anything to her. That was specifically what I said to do. Specifically. This is me doing a play on the panel verse and mocking somebody saying that the panel verse has some kind of power. This is obviously and clearly mockery, which is why I'm playing music in the background. My power's over 9,000, the same bit that Rob Noor did. My power's over 9,000, making fun of you guys saying the panel verse is going to fucking get you. This is called fucking mockery. What were my actual instructions? Don't harass, don't bother them, don't fucking do anything to them. That was what I actually said. Would you like the clip for that?
How does your audience know when you're mocking and when you're telling the truth? Because
I have the tone, I have the inflection, and they have the context.
Live chat and see that people were actually unsubscribing. You say 1,000 subs in an hour.
I didn't say that.
This is a super save. And this This is what is known as a Super Saiyan that has ascended past a Super Saiyan. Or you could just call this a Super Saiyan 2.
And I muted the recording because I was restreaming it. I don't trust him. I look at him. Look at him. He's listening to music. He's bopping his head. He's like, "Go get Sarah. Go get Sarah." Is
just made up. You're just making it up as you go.
And
that was too painful. All right. I think all this other stuff is hogwash. I don't think it's worth any banter on. I don't think it's worth any conversation. It's just a bunch of like mud flinging shit at walls. Andrew, let me start. I apologize to you. I don't know. I'll say it this way. Like, my behavior towards Rob was mine. I owned it. I happily owned it. I will criticize his behavior. On that panel, I was critiquing his behavior. I didn't send anybody to brigade him. I didn't send anybody to troll him. But if you take offense to that, then I apologize. I would have happily had this conversation privately prior to Rob going nuclear and you going nuclear, and we would have talked this out. And I would have even done a public apology for it. But nobody wanted to ask me the questions. So everybody just went nuclear. And I think all of this other shit rolling downhill is just a big fucking mess, and it's not worth it. Let's start with that. However, I will also say I think everybody is flipping those clips from that panel around the wrong way. There's a lot of stuff switched around in context. I don't think people are hearing the whole thing and the whole conversation. We had talked specifically about what the panel verse is and engagements and behaviors for a whole 3 hours. There was a whole thing about it. And it was just bringing all of the conversation together. And I talked about Rob's behavior on Trippy's panel, and I don't think it was good behavior as a panelist, especially. I think that's what really upset me the most. Trippy was trying to do that for his mom. She was in the hospital. She needed money for medical bills and stuff. And he was trying to put something together for that. And so for Rob to kind of crap all over that was a really big insult, I think, to him. And so I criticized that behavior, and I think it was wrong. The guys going over to Rob's panel, they started doing that on their own. The first one was North. He went over because he's a Connor person, and he had that conversation. And then I think Ortho guy went over. I never told him to do anything. The guys just started doing their thing. And I don't think me laughing at stuff that they were saying was wrong. I think it was actually funny shit. But again, if somebody just reached out to me and said something like, "Hey, this is upsetting, can we talk about it?" I would have handled that way differently. I do this a lot with a lot of different people. I handle a lot of things privately. I'm not a big drama fan. So yeah, I'll start there.
Apology accepted. I appreciate it. And yeah, you won't have any problems out of me. I didn't plan on giving you any in the first place. And that's why I haven't been giving you any. There's no, I don't, there's what problems have I been giving?
I've been getting harassed a lot in DMs and comments and things like that. I've been getting since.
Yeah, but do you honestly believe that I instructed anybody to do that?
I listen. I'm not saying you told them to do it. That is a definite brigade in that moment that you did, and they did come and harass the chat, and it was during a debate, and it was very unprofessional. I thought, not only just for you, but for your people.
That wasn't a brigade. That was me doing a live stream, and I could talk, if I'm talking on a live stream about a thing that I'm talking about, even if people go over to your channel and they unsubscribe, that is not brigading. Brigading is targeted harassment, and that is the person trying to targetedly harass you, and I've never done that. I've never targeted any creator for targeted harassment.
In that moment, during that stream, we were doing a debate, and the harassment came in the chat. I had to put it in they had to put it in super slow mode. I had to put 7 day subscriber list. It was a mess. It was a total mess. It was very distracting from the actual debate and conversation.
Yeah, but that's not, listen,
I'm
that's
not
not brigading.
saying that that's your fault. What I'm saying is that your people did that.
If
Right?
Hassan Piker or Destiny is talking about me while I'm live streaming, there's going to be hundreds of people from their chat who are going to come over to try to get my attention or to try to inform me that that's going on. or to kick up shit or something like that, because when you have thousands and thousands of live viewers, that's what happens. Fractions of them do all kinds of shit. There's nothing you can do about it. There's literally nothing you can do about it. It's happened to me 1,000 times when different streamers are talking about me when I'm live. It's happened a ton of times. Tons of times. It's even happened to me. It's even happened to me from your people when I've gone live. They've come over. There's just fewer of them, but they've come over and been like, "Hey, this and that. I don't like what's going on with this. I don't like what's going on with that." I wouldn't accuse you of brigading because you're talking about me and your people come over.
I mean, I would disagree with that moment and what happened in that moment and what happened in the chat. But even at that, like those are still uh,
Like
like
you,
the
you see what I mean?
harassment and
It's like
all of
Sarah, this
those.
chatter
Mhm.
that's here. He goes, "You can tell people not to go harass her." I fucking did. I did tell him that, and Dusty refuses.
Well,
Just
they're not
literally,
listening to. I
yeah, they
heard
just
you. I
literally
heard what you.
refused.
Yeah, I heard all of the other stuff you said. I'm not telling them to not. I'm not telling them to unsubscribe. I'm not telling them to do that. But like you have to have some form of knowledge that they're going to do that if you do a live stream.
Yeah, the
Doing
thing
this.
is like I have knowledge that anytime somebody does a live stream about me, I can expect members of their chat to come over and be belligerent or whatever. And nobody on this panel stream right now is the exception to that. Not you and not Dusty. So if you're
You did
doing
a
a live
live.
stream about me and you have two chatters, which is let's say you have 20 and two of them come over, right? Isn't that 10% of your chat coming over to harass me? It's like it's just the problem is that it's scalable. And so it's like, well, you
But
notice
that's a
it, I guess,
no.
when I
Like
do it. It's just that nobody notices it when you do it, but it's the same exact process.
yes, but everybody's aware that we're live streaming about this thing. I was hosting a debate and you held that stream while I was already live doing something completely different, knowing there's nothing I could do about it in that moment.
You
Right?
think that that was calculated? I
No,
didn't even know
what
we
I'm
even had a
saying,
debate going. I didn't even know.
Marte was
Marte
I didn't know
was
debating.
that was going
debating.
on. Yeah, I didn't even know what was going on. I just picked a
Even
time. I just picked a time and streamed.
right. I'm not saying you calculated it. I'm just saying that doing
I am.
that, well,
You're
you
saying
had
I
to have
calculated?
known.
I'll say it, yes.
Well, what I'm saying is
Okay.
you had to have known I was live because you said go show her and then
Well, I knew. Listen, I knew you were live. I knew you were live, like halfway into the stream, but I didn't go live because you were live. I just went live because that was a streaming time I had picked.
yeah, that's fine, Andrew. I don't. I'm not going to battle on that one. But what I'm saying is, like I've just been getting harassment after harassment after harassment since that moment. The DMs, and I just delete them. I don't even read them at this point. But it's just there's a lot of stuff that I'm dealing with because of that night when I think all of this could have been resolved a lot better and more professionally if you had just reached out, messaged me, said, "What the fuck, Sarah? You call me right now." And I would have called you and I would have dealt with it. And I would have swallowed my pride and dealt with it the way it needed to be dealt with without taking on all of this harassment and stuff. And nobody would have had to have broken up. Like I think Rob just went nuclear and you felt that and you wanted to have your boy. I get that. I'm not mad at that. What I'm saying is to talk about a professional relationship, but then to handle things very unprofessionally, you can't have it both ways in that aspect.
Well, I mean, you're subject to the same criticism. It's like, okay, if it was really about professionalism, then I would think that it was very unprofessional for you to be on a panel where they were brigading purposely Rob Noor, and that was actual brigading. They were sending trolls
That was
over.
not at all brigading.
Yeah, you were
He
sending.
even in hold on, if I could back that up though, but Rob willingly dropped the link to them, and he continued letting them back up again,
And
right?
invited.
And he even said he didn't have an issue with them doing it. He said it was fun. He made money off of it, and that's how I looked at it too. Like, oh, Rob's like getting some extra dough coming in. It's fun, whatever. Like nobody's mad. He didn't appear mad about it at all. If he seemed upset about
He
it,
definitely appeared mad to me, and he definitely appeared mad the next day. He
no,
didn't.
he
He
was
seemed
mad.
to. He
He
seemed
was
to think that
mad.
he was being harassed. Yeah.
He was, well, no, he specifically said that they didn't cross any lines. They didn't like do anything wrong. He had fun. He had a good time with it. Like he said he had no issue with it.
That's not what he said. It's just bogus.
No,
It's not what he
he was mad at me.
Yeah, he did not say that. He said the exact opposite of that. He said that he was upset. He said it looked calculated. He said it looked like you guys. He was unaware that there was a panel going on sending people over there. He was unaware of this while
He
it was
was
going
not
on.
unaware of it. He looked right at the camera and said, "Flo, come over here."
Mm-hmm.
He was, yeah, he talked right at me.
Yeah,
The panel that you were on was Flo, that Sarah was on. Was that your panel?
Yes.
Yeah. So the thing is, though, is that he didn't know that there was an entire panel there that was sending people over there to troll his chat. He didn't know that.
His chat was telling him that that's where they were coming from.
He didn't know it. And
he
it was
did
clear in the
know it.
video he
But-
didn't know it. But
okay.
even that aside, even if he did, right? It's such an optical eyesore. And it's like, look, if you don't know what you don't know, fine, that's fine, right? But I'm always the same way. I've always been this way with everyone. And and you knew this, right? From the very beginning of talking to me, right? But very, very low threshold when it comes to people creating disturbances and issues around any of the projects I'm doing or companies I'm doing. And I usually will just literally just distance myself. I'm just done instantly. That's the way I've always
Except
been
for
when I do
Rob.
business. What do you mean except for Rob?
Well,
Rob's not an eyesore. Rob's a huge creator. He's not an eyesore. I
hold
don't know what
on.
you're talking.
I'm not going to go down that route. I think the thing of it is if that is the case, then Rob going explosive, like it would have never even been a thing. Like this is the kind of like that Barbara Streisand effect. Like nobody would have even known. I was on a panel at 5 o'clock in the morning, giggling at this. Like Rob came and made it explosive and made it a big deal. But even at that, again, I didn't send anyone over. He was saying that I coordinated this and that I like set all this up and did all I did was show up. I had rated Flo earlier that night, and then I went and hung out on his panel, and that's when North started talking, and North decided to go over there
Look,
first.
ultimately for me, it just comes down to this, right? If it comes down between you or somebody else and Rob, it's going to be Rob.
That's fine. That I don't. That's
that.
You,
I mean, and the
you've
thing
made your
is,
decision. There's no
yeah, and
changing
the thing
decisions.
is
Right.
like that's always going to be the case.
Right.
I'm always going to get my boys' backs, no matter what.
I get that.
And
I
the
get that.
old
I get
adage
that.
applies. You get up at the bar room, right? Your friend picks a fight. You get up at the bar room. You get up with him. It doesn't matter. You talk to him about it afterwards. But the thing is like, that wasn't even what I was upset about. Just didn't understand why in the middle of this big business transaction, that it was just such terrible optics. I'm like, why? Just why? It's just so silly. That's the thing. It's like it didn't even. What should have happened there is both of you should have distanced yourself from both of each other. That's what should have happened. But what do I know?
Well, I mean,
Really?
Yeah.
but even at that, if that is the case, then Rob doing that big 3 hour rant about me and not even and saying he didn't talk to you first about it, he just went and did this stream. Wouldn't that be worse business optics that he would even do that?
What? The stream?
His 3 hour rant mad at me for the night before. Like, wouldn't that be worse if
No,
it
it's
like
not. Listen,
to,
no.
hold on, if it's well, let me say,
Okay,
if
go ahead.
it's business related, right? And
Mhm.
now I was not aware that Rob was even in on this bigger project, just for the record. I didn't know
Yeah.
that. But even with that, like I did not look at this as like a bad thing in that aspect, because uh Flo was in Crucible Discord. Flo hung out with you guys on panels and has done stuff, right? So I thought it was just fun between two channels, having fun, going back and forth, whatever. So that's my start for that. But even if this is a business thing, and Rob goes and explodes because he knew I was in on this project, right? Then that's actually worse for him to do that, shitting on someone who's being brought in on a project.
Why? He had every right to be upset about the fact that he was getting brigaded by those channels.
Right. But
He had every right to be mad about it.
if it's a business relationship, instead of going and exploding like that, again, we could have just had the private conversation.
Well, I mean, my understanding from what I saw in DMs, he tried to have a private conversation. That's not,
That
and
no,
you,
he did not.
and then you would
No,
take those and make those public, right?
no, all he did was say, "I'm going to talk about this power of the panel verse." But it was very, it was a very
No, there was DMs back and forth before that, Sarah,
for what
between the two of you.
for that moment.
No, even before that, which you guys started to have problems.
I always worked with him privately, trying to work through his issues with other streamers, and then every time he went public.
Yeah, my understanding is the opposite, was that that you were going public with this stuff. But even if that's not the
No,
case,
no,
right?
it's not the
Those
case at all.
details were always completely unconcerning to me. The only
Yeah,
thing concerned to
and
me
that's
is that
which is
if
why you
yeah,
didn't see me getting mad or calling you or
yeah.
telling anybody about it, because I was handling them privately and behind the scenes. And then the very next day, he would go and stream about very said thing. And I'm like, what is he doing? So to me, I just chalked it up as, well, whatever. Like, I even had to message him saying, hey, your people are commenting saying that, like, if you ban Rob and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, no, no, let me correct that, because he's talking about stuff that we're talking about privately on his show, which fine if he wants to do that, but that's not how I handle things very privately. But even at that,
Well,
with him,
that panel wasn't private.
Look at
but
him be red.
but again, with that
The
panel,
Dusty crowd.
with that panel, it was again, I thought it was just everyone was having, they just had a show together, right there, everyone's just having fun. I didn't take it as like they're at war for
Well,
anything.
let me ask you something else that has been bothering me, right? So since we're on here having a conversation anyway. When you did your response stream, you said you were trying to distance yourself from the Crucible, like over time, because the chat was bothering you. The people in the Crucible were too rowdy, or whatever it was, right? You're trying to distance yourself.
Hmm.
Why is it that you said you omitted that you were trying to set up the Roma debate with me? You said the last time he was on was with John Fugelsang, and of course I'm going to take that because it was just like free money for you or whatever.
Mhm.
That
Okay, I
was a
get
really big
that.
debate for you.
Yeah, I get that, but like when you said you were trying to distance yourself, you had tried to set up the Roma army debate, and I didn't ask you to do that. You came to me for it.
I was
So how was you
originally
so how are you trying to distance yourself while at the same time you're trying to get me on to debate on your channel again,
I was
even after
originally trying to
Fugelsang?
get Marte, because Marte wanted me to get her on. She wasn't budging on that one. And then Rachel was having her stuff. I was trying to work on that one. And then that obviously didn't work because you wanted it, because she talked shit about your wife. And I think that's fine. So then I was like, all right, well, let's just move on to the, like, it's more along the lines of trying to get Roma on, right? And you are the one
Well,
that
that
wants
doesn't
to.
sound like you're trying to distance yourself from
No, no,
me.
no. Hold on, hold on. I have not been actively trying to find debates for you prior to that. Like I think the last one before John Fugelsang was in early September with Josie, I
Yeah,
think it was.
because I was
But
busy.
what's going on in my chat and my panels is it's getting a little overrun by Crucible people. So I'm having a lot of people not wanting to come to the panels because they feel uncomfortable, and that kind of goes against my whole the space that I offer, the means of my platform, and who I bring on, and how I have an open door policy. So it was starting to become an actual issue, and I was running into a lot of walls because the Crucible was just too had too much showing in not just you, but like the panelists, the chatters, the so on and so forth.
So, Sarah, we got you messaged me about Adam Steelborn, right? You wanted to do a debate on Christian ethics.
Yeah,
That's in September.
that was his request.
And then you had Fugelsang, and then you asked me about Roma Army. This
Well,
does not look like you were trying to distance yourself at all. Like that literally doesn't look like you're trying to distance yourself. It looks like the opposite to
yeah,
me.
I kind of knew you weren't going to take the Steelborn one. I think I said that too. I kind of knew you weren't going to take that one, but I wanted to be kind to Steelborn because he did ask for you, and I respect people with what they originally want. So you declined that one as I assumed, and so
Yeah,
I
but
think
I
I
mean,
had already recommended to him
it
other
just
people.
doesn't look like you were trying to distance yourself at all. That's all I'm saying.
Well, that's if you want to say it, that's fine. I don't like. I'm not going to argue you on my intentions.
Well, I mean, it just, I don't know. So to me, because the appearance was Andrew's a cult leader,
Who
you
said
know, his
that?
people are sycophants, blah, 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 blah. The powdered Dusty and other people are in your orbit who enhance the streams. That, you know,
Yeah, they
he's a
say
cult
that.
leader,
That's
he's a
their
this, he's a
opinions.
that, blah, 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 blah. When you say, oh, I was secretly trying to distance myself over time and this and that, it gives the impression that, and then you say, well, it's because, you know, look, I had only had this one debate with John Fugel saying that was because I was busy the month before. But when in fact, you had actually approached me with an offer for multiple debates after both before Fugel saying and after Fugel saying. So that's why I'm like, that doesn't seem correct to me. That seems like,
Did you infer that?
yeah, she definitely inferred that she was trying to, she didn't infer, she just said it outright. Like I was trying to distance myself from the Crucible. Now I'm free from the evil cult of the Crucible, basically, right? That was like basically how it went down.
She was trying to distance, or she had dropped you already. She didn't say she dropped you.
Yeah, I wasn't going to
I
drop
didn't say
you,
that
but I
she said
wasn't
that. She
trying
said that she
to.
was attempting to distance herself.
Right.
And the justification was, you notice how they only did the one debate on my channel. But what was neglected to be stated was that she approached me with multiple debates, both before that and after that. That's not distancing.
It probably is from earlier. Yeah.
What?
It probably is. Is it less communication than you'd had prior to that?
Not really.
I mean,
no,
not really. No.
Not really. No, it really wasn't. Look, I'm very short and sweet in my communications. I'm just like information done. I don't really say too much outside of that. I don't need to, right? It's just like here's the info, here's the prompt, here's whatever. I'm not very mouthy in DMs, but it doesn't look to me like there was any. It looked to me like it was like a post hoc thing. I was actually trying to get away from the Crucible, so that's all. I'm just saying it doesn't look that way to me. So
that's what it looks like with you saying not to brigade her after brigading. It looked like a post hoc.
I said that before I ever said the other thing, bro. Do you realize that? I said it both before and after. Do not harass this woman. First of all, I have a zero tolerance policy in harassment anyway. I always have. I've nuked
You
people
do?
right.
Do
Yeah,
you
I've
want the
nuked
names
people
of the
right.
people?
I've
Do
nuked
you want us
people
to
right
give you
out of
the
the
names of the
chat.
people?
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Do you want us to give you the names of everybody
in my
who's
chat,
harassed?
if there's people in my chat who are privately DMing people and harassing them, absolutely, I'll nuke them out of the chat right now. I've always had that policy.
I've already got. I already got a nice message from someone saying from Dagoth, you are saying cry more, bitch. Your voice cracking amuses me. I do apologize. I am sick today, so this was not on my to-do list.
Yeah,
But
sure. If you have a list of people who are in the Crucible chat who are harassing you, yeah, absolutely,
Well,
we'll get
they'd
them
be
out of the
harassing
community
us
immediately.
on our pages. They can't harass us at your chat because we're not there, right?
There's a lot of.
If they're a person who's harassing you and I'm aware of it and I can do something about it, Dusty, then I'll do something about it.
Okay.
Just go in the comments.
But I can only do what's within my power to do. Like, what am I supposed to
I
do?
agree.
Should I hunt
I
these
agree.
people down and beat them about the head and shoulders?
I mean,
Or
what
should
are you going to do?
my chat?
I
Like,
mean,
which thing
I'm just trying to get clarity on the offer that you made. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to block them? Are you going to?
If they're in my chat and they're harassing her, yeah, I'll get them out of the chat, of course, and out of the community. I've always had a zero policy. I've always had a zero tolerance policy on creator harassment. We've never done it.
If they're in your chat and they're harassing her, would that look like all the comments that were coming back when they were unsubscribing?
That's not harassment. Many of those people just gave opinions. They weren't harassing nobody.
How could somebody harass
Harassment's
her in
like
your chat?
you're consistently and constantly sending DMs to a person or targeting them in some way. Harassment's not even one message. Harassment's not like, hey, you suck. That's not harassment. Harassment is a targeted campaign towards somebody. That's what harassment is. So you can't be like,
That can't happen in your
this
chat.
guy
I'm
DM'd
not.
me a mean thing. That's not harassment. That's
I'm
not
not.
how
I'm
it
not
works.
in your chat,
entirely
can
that
it?
worried about it. It's just. I mean, they did this during the based Oracle thing too. That was. I had to shut my phone off because it was just pinging so much. But
Yeah, if you want, would
it.
you like to see all of the messages of the
I'm.
horrible
That's
fucking
why
things
I'm
that
not.
people say to me? But
That's
I
why
just
I'm
don't
not
say
that worried
anything. I don't
about
give a
it.
shit.
And yeah, it's fine. I'm not that
So
worried about
yeah.
it. It's just there. It's just there. That's all.
I just want to point out that when you say that you'll do something if they're harassing her in your chat, that's a completely fake offer. That's impossible. It can't happen. They can't harass
God, you're
her
so
in
fucking
your
dumb.
chat.
Listen to the words that I'm saying.
What?
If somebody from my chat is
From your
harassing
chat.
from my chat
Deal.
is doing targeted harassment, I will remove them from the community, you stupid fuck. Listen to
All right.
what's being said.
All right.
Do you understand now? Or do I
understand
need to
that.
repeat
Yeah.
it again?
No.
I'm
I'll get
not
you
that
there.
worried about it. It's not something to die over or get mad about or disagree on. It is what it is. They're doing what they're doing. If I start getting multiples from someone, I'll just send them to Mr. E or something, so he can look at it or something. It's not that big of a deal. It's really not that big of a deal. But I think overall, I I don't even know. I don't even know where to go.
All right. There's more people in back. I'll bring some more people up.
Trippy guy. Andrew, are you smoking inside of a hotel room?
No.
Oh, no, that's a new place. I see there's nothing behind you at all.
No, this is a hotel room.
Oh, okay. So, like, man, this is a little bit weird, right?
Well, you're the critic. Give me the
you're
criticism.
the one that, like,
Where's
you
the
know what
where's
you
the
did.
where's the
You
criticism?
know exactly what you did.
What did
when
I
you
do?
told people to go do things. Like,
Tell me, yeah.
You said,
What did I
hey,
do?
hey,
Even hang
wink,
on,
wink.
Trippy, can I ask you this?
Everybody can
Even
see
if I
through it,
told
dude.
my entire audience to go unsubscribe from a channel, can you tell me how that's brigading?
Brigading. I never even used that word.
Yeah, right.
But you know what you're doing.
So then what's
you
the critic?
wink,
What's
wink,
the,
nod, nod.
Yeah, what's
go,
the
hey,
yeah, what's the
hey,
criticism?
Guys, don't do this.
Oh, I see.
You know
So,
exactly what your followers are
so
going to do.
if I didn't say anything, your criticism would be he's not telling his audience not to do it. If I tell the audience not to do it, then it's a wink and a nod. So how do I win this, Trippy?
I don't try to be a prophet. I
Can you
think that's
tell me
against
how,
the Bible,
Trippy?
right?
Can you answer to this? If I didn't say a fucking word, if I never said nothing, ever, okay, then wouldn't the criticism be that I'm not instructing my audience to do this? But then if I do say something about it, the criticism is it's a dog whistle. Can you tell me how I win? Can you tell me how I win?
If you didn't open up your mouth about the situation, then nobody
right,
would have known about the situation.
I got it. So
you could have just let her
no
slide
matter what
underneath
I say,
the radar.
so what you're saying is that no
instead
matter
of
what I
protecting
say,
your fat friend.
Yeah, right. So like what you're saying is no matter what I say.
Now, see, what you've been doing lately is just letting Rob get away with whatever the fuck he wants on his own channel, talking more shit about Sarah. You don't
That's
say
his
anything to him
business.
about
That
that.
ain't
I
my
thought he was
business.
supposed to be your business partner, and you were saying that
he's not
I
my
don't
business
want
partner.
people.
That's one. But two,
Well,
it ain't
I don't
my
give a fuck
business
about
what he does on his stream. I don't care.
Yeah, exactly. You don't care what he does, but you ran to his defense. See, that's fucking, that is gay, is what that is.
That doesn't even make
I don't
sense.
give a shit about your pompous smile
Can
and
you help me?
your
Can you help
pretend
me?
this and pretend that. You know you're not going to make it in the mainstream, right?
All right. Well, I guess you're never even going to get a chance, so I wouldn't worry about it, Trippy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not going to be the guy that called this out years before it happened.
Called what out?
When you go into nothing but all your addictions and you end up fucking drunk on the street corner sucking dick for money.
Well, Trippy, I guess we'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, I guess we will. And you're talking all this shit, acting like this big fucking pompous jackass.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
Against
I mean,
the
you
Bible.
guys started
Because
you
all
guys
you
started,
are is a
you
fucking
guys started
Christian
the
for
shit.
profit. You're
Hey,
not a
you
real
guys,
Christian.
You guys started the shit. Don't get mad that you started it.
I don't give a fuck. I'm not mad.
You're mad.
You're the one that's mad. You're the one that thinks you got to come around and you got to protect your back and you got to look at this shit, look at that shit. When Rob's the one that's fucking it up for you. I am calling you out. Rob is currently making you look bad.
Tell me all about
Rob currently makes you look bad, but you won't do anything about him, will you?
I won't.
Exactly.
You're right. I'm not going to do anything about it.
You had to do something when he was involved with something with Sarah.
Rob is fantastic.
Because she's a woman and y'all motherfuckers don't want any women in the red pill space, huh?
Oh, it's because I'm red pill and she's a woman. Oh.
Oh, yeah, it is. What happened? Why'd your eyes go so sad?
I just think it's fucking hilarious. So you're doing the feminist trope. She's just
no, I don't need to do anything feminist.
She's a poor victimized woman. She was victimized.
No, she doesn't need to be a victimized woman.
Well,
You
it
guys have
sounds
done
like
this with other women
she's
too.
a poor victimized woman, and we just don't want women in the red pill space. Look, I've made it very crystal clear that I don't like working with women. I've made it very crystal clear I don't want to work with women. The women are always contacting me to work with them fucking anyway, Trippy. What
Of
do you
course
want me to
they
do
are.
about it? What do you want me to do?
Because
Like, I
people
was
see
so
a
crystal
number.
clear with Sarah that I don't want to work with women. I've been so crystal clear with women that I
People
don't
see a
want to work
number
with them.
and they expect you to be
And
helpful
all
because you
they
claim to be a
fucking
Christian.
do, all
And
these
people
women
think that all
do
Christians are
is
all love and
Trippy,
peace
can
and
you help me out
whatever.
here? Why do these women
No, I'd rather talk over your ass.
Why do these women continuously contact me when I constantly am always saying that I don't want to work with women, but they still
Because they
try
see a high YouTube number and they
Yeah.
think because of the things that you've said in the past that you'll be helpful, but you know you're not.
who
All you
am I
do
not?
is you bring these
Look.
ladies in,
Uh-huh.
you watch your number go up, and then you tell them to go fuck off when you're ready.
You mean the ones who I say I don't want to work with in the first place?
When did you say you never wanted to work with Sarah
I
in the
say,
first place?
girl, the first interview that she gave to me, I told her that I don't like working with women. I prefer not to. They're always cause
Yeah, I know.
problems. They always cause trouble.
Sure.
And like all of them, they
You're a
always try to
weasel.
ingratiate themselves with the crucible. What do you want me to say?
You're a fucking weasel.
Yeah.
And
So
no,
then why
like I
did
said,
then why did you
That's
work
nice.
with her?
Yeah, why did you work with her? It was
She did
beneficial for you, wasn't
She
it?
did the only thing that was worth doing. She set up the baits that I could show up to, and I didn't have to do any work. That was it.
And it was beneficial for you because you don't want to do all the work.
Yeah.
Weasel.
How's
Let
that?
everybody else do the
How's
work
that a
for you.
weasel? How's that a
Let
weasel?
everybody else do the work for you,
How
and
is
then
that a
jump
weasel?
on and try to use fucking internet blood sports tactics.
What internet blood
Come on,
sport
dude.
tactics?
Oh, all this fucking trying to trick people into saying stupid shit and then laughing. You are
How
bad
am I
at it.
tricking you into saying anything?
I'm laughing at you right now.
Oh, well, laugh away, bro.
For somebody who wants to do that type of shit, you are sure in
What
hell
type of
easy
shit?
to walk into some shit.
What thing am I doing?
You'll figure it out later.
Oh, okay. You got me.
Yeah. Everybody else do the work for
Yeah,
Andrew so
you
that
got
he
me,
can
Trippy.
profit.
Yeah.
You
Well, I
Christian
mean,
for fucking profit.
don't
Christian for profit.
ask. I mean, don't tell me anything. It's not me contacting myself to do things
What's
for me.
truly more important to you?
What?
Spreading the
never
good
asked her-
word or making money?
What do you mean? The gospel?
Yes. Spreading the
I
gospel
would-
or making money?
I would say that I spread the gospel much more than most Christians do.
Yeah, but you make more money than you spread that, don't you?
So it's
With
not
all your
okay for
fucks
me.
and shits and
It's not
calling
okay
people
for me to make
pussies.
money, Trippy. How much money am I allowed to make?
Oh, you're fine making money. I don't give
Well,
a
then
shit
what's
what
the
you make.
criticism? What's
But
the
you should be more
criticism?
honest with yourself.
What's the
Instead of
criticism?
pretending that you're doing this for your fucking
Oh.
for your God.
What are you doing
when you're
it
doing
for?
it for yourself.
What is your Trippy? Can you tell us your great noble reason for streaming?
Because it's fun.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
So you don't have a noble reason, and I don't have a noble reason according to you. Okay, great. What have we
No,
established?
your
here?
noble reason is to buy more liquor and cigarettes.
And even if that was the case, why would that be a problem? Do you
Didn't
even
your
care?
wife sell foot pictures before all this?
Do you honestly believe that that's true? Are you just
I don't
going?
know.
Are you going right for the family shot?
I don't know
Yeah,
anything about you.
let's not do
Are
family
you going
stuff.
right for the family shot? You just can't help yourself.
I just had a question.
Yeah, and
Right.
do you?
Let's not do family stuff.
Why? Let me
All
ask
right,
you
we won't
this:
do family stuff.
Why would you
We'll
try
keep
to
it
hit
strictly online.
Yeah, why did you try to hit to something which is demonstrably untrue that you know is untrue? Why?
I don't know if it's
Just to
untrue.
hurt? Just to
It's
hurt
just
If
a
me?
you
question.
if you want to ask him questions about the family stuff, then I'll let it go. But
Yeah. Just to you just
I'll let
want
it
to
go.
say, like many people, Trippy, if you can create the caricature of you're a bad man, then you can justify any horrible thing you
You
do to
are a
me.
bad man. Just
Then
admit
you
it.
then you can justify any horrible
You
thing
like
you want
it
to do
when
to me,
people
right?
think that you're some kind of powerful
Then
something or
you
another,
can
but you're nothing to
justify
me.
any bad thing you want to do to me, then can't you, including lying?
You know what? I don't want to do anything bad
Then
to you.
stop. Then why? Then why is it that you're sniping, trying to get my attention
It's
on
kind of
Twitter?
funny that you want to run from that, but
Why?
just leave it alone. How about that?
Leave what? You brought it
I
up,
brought it up. Okay, fine. I left it alone.
and you lied, and it's a lie.
It was a question. I didn't say
Yeah.
that it happened.
Well, let me tell you what happened. What happened was liars like you went to my wife's public fucking profile on her Facebook account, where she was sitting in front of a pool, and with my kids in the picture, by the way, and they cropped only her feet in the picture, and then my enemies put it out as a fake DM in order to make it seem like she was selling foot pics to people.
All
That's
right.
what happened. And
Okay.
anybody could look that up in 5 seconds. And what do? Right? You didn't take the time. You just wanted to hurt me, right? You just want to hurt me by using my family, and that's okay. Isn't it?
Okay. Yeah, be a fucking victim.
all right.
Don't
Well,
be a
I mean,
bitch.
isn't that
Just
you
like you
trying
came to my fucking
Isn't that
Twitter
trying-
yesterday and you had to be a bitch about it.
did I say a word about your family?
All right.
I
We're
don't
gonna
care
wrap
if
up.
you do.
Hold on.
I know
Trippy,
you
I'm
don't
gonna
care.
put you back
Right?
in.
You don't
There is
care.
no power of the
You
crucible.
don't care about
That's
malicious
fine.
slander,
Thank you.
Trippy, you piece of shit.
Here.
You in your notes you had said you wanted to speak on the morality of OnlyFans. What were your thoughts there?
Oh, I was just wanting everyone's opinions. I think it's fun to go
Okay.
around with like thoughts.
Sure. Well, I assume since you do OnlyFans, you're probably in favor of sex work. I imagine no issues there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with it.
What about you?
I don't have any major problem with sex work, and I don't think that we should stigmatize women who do it as much as we do.
Okay, your thoughts? I mean,
I kind of just go with the flow. I don't have an opinion.
Well, just a little closer. You're good.
I don't really have an opinion. It's kind of just maybe not the most favorable thing, but it's something that people are going to engage
Yeah.
in either way. So
They can do some
Actually,
good though for people.
Really quick before we dive into that topic, I had a question for you. So you've been with Kate for almost 12 years. When you first met her, I don't imagine you were doing any form of sex work, at least when you guys first met. I'm imagining about midway into the relationship, you do start either on Patreon or on OnlyFans, you do start getting engaged in sex work. Was this like a mutual kind of push? How did you feel? Because I've heard some guys are like, I don't know how I feel about my girl doing this kind of stuff. So what was when, I guess, that sort of came about very initially in the beginning? Did you have thoughts on that?
I wasn't like, it was a way more diluted version of it, I guess. Like on Patreon, it's like, you might gate a bikini picture behind a paywall, right?
Yeah, they were a lot more strict.
I still remember it was like one of the cosplayers that she followed and looked up to, who was, kind of big at the time. She announced that she had made $8,000 a month on Patreon, and like at that point in time, still like cosplay and most of the online stuff, it's like an starving artist like enclave, and so like 8,000 was all the money in the world. And I think you kind of just replicated, some of the things, and like, the bikinis aren't even as lewd or whatever. And so for me, that was just like, this could have gone on Instagram, and so I had no problem with it. Yeah.
Yeah. And it kind of just, as it grew, it was kind of just like a mutual discussion per, I guess, level of like more not safer work you get. And then we just saw an opportunity.
Indeed.
And like, I don't collab with other guys on it, right? He's the only guy I've ever been with. So it's a lot of solo stuff. So it never really came up as an issue.
Okay, so you don't do external BG content?
No.
Do you guys do BG content together? No?
Yeah. We've taken advantage of how the talk goes, and like sometimes we'll do like a TikTok or like a story where there's like implication that there might be another person there, and then they might even show up, but like it never actually makes its way into the content. Yeah.
Okay, but you guys haven't actually done anything together on that. Okay.
And has any of the OF stuff created any relationship issues at all? Any conflict?
No, I don't think it's like not the OF stuff.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I mean, it's like it's more just working with your spouse is like a whole different ball game. I don't think it's specific to OF. I think it's just more specific to us working together. And like I joke that we're like married maybe 20 years because like what is the average person's how much time does the average person spend with their spouse in a year, right? We're like, I think within 40 feet of each other for the last 11 years.
Yeah.
That's got to be doubling up on how much time you spend together. So
Yeah, because he does like all the analytical parts of social media and the strategy and stuff like that. And I just, for the longest time, would just live stream, and then I would film content.
Do you have other people come in and film your scenes? Like for
We've had other girl photographers in the past, but now mostly just a tripod.
Oh, gotcha.
It's been scaled back. During the heyday, we had like teams of people, and then they would come up with everything, ideas and stuff. It was very professionalized, kind of like what you guys have here. Is like her getting run through a list of like possible topics, trending things that are working, and then her kind of checking off what she wanted to do, and then they would just film, and they would like knock it all out in one day in a month, and then that was kind of the
But to be clear, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
You don't do any other male to female content?
No.
Just solo stuff.
Yeah.
because I don't want to do some R&D before I came, and I did subscribe. And I was like, okay. And I thought I saw, because I can usually tell, but maybe it's just toy manufacturing has gotten very, very good. But promise, it looked very real.
Thank you.
It's funny because the brand of that toy is called Real,
Did you just say that you subscribe to her?
For R&D.
Oh, okay.
Research and
She's
development.
a girl's girl. You can't hate.
So the
And
brand,
plus, she had a sale.
it's called Real C, asterisk CK. That's what those are called, yeah, because they are hyper realistic.
So
They're
now it's
hand-painted.
30 million and 15.
Yeah.
Is that because of you? You put it over the top.
Oh, that's what it's. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Real chicken.
Yeah.
Does it bother you at all, like, that there's thousands, tens of thousands, millions of men just being fucking degenerate gooners over your wife? Does that bother you at all?
I guess I've always approached it from like, who doesn't want to be potentially married to like an A-list, a Hollywood star, right? And it's like that happens whether she makes, like any kind of content like that or not. Like it's unavoidable, and so it's almost just like if it's happening, like somewhere, then does it?
Well,
really,
I mean, it definitely happens more though.
No, yeah, for sure.
Like significantly more, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's. I guess that's the heart of the questions. It's always hard for people, I think, to reconcile, myself included. You know what I mean? Like, if your significant other is undressing for people to see, you know what I mean, and doing other things. I'm guessing that there's other scenes that you do, masturbatory things like that. I'm guessing that's like it's got to be tough to watch, though, right? Like, no,
I think maybe like I agree. If I was dating someone who was doing OF before I was kind of steeped in all the thing, I think so. But because of the way it kind of started, we were kind of on the thing together. Like every part of it was like, is this something that we would do potentially? And if so, like for what, right? Mm-hmm. And I think when the decisions are made in that way, it's a little different. It feels like there was either of us could have basically been against it, and that probably would have been the end of it. But both of us were kind of on board, and then we could kind of tap out whenever we wanted to, in theory.
Are you going to have kids?
We kind of decided when we were dating that we didn't want kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We spent a lot of time with my brother's 3 kids, and that's kind of the way she gets the kids feel.
Yeah. A lot of animals.
The question that comes up, obviously, all the time, I'm sure you've heard it before, is like, what happens when little Johnny comes home and is like, I got beat up at school because, people are like, look at your mom. And like, what's the navigational principle there? Even if you have kids that aren't yours but are around, that could happen to them too, right? Especially considering if people are breaking into your house, I'm guessing, and I hate even saying that, but I'm guessing you've been doxxed all over the place, like most of us have, right? So, I mean, that's a real possibility, right? So how do you navigate that?
I have a variant perception on that. Like, when I hear it, it's kind of like, I don't know, like I can see where that logic, kind of comes from. And especially like if you say like, like in the mid 2000s, little Johnny grew up and his mom was like one of the first online, P stars, that would be kind of I think that would be pretty bad, right? But like, I think going forward, the way I see it, OF became so ubiquitous, and then like, it's still not like fully like, like a P company studio production.
Yeah.
I actually think that like no one's gonna care by that time it rolls around. And
well, we already have those kids. Like we have reports of kids getting bullied over it, and that there was that one kid. He unalived himself, right, because of the incessant. Like kids are cruel, right? They can't help themselves. It's part of how they engage with the world, especially young men. Like you probably remember when you were in school. We're all assholes. So, I mean, I fully expect that that's not going to change, right?
I think. I mean, this is probably a dim view of society, but I think that like, having financial resources is going to be way more important than like that social aspect, because like, especially now, like, I mean, sure, you can bully a kid for his mom doing OF, but you can bully a kid for anything or nothing at all, and incessantly 24/7.
Yeah, but it's like scalable, right? So if you're getting bullied for being fat, it's like, okay, you can lose weight, right? If you're getting bullied for being ugly, maybe you could do some things about that, which kids, half of bullying with men, for instance, is part of that, like, look, you need to get your shit together, right? In order to be part of the in group. But you can't like take that part away, right? You can't take that. You could even be like, well, mom quit. Mom stopped doing it. And they don't, like, we don't care. They got the videos, right? In the information age. So I think isn't it like scalable that way?
I actually think I feel worse for the people who are gonna get bullied whose mom didn't do OF, because like how hard is it to be like, I found his mom's OF and she never did it.
What do you mean?
I mean, everyone uses a screen name. You just have to find someone who kind of similarly look like, you know, their mom potentially would at a younger age. You can, like, there's going to be kids manufacturing that as a way to bully. And so, like, you know.
Yeah, but you can still hide behind the fact of the matter, right? So, like, if it's the case that you're saying, like, but yeah, I got
AI,
it.
where it's going,
but the fact of
it's
the
gonna be
matter
pretty
is,
easy.
and when we're looking at AI, here's something that's interesting, because you bring up a good point. I hadn't thought about this before. Like, okay, well, they could just make this shit up anyway, right? I was in a Discord call the other day with a Zoomer I was talking to. I don't remember, some politics something. And he sent me an AI video, and I had to take a double take at it. Like, I thought at first it was real, and I realized something important, which is that because of this age gap, I got great social skills. Zoomers didn't really get great social skills. They got different skills. And one skill they have is when it's fake media, they can fucking tell in 5 seconds. Like, it's crazy. They can just look at it and be like, nope, that shit's fake. Look at this. They can tell that shit. And it's because their brains have been wired towards that, and mine was not, right? It was wired towards having social interactions. So that built a different skill set. Zoomers, they have a completely different way in which they engage with the world. So I guess I'm not all that convinced that even if AI advances, if your mind is being wired with the AI as it advances, it seems like you can tell way easier when it's bullshit.
I definitely think there's an element of that. Like, it's very bad for like boomery people. Like, I had a therapist show, you know, I don't know why he did it in the middle of a session. He showed me an Elon Musk video that I was like, I didn't know how to tell him that that's not Elon Musk saying that thing. But like on that note, I would love to see the study where it's like, you know, able to tell that that's AI, but like, what is that person's position on the video? Because what I've found is that if you want to believe it, you're gonna buy the AI. And it's like kind of like a lot of times when you're neutral or you don't want to believe it, where you start looking at it critically and you'll see the seams. If you want to believe it, and that's the bullying part, right? If you know, your kid wants to bully my kid, even if she never was on OF, boom, AI, there's a video, look at that. And especially if your kid's popular, just point it around, look, his mom's on OF, right? Yeah. And that can happen to anyone's kids, whether their mom did or didn't do it. So
yeah, but like I said, I agree, but you still have the fact on your side. And so it's at least something to give you vindication. Like, hey, this isn't even true, right? This is nonsense. I agree with you that you could do this with anything. But I think that you at least have a shield if you're like, no, that's all bullshit. My mom is a dietitian in Chicago. Okay, she's never done any of that. And I do think that their brains are wired a little different, where they can tell, like, and they even have the name, right? AI slop. That's AI slop. It's AI slop. That's AI garbage. They can tell in 5 seconds. It's because that technology, they're growing with it, and to us, we're being introduced to it. You know, rather than having it part of the relational, you know. Now, maybe you and I different because we're streamers, so you probably see AI slop all the time, right? Like constantly everywhere that you're looking. But for the average person, I don't think that's the case at all. I think that Zoomers are seeing a lot of it, and they're messing with it, and they're playing with it. They're playing with the music. They're playing with everything. But they seem like they can detect it pretty easy. And anytime you have like a generation which is interacting with a specific type of AI, or not AI, technology, it seems like they can spot when things are faked by that technology much easier.
For now. Well, how will it be in 10 years?
Yeah, I don't know. You know, I've been hearing that about AI for a long time. And, you know, I remember the old chat bots. You know, the old chat bots used to be able to search the internet and pull all kinds of stuff up, too. It's, I know that people are really kind of getting behind the old AI is going to take over the world thing. I'm pretty skeptical.
We have to be clear between functional generation with programs that can create pictures out of just, but it uses a data bank, if you will, of pictures that it can collab together and then produce a result that looks very real. But we must also understand in our generation is that AI is the highest form of plagiarism. It can only produce what has already been produced, and yes, it does like sew things together in a way that it makes it something that's different. But just like programming, like as a programmer too, it suggests code that's already been written. So it's
Jonna, did you have a question?
Oh, no. I just had thoughts on something that was spoken about earlier regarding like bullying of the kids of OnlyFans models. And I think when it comes to a bullying issue, I don't think people should be told to like fix the thing that they're being bullied for, or like even on the parents' end. I think that has a lot more to do with the bully in general, and that bullying itself should be countered. So like if you have a bully who's gonna incessantly bully a kid of an OnlyFans model to the point where like their life is severely negatively affected, regardless if they come across that kid or not, or they're like, we have like there's no more OnlyFans models, that kid is still a bully and they're still going to find a target and relentlessly bully them for whatever. So I think that's where the issue should be countered, rather than saying fix what you're being bullied for.
Thing is,
it's on the parent side.
It's interesting. You have these conversations on bullying, especially, or things like this. Like, if you wanted to improve like the status of your social group, or somebody wants to be a part of it or something like that, isn't there a certain amount of hazing that's just kind of intrinsic? Like there's a bit of hazing which is just kind of always part of the process of human social activity. So if you're going to tell a woman, for instance, that she was really overweight in high school, and like, it's unhealthy, right? And maybe, she's not the most pleasant person to be around because of it, or something like this. How do you even approach that without it reaching the aspect of bullying? Like, what's the difference between marking you need to do this for self-improvement and not? Like, it can't both be perceived as bullying?
I don't think it's people in her school's job to like meanly make fun of her weight or anything. I think it's the job of people in her life, such as her family, if she's overweight, to like let her know about that and make sure she becomes healthy again.
Yeah, sure, but those people
I don't think hazing and bullying is.
Yeah, but those people still want to be part of social groups, because we're human beings, right? And we're pack animals. And if you want to be a part of a social group, they're gonna like have some kind of hazing ritual for you, no matter what.
Well, you're talking more about like a cliquey popular group.
Not even a cliquey popular group, just every group.
Today in like schools, there's like normal people who aren't weird like that and who won't like reject you from being friends with them. Well, it doesn't seem to be the case, or we wouldn't be crying about bullying all the time all over the internet, everybody, right? Oh, I've been bullied at school, and bullied at school, and bullied at school. And it's like, you get to the details, a lot of times it looks like regular social hazing to me. Now, I understand edge cases or extreme cases where it's just like incessant and they just won't lay off, right? Even when I was in high school, that was the case. Mm-hmm. But that sort of social hazing still happens. And to some degree, I think it's pretty healthy to have social hazing. It kind of puts people the direction that they're supposed to be, where they're supposed to go, the groups that are more in line with what their values or structures are, right? And isn't that part of the hazing process? Well, you just mentioned like being in line with people's values, because that's what friendship is based on. It's based on character. So if you were rejecting someone from your friend group or not being friends with someone because of their body shape, I think that's very superficial and beyond the scope of healthy social.
You think so? I mean, I'm not sure, because like overt characteristics can tell you a lot about a person. Like if they don't have like for instance, let's take her for instance, right? There ain't no way that didn't take you years of hard ass fucking work to do. There ain't no way, right? That took years and years. And by the way, the diet that like IFBB pro bodybuilders have to go through, holy shit! It's like it's so brutal. It's like that's a lot of discipline. So people like that are probably not gonna, they might have people who aren't IFBB, pro friends or things, but the value structure is kind of leaning towards, I'm very disciplined, I'm very regimented, I'm very goal oriented, and by the way, I can stick with something in order to get to the results of that thing. Yeah. And so if other people, if they're like morbidly obese, for instance, right? That would be setting out the flags. Hey, I have completely different structured values than you do in the way that I live life, right? And wouldn't that be a red flag for you and like your social group? Like, hey, maybe we should vet this person a little bit. And I think that's healthy.
I mean, I certainly agree that like overt, like your appearance can't, like for example, in that example, can tell you a lot about a person. Yeah. But I still think friendship goes a lot beyond that. Like, if you really had a genuine connection with this overweight person, then I think you could still certainly have a good friendship with them.
I think we're saying the same thing, right? But you're talking about a connection barrier now, right? So how do you connect?
It wouldn't barrier me from connecting.
Maybe not.
A lot of normal people.
Sure. I'm not saying you specifically. I'm just talking about a connection barrier between social groups and other people. And it's like, look, it doesn't look like it's changed that much to me. Usually ugly kids hang out with ugly kids, and good-looking kids hang out with good-looking kids, and fat kids hang out with fat kids.
I wouldn't say it's that binary.
What's that? Well, it's not that clean, but you get what I'm saying, right? Like social groups seem to formulate around similar value structures, and so it's like.
Well, that's not fully value structures.
Can I say something about that?
Well, I think it is, because that's what the example is when you're talking about like somebody who's regimented.
You said ugly kids hang out with ugly kids. Being ugly is not a value structure.
No, that's not the value structure. The value structure is the tell of like, how's this going to interact with my group structure, and how's this going to interact with the way that I interact with other things. That's how people. Now we don't think about these things, right? They're kind of intuitive, but that is how social paradigms work. We vet people based just even purely on looks. We do this. You're going to be way more likely, for instance, for a guy to pull over and change your tire if you're good looking. And that's if you're a guy or a girl, right? Rather than if you're obese, guy or a girl. And the reason is, why do you think that is? It's like, it seems like...
yeah, people judge based on appearance. But what I also want to add is, having just graduated high school and witnessing cliques and friend groups all around me, I want to say that the most long-lasting, healthy friendships or friend groups don't take those superficial external factors as seriously.
There wasn't hazing in these groups?
There was, but the groups that took that more seriously did not last as long, did not have as healthy of a group dynamic. They would talk about each other behind their back. Like,
I mean, that's common
friend
in high
groups
school,
and
right?
friendships that are not so based on those sorts of things are a lot healthier and better. And I also want to ask you a question. If you had a close friend who suddenly like gained a lot of weight to the point of becoming overweight, would you suddenly distance yourself from your friend?
My God, we would be so mean to him. we would be fucking horrible. But the thing is, it's like, I had a time where I gained a bunch of weight. People were fucking horrible to me. And the thing is, it's like, it's kind of good, right? It's kind of good. It's like, there's a motivating factor. Like, look, I hate to bring this back to you again, right? But these like IFBB pros and these bodybuilders and shit, they are the meanest fucking people to each other.
To each other.
To each other. Yeah, they're the meanest fucking people to each other, right? But it's not malicious. It's not malicious. It's like
it can be a lot of the time to other people.
I know. From the outsider's perspective, if you were to see some of these people when they're working out and they're like, "No, pump it up, you pussy! One more," like. But there's a powerful motivator there that's not designed to be malicious.
I want to throw in, but to people not on that level, I would say generally these bodybuilders are the kindest people.
Yes, they're very nice
what
people.
We put ourselves through in our minds and our close people through, we know what that's like. No one's worse to myself.
And I completely believe that. But a high school bully who's relentlessly bullying someone for their weight to the point of effing up their mental health. What I'm saying is social hazing can draw those kinds of extremes, and therefore that's why I believe in countering it.
Social hazing and then bullying to the point of like ruining someone's life are
totally agree.
And I'd love
things.
to say something about that because I went through that horrendously growing up. So I actually got kicked out of school. I was put in a therapeutic day school. I self-harmed for 12 years. I was obese until 19. I was a binge eater, and then I got diagnosed. I flip-flopped and went into anorexia for 3 years. So I lost a bunch of weight. I was over 330 pounds, but I got blackmailed, right? So I got blackmailed by 2 high school boys who like sent my photos around the school, and kids every day would come to school and tell me that I was fat and pick on me because I grew up with well water. And eventually I got kicked out because I was constantly suicidal. I was in and out of the mental hospital, and this was when cyberbullying became like a big thing. Like everybody was on MySpace, everybody was on Facebook. Now I can say it has motivated me as a person now. When I was 13 to 16, I was cutting myself every day, and I was on mental health pills, and I never fit in, I was never accepted. And it's still until this day, like where I'm accepted now, I created that community. I started an online community that I run around the world with women. It's been hard for me to interject myself into society in a way that other people accept me, whether they see my arms or maybe I'm really high anxiety, and it took me years to love myself. years and years and years to come to a place where I was like, I don't care what people think about me. I'm going to dress how I want. I'm going to listen to the music that I like. And so I think I do agree with what you're saying, where it can be a motivator, but I really think it depends.
I don't even think, I think this kind of be misconstrued a bit. So when she said there's a difference between hazing and bullying them to the brink of like gonna unalive themselves, I agree with that, right? I do think that there's social hazing, though. Mm-hmm. And I think that it is healthy, and I think that it is necessary. And it doesn't even always have to be super brutal. Like the way that women socially haze, usually I think that that's actually more brutal than the way that men do. Okay, yeah. I think it's way more brutal than men. It's like, we just look at each other and we're like, you fucking idiot, you're wearing the wrong shit. And we push each other and shove each other and do shit like that and whatever. No one cares, right? But women do all kinds of like backbiting and rumor mongering and all sorts of things to shit test. And it can be, I understand that, right? But what I'm saying is that social hazing itself, I think that if you take the bullying aspect and you say, well, we have to eliminate social hazing because it can lead to bullying, I think that that's when you're going way too far. You're going outside of basic human interactions, because we do kind of need to socially haze each other a bit. It's kind of necessary.
I would like to add, I do kind of think that we are acting as if like we're talking about social hazing as if it's like the only way to push someone in the right direction. I've had very kind, very supportive friends tell me that something I was doing wasn't good for me and like really encourage me. And it has like, those have been things that have changed my life.
You had friends who did that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the social hazing comes before the friend comes. That's part of the social hazing process. That's where you're kind of developing the group dynamic, right? The social hazing happens before there's a friendship.
Yeah, but if I meet someone that I don't like in some way, or their values don't align with mine, my goal isn't to change them. My goal is to find someone who I do want to be friends with.
Yeah, I understand your goal may not be to change a person, right? But you probably have people that you find unpleasant to be around.
Absolutely.
Or you don't particularly care for their company, or you don't like them very much. And you don't like when they're around maybe friend groups that you have. And that's where social hazing comes in. It's the idea of like creating a rejection of space between you and other people because you don't want them either a part of your life or a part of the people around you's life, because they're just unpleasant for you to be. Whether they're unpleasant or not has nothing to do with it. They're unpleasant for you. And that's kind of what social hazing is.
I just think that we're completely capable of doing it in a way that isn't like mean. That's it. I think that.
Yeah, I know that there's a big emphasis when you talk about this issue between men and women, where for women, there's a value structure that they have around, I call it the cult of be nice, right? Where it's like, be nice means everything. Men aren't really that way. They don't really give a shit about nice, really. It's not all that important to us. And so we talk about the issue in a totally different way, right? That's how we discuss the issue. But I don't think that women, even though they ascribe to be nice, that box of be nice, I don't think they actually are. I think that they use...
I do not like the word nice.
Yeah,
I think kind, you can be kind
yes.
and good,
yeah.
But good is not equivalent to nice.
That's not equivalent to nice, yeah.
So it's hazing kind?
It can be very kind, yes.
Can be.
It's not, it's developing your...
No, it's not. It's called the gateway to bullying. You start there.
No. That's... okay, well then, I mean, speaking is a gateway to bullying then.
Well, I would also like to add
social hazing is a lot more proximate because it's about judging others for something.
Yeah, we unfortunately though we make value judgments on things all day long and on people all day long, and that's good that we do.
You keep saying value judgments, but these are superficial.
No. I'm saying you make value judgments on people all the time, rightfully so. So, like for instance, if it's really late at night and there's a homeless guy who has a needle and it's going into his arm, right? My guess is you don't stick around that area very long, right? Well, you're judging his values, aren't you?
Okay, but then...
Hang on. Aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Yes, completely. You are. So you're making a value judgment.
And so what I do is I put distance between me and that person. But the kind of
socially hazing.
The kind of social hazing you're talking about seems to be more like unwarranted comments and like actually going out of your way to say something to that person, like, oh, you should lose weight kind of thing.
I'm not
That's
sure
the examples you were giving earlier.
I'm not sure that it's unwarranted. I would consider what you just did there, where you're like, I'm not going to be anywhere around that, to be a form of social hazing.
Okay, I'll say I'm completely fine with that form of social hazing. Beyond that, I don't really agree with.
Are you sure? Like, I think I can think of a lot of times where maybe there would be people around who you don't particularly care for, right? But maybe you're getting to know them. And as you're getting to know them, you know, maybe you guys, you're talking past each other a little bit, starts with a misunderstanding, and then maybe later on you become friends, right? The way that this is going, though, in the beginning, right, the reason you have misunderstandings and things like this is you're both kind of pressing each other. Now, you may be doing this on the undertone, right?
Respectfully and maturely. Yeah.
Maybe, or maybe not, right? It depends on the person. And respectfully and maturely is going to mean different things to different people. Like for men, respect means something totally different than it does to women. And so does meanness. Meanness means something totally different to men than it does women.
Can we add context to this? Like, let's say there's a person in the street, they've got a needle from their arm, you know? It's like, I think we are all within our rights. If we don't know this person, we're going to like, sorry, like, it's not my not my yard, not my problem. I'm going the other way.
But you're not
that's not bullying though, or even hazing. I think hazing is like, okay, now my close friend just, you know, fell off the wagon, and what do I do as a person? Will I be nice and just pretend I didn't see anything, or will I be kind and say, this is becoming a problem to not just yourself?
I don't believe that's social hazing.
But
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, that's not.
That's just looking out for your friend.
Hazing is like a totally different, like if you think of like sororities and fraternities, hazing is like you kind of
humiliate yourself.
Yeah,
can be
you like fuck with your friends, like just
mess with your friends, or if you have.
I mean, that I think you're just making a decision on how you want to position yourself.
Okay, so do I make fun of my friend? That's it. In order to get them to readjust their path?
Sometimes, for instance, it can be very healthy to do. Yeah.
In a helpful way. That seems like a fine balance versus like, let me just be straightforward with you.
Look, sometimes it is the case, and I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news here, but sometimes saying, look, what you're doing is kind of silly, doesn't work as well as you're a fucking idiot. And that's the truth. Sometimes saying, look, maybe you should calm down doesn't work as well as you need to shut the fuck up. Sometimes that form of interaction actually works better to adjust behavior than the cult of be nice. And I think, by the way, that women are just superficially nice most of the time anyway, and not actually nice. It's just a very superficial way that they engage. And I think that men are kind of more open and honest about how it is that the basic human interactions work. Like your perception of me, if I was around my friend group, would be that we were really mean bastards. But we're really not. Like, we pick each other up. If someone's having problems, we make sure, like, they have financial issues, we're going to take care of it. If they got, social issues going on, we have their back, this and that. But we're going to call them all kinds of names, and we're going to rib them. We're going to make fun of them. We're going to clown on them. Mm-hmm. And, like, that's all part of the social interaction of people.
Yeah, I think that's totally cool between close friends and a friend group. I wouldn't say you should be, like, using that kind of language on maybe someone you don't know well.
I don't know. Usually we do it within 20 minutes of someone you just met. You're like, hey, you fucking idiot, look what you just did. And they're like, they give a lot. That's part of what social hazing is. Like, it's very common. It's very, very common for men to do this.
Mr. Wilson, have you heard? I know you're a very well-educated man, well-read, well-spoken. One of the things...
Definitely not well-educated, but...
Don't you have a degree in religious studies and... No?
No.
Okay, must have been wrong, Wilson. Okay.
You do your R&D.
My R&D was wrong. ChatGPT.
If only I had an OnlyFans, you would have known all of this.
She spent too much time R&Ing me, so.
Me and my boyfriend. Anyways, but okay, so I must
Wait,
say.
we're gonna melt down here. Okay, go ahead. What?
May I get a word?
Yeah.
My point being is there's a famous 19th century author by the name of Charles Baudelaire, who created this beautiful essay on laughter, saying that it is actually satanic due to people, like, for example, finding comedy of someone else's pain, someone who slips and falls. A lot of people who aren't involved will go and laugh at them and say, oh, that's, because it's just it's a guttural reaction. And I think it's pertinent because it's when people laugh, it's either due to the madness of their own superiority or to the inferiority of others. And I think that hazing is...
I was just about to say, do you think children laughing is satanic?
So that's... This is not...
I'm kind of lost right now.
There's a specific...
Are you quoting? What the fuck are you quoting?
So with a kid, with a kid, it's a bit of a different story. They mimic, they learn, and so when they're expressing
What about being
joy,
tickled?
it's joy. Tickle is a bit different.
You know, I used to think a lot of the things you like with kids, for instance, that kids just mimic. Until I had them, they don't just mimic. They have their own little thoughts, and they have their own little they're little human beings. That's true in development. I agree with that, but they're not just mimickers. We're not born blank slates. People have personalities ingrained in them, and you can almost see it the day that they're born. You know, you can almost see it right away. And so I don't believe in blank slate theory. I don't think that kids just mimic what they see and that's what they become. I think they have a personality associated with it, and the environment correlates with that, and then from there they become the human being they're going to become. And I would just point this out too, that I was listening to a comedian this morning. It was cracking me up. He was talking about R jokes, right? He was talking about R jokes, and of course those are taboo. You can never make those. They're terrible, right? They're horrible. But he made this great point. And he said, the reason that people made R jokes and laughed so hard about them, right? Everyone was laughing, wasn't because they hated women. It's because when you think about all of the things that are funny, it's really shit that's fucking morbid and horrible. And the reason that we're laughing about it is because we're making sense of the morbid world that we live in, and we're giving it context in a way that we can kind of deal with it. And that's what the whole point of the best jokes really are. And if you really think about it, now, I mean, maybe not you, maybe not you, maybe every unclean joke is terrible and you have no sense of humor. But the thing is, for most people, kind of the more morbid the joke is, right, the funnier it can really be. And that's why he was saying, you gotta start drawing some lines here on what it is we can talk about, can't talk about. It comes to our jokes. Or in this case, when it comes to social hazing, you're not allowed to do that because, well, after all, that could lead to bullying, or it's a gateway. And it's that just, I think, ignores human interactions altogether. So anyway, I'm done with my diatribe.
I was going to say, first of all, I'm not against every unclean joke. I'm all for edgy, dark humor here and there. But when it comes to our jokes, there's a lot of people who aren't laughing at our jokes or making them because they're trying to make sense of the morbid world we live in. They're making these jokes because they don't care about what women are going through, and because they don't take it seriously.
That's every joke.
But that's kind of a bad thing in this case.
So then no morbid jokes because somebody could be taking it seriously, or
no jokes made in that insensitive manner.
Yeah, right. Nobody's allowed anymore.
Is that what I said?
To laugh at at insensitive jokes because you think they're insensitive, even though this is how we engage with the world. This is how
I'm saying no one should laugh at or make our jokes.
I know that you think that, but my argument to you is then why can they laugh at any insensitive joke? Who gets to decide which insensitive joke a person gets to laugh at and which one they don't?
Sure. So, I mean, with an R joke, you're making reference to women going through a traumatic experience and their consent being violated, and there's lots of
and when black people
assault.
are talking about slavery and making jokes about that, right? This horrible thing that's terrible. Right? What are they doing? They're contextualizing and they're laughing. When Blazing Saddles had a scene where it's the sheriff is the N-word, right, with a ding, and they were clowning on slavery and clowning on Jewish people and this type of thing. The whole point was trying to make sense of this horrifically morbid world that we live in. And how else do we engage with it except to laugh about it?
You can make sense of your own experiences or regarding your own demographic, but to laugh at someone else's suffering when it's
so then no insensitive jokes allowed.
Well, I would say there the line that I would draw is okay, well, it's obviously not going to be a clear line.
Yeah, it's not a clear line.
When it comes to it's just kind of common sense though.
It's not kind of common sense.
Okay, well, explain.
I find things funny that you don't find funny. And what makes it common sense that you're allowed to find them funny and I'm not?
Okay, let's say I have a friend who did something really stupid and I make fun of them for that, and that's an edgy joke or whatever. Your friends making fun of each other. That's one type of edgy joke. And then when it comes to an R joke, that's something that there's a lot more.
Okay, go ahead.
There's a lot more that's a lot more of a serious
We understand.
matter.
Do me a favor, scoot 3 inches that way, move your mic along with you. Halloween happened pretty recently. What do you think about people who dressed up as Charlie Kirk? I'm sure you've probably
I didn't know about that, actually.
Going to the very liberal college and university that you go to and being a confessed pretty leftist person, you seem to, at least the last conversation we had, also with you, you guys seemed a bit not so displeased with the fact that Charlie Kirk was assassinated.
I was very displeased. I made that very clear.
Given this, I'm sure there were people, college students, many leftists, who dressed up as Charlie Kirk with a fake wound to their neck as a Halloween costume. Do you think?
So when you like,
would you find that humorous?
No, I don't find that funny.
I want to make sure you're consistent in your objection to humor.
I don't find that funny because that's something that's like very serious, and he just died, and I think that's disrespectful. And also, like, you kind of pointed to me like, oh, people like you did that. I mean, I think there's a distinction that should be made between
I just want
normal
to ensure,
leftists and people like that.
Well, I just want to ensure that when you're going to be policing dark humor, that you don't just, you have a fair application of that which you're policing.
Okay, you know what? I think when it comes to crimes, traumatizing events, like that's where I say it's kind of a weird zone.
Okay, so that's consistent.
So if Family Guy makes like a 9/11 joke, no good? Too dark?
I mean, I personally wouldn't make it. Again, I don't, even when I say like I'm not a huge fan of this kind of joke, I don't go around like policing people and saying, hey, don't say that, don't say that.
Yeah, but
I just surround myself with people who have a better sense of humor.
I get that.
Because you can be funny with
I understand that, like, for you personally, that's probably the case. But you would admit, I think, right, that there's tons of left-wing organizations that do. And they do deplatform people for making those jokes. And they do actually try to, make it so that people become depersoned for life for making those jokes.
I mean, I think that's like a free speech thing, and I don't believe in depersoning or deplatforming people.
Yeah, right. But
you can cancel people. That's not free speech.
But I think it's the very idea that people advocate the idea that anything is so insensitive that it's just you're just not allowed to go after it. I agree. Like, look, some of that shit makes me mad. Like when the Charlie Kirk stuff happens, makes me mad.
Makes me mad too.
And I'm like, look, what are you fucking doing, you piece of shit? Sure, that's terrible. That's awful. You know what I mean? But on the other hand,
why does that make you mad and not an our joke?
But it making me mad doesn't mean that I'm don't understand that people like this who may be saying insensitive things or having sensitive jokes that offend my delicate sensibilities, right, aren't actually doing that because they're trying to make sense of the morbid sense of the world. Now, there's a difference.
I don't think that's what's going through a lot of people's
There's a difference between
heads.
that and like the guy deserved it. That should have happened to him. That's a different thing altogether, I think.
But even people who are doing it like that, they're not like trying to. That's not the process. That's not the thought process that's going on in people's heads. A lot of people who are making.
How do you know what's going on in their heads?
Because of the sheer amount of people who make jokes about Charlie Kirk out of like just like blatant disrespect and like, oh, I hate him, F him.
Those people. Those are
a majority of people.
Those
who are
people are
joking about
making the intent known. So, like for instance, somebody's making an R joke and they're like, "Yeah, and those bitches deserved it."
That's most of our joke makers.
No, it's not. The thing is like, look, if that's the case, it's like maybe you have a leg to stand on there, right? But just like you would with the Charlie Kirk thing. But it's like just to make a joke. In regard, and it has the R word somewhere in it, you know what I mean? And people laugh, and now it's just too insensitive, or a racial joke or something like that. It's like, at some point, you got to stop the oversensitive, like being overly sensitive to these things, because it takes away a useful tool people have for dealing with the world.
You can make sense of the world and of events in much better ways. Just educate yourself.
How do you know? Like, what makes you think that you get to govern?
Because I understand these events and I understand these things without having to make these jokes.
How do you know that you can govern how people interact with the world with humor? Like, humor's
I'm not governing others.
Yeah, humor's really intersubjective and it's really personalized. And the thing is like, you can say an offensive thing to someone, you didn't even mean it to be offensive.
But it's also not just about you and how you're using tools to make sense of things in the world.
Yeah, it's about everybody but you.
No.
It's about the nebulous whole.
No, I'm saying it's about also having just respect for example, like women who've gone through that, or people who like 9/11 or Charlie Kirk. Like, I think it's good to just have respect and like a certain level of sensitivity towards things like that. The same way the Charlie Kirk thing pissed you off, which I think it's really interesting that bothers you, but then like our jokes don't bother you.
Do you see the distinction of somebody saying, didn't I already qualify this? Like, if somebody said, Charlie Kirk had that coming good. He deserved it.
That's what people are saying. That's what people were dressing up as him.
Oh, she had it coming. She deserved it. No, they're not saying that.
So do you think they're like, oh, that event was so shocking. Let me dress up as him for Halloween so I can process this shocking event?
I think there's some people who didn't think that he had that coming and just were trying to be edgy. I think that's the case. I've talked to him. I could talk to him on TikTok. I didn't think that. Now, there was also some of them who I fucking knew okay, and they would tell me, they'd be like, yeah, I wish that guy would fucking die. Good.
But do you notice how you can be a normal individual who just like sees what happens and processes it normally without dressing up as him, and how that's maybe like a better thing?
Yeah,
to
I
do?
get it, but we have
That's
to have,
what I'm saying.
but you have to have contextualization for things.
Contextualize things normally and don't be a weirdo who makes rude jokes.
Well, what's normal? Is trans normal?
What?
Is trans normal?
Are trans people normal?
Yeah, is being trans normal?
I mean, it's not like most people aren't trans, so I guess it's not typical.
It's not
in that
normal,
sense.
so we can't. So then, I should process trans people the normal way by being like, well, it's not normal. Is that how I should do that?
Okay, I'm struggling to understand how you're like.
Well, I'm just
in what way you're
saying
trying to draw on trans
you make these appeals to normalcy. And if you make an appeal to normalcy, you're like appealing to, well, that's not normal. What you're doing is not normal. It's irregular. It's not normal. It's like, well, then you have to apply that to everything that's not normal. Then.
Okay, so are you saying like how does someone process the existence of trans people, given that it's not a common thing?
I think they use humor.
You say, okay, you want to identify that way. I'm going to mind my own business.
I think they use humor. That's what I think. I think most people use humor to process it for the more. Yeah.
I mean, most people don't make our jokes and dress up as Charlie Kirk and joke about that kind of thing.
I agree. Most people don't do that, but
I'm glad most people don't do that.
But I do think that people make very morbid jokes about Charlie Kirk that don't mean him harm. Just like I think that
and I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think it's good to make fun
I
of
know
Charlie
you
Kirk.
don't, but my point is, again, I know you don't think so, but I'm making the case that I do think so.
A lot of people don't think so.
Yeah, but that's nice. But I'm just saying, like,
and that's a better society than if everyone were.
How do you know that that's a better? It doesn't seem like curtailing what people can say is a better society.
It's one based on less judgment and out of more respect for other people.
Is that it? Is that what our highest value should be? Just less judgment on people? Because society's gotten pretty fucked up since we stopped judging people. It's gotten pretty fucked up. In case you didn't know, what age do you think you're going to be able to buy a house?
Hopefully in my late 20s.
Oh, hopefully in your late 20s, maybe early 30s.
I don't have my whole life planned out. I'm 18.
Yeah, I know, but maybe your early 30s. You know,
depends on the trajectory of my career.
It gets worse and worse and worse every single year, right?
Okay, are we talking about the economy now or judgment?
It's not just the economy; it's the entire judgment of society. The way in which we engage with society at large has now been put into this box of be nice, and it's like, you know, maybe if we were a little meaner, it'd be like. No, fuck that. You shouldn't have to wait till you're 30 to buy a house, right? Now, fuck that, and fuck you.
Or maybe you shouldn't have to wait until you're 30 to buy a house. Or maybe you can look over and you can be like, maybe a lot of these SA cases actually would go down if it were the case that people interacted better with the environments that they were in, with the clothing that they wore, and the people that they were around. Like, that makes fucking sense to people. And it's like, well, that's too much. You can't say that. And it's like, I think you can and should. You can say something without making a stupid joke about it.
Yeah, but I mean, how that's processed by people is often through humor. That's my point.
I bet those glasses make you see better.
They just demand that I ask you this. What is it about you that you think is so great a man should turn over his entire wallet to you?
I'm looking for a partner. I didn't say I want someone to turn over his entire wallet to me. And you're taking this out of context because I'm telling you that I've had to be a boss babe by choice because I don't have parents, I don't have anyone else, and I've
had to be a boss babe by choice.
I had to be a boss babe out of desperation, out of survival.
Oh, well, then that's
because
not a choice.
I had to survive.
Okay.
Well, I could have gone into drugs. I could have, my life could have gone in a lot of different ways, but I pulled myself out of it and made a successful career. I raised an amazing son, and I've put him through school, and I'm still putting him through school, and I'm still providing for him.
What was the thing that forced this necessity exactly?
Because I don't have parents. They died when I was young.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of people who don't have parents, including a lot of women, don't end up becoming boss babes. What made you have to actually be a boss babe?
Because I had to take care of my son.
Yeah, why would that require being a boss? Well, what is a boss babe, first of all? What is that?
A woman that's successful in her career.
Strong, independent black woman that don't need no.
That's it? Well, I mean, but that would include basically just any woman who has a job and is held it, right?
Sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, how's that being a boss?
Yeah, but for someone to be able to survive on her own income and raise a kid in Los Angeles, that's pretty boss, in my opinion.
Boss.
What makes that boss?
Because I made it work and I didn't take money from anyone else.
Yeah, I'm not sure
TTS
though.
is 100.
So let's back up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So you're raising the kid by yourself. This is because you're.
I mean, financially, okay. So his dad did help a little bit in high school, but financially, the burden has been on me.
Okay, gotcha. And then, but you've had joint custody, all of this.
Yeah, yeah. And he
Okay,
is
so
a good father. He's a good father. He's just not financially. He wasn't a good provider. So my past is dictating what I want in the future. That's why I want a man that's a provider and a protector, because I haven't had that.
Yeah, no.
But you're trying to come at me like I'm some chick that wants a handout, and that's not it at all.
Wait, you have had a provider.
Well, okay.
No, I didn't.
actually,
no one
but this
provided for
kinda-
me.
You went on a dinner date that cost like $3,000.
He's not paying my bills.
Wait.
I mean taking me out to dinner something is in it for him, because he's enjoying the dinner also. He's not paying my bills. He's not my provider.
Wait, what's in it for him?
Oh, he loved it. He loved companionship. He says to this day, it's his
but
best,
he
the best
gets
meal.
that, and you get that.
Yeah.
So, but him paying for the dinner is one directional.
That's his choice. He's also.
Wait, is that your
guy.
expectation? You want to meet a guy who's willing to be a provider?
Yeah.
You want to meet a guy to pay for your bills?
Yeah. I mean, share in the responsibility with me, so it's not
No, but
all
you said
on
pay
my
for your
shoulders.
bills.
Share in the responsibility with me.
So what?
Brian?
90%, 10%?
I don't know what the percentage is, but we would mutually figure it out based on
at
our
least
goals.
It's going to be at least be 50%.
Based on our goals. And
Yeah, so it's at least going to be 50%. At least.
Why would you say that? What's at least 50?
Well, I mean, you say, I don't know what the percentage is of how much it is that I expect this guy to contribute, who I want to take care of me, but it's at least going to be half, right?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, so I mean, if it's at least going to be 50%, then he's taking 50% of the financial burden off of you. So that's why the question keeps on coming up. Well, what is it that you're bringing that's so great that should eliminate 50% of the financial burden that had nothing to do with this person who takes it off of you that you created for you?
Well, because men of my generation feel like a man by providing for their woman.
So you think that the thing that you bring to the table is that you're going to let them feel like a man?
Sure.
By providing for you.
But also everything else that I bring to the table.
Which is
exactly everything I discussed earlier.
Yeah, but you think that those compensate for the 50% that he brings to alleviate this financial burden that you want to get out from under? Because that seems to be like your main thing, right?
I don't have a financial burden. It's not like I have thousands of dollars of debt. I have over an 800 credit score.
Wait, hang on. You said it's your primary motivation that you want a man to provide for you so that you don't have, quote, all of the burden on my shoulders.
Yes, I want to feel like a woman. I want to feel like a woman.
Okay, so then if he's eliminating this burden off of your shoulders, it's the financial burden.
It's also the emotional support. It's the partnership. It's having your sexy best friend.
But you said, in a quote, I want him to provide for me to take the burden off of my shoulders. So if he's providing,
I want to feel provided for.
And he's handing you money. What is the burden he's taking off your shoulders? It's the financial burden. How could it be anything other than that? If that's the primary goal, the primary reasoning here is I want him to eliminate this burden. The burden is the financial burden, right?
No, it's actually the burden of not having a partner my whole life at 52 years old.
Okay, so are you gonna marry a poor man you have to take care of?
Sorry, there was a motorcycle.
One more time, Andrew.
Are you gonna marry a poor man that you have to take care of?
No, I already did that.
Yeah, no.
I already did that.
So you want to marry a man who you said, quote, takes me to Europe and retires with me.
Well, or I'll move to Europe and I'll meet a man out there.
Yeah, sure, but you still want him to take the financial burden off your shoulders, right? I mean, clearly you don't want a poor man.
I do not want a poor man.
Yeah. So why don't you want a poor man? Because you want him to, quote, provide for you, correct?
Because I've been taking care of everything my whole life, the financial burden of,
Yes, the
raising
financial
a
burden.
son.
Yes, the financial burden.
Yeah.
You want him to take off the
Yep.
financial burden, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And
Yes. So if you want him to take off the financial burden, how much do you want? At least half, right?
Let's leave it.
Yes.
Okay, so if it's at least half of the financial burden that you want him to eliminate from your shoulders, they're just asking, all these people are just asking this question of, what do you think compensates him for eliminating 50% of the financial burden that you have that he's not responsible for?
It's not that. It's living with somebody that, it's not that I'm trying to give him half of my financial burden, but we're going to be
you are
together.
trying to give him half of your financial. Literally, you are trying to give him half of your financial burden. What are you talking about? How are you not? That's what you're saying you want to do, is give him half at least of your financial burden. How are you not doing that?
Okay, so what I think your listeners or your viewers are not understanding is I'm looking for a partner, and I'm looking for somebody that has the same goals and the same lifestyle and that wants the same thing too. They want their best friend. They want their best friend to live
This is a
chapter
great
of their
pivot,
life.
But I'm just not going to let you quite get away with the pivot. How are you not trying to give this man 50% of your financial burden he's not actually responsible for currently, but in the future he will be based on your choices? You are,
But
right?
that
I mean, you
isn't
are.
that what marriage is? Isn't that what?
I agree. I agree
Yeah.
that it's okay for you to share your burdens with your partner.
Yeah.
Fine. Fair. That's totally fair.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to ask what your compensation for giving this guy 50% of the financial burden he's not responsible for currently is. What is the offset to that? That you think is worth it for a man to take on at least 50% of whatever your current financial burden is.
Well, because I'm going to be with a man that wants to be with me, and we have that same goal in mind because we are looking for that in life. I know what you're trying to get at, and you're trying to make it something tangible and quantify it, maybe in a dollar sign.
It is tangible,
but it is
quantifiable.
like love is not. It's something
Yeah,
that
I think all of these attributes that you just stated are quantifiable. Yes, I think that the financial burden you come with is totally quantifiable. I think that the goals and expectations that you have, totally quantifiable. So yes, of course, I'm quantifying them because why wouldn't you? It's a risk assessment, right? So from my perspective, I would be looking at risk assessment. How much is 50% of your life worth? If it's X amount of this amount of money, then that's going to mean X amount of this amount of time for me. So if that's the case, I would still want some sort of offset for that. Now, if you were banking on religion, I would say sure, absolutely. In a religious connotation, that's not going to matter as much. But you're not banking on religion. You said that you're just spiritual. So if this is simply transactional, either emotionally or financially transactional, then I would like to know, what does he get for 50% of your debt and life? I'd like to know.
he gets my undying love and attention and affection.
Okay. All right.
Okay. We have notes here from Lori. Lori, you said that you dated NBA players / rappers?
Yeah.
Celtics?
Huh?
Celtics? Lakers?
You mean
Celtics? I don't.
It's Celtics.
Did I say that shit wrong?
Yeah.
God damn, that's embarrassing. L in the chat for Brian.
Celtics.
That's what they're called, right?
It's Celtics.
Celtics.
Right?
So,
Boston Celtics.
damn, that's rough.
Team that they were
Supersonics?
on. No, neither of those teams.
Supersonics?
Is that even a real team?
That's a team, isn't it?
No.
That's not a team?
Think so.
Supersonics?
Is that not a team?
I'm like
Can you scoot into the table a
90%
little
sure
bit?
it's not a team.
the Supersonics? Am I?
No, I'm like,
Yeah.
I'd be surprised.
That's like a TV show or something.
Sounds like.
We're an American professional basketball team based in Seattle. Damn it.
What year?
God, I'm old.
Oh,
When did they not be? When were
Ice
they-
Cube. Today was a good day. The Lakers beat the Supersonics. Belt on the big fat fanny. Pulled out the. Is that how that song goes?
Yeah. I don't remember.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay, so if my opinion is that women are more insecure, I guess, and seek security, and men are more lustful and, seek, carnal knowledge. So then if women are looking for, a financially secure man, so what is, equally valuable, if not sex, or even if it is sex, to a man? Does that make sense?
Can you repeat that one more time?
I'm so bad at explaining things. Okay. So, if women are looking for financially secure men, what in exchange would be of equal value to a man? If
That's a good
it is
question.
sex, then that's your answer. If it's not sex,
That's a good
then what
question.
is it? Thank you.
I have a list,
Pull
but
it up.
Andrew maybe wants to chime in, and then I'll read my list.
There's probably three big primary things that at least I would say from the Christian perspective that we would want. And I can't speak to the secular perspective too well because I think that they have different standards, but I think that they would generally kind of agree with this. I think that men essentially want peace in their home. They want their woman to anticipate their needs. This is a big one that people forget about all the time. The best way you can show a man respect is to understand and anticipate the things that he wants before he even knows that he wants them. And the way that that shows respect and the way that that shows that you love him is because if you can anticipate those things, he knows that you're paying attention to him very closely. So you're the focus. And then the third thing is you have to put him above your own needs and your own desires. And number three is the thing that I think women, at least in modernity, fail out the most, is they want men to put them up on some kind of pedestal. So I've heard this explained this way, that women are trained from birth now how they deserve to be treated, and men are trained from birth how they're supposed to treat women. But nobody is trained from birth for how they're supposed to treat men. And this is a massive problem, because the truth is that men know how to treat other men because we're in their company all the time, but women seem to fucking suck at it. And I don't think that was always the case, but I think it's due to the standard of how it is that they think they deserve to be treated by men without ever adhering to the standard of how they think men deserve to be treated.
Well put, Andrew. Well put. So your question is, if women are looking for X, Y, Z things, what are men looking for?
Sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's a looks component, but I mean, to bring it more so to the characteristics and traits that she's bringing, I would say the three biggest, one is peace, one is femininity, and then what's the best framing for this last one? I would say sexual purity. Those three things.
So if said woman was to bring those things, either of your guys' things, then would that justify a man being financially supporting the woman in the way that she would ideally want, if it's not extreme?
Well, I mean, I can speak from my experience that that's exactly what I did. And I took on what would be considered to be extreme burdens by many other men. And I was happy to do so. It's as long as I can have those three qualia, the three that I stated, I'm a very happy man, and I'm a very content man.
Andrew, is there a term? I didn't mean to cut you off there, Andrew, but is there a term?
No problem.
Helpmaid? What is that like?
Helpmaid.
Helpmead? Let me Google this. I'm not sure if I'm. Oh, I don't know where I'm getting this freaking term from. Help? Well, so like, I think going back to this conversation about like women's careers and stuff, at least from my point of view, I'm thinking, so if I have a partner, and this is one of the values that I think a woman can bring to my life. So if she can alleviate certain things in my life that make my life easier, and in so doing, I guess, let's say her earning potential is $70,000 a year. My earning potential is $5 million a year. If she can alleviate my time so that I can boost my income by 10%, wouldn't it make the most sense that she just stays at home and supports me in all the ways that she can support me, and I can bring in an extra $100,000 or $200,000 a year, versus her working a full-time job to make $70K when she could help me make $100,000, $200K extra a year by staying home and helping me in my mission.
I wonder if this is even the right way to look at it. But before I weigh in, I'll let the gals answer.
Helpmate? Oh, have them answer what? My thing?
Yeah. Well, I was just my only thing is I think, and this is due to practical experience, of course, I don't have enough data to make this claim as being something which is solid. But this is just from kind of a mixture of anecdote and then what I perceive. Men will go through absolute hell on earth in order to take care of their women and their family if they just have this kind of minimum threshold which is given to them. And the thing is that there's so much willfulness. It's almost like what happens is if you give somebody too much, they just begin to expect more and more and more. And I think that this is what has happened in modernity with women, is that even kind of these basic things, like the idea that Brian says, well, I'd like a woman to bow after I get out of the fucking mines and I go up with coal all over my face and I just brought home $200,000 this year. This fucking bitch can't make some noodles for me? What the fuck? That's the thing, right? It's like, it's a legitimate criticism in many ways, because what's really being said here is like, look at everything I'm bringing to the table. And I every day, day in, day out, and I don't complain, I don't bitch, I don't whine, and I ask for such a small amount, and even then we have to quibble about it. And that's really what that's about, right? The bow has nothing to do with anything other than just show me that I actually matter, and that all of modernity, which kisses women's asses, even though it's built on the backs of men, that you actually respect the fact that that's done. And that's all that's really being asked. And so I almost wonder if even this is the wrong way to look at it, right? The way that Brian looks at it. I think that women should be fucking grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist, everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their pussy. And that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring shit to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
お前はもう死んでいる。何?
Well, first of all, I don't know if that is being addressed to Asia and I or being addressed to women in general, but you did point us out. However, you have no clue, like...
Good. What do you bring to the table besides your vagina? Give me a real example. If you want a man to take care of you for the rest of your life, what do you bring to the table except your vagina and a bunch of baggage?
I'm bringing a lot. Like I said earlier, if you're listening.
Well, let's start with the baggage you bring, and then we'll move on to the awesome stuff you bring. Let's start with the baggage.
Donated $100. Wilson, well said.
All right. Thank you, negative 100. He wants
Let's start with the baggage first.
Okay, my baggage personally.
Yeah.
Well, I have 3 kids. I was in a marriage for 20 years. And basically that's it. I'm
That's
single
it?
now.
Do you realize how monumental what you just said was, that you have 3 children and most of your life was taken by another man for 20 years? You can't give another man children? What are you bringing to the table, really?
I've never dated a man anyways that wants more children. And second of all, I'm not looking for a man to marry. I would like to have a companion. And if I do find the right man, I'll marry again. However, I'm not out there searching for a man to care for me.
You're not. She is. But if you're not, then what else are you bringing to the relationship besides, again, just your vagina, really? Like, what are you really bringing to a man that he's just really going to desire? What makes you so special that you stand out besides this one attribute? Honestly, I'm going to say I am a great cook, great cleaner. I know how to communicate well, and I know how to please a man. Yeah, and the men that you end up with have to be exceptional. They have to be exceptional in their field, or they can't bring home the kind of money which would be required to take care of you and whatever the graduation gifts for your kids are.
Well,
whatever whatever the things are which are necessary to move over to the resources to your children, your offspring, right?
I've dated men that make less money than me, and I never had a problem with that at all.
Well, you're not with them for a reason, right?
Well, it had nothing to do with financials.
Sure, I'm sure it didn't. It just happened to be a happenstance that they made less than you and you're still not with them, right?
Had nothing to do with the reason why we're not together, honestly.
Oh. Okay. I believe you. But in any case, no, I don't really see much in the way of attributes. I don't think that either of you are particularly stunning. I don't think you're particularly funny. I don't think you're particularly engaging. And if you can cook and clean, great. So can all of the 20-year-old girls who are sitting there right next to you, all of them. So what exactly are you bringing that's so monumental that offsets the baggage to age to a relationship why somebody should pick you? That's the question. And it's not even to be mean. It should just be pointed. It should just point out something that's obvious to men and that women just kind of pretend doesn't exist.
Well, you can ask that question to anybody, man or woman, right?
You can, and that's why I'm asking it to you.
Yeah, well, friendship, if you find the right match with the right person, friendship, quality, personality, companionship, someone that you can laugh with, someone that you can share stories with.
Yeah, they can do all that with a 25-year-old.
Just go through daily activities with and have fun with.
They can do all that with a 25-year-old.
You sure can. You sure can. But you know
that's my point, though. It's like, so what are you really bringing to the table?
Well, I
here?
can
That's
say
so
the same
great,
thing.
you know?
I could date a younger guy, but I choose not to because you're not on the same page, like mentally,
well,
emotionally.
hang on. You can fuck a younger guy. That doesn't mean he's going to marry you.
True.
Yeah, and that's most older women have this experience. Yeah, younger men will bang them,
stereotyping,
but they ain't going to marry them, and they ain't going to be with them long term. You can't give them kids, and so they end up dumping you. That's what happens. In fact, this gal next to you said she had that very experience. She dated a younger man, and he decided, I actually want kids, and you can't give them to me. These are some big, that's all, by the way, all of that is baggage, all of it. You can't give them kids, that's baggage. If you have kids, that's baggage. If you XYZ, that's all baggage. It's not just, I have an ex-husband and I have 3 children. It's, I'm older, that's baggage 1. It's, I have 3 children, that's baggage 2. I can't give you children, that's more baggage. All of this is baggage.
Everybody has baggage at a certain age, and that's why I feel like, for me personally, I like to date guys my age because we probably have equal amounts of baggage, right? I'm not going to be unrealistic and date somebody that's a lot younger than me, that's going to view me as an older person with a lot of baggage.
Men your age, in comparison to you, are going to be highly pursued by almost all women in your age bracket. Most of them, because they've accrued a ton of resources. So your dating competition's even higher in your age bracket, I would argue, than in the 20s, right?
Right.
Yeah.
It's harder to
So
date
I mean,
the
the thing
older you
is you have to be exceptional in your age bracket to net these men, because for one thing, their libido is way down, right? They're not necessarily just looking at you for sex like a lot of the younger men would be. And so that's one of the big netting points that women have. I'm young and beautiful, and all these men want to bang me. And that's a big netting point, a big selling point. Men in your age bracket, their libido goes significantly down. Now you got to actually bring something to the table. That's why women in your age bracket have such a hard time netting a good quality man, right? Am I wrong?
No, I hear you. And our dating pool's so much smaller than when we were
Way
younger.
smaller. Yeah, way
So
smaller.
there's slim pickings.
Slim,
on both sides,
slim
men and
pickings.
women.
So that's why it's not, I'm not asking these questions to be mean or cruel to you. I'm asking them pointedly because I understand that in your age bracket, the dating market's even more vicious in many cases than it is for younger people. Your options are way slimmer, and you have to be exceptional to stand out to men who don't just value you for your vagina, which younger men do.
Right.
And so when I ask these questions, what do you bring to the table? That's what I'm asking it for. So what do you, now that you understand, what do you bring to the table?
I just told you earlier.
Go ahead and tell me again.
Friendship, good personality, someone to talk to, someone to support. I would definitely support him emotionally, good conversation, a buddy to go places with, to travel, to hang out with,
And what makes those
to stay up
qualities?
at late nights.
Sure. What makes those qualities exceptional in comparison to other women in your same age bracket?
I'm a good listener, and I'm down to earth. I'm not fake or phony.
Okay.
Wait.
All right.
Do you have fake titties?
I'm not fake or phony on the inside.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Well, didn't you just hear him? Our dating pool is slim and picking, so we got to be above and beyond, right? To attract.
But you said you're not fake, but...
I'm talking personality-wise, internally.
Sorry.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Sorry.
Crickets.
Yeah. Cue the crickets.
It's actually an interesting phenomenon. You know, if I were to ever start a dating show, I think I would probably focus mostly on 45 to 55, even to early 60s people. And the reason is because the dating market there, I have so many people reach out to me who are in this age bracket.
GMD Jim donated $99. Andrew Wilson. Nailing IT again. We can hire a cook, house cleaner and escort, if so desired. We also have friends. What makes all that baggage worth IT?
Yeah, I was just kind of going to dive into this. But the number one complaint that I hear from men in this age bracket, in their 50s especially, is like, look, my libido is way down. I don't value women anymore the same way I did in my 20s, where I wanted to have sex every single day, multiple times a day in many cases, this type of thing, right? So women in their 20s.
Old Man Marine donated $100. Andrew, you're amazing. Ex-wife never satisfied, never happy or grateful even though I made more money every year. Vacations, jewelry, health ins for 4 of us. She thinks she can do better. Now she broke.
Yeah, that's a very common story too. But anyway, yeah, so this is what I hear commonly in this age bracket is, because I don't value those things, right? The women that I'm looking for, they need to bring me one thing, one big quality, which is that I don't have to take care of all their bullshit, and they fracture my peace, right? They fracture my peace. And so what is the point of me having a companion, right? If I'm only going to have sex with her, once a week because my libido is way down, if she brings all this baggage to the table that I then have to deal with. That's the number one complaint that I hear. And that makes a lot of sense to me. Men in their 50s, not going to be boning as much as men in their 20s. Makes total sense. Women in their 50s, of course, they can still, have the same kind of libido, but it goes down for them too. And so they're asking, what is me as an established man in my 50s, let's say, I have all these resources. Why the fuck should I share them with her? And I don't have a great answer to that. What are the things that they're bringing to the table where you should share those resources with them? And every time I ask the women this, they kind of come up with the same type of answers. Well, I'm funny, I'm cute, I'm snarky, I'm quirky. I have all these different things, but they're like, all of them are like that. And so this is kind of where I end up, just kind of trying to understand, right? I'm trying to understand from your perspective, what are these things really?
Well, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to men out there when I say this. However, I feel like when men divorce, it's very different from when women divorce, because when men divorce, they're so quick to replace their ex-wife because they want someone to take care of them, cook their dinner, do all the necessary wife stuff, right? But for women, when they divorce, sometimes they soar and they become a better person, they're more successful, they're able to focus more on themselves. So I feel like there's a codependency issue here with men and women. And I'm not trying to disrespect or bash men.
Oh,
but
yeah, of course they do. They tend to do better in divorces because they end up with the man's income from the previous husband's income. They end up with his house.
Sometimes.
They end up with child support. They end up with alimony. So, of course, they end up... now, by the way, their income bracket generally goes way down. But they end up doing better solo only because of these factors that most of the time the court rules in their favor and gives them the allocation of those resources. So men don't usually have that advantage.
Yeah, but putting the financials aside, I'm saying emotionally, women are stronger single than men are. Men feel like they always need to be with a woman, I feel like, after they lose a spouse or after they go through a divorce. That's my experience with some of my friends and my guy friends and relatives. I feel like it's always the men that are so quick to find a replacement because they're scared to be alone.
It's funny because the marriage rates don't show that. They show that the women remarry much faster than men remarry. Almost like they had other people in their sights to remarry after they got the divorce.
Like in their pipeline on the sidelines?
Yeah, exactly, in their pipeline. So the thing is like, one, I'm not going to agree that that's true. And two, I've seen what happens when a man is widowed in his 40s and in his 50s. And it is fucking ridiculous. It's every predatory woman in her 40s and 50s that exists on planet Earth coming out of the woodwork before his wife's even in the ground. Before she's even in the ground. I'm so sorry this happened. Oh, because now he's available. The fight over widowers is insanity.
Yeah,
Never seen anything like it. Yeah, you've seen it, right? In your age bracket, it happens a lot. They go absolutely wild for them. You know what doesn't happen, though? That doesn't happen to widows. Doesn't happen to widows the same way. Why do you think that is?
I've seen widows.
Okay, I'm not saying all the time it doesn't. I'm just saying it happens way more with widowers. And I think the reason it does is because a widower is showing a bunch of these qualities that women want. Quality one that a widower is showing is, I was with my wife for the duration. I'm a steadfast individual, right? I wasn't leaving her. She had to die.
Donated $100. BS, divorced here too. The woman leaves. I'm single after 2 years, she is taken. And 50-50 child support $1,750 per month. Equal time. Wrecked all my assets and took half.
Yeah, not shocked there, but California. Yeah, so the widower is showing, though, I have all these qualities you want. I'm stalwart, I'm steadfast, I stayed with my wife for the duration. She had to die or I wouldn't even be separated from her, right? So he's showing all the qualities that a woman wants. What's interesting is a widow doesn't necessarily show that they have those qualities. Just by virtue of the man dying, it's not a demonstration to other men that those qualities are present the same way it is in the opposite direction. And I just wondered, like, why do you think that is? Why do you think it is that they flock so much to widowers instead of widows?
I'm not sure, but I mean, back to the whole dating pool, slim pickings. You know?
Yeah, but it's slim pickings on both ends, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so the thing is that I would have expected to see as many suitors it's really interesting the older you get as a man, how many suitors open up to you who are women if you want them, versus when you're younger, the opposite is true, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's where we come up with these memes of like cat lady and, you know, you're going to die alone and this type of thing. It's because men, when they have tons of resources, they can just kind of have their pick, right?
That's true.
We are good to get right back into it. So we were considering as the next prompt, feminism lies about the benevolent nature of men. Andrew wanted to do that one. How's that sound for you?
Cool, cool, cool.
Okay, perfect. We'll get right into it.
Okay, Andrew, if you wanted to do that one, why don't you take it away?
Yeah, hang on a second. Yeah, so when I'm referencing the benevolent nature of men, I'm referencing that men can, at any time they want, take the rights away from women, and there's nothing that women can do about it, and the opposite is not true, and therefore I believe that men are benevolent, and there should be gratitude shown for them not doing that.
Wait, so you do believe that men are benevolent? So then how is feminism lying about the benevolent nature
Because
of men?
feminism is saying that men are not benevolent, that men are the oppressor class.
And you're saying that men are benevolent?
Yes.
Based on the fact that you could rape someone and then you choose not to?
Based on the fact that...
Kind of the bare minimum, no?
Yeah. Can you repeat back my position so that I know you understand it?
No, Andrew, why don't you just repeat it if you feel like you want
I want you to steel man it so I know you understand it.
No, Andrew, I'm not going to steel man.
Well, I don't know where to go with that, Brian.
Just give me your opinion again.
I just gave it. What do you want me to do here? I just gave her the position. She won't steel man it.
Then say it again.
Okay. So one more time.
Sure.
Women, in this case feminists, consider men to be malevolent oppressors. Men are the oppressor class, the patriarchy. And it's actually through the benevolence of men that women have rights, and I think women should be grateful to men that they have rights.
And how are you defining rights in this instance?
I would consider rights to be a set of preferences that are shared between people.
Okay, set of shared preferences.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, so just reading that back. Men are benevolent because they could kill women, but they choose not to.
Yeah.
Pretty much?
Yeah.
But that's kind of the bare minimum. Like anyone is benevolent.
Yeah, that's just
in
an
that
assertion. Can you substantiate that?
I mean,
what makes it the bare minimum?
Anyone can commit an act of violence against someone that is smaller than them, and we all every day choose not to. I don't think that's
not
benevolent.
an argument. Can you give me an argument?
Yeah, my argument is that I don't necessarily agree with your definition
That's
of
not an
benevolence,
argument.
Well, we just had an hour-long debate over definitions, so now you're opposed to that when it's your definition.
Do you want to define benevolent?
I mean, honestly, in terms of the premise, I do agree with you that men are benevolent, but I don't agree that benevolence is simply choosing not to commit acts of harm against others.
Really? Because I thought your entire moral stance was about not committing acts of harm against others, and that's what the good is.
Yeah.
So then
But that's kind
that
of
would
the
mean that
bare
then that would mean men are good.
minimum, No, I mean, good is proliferating positive acts.
No, that's not what you said.
I think it's a
That's not what you
neutral.
said.
I think it's objectively morally neutral.
Objectively morally neutral?
Well, oh God, not the word objective. Never mind. Cut that one. I think it's just morally neutral. To decide not to kill someone is a moral neutral. You
Okay.
haven't done something
Can you
good.
give
You
me-
haven't done something bad. You've done nothing.
Okay, then can you substantiate what moral neutrality is?
Moral neutrality is when you haven't done something that is good or bad.
Okay, so, and what are we considering bad here from your argument?
Bad would be the proliferation of human suffering.
And this would mean then that since men are not proliferating human suffering, they're not doing anything bad, right?
Yes, but then the opposite of proliferating human suffering would be proliferating something that is beneficial to mankind.
Like women's rights?
But you've done nothing. It's a zero. It's a net zero.
Like women's rights?
So you don't think that women had any stake in defining their rights?
That's not contending with the argument.
You don't think that like civil disobedience is a way to
contending
fight
with
for
the
rights?
argument. That's asking a question.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
it is
giving you a
contending with
formal
the
argument.
You're saying that men just decided unilaterally
No.
one day that they were going to give women rights, but that's
Yes.
not what happened.
Well,
because
hang on.
we know historically there were multiple waves of feminism
Uh-huh.
in which women participated in civil and civil disobedience in order to be awarded.
Yeah, and my
those
argument is that if men chose to collectivize to stop whatever their collective disobedience was, it would have been stopped.
Okay, so you think that men are good because they could choose to murder all women and they don't?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
And not only that, but that they're benevolent.
Do you want a cookie? Yeah, that's true. I agree.
They're benevolent. Men are
I don't think that all men are
that means that feminism.
But there are tons of men who do commit acts of
so
violence, and there are tons of women who do commit acts of violence, and those women and men are not benevolent.
So that then when feminists claim that the patriarchy is evil and malevolent, you would claim the patriarchy is malevolent.
No, that I would claim the patriarchy is
benevolent. You would claim it's benevolent.
So there we go. So I'm sorry. Are you saying that I'm claiming the patriarchy is malevolent or benevolent?
I'm asking. Is the patriarchy malevolent or benevolent?
No, I believe perpetuating inequality is malevolent, but that doesn't mean that all men are inherently malevolent.
Well, how does the patriarchy advocate for inequality?
The patriarchy is a system
Yeah.
of inequality
Run
on
by
the
who?
basis of gender that is run by men.
Okay. So
Yes.
those men are evil?
I think that if you are attempting to perpetuate inequality through the oppression of others, that is a morally bad action.
And how's the patriarchy doing that?
The patriarchy is perpetuating inequality of women by, denying them the right to vote, denying them.
Didn't they give them the right to vote?
Well, they didn't give them. It was one.
Well, no, unfortunately, just seconds ago, you agreed with me that
I do agree with you.
that if men wanted to take away the rights of women to vote, they could. By that logic, then, if the patriarchy could have taken away their right to vote and did not, how could they be anything less than benevolent? Didn't they equalize voting between men and women?
Yes.
Then how could you say that
But the
they're in some way
patriarchy isn't what equalized voting between men and women. It was women's struggle that is what granted women the right to vote.
No, it was men who did not get in the way and went ahead and granted it because they could have taken it whenever they wanted.
Well,
right?
I don't think that every man is an inherent, master of the patriarchy. I think that there are many men who oppose the patriarchy alongside of women.
Is the system that men or women, feminists, were fighting against patriarchal?
Yes. I believe that the system is malevolent, but men are not all inherently
Yeah, I know,
evil.
but can I give the argument?
I'm agreeing with you, Andrew. What are you even arguing?
I'm asking, is the patriarchy benevolent?
No.
Well, then we have a
but the
point of
patriarchy
contention.
isn't a person, Andrew. It's
I'm not saying
I'm the patriarchy.
I'm not saying it's a person, but if it's men who are in charge of a system and the men in charge of the system allow women to vote, then that would mean that the patriarchy, by your logic, is benevolent.
I believe that a system that is intended to perpetuate inequality on any basis is malevolent.
Then can you tell me how the patriarchy is malevolent?
Men are not inherently
Yeah, I know, but can you tell me then how the patriarchy is malevolent?
The patriarchy is malevolent because it's a system that is perpetuated to increase inequality, which increases human suffering.
Can you demonstrate that?
Well, before feminism and women didn't have the rights to vote, hold credit cards, own homes, leave their husbands, get divorced, sued and be sued. If a woman were to be mistreated by a man, she would have no power to leave that man without sacrificing her ability to have housing, food, and basic human needs. So it puts women in a position of dependency on men so that if there is an individual man who decides to behave malevolently, that woman has no ability to get away from him.
And the patriarchy...
And the patriarchy perpetuates that by preventing women from having access to jobs and the things that would allow them to get their own resources.
Yeah. So there's two arguments.
Their own individual freedom.
Yeah, there's two arguments there. So I'll contend with both of them. Let's start with the first one. If it is the case that the patriarchy was acting in a malevolent way and women appealed to the patriarchy and they granted them these various rights that you considered was unjust, which by your logic they had to, then wouldn't that be the patriarchy acting benevolently?
But we're not appealing to the patriarchy.
Well, then who
we're appealing to the morality of men. I don't think that all men are naturally just patriarchy.
Then when you were fighting the system...
The patriarchy is a system, but men are not the system.
So
some men are creators
did the system give you the right to vote?
The system did not give us the right to vote.
Then who did?
Men who were not who did not subscribe to the system helped us establish the right to vote through our own work as social muckrakers.
So wait, I'm confused.
Civil disobedience.
Who was in charge?
I mean, do you not believe in protests?
Who was in charge at the time? Was it a patriarchal system?
Yes, it was a patriarchal system.
And did that patriarchal system give you the right to vote?
No.
Well, then how did you get the right to vote?
Men and women who were against the concept and the proliferation of the patriarchy fought alongside each other.
Fought how? With signs?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, it's worked all over the world. Nelson Mandela, Gandhi.
I see. So hang on.
There is civil disobedience that has awarded people rights.
How did they win it exactly? Like, what did they do?
Well, a law was passed that gave women the right to vote.
What law?
Which amendment is it?
You don't know?
No, I don't remember which amendment specifically is the one that gives women the right to vote, but there was an amendment that gave women the right to vote. There's also an amendment that gives...
So then actually the established system, which was in power, which was patriarchal, passed an amendment for women to vote?
But it's not a system passing it. A system is not a person, though.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
Do people get to vote on amendments?
Yes. So people voted on the amendment. That's not the
Brian,
system.
Brian, can we pull up?
Do you understand the difference between a system and a person who is in a system?
I would like to pull up if people voted on the amendment.
Yes, people did vote on the amendment.
Okay.
So you think that all of those people, like, do you think that every man is inherently the patriarchy?
Hang on, let's do a fact check here. I just want to make sure.
Well, do you think that every man is inherently the patriarchy?
Would you like me to pull up?
Did the people have a direct vote on the 19th Amendment?
No, it's 19th. Glad I didn't guess. I was going to say 22nd.
One moment.
Sure.
It says, no, the general public did not have a direct vote on the 19th Amendment.
But that's not how any amendment is
The amendment
added.
was ratified through the process outlined in the U.S. Constitution,
Okay.
which involves votes by elected representatives.
So then people did vote.
So who was the system?
Who is
No, that
the
wasn't
system?
the people voting.
Yes,
you
elected.
just got caught in
so
a huge lie.
Wait, hold on, Andrew. Are elected representatives human or not? Are they people?
Were they the patriarchy?
No, I'm asking you, are they human?
Sure.
The question was, did people vote
Was
to
that-
ratify the 19th Amendment?
They
I'm saying
didn't.
yes. And
The
there
people
were,
didn't vote.
I'm not saying the people,
Yes,
the
you
entire
were.
country. I'm saying people.
You're just gaslighting because you got caught
no,
in a
I'm
lie.
not, Andrew.
Now help me out
I'm
here.
saying people as in...
Were the elected officials the patriarchy?
I don't believe that all of the... I don't know every single elected official.
Then who
voted
was
on
the
this.
patriarchy they were fighting against?
It's a system. It's
and
not
who
a
was in charge of the
person.
system?
Do you understand
Who
that
was
it's
in
not a
charge of the
person?
system?
The system proliferates itself. No one is specifically like, do you think there's
How
like
do
a
systems
Lorax for
proliferate
the
themselves without
patriarchy?
people?
A system is created
By
Actually,
people.
That's it. Yes. So a system is created by people and can be amended by people, but the system itself is not a person. Do you understand that? There's no person who's like, I am the spokesperson.
Was
of
the patriarchy in charge of the system or not?
Was the patriarchy in charge of the patriarchy?
Was the patriarchy in charge of the system?
Of what system?
Of the electoral system.
Was the patriarchy in charge? Well, men were in charge of the electoral system.
Was the patriarchy.
But the patriarchy's not able to be in charge of the patriarchy. What's wrong with you?
Who's in charge of the patriarchy if it's not the patriarchy?
Well, it's men, but not every man is inherently a member of the patriarchy.
Who says every man? I'm talking about elected.
Exactly.
I'm talking about elected officials. Were
Exactly.
the elected officials who these women were protesting to change the law, the patriarchy they were protesting against?
I don't know if every single elected official that voted on the 19th Amendment was for or against the patriarchy, Andrew.
Were they the patriarchy?
Are they all the patriarchy? I'm not going to make that assumption about.
Then what
a
system
large
are
group of
you? Then point to what the system is that's the patriarchy. What is that system?
The system of the patriarchy is the government structure that enabled, well, actually, the system of the patriarchy is the structure in government that enables inequality on the basis of gender. It's not just one thing, it's a series of laws.
And was that system of patriarchy?
It was set up by men.
And was it in place at the time that the 19th Amendment was put in place? That
Yes.
system of, and so weren't they appealing to that system of patriarchy in order to get the 19th Amendment passed?
They appeal to men who worked within the patriarchy, but those men don't
So the
have
patriarchy?
to be the patriarchy.
So they appealed to the patriarchy.
But not every man is the patriarchy.
I didn't say they were.
Yes,
In this
you're right.
case, we're talking about a system of elected officials where that system of elected officials,
I don't think that the
patriarchy.
Constitution and the entire government is the patriarchy.
Then what is the
Andrew.
patriarchy?
It's
Point to it.
specific laws that enable the proliferation
How can
of
a law be a
inequality.
patriarchy?
A law can be so it's specific laws that enable the proliferation of inequality.
That can't be the
on basis of
patriarchy. The
gender.
patriarchy's
Yes,
people,
it's
isn't
a
it?
collection. No, you're the one that said that.
Patriarchy is not people?
No, it's an inanimate object. It's not a fucking person. You keep saying the patriarchy's people. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
So what's a matriarchy?
A matriarchy would be a system of laws that proliferates the inequality of the sexes in favor of women.
So if you have a matriarchy, would it require that there was women who were in charge and in powerful positions, the top positions?
Yes.
Right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be matriarchal, right?
Sure.
So then patriarchal, it would have to have men in those same positions.
Yes, but those men
Hang
are
on.
not
Let me
the
just follow up.
patriarchy,
Let me just follow
right?
up. Well, no, I think who else would be the patriarchy then?
It's a system.
It's
laws, Andrew.
Can you-
like the law that did not allow women to vote is a part of the patriarchal system, but it's not one freaking dude. Why do you keep thinking that the patriarchy is a single set of humans?
Okay, well then walk me through.
It can be an ideology as well.
Okay, I
so,
see.
like, if you are a man who says, "I believe that women don't have a right to vote," then yes, you would be in favor of a patriarchal system.
When feminists were fighting against patriarchy, they were fighting against an inanimate object.
We're fighting against a system, yes.
An inanimate object.
Do you not understand how systemic oppression works?
Well, I don't understand how
No, you don't understand how
patriarchy
systemic
works.
oppression works. Okay, so you don't understand how patriarchy
I guess I don't.
Thank you. All right,
I'm
well-
super confused. Feminists were fighting against an inanimate object.
It's a system. Do you know what a system is? Can you define the word system?
I think that systems of governance require human beings.
Yes.
And I think specifically that
But systems of
I think
government-
specifically feminists were pointing at men in the government as being the patriarchy for sure.
Systems of government require human beings, but systems of government are not human beings. That's what I'm saying. Those men might have had power because of the patriarchy, but the patriarchy is not defined by those 5 people. If they were to die, then the patriarchy is not dead, it's not over. And that's the issue with the system, is because it's inanimate, you can't just appeal to one group of people and expect it to end.
So let me
That's why there's been multiple waves of feminism.
Okay, so I just
if the
wanna-
patriarchy was just the people that ratified the 19th
Yeah,
Amendment, then
yeah.
we would be over. Like there'd be nothing to talk about.
So when you're appealing to, I want to get rid of the patriarchy,
Yes.
you're saying that you want to just change governmental systems?
I want to repeal certain laws that proliferate the inequality.
So
of the
patriarchy is just
sexes.
laws?
Well, it's a collection of laws and systems, yes.
Well, what system?
Well, it's within the United States government system.
Yeah, but what's the system look like? Because it looks to me like we have the same fucking system that we had then.
Yes, but you see how laws can be amended and can change
So
the
it's just
rights?
laws.
Yes, essentially. It's
So
a collection of laws.
so patriarchy is just a collection of laws.
Well, it's the idea that a collection of laws creates a system of inequality. Yes,
Okay, so
on the basis of gender.
Is any law which creates something which is unequal based along gender lines patriarchal?
Well, if it creates inequality on the like in favor of women, then no, that would be a matriarchal law, right?
Okay, so matriarchy and patriarchy from your view,
It's not a human. It's a collection of laws.
it's just laws.
Yes.
So if laws favor a gender, then it's matriarchal, and if laws favor favor the gender female, then or sex female, then it's matriarchal.
Yes.
And sex male, it's patriarchal.
Yeah, and I'm fine with sex and gender interchangeably. I know some woke.
I mean, I'm not
Really?
really.
You don't think that you can use sex and gender interchangeably in this context?
No, I think
that's interesting.
that when progressives say gender, they mean something that I mean. I use it interchangeably with sex because I mean female and male, and they don't. So let me
In the
ask you.
context of this, I think we should use it interchangeably, but that's
Yeah,
okay if
so
you don't want to.
so help me out here with this then. I just want to make sure I got this right. When we're talking about systems of enforcement for laws,
Mhm.
for these laws,
Yes.
is the primary enforcement mechanism going to be men?
Well, the primary enforcement mechanism for most laws is our legal system, right?
No, the enforcement arm.
The enforcement would be the police.
And would you say that the police are mostly compiled of men?
Yes, sure.
Okay. Would you say that almost all enforcement mechanisms are compiled mostly by men?
Sure.
So then if we're talking about just the enforcement of laws that you want, aren't you again appealing to men?
Okay. And?
I just want to make sure that that's correct.
Okay.
Well, then you're ratifying force doctrine.
I'm not ratifying force doctrine, though, because it's not a judgment on. I mean, actually, I believe in your descriptor of force doctrine. My issue is that I don't believe in your prescriptor of force doctrine. I don't believe you're in your opinion on it.
Force
Yes,
doctrine is
force
not a
doctrine-
prescription.
Well, do you have an opinion on force doctrine? Do you believe that?
It's a descriptor.
Do you believe that it's moral?
What?
Force doctrine. Do you
Wow.
believe that using coercive force
Wait a second.
to consolidate power is moral?
Sometimes.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, sometimes
take
it
that.
is. But
But not all the time?
no.
Okay, deal.
No.
Deal.
But the thing is,
Andrew, you know we mostly like agree on this one, right? Like, what the fuck are we even talking about right now?
well, I just wanted to make sure that, I mean, it actually does sound like you think that if all you're appealing to when you say patriarchy is laws that are passed, right? That's it. And that's what patriarchy is. I think that is in complete disagreement with the feminist movement and what early feminist pioneers were saying, which is that it's a male-oriented system, not laws.
It is a male-oriented.
And that it's the men who are in charge, which are problematic. So
I believe that the laws are what are basically more. I believe that the laws are what are malevolent in this system. When
Okay.
it comes to the existence of the patriarchy, it is laws. Those laws were created by some men. Those men who created laws to perpetuate inequality, they are immoral for that action. But I don't believe that all men are immoral just because we live in a patriarchal society. I mean, that would be ridiculous. How would I do anything? How would I have a conversation with
But that's not what
anyone?
I'm asking.
It
I'm
is,
asking you to
You said that
differentiate.
feminism lies about the benevolence
They
of
do.
men, and that feminists believe
Feminists
that all
do lie
men
about the
are
benevolence
immoral,
of men.
and I don't think that all men are immoral.
Yeah, well, then I don't think that you believe in the same prescriptions that your feminist forebears did.
My feminist forebears didn't believe all men were immoral.
Well, it's not
either.
all.
They had husbands.
They definitely believed, though, that the system of patriarchy was literally men who wanted to be in charge and men reinforcing the system of men
Yes.
being in charge.
But that's not every man, is what I'm saying.
I didn't say it was.
Okay.
That's not the point.
But we're talking about the benevolence of all men.
Mhm.
Yes, I believe that the men who created the patriarchy are immoral, but that doesn't mean that the men who continue to exist in the patriarchy
Okay.
are all
And
inherently immoral.
what makes those men immoral?
What makes those men immoral is that they sought to perpetuate inequality within our society
And what makes that immoral?
on the basis of gender.
Yeah, what makes inequality immoral?
I believe it's the violation of natural rights, but you don't agree that those exist. So I guess it is completely immoral to oppress. It's completely moral to oppress people, according to you.
Well, so what natural right?
But if you wanted to do your
I
prescriptive
just want to make sure.
definition of
Yeah, I just want to make sure when
morality,
you say
because we don't want to be.
Yeah, when you say a natural right, you believe that it's immoral under natural rights. Which natural right does that violate?
Well, I believe that we all have a natural right to bodily autonomy, physical autonomy.
You do.
Yeah,
Really?
the right to bodily autonomy. Yes.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, so if two twin brothers want to have sex with each other, are they allowed to?
Oh my God! Wait, my bingo. Wait, my bingo. Oh, hold on.
Can you just answer
What
the
are we
fucking
gonna say?
question? This is so performative and cringe.
If two twin brothers. No,
Can you-
I
can
guess
you
that
put
one's
the bingo
also red.
thing
Yeah,
away?
can we
Can you
just, it's so cringe.
That
Can you
one's
just
also just
engage
a
with
red
the fucking
herring.
debate? If two twin brothers want to enter into an incestuous relationship, do you have any moral objection to that based on your standard of natural law? As you just said, everybody has bodily autonomy.
So long as it's not harming yourself or others. I don't think that this is necessarily relevant to the conversation.
Can you answer the
Do
question?
you know two twin brothers who are
Can
trying to
you
fuck
answer
right
the
now?
question? Do you believe that two twin
trying to fuck?
brothers who have sex with each other, do you think that that's inherently immoral?
I think it's disgusting.
Is it inherently immoral?
I think it's pretty gross.
Is it inherently immoral?
I mean, to me, yes. But
Well, then you just violated your own definition of natural law, which says that people have bodily autonomy. You're saying now they don't, and that's immoral. So which is it?
yeah, I mean, it's just gross, though. It's
Okay,
not-
so is it immoral?
Yeah, I mean, well, what are the repercussions of it? Are they harming themselves or each other?
They're both consenting.
If two consenting brothers want to commit an act of incest,
Is it immoral?
I don't know. I think it's kind of a gray area. I say it's technically not defying either of their right to bodily autonomy, but I think it could potentially cause
Is
harm.
it immoral or not inherently?
I don't know. What do you think?
I'm asking you.
I'm asking you.
Answer the fucking question. Is it inherently immoral or not?
I don't know, honestly. I'm going to say I don't know.
You don't know
What
if
do you
it's
think?
you don't know if it's inherently immoral after you just said you believe every single individual has bodily autonomy for two twin brothers to engage in an incestuous relationship. You don't know?
I think that if it's harming themselves or others, then yes, that would be immoral.
Okay.
Like if their parents knew about this and it destroyed their family, then yeah, that would be immoral.
Well, no,
Yeah.
because how would that violate bodily autonomy? Who cares what their parents know and it hurts their feelings? Who gives a shit? Do you care about if your parents care about your sexual relationships?
If it destroyed my family, I think they would care. Yeah.
That's inherently immoral if you engage in a relationship your parents don't agree with.
Well, it's not just that they don't agree with it; it's that it would destroy their family.
I can make the same argument for a homosexual child. Oh, you're having a homosexual relationship and we're heavily religious, so that destroyed our whole family.
Yeah, but that's on the basis of choice. Like religion is a choice.
Both of these are based on choice.
No, you can't really choose who's your brother.
You can choose to fuck him.
Yeah, that's true. But you can't choose who's your brother. You can choose who, like, you can choose to have an issue with homosexuality. That's a choice.
Both are choices.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's gross and wrong.
Is it? Well, it's not wrong, right? It's just, is it immoral?
I mean, it's not violating their personal bodily autonomy, but it's wrong.
Okay, what does that mean then? Wrong. Does wrong mean immoral?
Yeah, I mean, what do you think, Andrew?
I'm asking, I want an answer and then I'll give you my answer. But for the love of God, answer a question.
Okay, I'm going to say that there are limits to bodily autonomy and that is immoral. How's that?
So then, what is the limits to bodily autonomy?
I would say if you're harming yourself or others, that would be a limit on.
Then demonstrate the harm, the bodily harm to themselves.
Well, I mean, they would be completely disgraced by society. That's a pretty significant harm.
If I completely disgrace myself in front of society, that's immoral?
Yeah, you're harming yourself. That's
What?
self-harm. You don't think so? Like if you were to run around the streets naked and get
Do you
arrested.
think that at first Martin Luther King was embarrassing himself in front of society? Because at first I think he was, until he wasn't.
Oh my God. Do you think Martin Luther King was embarrassing
Until he
himself?
wasn't.
Do you think that Martin Luther King is a moral equivalency to fucking
No,
your
I'm doing an internal
brother?
criticism in order to get you to understand that the concept that you just gave me was, if society considers you and your viewpoints cringe, that's bodily harm. Do you realize how crazy that is to say out loud?
No, but society is not considering incest cringe. That's different.
Yes, that's all they're doing is considering
no,
it
incest
cringe.
is different than demanding human rights for black people.
Bro, why, I don't know why you're...
Because you brought up MLK. Why
Because
the fuck did you bring
I'm
MLK
giving an
into this?
example of if society socially found you to be super cringe, you're saying that that is self-harm.
I think that it would be self-harm to destroy your relationship with your family and ostracize your... Oh, do you want me to... I think that it would be self-harm to destroy your relationship with your family and to ostracize yourself from society for the purpose of having sex with your brother.
Okay, would that apply to just regular homosexuality? If you were in a religious community and that was your community, or perhaps you're in a religious nation or state, and you decided to engage in homosexuality and that destroyed your family, all of society went against you, that is now the same, the same principle of self-harm. How would that not equally apply?
Homosexuality is not a choice. Having sex with your brother is a
Having
choice.
sex as a homosexual is a choice.
So you don't think that any homosexual should be allowed to have sex so long as their family
Do you understand
disagrees
that when
with
you
it?
just continuously say, so you believe, when I ask you a question,
But
that is the cringiest thing that you do. Anytime I ask you a question, you just say, so you believe that blah, blah, blah.
Well,
I'm
then why
asking
don't
you a
bother
question.
to share your freaking beliefs? Then I don't have to ask you
I
and
literally
probe
just
you.
got
You
done.
refused. I mean, even the last one,
I
this one, you
literally just
refused
I went
to
through
share
all of
an
my views.
opinion.
I just went through all of my views on this and we agreed, and now we're on bodily autonomy. So the
then
thing
why
is,
are we even-
please answer my question and stop obfuscating. Stop evading.
Okay,
Stop
I will
lying.
answer your question. Shush. Homosexuality is biologically natural. Like, it's a natural part of a homosexual human's biology. It's not something that can change. Your choice to disagree or be disgusted by homosexuality can change. However, your brother... Having sex with your brother is not a human necessity. Even if you are a homosexual, you don't have to choose to have sex with your brother. Therefore, you are causing emotional and physical harm to your family. However, being gay is not a choice.
So if it's the
Do you think that being gay is a
So
choice?
if it's the case that is, would you agree with me? The definition of homosexuality is attracted to the same sex for purposes of sexual intercourse or something like this.
Yes.
Great. So then, if it's the case that you're attracted to your twin brother, is that a choice?
To act on that attraction is a choice.
Well, then I would say the same thing about homosexuality, wouldn't I?
But it's not like you can choose who specifically you are attracted to, but the sex of the person
You can't choose
is not a choice.
specifically who you're attracted to. That's insane.
Really?
You can choose who you're attracted to.
You don't think that there's any personal
If you can
preference
just
involved
choose
in
who you're
choosing-
attracted to, then why can't homosexuals just choose to be attracted to women?
You can't.
Can you answer that?
The specific person.
Yeah, why can't-
Not the general sex of all people you're attracted to.
So you can choose people you're attracted to.
Andrew, some of them, but not all of them. Like,
So
not
if
the
you're
entirety
attracted,
of the
attracted
sex.
to your twin brother, right, and attraction is something you can't help, that's your justification for homosexuality, then
No.
what is the immorality here?
I think that an attraction to a specific sex or gender is something you cannot help. But an attraction
Why not a specific
to
person?
a specific person is something you can
How? How do you help who you're attracted to? How?
Really? You've never been attracted to someone and been like, I just don't want, like, I don't like them? Like, you've never done that?
Do you realize that you just refuted yourself?
You've never
How do
been
you
able
help
to
who
cha-
you're attracted to? You say you've never been attracted to somebody, and then that already presumes you're attracted to them.
Yes, you can choose not to be attracted to someone
You
who
can't
you were at one
choose.
point
You can
attracted
choose who
to.
you're attracted to.
I mean, I can. Maybe you're just like,
You can?
Maybe I'm just built different. I don't know, man.
Okay. Do you think most people can choose who they're attracted to?
I think that the majority of people can decide on a singular individual whether or not they're attracted to them. Yes.
Are you serious?
Not based entirely, like you can't decide what sex you're attracted to.
Then why can't
But I think
homosexual
you can-
men just choose to not be attracted to all other men?
Did you just hear what I said? You cannot decide what sex you are attracted to.
No. They're attracted
But
to
you
the sex.
can
I know they're attracted to the sex, but why can't they just choose to not be attracted to every man?
You cannot, because I'm answering your question. You cannot choose which sex you're attracted to.
They're
But you
attracted to the
can
sex,
choose
but they're
which
choosing not to be attracted to every
individual-
man.
I'm using sex by gender.
I am
Yes.
too. I'm using. Listen,
Okay.
I'm so.
then what the fuck are you
here,
talking
look.
about?
It's simple. They're attracted to only men.
This red herring. has
But because
gone
it's
way
not a
out.
red herring.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes,
so
it
they're
is.
so they're able. I'm
It's a
internally
random argument.
critiquing.
Hold on,
I'm internally
One at a
critiquing
time,
bodily
one at a
autonomy.
time. Go ahead.
Okay.
And all you do is run. So the thing is like, look, this is super simple. Why couldn't you be attracted to an entire sex, right? But since you say individual attraction, right, is something which can be helped, then you're only attracted to males as a homosexual, but shouldn't you be able to control being attracted to every single individual male who is in that homosexual category?
No, because individual attraction is different than your sexuality. It's a specific person versus an entire sex. Do you
Yeah,
not understand the difference
so
between
then
those
you
things?
individualize them, and each individual person in that sex category you choose not to be attracted to.
No, that would be impossible.
Why?
Because it's biological.
So then, if you can't help who you're attracted to,
You cannot
that's the
help-
justification for homosexuality. Why couldn't that be the
No.
justification for an incestuous
Because you
relationship?
don't understand the difference between a sex and an individual. You can choose the individuals you decide you want to be attracted or not attracted to, but you can't decide the entire sex you decide to be
No,
attracted
you're attracted to the entire sex, but why couldn't they just say that they're not attracted to each and every individual in that sex and choose that?
Because that's the entire sex. If it's all of them, then that's still the sex.
Well, then-
if it's every individual, then that's the sex.
Then your argument's circular the other way too.
It's not circular the
Yeah,
other
they
way,
only have
Andrew.
one brother.
Your argument is
if you
circular
only
the
have
other
one
way.
brother and you're only attracted to your brother, right? Or you're only attracted to your family members,
But that's
or you're
not
only attracted to
biological.
that.
Let each other finish.
If it's the case that you're only attracted to your family members, right? How can you help that?
What version of sexuality is one where you are only attracted to your family?
Actually, there is a version of it. Would you like Brian to pull it up?
What the fuck is that?
Pull it up, Brian.
What do you
What
want
do
me
you
to
call a person who's only attracted to family members?
An incestophile?
I think so.
An incestophile.
Well, we'll find out.
I mean,
we'll
that
get the
sounds like a
exact.
mental illness above anything.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but you have to make a justification for why two twin brothers couldn't have sex with each other and why that would be immoral based on your bodily autonomy argument that everybody should have bodily autonomy. You'd
Well,
have to demonstrate the harm.
Yes, there's still bodily autonomy, but you would be harming your entire family as well as yourself.
I
You
can
would
make
be.
the same argument for homosexuality.
Yes, but homosexuality is not a choice. Fucking your brother is.
Do you want the definition? Or not the definition, the term. I believe
Yeah, the
this is the term. I don't know if this rings a bell. Consanguinous.
Yeah.
Consanguinous. Consanguinamorous.
Yeah.
A person who in a consensual romantic or sexual relationship with an adult blood relative. Consanguinamorous.
Okay.
I try my best.
Your family all.
Can you wait?
Here.
I want to know what percentage of the population
Let's
is
try-
consanguinamorous?
let's try this.
Like, is this
You
like
got
a,
it. You nailed it.
Yeah.
By the way.
Is this a large group of
What
people?
percentage?
No, I'm sure it's very small.
It's probably
It's
small.
got to be.
So-
So then why are we talking
because
about
it's-
this? When it
we're
comes-
testing
No,
the-
actually, I want
to finish it. I'm almost done.
Redirect the conversation.
We can,
back
and I'm
to
almost
general
done. I just
bodily
wanna ask
autonomy.
one last question.
I think it's weird that we've been so focused
One
on
last
these
question
two
on
twin
bodily autonomy.
incest
Just to be
brothers.
fair, I searched her thing up. So globally, It says about 20% of the world's population lives in communities where consanguineous marriage is preferred, with a rate of 20 to 50% in parts of the Middle East, North Africa, and South Asia.
They're all immoral, right?
So in those countries, it's, well, I mean, if
They're all immoral, right?
Hold on. Can I ask you a question?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, wait. I want to go back to more research on this. I feel like I can't give you a good answer because I don't really know anything about it.
Well, there's also cousin marriage worldwide.
Yeah, because are we talking about like the cultural tradition of marrying your cousins or having incest with a sibling in a society that does not accept?
Well, here, I'll just make it simple. I'm just going to make it super easy, the question. Your whole family dies in a tragic accident except your twin brother. So now you can't destroy them emotionally because they're all dead. Is it okay or moral then to have a twin brother incestuous relationship based on your principle of bodily autonomy?
I guess if you're not hurting anyone, including yourself, then sure. But I don't think that this negates the basic belief that bodily autonomy is a human right. Because I do think the consequences of living in a society where bodily autonomy doesn't exist are far greater. I mean, if nobody has a right to bodily autonomy, then at any point, any of us would be able to just fuck with each other and physically harm each other.
But don't you want to
without
restrict bodily autonomy constantly?
What?
Don't you want to restrict bodily autonomy constantly?
In what universe do I want to restrict
Well, I
bodily
don't know.
autonomy?
Did you support the lockdowns?
Did I support the... Well, that, again, is an exception in the case of creating harm to yourself or others.
Well, wasn't that
Those are the two exceptions.
Wasn't that a subjective harm?
Millions of people died. Is that subjective to you?
Well, I mean, it's a subjective harm that you lock people in their homes or lock down their businesses.
Millions of people died, though. It's
Yeah.
not subjective that those people died. They objectively died.
Yeah, but I mean...
Did you know anyone who lost anyone during COVID?
Yeah, of course.
It was brutal, man.
Yeah, of course. But the
How
thing
could
is,
you argue that
how could it be so you don't really believe in a principle of bodily autonomy?
But it's foreseeable risk. Like, there's a foreseeable risk that if you go outside while there is a contagious deadly disease and you continue to spread that contagious deadly disease, you could foreseeably cause
bodily autonomy should be restricted as long as we can justify that there's some sort of harm to other people. Is that right?
Yes, to an extent.
To an extent.
I think that there are certain exceptions, but I think on a general principle, yeah, I agree with that.
So why shouldn't we stop women from having an abortion if half of us perceive the harm of it?
Well, because you haven't proven that that's a legitimate
Why do
harm.
we need to? All we have to do is perceive it that way.
No, you have to prove that there's legitimate
Then
harm.
why do we care about this?
Foreseeable risk, like on a legal sense, you have to be able to prove that there's a foreseeable risk.
Then why do we care about you?
You can't just go based off vibes.
Then why is it that we care about you hurting your entire family because it hurts yourself again? Because that's just perception.
Because there was a proven foreseeable risk. Like legally, there was a proven foreseeable risk that going outside could potentially cause bodily harm. And by the way,
isn't going outside always potentially something that can cause bodily harm?
I mean, I was also alive during COVID. People still left their houses all the time. People threw parties. Like people did tons of stuff.
They resisted. They resisted the state-sponsored bullshit. That's true.
But it wasn't a mandate. Like it wasn't forcing you to.
They
be
did
inside.
force businesses to shut down. Yes, they did.
Okay, well, you could still go outside, though.
And progressives wanted COVID passports. Where are your paper checkpoints? Right? Very fascist dystopian.
So that you can't spread a disease that was killing people.
So then restricting.
Do you think that you should just be allowed to spread a disease?
Well, I think that your principle of bodily autonomy is making less and less sense because it seems like as long as we subjectively can claim that you're going to do something which we perceive as being harmful, then we can restrict your bodily autonomy.
No, it's not subjectively can claim. It's objectively can claim.
Oh, we can objectively
claim. As long as you
it.
can objectively claim that there is either foreseeable risk of causing bodily harm or you are actively causing bodily harm to yourself or others, then an individual deserves bodily autonomy.
Then why don't we restrict swimming pools?
Why would we restrict
Because there's a massive foreseeable risk that you're going to cause harm to yourself, your family, or other people who come swimming.
I don't think there's a massive foreseeable. Also, that's why we have lifeguards.
There's a much bigger chance that your percentage as an individual would die probably in a swimming pool than from COVID-19.
But swimming pools are voluntary. We're not forcing everyone to go into a swimming pool.
This is so funny to me. I thought it was about bodily autonomy, not about anything else.
Yes, swimming pools are voluntary.
And you want to restrict bodily autonomy.
If you forced everyone to go into a swimming pool, then yeah, that'd be fun.
Then why wasn't it voluntary for me to walk into a fucking shop if I wanted to without a mask on?
Well, the shop voluntarily chose to close. If you wanted to open
they
your own
didn't.
shop,
The state mandated that they close.
Oh, okay. Well, that sucks, but...
Restriction of bodily autonomy. Like, all of your principles are completely fucking incoherent. They're all incoherent.
But for now, I think one of the things that would probably be a good place to start, as we discussed before we started going live, is what exactly these terms mean. When people call someone a feminist, or we talk about feminism, what is that? What is the red pill?
So what is feminism to you and the red pill to you?
So, broadly, feminism, they say like, oh, it's just equality between men and women in the legal sense, I think is where it started off. But if we look at the modern feminist movement, I think there's not only the push for equality before the law for men and women, but also equity in basically every domain, whether that's political, economic, social. And also we see a concurrent push to, I guess, derail family structures, whether that be, like the extended family, nuclear family, you name it. Feminism has done a lot more than just push for like equity. And we also see it overlapping with, I guess, intersectionalism a lot. It's very rare nowadays that you see a feminist who is not also talking about things like white privilege, straight privilege, you name it. So overall, it's a leftist ideology, and I guess that would be
like you're conflating wokeism with feminism. Feminism is a rejection of patriarchy. That's all it is. The entailment of egalitarianism between men and women is a rejection of patriarchy. Who's the oppressor? If you're trying to be equal with the opposite sex, who would the oppressor be? What is the entailment there? The entailment would be men, or the oppressors. So it's a movement to reject patriarchal structures. That's what feminism is.
I would say it goes, so I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I would say if we're looking at the feminist movement and my problems with it, it extends a lot beyond just that.
Yeah, but I think it's because you conflate wokeism with feminism. Feminism is simply put a rejection of patriarchal structures. That's it. The entirety of feminist ideology is to move away. So if you're thinking about things like the destruction of the nuclear family, this type of thing, the nuclear family has a head. The head is the man. If you have the extended cross-generational family, that's also a patriarchal system. The head is the man. If you're talking about the dismantling of the church is patriarchal. Christianity is a patriarchal structure. It's the rejection of patriarchy across the board. The entire movement of feminism has nothing to do with egalitarianism at all. It has to do with dismantling patriarchy. That is what the ultimate goal is.
Well, I think when it comes to things like egalitarianism, that is not how I would define the modern feminist movement. But I think we're kind of seeing, like, we're splitting hairs here to a certain extent.
I don't think that we're making a semantic distinction with no merit. The semantics matter, especially when we're talking about these types of issues. So wokeism itself can be a leftist progressive ideology. That's true. However, when you're talking about things absent a rejection of patriarchy, the right wing can be just as guilty of those things. So you can still be somebody
if we look at the modern feminist, the current push toward things like, let's just say, allowing men in women's spaces if they identify as trans, would you see that as a feminist problem or as a woke problem?
I would see that particular issue is a feminist issue. The problem
But how is that a rejection of patriarchy if we're talking about
I'll explain
the
it to you.
recognition?
So what happens here is that women have gone ahead and voted to allow these things to push through. The reason that this is a movement against patriarchal structures because men and their sports are really the only sports that matter. Nobody watches women's sports at all. They just don't even bother with it, and I don't blame them for not bothering with it. It's boring as hell. Women have decided to use the power of the vote to institute these policies, and I say let them suffer by those policies that they have instituted. I have no problem with men going in to these women's spaces, for instance, and beating the shit out of all their records and completely dismantling them. What the hell do I care about women's sports for? They voted for this shit. They can deal with it.
I mean, I don't disagree with that, but if we look at the belief that, for example, gender is not something based on sex or chromosomes, but that it is a social construct and therefore open to self-identification, I think it goes a little bit deeper than just the rejection of
Gender
male.
is a social construction. It does not exist inside of objective reality. It's a made-up term utilized by woke leftist scumbags. It has nothing to do with objective reality. All that exists is biological sex. The norms which come with biological sex are intrinsic to the ontology of human beings.
All right. So do you view the, again, you can call it woke or feminist, do you view the belief that we see basically in all matters of the world, whether that's like sports, we also see it, I mean, even in terms like medicine, it's being conflated. Do you think that that is something that feminists have pushed for, the conflation of biological sex with gender? Do you think that feminism at its core?
Yes, because it assists with trying to destroy the ontology of what is man. So it's an attempt to rip a fabric in the whole of truth of what is man. So yes, it is a pushed feminist. That's why you see the infighting in the feminist crowd from those who try to move over into a more conservative camp, like Rowling or J.K. Rowling, for instance, who says no. We fought for women's liberation. This was not what that was supposed to be. But an entailment of the dismantling of patriarchy is that men can no longer protect you from yourself. And that is why patriarchy is so important, is we also protect women not just from external forces, but protect them from their own choices. And in this particular case, feminism, the dismantling of patriarchal systems, blurring the line between what is a man and a woman, has long been a feminist doctrine.
Okay, I mean, I don't disagree with you there, but we can move on. Okay,
I would like to not move on. I would like to pin some more down here so that we can get this straight. So when you're talking about gender, I don't really understand why you think that this is something other than a social construction. It does not exist. It can't be touched. It can't be tasted. It can't be seen. It definitely does not exist as a reality absent the mind. Why do you think that gender exists absent the mind? Why isn't there only sex?
I don't think that gender is distinguishable from sex. And for the longest time, those terms were used basically synonymously.
Yeah, I agree that people use them interchangeably. But the reason that feminist ideology pushes the trans ideology specifically is because it dismantles ontologically what is a man. That's what it does. That's what the point is of feminism, is to dismantle patriarchal systems. It has nothing to do with anything else. It's always been a dismantling of patriarchal systems. It may sound simplistic, but actually the conflation with woke does more damage. So if you conflate feminism with wokeism, it does more damage to the message than just explaining that patriarchal systems are necessary. And that is what the fight is really about. The fight is about a patriarchy versus a non-patriarchal society. Very simple.
Well, I mean, in that point, though, I feel like you would be making many people feminists who not only don't support the modern feminist movement, but who might actually be considered, I mean, broadly speaking, allies in any type of policy you would try to...
Then they're not allies.
Sorry?
Then they're not allies. They're trying to dismantle patriarchal systems. They're not allies to the right. The Christian right is based around patriarchy. Christianity is a patriarchal system. It's a top-down patriarchal system. Your job as a wife, for instance, is to submit to your husband as you would unto the Lord. You can find this in Ephesians 22, right? The submission to him as unto the Lord. Your husband is submitting to the hierarchical church authority. This is all patriarchal, top-down patriarchy. Same thing within governance. It was always supposed to be top-down patriarchy. This was never supposed to be a system which integrated women into positions of authority and power. That's insanity. And feminism is simply a push to dismantle patriarchal systems.
So if someone were to, let's say, argue for equal protection under the law, would you consider them a feminist between like men and women?
No, but I'm not really sure what that has to do with anything. So if you're asking for equal protection,
when you talk about the, I guess, abolition of patriarchy, some people might say that, well, if you, for example, believe in, I don't know, women having inheritance rights, is that feminism?
Women have always had inheritance rights.
Well, but so you don't think that demolishing that would be a feminist standpoint?
No, it's always been so.
No, I'm not asking whether it's always been something, but it's just like at its core.
Yeah, but I'm trying to get to the ought portion of the claim. So you're asking, ought this be true? But I'm trying to define what is the truth. So the truth is that when you're talking about female inheritance, right? That has always been the case, that women could inherit. They could inherit property. They could inherit all of these things. It's actually a feminist talking point that they could not. When it comes to ought they be able to do that under a patriarchal structure? They ought to be able to, yes. And there's always been a prescription so that they could.
Okay. What about something like women in the workplace?
Yeah, it's a bad idea. Now, women have always been allowed to work, and women ought to always be allowed to work. However, the incentives which are produced by the United States government are supposed to be for the health and the welfare of the nation. If you're talking about the health and welfare of the nation, then you want to push policy which will allow women to stay at home with their children, which is going to be the best setup possible. But again, this would be a pro-patriarchy position because you'd be allowing men at that point and incentivizing men to be the head of the household, the head of the family, to be the breadwinner. In this case, this would be considered oppressive from the feminist ethos.
So in terms of prescription versus description, then if we talk about patriarchy, do you think that is it a feminist talking point? Is it a feminist policy to have egalitarian laws in regard to things like voting?
Yeah.
Like I'm of the belief that
all
for example,
egalitarianism, which is moved from women's movements, are always designed for a liberation from patriarchy. All. There's not any that are not. Anytime women collectively are pushing towards any type of what is considered egalitarianism, it is feminism. It is a dismantling of patriarchal structures and systems, period.
Okay, so the reason why I bring that up is because when it comes to, let's say, something like voting, right? So I'm not a fan of universal suffrage. I've talked about this on my channel. I'm in favor of, I think there's several different systems that could work. Maybe one vote per household with children and a married couple, service through citizenship, net taxpayers, property owners, you name it. If I believe that men and women would equally have the ability to earn that right, though in practice it would be overwhelmingly male. We know that from stats right now as to who exactly pays the most taxes and owns the most property. Would that be a feminist perspective that I have?
If the movement of that was not the end goal to make it patriarchal, then yes, it would be a feminist position, which is why I say that you're a feminist.
Is the intent, the intent matters more than, I guess, the outcome in that regard?
Well, no, the outcome matters more than the intent. The outcome is for patriarchy. That is the outcome we're looking for, is for a
the outcome would be more patriarchal than what we have currently.
Yeah, but the entailment is it also may not be. It depends on which system. You haven't exactly defined which system you would implement in order to make sure that it's patriarchal. You just said there are many we could choose from. Well, that's great. That's swell, but it doesn't actually tell me anything. So no, the outcome, the outcome
that I just mentioned would have more women earning the franchise.
Well, you would have to be specific. What system are you advocating for here?
If it were net taxpayers or property owners, both of those groups are overwhelmingly male. Households, well, it's one vote for household. The only one where there would be some ambiguity perhaps would be service through citizenship. But if we look at military service, that's also overwhelmingly male.
Yeah, I agree. But is the point of this ultimately, from your perspective, to make a better governing body, or is the point of this ultimately for you to advance a patriarchal structure inside of society? This is the distinction I'm asking.
I don't think you can divorce those two things.
Yeah, I think
to be better, it will be more male dominated.
Well, can you just answer the question? Are you trying to advocate for a patriarchal society, or aren't you?
I'm trying to advocate for a better society that is
That's
one
not my
that would
question.
Be more
That's not my question. Answer my
100%.
question. Don't be bad faith. Do you want a patriarchal society, or don't you?
If that patriarchal is one led by men, then yes, this would be led by men. It would be better.
Yeah. So ultimately, your goal is the advocation of a patriarchal society, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If that is the ultimate goal, then no, that is not feminism. But I wanted to make sure, as we dove into this, that's actually what the goal is. Because what it sounded like to me is, no, I want a better society. I want a more gooder society. I want something that looks and acts like in some way that I want. That really has nothing to do with anything. I want to know specifically if you have feminist ideals or you do not have feminist ideals.
But I suppose that I don't have feminist ideals, but the reason why I talk about all of those things, because I don't think it's an argument where it's men therefore better. I think that's an oversimplification. I think, yeah, if we look at all the different strengths that men versus women have, it's not just that they're men. And I think kind of just trying to oversimplify it in those ways, you're going to lose a lot of people who...
Well, I think making it overly complex actually makes us lose far more people. So
But
just because you take
have you heard of peaceful Latinas?
yeah, they're idiots. But just because you
Yes,
take
but they're actually someone who agree with my position. But
that's nice. They're a bunch of liberal
scumbags.
scumbags. They're a couple of liberal scumbags.
They agree with my position. But when it's marketed as, oh, just repeal the 19th, like their brain shuts off.
Oh, yay.
They
Progressives
automatically
agree with
don't-
your position. Awesome. That's
Well,
great. Swell.
Yeah, we live in a society where we must.
Did
we
you just
must
use the
be
"we
able
live in a
to
society"?
persuade people to our. We must be able to persuade.
You don't
people. So
persuade the devil by dancing with him. The devil persuades you. That's how that ends up working. So what happens is by you moving off the message. Let me finish my point.
You're
Hang
one
on,
of
let
the
me finish my
debate
point.
channels you just said.
Let me finish my point. Yeah, their ideology could be challenged in a debate channel. That's true. That's not me dancing with them politically and saying, oh, you happen to agree with my policy prescription, so that makes them good. That's absurd. It doesn't make them good. Dancing with a bunch of progressives like Destiny and the rest of these coomers and acting like they're on your team because they agree with certain issues is absurd. These people are fucking horrible. They're horrible people. They do horrible things. And for us to make these kinds of like bizarre advocations that, oh, the concept is so complex, the average Joe could just never really understand it. There's so much nuance. There's not really that much nuance. It's not really that. It's not really that complex.
People absolutely can understand it, but we have to take the time to explain it first before they do.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I do. That's what debate does. Debate helps flesh out these ideas and these ideologies so that people can understand it. But these people are not our friends. They're not our buddies. They're not our pals. They absolutely want to dismantle the society in which we live. And they're pretty awful. So no, I don't care what progressives might agree with your positions.
Yeah, but it goes to show that the positions themselves are sound, and they're sound to the point where you might even be able to implement.
No, it doesn't show that it's sound just because some people agree with them. That's an absurd statement.
I mean, if you agree that it's not a bad system, and or at the very least not a feminist system, I'll be clear there. And you even have like some progressives getting on board with the idea. I don't think that's something to scoff at, and I think we're being needlessly. I don't want to say condescending, but I mean a little bit there.
Well, good. We need to gatekeep more. We need to make sure that we're not letting in the most horrifying people on planet Earth so that we can advocate for a system which they will then corrupt. That's how progressive communism got power to begin with.
What are you talking about letting into?
I'm saying that what ends up happening is this. It's the curious case of Charlie Kirk and Con Inc. It's the same exact thing. What happens is you create big tent ideology around something which is hyper specific, and then the people who you bring in begin to pollute the message. In Charlie Kirk's case, it was the LGBTQ who he wanted to come in to add to the big tent style messaging that he had for his brand of conservatism. The same exact thing can happen within whatever ideology you're advocating for. The more horrific and horrible people you bring in to advocate for that ideology, the more they're going to end up polluting it. That's how it works in real time. That's how politics operates. That's how lobbyists begin to gain control of messaging and how they end up completely destroying what the message originally was.
So I think you're getting to the core of something that we did try in the conservative movement. That's the issue of big tent conservatism. Like, we want LGBT people voting Republican. We want all of these votes, right? And I think we should be able to work together where we have agreements. That's true. But the problem is, and we see this even in the media, when you're too willing to, I guess, go along to get along, you not only end up working together where you have agreement, which is just strategic in my opinion,
what in
but
the name
the
of
movement
hypocrisy
itself, the
is this?
window changes.
Why say this when you just got done saying, oh, but there's progressives who agree with me, and now you're kind of moving out of the other side of your face and saying, oh,
yeah, but
the thing is, it's like, I don't think that that's necessarily a good thing. It's like, get off the fence and pick a position.
Wait. I don't think it's a bad thing if progressives also support me, but I think what's bad is where we start to say that just because you agree with this one position, you are now conservative. You're part of the new right that is inclusive. There's a big difference there. There's a very, very
What's
big
the
difference
distinction?
there. The distinction is, well, we're not going to, just because you agree with me on one of these issues, that doesn't mean I'm going to compromise my position on all these other issues.
That was Charlie Kirk's position. I disagree with the fact that you're LGBTQ, but as long as you're voting with me, everything's A-okay. No. What happens is it pollutes.
There was the
there wasn't. What happened is they polluted that message and absolutely destroyed it. Charlie Kirk and TPUSA have had to back up on all of their messaging, everything from immigration to LGBTQ rights. Fortunately, there was a basically fatwa that was put up against them by one Mr. Can't even be named on the internet, who completely dismantled that messaging before the poison got too out of hand. But that's exactly what was going on, was an inclusion of these lunatics inside of the conservative movement, which pollute the message. That's why Donald Trump now has rainbow flags all over the place. It pollutes the message.
Well, there's a difference between saying, yes, you should vote for me versus I'm going to put you up on stage as the spokesperson for my message. That's not something that I agree with. That's not something that I support.
Well, then why are you referencing these people like they're your buddies?
What are you talking about?
Well, have you heard of Peaceful Latinas, says Lauren Chen. They support my message. That's essentially showcasing them as speakers for the message.
No, that's just saying that in this one regard, this is an argument that I think does have broad appeal if we explain it correctly, or at least if I explain myself correctly.
I don't think it does. I think what ends up happening is it does not have broad appeal. Infiltrators come in and they'll begin to pollute, dilute, and destroy the message. That's what ends up happening. Conservatism does not have a unified message, and it doesn't because we don't seem to understand that conservatism is supposed to be a patriarchal structure. It's supposed to be top-down patriarchy based around Christian ethics. That is conservatism, or else what are we trying to conserve, Lauren?
I think you're right. If it's not that, then what is it?
Right. What is it? So then the question becomes, why are we in bed with women, especially women, female commentators, who absolutely do not agree with this? Your assaults against Pearl Davis, which led to our beef to begin with, my critiques of your video as you went after Pearl Davis, was a way for you. She is dismantling feminist ideology and is pro-patriarchy, and all you could do is criticize her for that. That is covert feminism.
She's anti-Christian. She's
not. She's not anti-Christian.
She absolutely is. If she's telling men to, not date women in the church, if she's saying that Christianity has become,
she's telling them not to date reformed prostitutes. Do you want men to date reformed prostitutes in the church, Lauren?
No, I don't actually.
No, and neither does Pearl, because she's smart, because she understands that what's going on inside of your Protestant churches, where everything is a personal Jesus, where you have destroyed your ecclesiastical authority, where you have destroyed the actual relationship with the church, that they will let in reformed prostitutes who just got their heads dunked a week before at heresy.com, and now suddenly they're your new trad wife.
What do you mean let into the church? I don't think someone like Nala should be in any type of leadership. I mean, aside from the fact that she is a woman, she is a porn star. So that's not something that I support. But if you actually read what Pearl has said in regards to just like the idea that Christian women who go to church are no different than secular women in regard to something like divorce, that's patently untrue.
No, it's not. It's not untrue.
Look at the divorce statistics.
Yeah, let's look at the divorce statistics and dive into it. So here's what is true. What is true is that self-identified Christians do get divorced at an even higher rate than secularists do. What happens is, if you look in it's a pious scale. So people who take their religion more seriously, the less likely they are to get divorced. But if you're talking about covert feminists who were literally sucking 100 penises last year on film in front of everybody, now suddenly they come into the church, that's your new trad wife? No, Pearl Davis says that's bullshit. And we shouldn't follow that. And that has nothing to do with the Christian ethic, and it has nothing to do with the Christian faith. And she's absolutely right. That is a dismantling of feminism. Last thing that you want is your future leaders to be bogged down with former prostitutes. That seems like a bad idea, Lauren.
No, I don't disagree there. The video that I did about Nala specifically is responding to people who say that
you kissed her ass, Lauren. You kissed her ass. You kissed Nala's ass.
Yeah, because I
you
think
kissed her ass.
if she is a new person born again, then we have absolutely no right to say that she has not been saved. Now, I also believe that the best indicator.
What do you mean? Why don't you have that right? She went to
behavior.
heresychurch.com and got her head dunked. What to you is salvation?
Her head? What are you talking about?
Meaning that she walked into a church, the particular one that she went to is a church which is known to take in basically any type of celebrity that they can, and especially the more horrible ones. They instantly give them a baptism and then say, oh, you're cured and you found Jesus, and then they go on a testimonial tour. Why should we take that as being authentic? If you shall know them by their fruits, that means you shall know them by their works. And in this particular case, where is Nala giving compensation back to the hundreds and thousands of men who she did horrific damage to? Where's your demand for that, Lauren?
I don't have a problem with that. The video that I did, though, was discussing whether Nala's salvation is real. And I think ultimately I did say that we shall know them by their works. This is something that we will have to wait and see. I don't disagree as a concept that Nala is, my point, though, with Nala is that it is possible for her to be saved. There's no one who is beyond the redemption of Christ.
I didn't say that there was.
Change the fact that, sorry?
I didn't say that there was, but let me ask you a question.
Well, there you go.
Assuming for a second.
Can I clarify my position first?
Yeah, clarify
because
it.
you're saying a lot of things that I don't agree with. So I think you may not be sure as to what my actual beliefs are. I think a Christian man has every right to say that you were doing this yesterday. I don't want to marry you. I think there's no end to the standards that Christian men should have for other Christians. So I think a Christian man should be able to say no to dating a Christian woman if it's for something as simple as you are too much of a careerist.
Yeah, but
let alone you used to be a porn
yeah,
star.
but can is different than should. What Pearl's saying is you shouldn't do it. And I agree.
Yes.
You shouldn't do it. Not only that, let me ask you this, Lauren. Let's assume for a second that a person found Christ and they were convicted of doing some kid diddling. Would you let them watch your kid because they were saved?
No, absolutely. No, 100%.
Yeah, so then what happens is inside these churches, what's going on is these women are using Christianity as a cloak and a shield. Half the time they're doing pornography with a crucifix on their chest. Half the time they have quotes, biblical quotes on their butt cheeks. I've met these women time and time again through the Whatever podcast and these other places. They're utilizing the church specifically as a shield and a cloak. When we get into the red pill prescriptions themselves, if we're going opposing to descriptors, red pillars are making it very clear that the church has become corrupted with feminism, and it has.
All right, well, that's all well and good, but that's not what my position on Nala was. And I think I've been.
It was. You kissed her ass that whole video. I watched the whole video. You were busy kissing her ass, telling her how great she was. And she's not great. She's a horrible, awful person who did horrible damage to people, has done nothing to give compensation to any of them.
I agree that she, like, I have seen people say, like, she should give away the money then if she's sincere. I don't disagree with that either. I will say that, we have people like Andrew Tate, who I think should also do more to compensate for the fact that he built his empire off of, running a cam service. But when it comes to the question of should a Christian man date Nala, should we accept her as a leader in the church? I think that's a no. It's a different question than is it possible for someone like Nala to have been saved?
Yeah, on the salvific claim, we would make the claim that the Orthodox would never make a claim that you're not saved. But that's really beside the point. What ends up happening? No, it is, and I'll tell you how. Because all of the tangling that you guys end up doing with these red pillars is just to say, who are you to judge? She's been saved. No, they should judge. Absolutely, they should judge. And more Christians should be very much more righteously judgmental against these horrific human beings who suddenly claim they found Jesus yesterday, go inside of the patriarchal churches and begin the dismantling of them from the inside out. No, we should judge them. Yes, we should. Right, Lauren? We should judge these women, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Good.
Like pornography is wrong, OnlyFans is wrong. But the question is, like, when someone turns away from that, do we accept them in the church as recognizing that they are sinners and that they are not in a position of
The reason that we have a
leadership
catechesis inside of Orthodoxy that takes many years is to make sure that you can weed out people who aren't ready for the faith. Theosis and Christianity is a lifelong process. The path is narrow. It's very easy to fall off of that path. There's no reason for us. In fact, I would say the opposite is true, that your relationship with Jesus Christ should be kept as private as possible, and all of your charitable contributions, donations, things like that should also be kept confidential. What happens instead is these people go on these massive publicity tours, oftentimes heralded by people such as yourself, who make these videos, these long-form videos, absolutely kissing their ass when you should be completely dismantling and wrecking them. They're horrific for the patriarchal structures which you seem to want to advocate for. Why should we kiss their asses? So there's Pearl Davis. She's not kissing their ass. She says, no, broad, get out of here. You're completely destroying the fabric of society. And you're using this as a cloak. We can clearly see you're using it as a cloak. And you people lambast her for saying that. But it's true.
So when it comes to someone like Nala, do you think, you just said you should be keeping your relationship with Christ private. Do you think that someone who is newly saved should be, is it a bad thing if they share their testimony?
Absolutely. Running around the country trying to share your testimony of your salvation from the day before, it actually is a defeater to the position of the humbleness of Christianity. You're supposed to operate within Christianity with humility. That is the entire point of it. You're not supposed to pray publicly. You're not supposed to say, look at me. You're not supposed to tell people on Twitter, oh, I'll pray for you. That's just saying fuck you. That's all that's saying. I'll pray for you is just saying fuck you. That's all it is. Okay? That's bullshit. That's not Christianity. That's something totally different than what Christianity is. And all I see is people on your side completely going after these red pill podcasters and people like this. And yes, it's true. Many of them are degenerates, but that doesn't make them less right about what's going on and the fact that the Christ pillars offer no prescriptions to marriage at all. They offer nothing.
I don't think that's fair to say they offer no prescriptions for marriage
at
all.
Well then, okay, Lauren, why should a secularist man get married? Give me one good reason.
Well, I think that having children is a very good and very important one.
Why should a secular man want children? Why would you want a secular man to have children?
Well, because I mean, aside from the general decline in birth rates, which I think is a
you want secularists to continue to reproduce? That seems like a good idea to you?
Yes, I think even if you are not Christian, you probably should have kids. We're at a point.
Is their marriage valid if it's a secularist marriage to begin with, Lauren?
Valid? No.
No. So then you're basically telling them to sin, right, Lauren? Aren't you telling them to sin by telling them to get a non-Christian marriage and have children? Aren't you telling them to sin, Lauren?
Okay, this is, yeah.
What's that? Yes? Yes, you're telling, so you're telling people to sin, Lauren? That's your prescription? The whole time you've been beating the holy hell out of the red pillars, and the entire time they've been right, and you've been telling them to sin, Lauren?
So hang on, let's
answer the question, Lauren.
I'm happy to admit where I'm wrong. This is not a problem for me. Let's talk about this. So, do you believe that it is sinful for a man to get married and have kids if he is not a Christian?
That's not marriage. Marriage is a sacrament between a man and a woman. That's within the purview of the Christian ethic. You have been running around with the rest of the tradcons telling men to sin, Lauren. Why are you doing that? Now answer my question. Why are you doing that, Lauren?
Well, I think you're illustrating something, and again, you're getting upset with me here, but I'm happy to hear if I'm wrong, and we can talk about this. But I mean, it is true. I have argued for like a civil marriage, even within, if you're going to have kids as a man, even if you're not religious, cohabitation does not have the same outcomes as a civil marriage. That is true. There is still a difference between.
And it's all sinful, right, Lauren?
Yes, I think
then why are you advocating that people sin? Answer my question.
I guess I would. That's true. That's true. I guess my argument should be first for people to.
And now you know why I think you're a feminist, Lauren. Now you know.
Because of the marriage thing?
Because you go out of your way. You haven't thought these positions. The problem is when you lift these positions from people and you haven't actually thought about them, you end up being at the mercy of them. The reason I engage so much with these red pillars, the reason I engage so much with them, so that I actually understand their positions. The reason that I engage so much with the Christian sphere is so that I can really understand the positions. You don't have a good understanding or grasp on these positions. And it's covert feminism. What ends up happening ultimately, because you haven't thought these through, is you end up advocating for things like this, which are literally sinful, and you don't even know you're advocating for them.
No, I think you're right on and I will cede that. But I think when it comes to like the voting thing, I don't think it's fair to say that I haven't considered it. I think this is a good illustration of you're right here when it comes to advocating for secular marriage. I think I can simultaneously acknowledge that a secular marriage still has better outcomes for those involved and any children involved than something like cohabitation.
Oh, you're a Christian. You're not a consequentialist. You're not looking for outcomes. You're not looking for outcomes.
Let me finish. But then also recognize that by my own standard, that is not a marriage and is therefore sinful.
So that would be a contradiction, a performative contradiction.
I don't think it would be performative. I think it would be but it's not just for performance though. If you're actually like
yes, it is for performance. The performance of X action leads to contradiction. It's a performative contradiction in your worldview. Literally,
it is a contradiction of my worldview, but I wouldn't say it's performative. I'm not doing it for an audience.
Okay, fine. We won't make the semantic too detailed, but it's a contradiction. Fine, as long as you concede that is contradictory inside of your worldview. But let's go even deeper. Let's go even deeper into it, so that you understand even more. Okay, where these guys are coming from. Why in the world?
Sorry. Could we just stop for a second because we dove into what feminism is. I want to dive into what red pill is. First, though, I do need to get these chats up. Okay, Arcion says, I think feminism was designed as anti-patriarchy, but in practice, those who believe in it actually do care about egalitarianism. At least some do. The McClone Code says, gender exists only if you think of it as the typical expected expressions, physical and behavioral, of each sex, and there's only two one-to-one map. The sarcastic saint says, Laura, please forgive Andrew because he hasn't been laid and the whatever podcasts get to him. He just needs to take a cold shower. And okay, well, that's... Arcion says, it's not the devil you're persuading, it's people. Arcion says, Christ forgave and spent time with a prostitute. Lauren, if you can debate Rollo Tomasi next live, I will not need anything for Christmas. Okay, thank you guys. I think we're all cut up there. Okay, so let's talk about what the red pill is and what I view as the problems with red pill. So I view the red pill as kind of an offshoot or something that developed from maybe earlier MGTOW or manosphere types. So a lot of the complaints center around inequality before the courts and family law specifically benefiting women. I don't disagree there, but you mentioned yourself that they can be degenerate. And when I look at someone like the Fresh and Fit guys, who do talk about, like, they encourage promiscuity among men, that's not something that I support.
Yeah, but again, this is a detailed problem with your worldview. So let me dive right into this as well. These are secularists, and these secularist men are trying to help secularist men. The Christians are supposed to be coming in with solutions to these issues, and what happens is, like you, they have actual contradictions inside of their worldview, so these guys don't want to listen to them. What you guys say is, oh, hey, just roll the dice, and hopefully you'll get lucky, and maybe you won't marry one of these horrible women. What is the actual Christian prescription? So then tell me, Lauren, what is the actual Christian prescription to hypergamy in society from women and mate selection? What is the actual solution that you have from a Christian ethic that you can give these guys that's better than what Fresh and Fit gives them?
I don't have a problem with hypergamy.
Yeah, that's not my question. My question is, if you believe in monogamy because you're a Christian, but women are not acting in a monogamous way inside society, which they're not, what is the prescription that you're going to give to men? There's not enough women to go around who are virtuous for the virtuous men. What prescription are you going to give to the secularists? Do you even have one? You don't have one, right?
No, I think the solution is to do things like change family court, like absolutely change the law surrounding divorce. I think a lot of men, even if they are secularists, would feel better going into a marriage if they didn't think that there was such a good chance that they absolutely lose everything in the divorce. And I also think that you say that there's not enough good women to go around. I think that's true. And in my video talking about the women and the right, I believe a lot of this stems from a lack of leadership from men in the church. I think there should be a lot of churches, they prioritize gynocentrism, female sensibilities over actual male leadership. And I think that's a problem. And I think if we were to let the
This
church
doesn't answer the
flourish in
question.
that way,
what is the actual prescription that you can give to men right now who are facing down the barrel of marriage, right? Where you have a state contract in a secular way. These guys are speaking to secular men. You're the Christian who's trying to convert them. What's the actual prescription that you're going to give these guys when it comes to marriage? What is it, Lauren?
well, I think you pointed out that any prescription when it comes to marriage, if you're talking to a secularist, should be to follow Christ, because anything less than that is not a marriage.
Oh, and they go, yeah, but I don't want to do that. What I'm going to do instead is I'm just going to, have sex with a bunch of hot chicks and then never tie myself down with the state. That makes a lot more sense. Can you actually tell me why that's illogical from a secular progressive state? I can't actually think of how it's illogical for a man who's a secularist to say, I don't want to get married in the current sphere. The women are not virtuous. And instead, I'm just going to go out and I'm going to have tons and tons of sex. And that's it. Why is that actually problematic from that stance? Doesn't it seem like it's good advice for fresh and...
If your problem with women is that too many of them have slept around, etc., then I don't think you need to be a Christian to recognize that by continuing to sleep with these women, you are exacerbating the problem. Unless you're
that would be contrary to hypergamy. Hypergamy is actually stating the opposite within the red pill thought process. They're actually stating the opposite, that most men cannot sleep with X amount of women. Most of them cannot. Most women can sleep with whatever guy they want. Most guys cannot sleep with whatever woman they want. So it would actually be the opposite within their sphere. So they're telling men, actually, you're probably not going to be able to do this thing. However, here's self-improvement you can do, which would improve your chances of mate selection and things like this. From a secular standpoint, how in the world could they possibly be wrong? What are you offering? This is the question. What are you offering from the Christian church, from the Christian perspective, to combat these ideas, Lauren? What are you actually showing them?
Well, once more, you talk about the fact that, well, they're offering self-improvement so that men can improve their chances for mate selection. I will maintain, if you are a man who believes that promiscuity amongst women, sleeping with men who they are not married to, is a problem, you cannot engage in that same behavior while complaining about the problem. You are exacerbating the problem.
Yeah, but most of those men are not exacerbating the problem. This is not a male problem. This would be a woman problem when it comes to hypergamy. If most of the women are sleeping with a select few men, how's that a man's issue? That would be a woman's issue. And again, you still have not answered the question from the church, from the Christian perspective. What would you do to solve that?
Well, I think what we need to do to solve that is when it comes to things like, sex outside of wedlock, as a church, we have fault, like the Christian church has failed in enforcing those moral standards. And it's true. How many, if you think about like church singles groups or even just general services, how many of them talk about something like sex within marriage specifically? It's not a popular concept. It's not something that I think a lot of church leaders, quote, think is a winning topic. But because of that, even amongst people within the church, like that's a problem.
Okay. Well, here, I'll give you this solution, because that's a non-solution. That's just literally prattle. You didn't say anything. Here's the actual solution.
I'll let you continue. But
go ahead.
What I've said there is that the church should absolutely be pushing to enforce those moral standards, preaching those moral standards.
Which church?
Christian churches, like the church is the body of Christ.
Yeah, but the problem is that within Protestantism, you have so many different denominations, so many of them which embrace feminism, LGBTQ, this type of thing. They have no unified message. Only the traditional churches, Orthodoxy and Catholicism, do. That's it. That's why Muslims have become so popular where they're at when they're pushing traditional values. That's the reason why. So I can tell you how you can actually make a lifeline to these guys if you actually want to bring them over to your side. If you really want to understand how you can fix this problem, you fix the problem with a move to patriarchy. That's the thing red pillars will embrace, a move to patriarchal systems. That's what Christianity can offer to the secularists, which bring them over to our side, a move to patriarchy. Because absent patriarchy, what has happened...
Churches need to embrace that.
Yeah, but they have no ecclesiastical authority. Because there's no ecclesiology, they can't do it. Protestant churches can't do it. They don't have the necessary ecclesiology in order to move into a patriarchal system. They don't have any reference for marriage. They don't have any laws or bylaws regarding marriage. They have no laws or bylaws regarding anything, whereas the traditional churches do have that ecclesiastical authority. That's why the traditional Abrahamic religions do so well, and why Protestantism does not do so well. And so hang on, I'm almost done. When you're making the advocation for this, the reason that you have a pro-feminist stance without even knowing it is because if you want to solve the problem on the red pill side and the Christ pill side, the one unifier that you have is a patriarchy, patriarchal systems. They will agree with that, and you can move them out of that. But just telling them, oh no, just be monogamous, that doesn't do anything for them, because who are the women left? They get the leftovers to be monogamous with. That's what they get.
All right, well, I mean, when it comes to things like divorce within the Catholic Church, at least if we're going with nominal Catholics, it is still high, unfortunately.
Depends on the country. That's one. Yeah, and there's influencers which happen inside of Western nations, especially due to feminism. In Orthodoxy, the rates are very, very, very low. Also, Orthodoxy offers the ecclesiastical authority and the requisite to get married outside of the state. It's not a requirement because these are sacraments. These are messages which you can give to actual red pillars to move them over to Christ. What you can't tell them to do, though, is, hey, take the big risk and the big gamble because Jesus would really like it if you did. That's insane messaging.
That's not my position, by the way, to take the risk and the gamble, to just roll the dice. I absolutely don't think that's a good idea for men to do. And I think that there are definitely things that you can do that would reduce your likelihood of getting divorced. I don't think you should just roll the dice. Absolutely not.
Well, then what is your prescription other than a move to patriarchy?
I don't think a move to patriarchy is not part of that answer. Again, I said that even in regard to the church. But I also think that there are certain mate selections that you can do that do have a statistical likelihood at reducing your chances of divorce. Right? Socioeconomic status of married couples has an outcome. It affects your likeliness of divorce.
Yeah, but it also affects the outcome of you having children because you have them later in life because of family planning. And so what ends up happening is it's the poor and the downtrodden and those who reject materialism who are going to inherit the earth because they're the only ones who are breeding. It's actually bad advice to tell people to wait until later in life to get married because you're going to destroy the chance of them having more children.
I'm not telling people to wait later in life to get married, but I think there's sometimes the willingness to believe that there is one likelihood of divorce and that it's a roll of the dice no matter what the circumstances are, which is patently not true. And there's a big differential, even if you look at between different races, of the likelihood of divorce. The black divorce rate, I think,
that's because different races embrace different types of ecclesiastical authority inside of their churches. Namely, some of them have none. And that's why when the church effectively had some sort of body to it inside of black communities, you did not see these divorce rates nearly as high because they had a more traditional foundation for what it was that they were going for. That's all destroyed. But when you're talking about the entailment of what you just said, though, of, hey, your likelihood for divorce drastically is going to reduce if you have, these different socioeconomic statuses. An entailment of that is going to be that they wait till later to get married. That, in turn, is going to cause us to have less children, which exacerbates the birth rate crisis. These, again, not a great position.
Well, the thing is, when people look at the likelihood of divorce dropping, we're basically talking about IQ here, and bell curve talks about this. Your likelihood of getting divorced is greatly higher if your IQ is lower, and socioeconomic status is kind of like it represents that. And so, if you are a man, absolutely trying to find a woman who is not low IQ, therefore has better impulse control, it is going to reduce your likelihood of getting a divorce. Now, does that simultaneously mean that you have to wait until you're 30 to get married and maybe 35 to have kids? No, I think those are two different things.
The high IQ people are not having children.
Yeah, which is a problem, and I want them to have children.
Yeah, but if you want them to have children, then you have to embrace patriarchy, because we want the smart mothers to stay at home and raise their children. We don't want them in the workforce literally frying their brains on behalf of their boss. We want the really high IQ women. We want the really high IQ women at home raising children to make the next generation of high IQ children. Otherwise, they're wasted. They're wasted in the marketplace. Move to patriarchy is the only answer to this. That's the only way that this can actually be done in a structured way. You can't incentivize them with money. There's no way to incentivize people with money to have children. The poorest among us are the ones who have the children now. So financial incentives are not going to work for this.
I've long said the idea that the reason why women aren't having children is because of costs is ridiculous. And it's not just the poor in this country who have more children than the rich, but also if we look at a global scale, the places where there's the least economic development, they tend to have the most. It is absolutely a choice that people are making. Now, does that simultaneously mean that I don't think concerns over affordability are, we shouldn't talk about them? No, but I don't think that is the core issue of why
that's a
people
materialist position. It's a materialist position. You having a family should not have anything to do with materialism. It should have to do with the relationship and the sacrament between yourself and Jesus Christ, and the submission of your wife to your patriarchal authority and your ability to raise children, even in meager settings. Some of the best people come out of the worst poverty situations. It's not a bar for having a family. The messaging that can come from Christianity only can cross this threshold and Rubicon with the red pill if we have an embrace of patriarchy. That's it. It's the only way. I still haven't actually heard any descriptors of the red pill that you disagree with. What are they?
Well, I told you it's the push for the promiscuity, because we also have an overlap with what seems to be the pickup artist mentality, where we have people like Fresh and Fit going on sugar baby sites, right, and sleeping with all of these women.
Yeah, the push towards promiscuity is something which I push back on more than most, but that's not red pill. Just because you're a pickup artist, think of the red pill as a data packet. Inside of the data packet is a ton of information. You can utilize it how you see fit. Can you utilize it for the purposes of nefarious manipulation? Yes. Can you also utilize it for the purposes of help building men up and men's advocacy? Yes. You can't lay at the feet of the red pill the fact that some pickup artists and some people push towards promiscuity. That's not a red pill ideology. Red pill is simply information. That's it. It's descriptive truths which are given out into the ethos, and you can do what you want with those descriptive truths. I've not actually ever heard, and I've been on Fresh and Fit, and I have tangled with Myron on this, and he has told me to my face, yes, it's degenerate behavior. Yes, promiscuity is bad. Yes, promiscuity should be rejected if we had a moral society. Andrew, what are Christians going to do to reach out in order to make sure we have a moral society again? In this case, when I ask you, right, you are telling the degens to get married, which is insane, right?
That's not my prescription to have a more moral society, is to just get married. That's absolutely not it.
It was it. I caught you in a contradiction on it already. That you're advocating as bad a sin as they are. What is the distinction between them saying go have sex unmarried with a bunch of people and you saying no, get married secularly, absent a sacrament? You're both advocating for the same exact thing, Lauren.
It's not the same exact thing. Even if we just look at the consequentialist, and again, I think you're right. Actually,
you're not a consequentialist. You're
marriage.
A Christian.
But if we look at the outcomes, you can't say that the outcome is the same where you're sleeping with one person for the rest of your life versus you're sleeping with all of these other people. That's actually not the same. It's not
wait.
In terms of the outcome.
But it's still degeneracy on both sides. If they're getting married absent a sacrament, right, they're still degenerates. And if they're promiscuous, they're still degenerates. You're both advocating for degeneracy. You're both just doing it in different ways. And that's why guys like me exist, to push back on these ideologies, because it's nuts. It's actually crazy.
Well, I think again, I will say you're right about the civil marriage thing, and I will thank you for elucidating that for me. That's totally fine. But I think even if we look at purely from a secular standpoint, with the acknowledgement that a civil marriage is not a sacramental marriage, and therefore is sinful. If we look at the outcomes of things like promiscuity involving multiple partners, then we have children being born out of wedlock.
You still have them being born out of wedlock. Your prescription also would have children being born out of wedlock.
Yeah, but to multiple baby mamas and things like that, which is objectively worse.
Okay, so now you're consequentialist again. Now you're consequentialist
hang on.
again.
And if we look at the outcomes like poverty, think like abuse, there is a difference between a secular married couple versus just sleeping with a bunch of women. There's a difference.
Okay. So just to get this right, I get it. You're advocating for degeneracy light. Got it. Like, does that I don't know how that makes it better that you advocate for degeneracy light
I'm not
instead of
I'm not
tons of
advocating
degeneracy
for that marriage in the first place, but I can still recognize that the outcomes are different and one is measurably worse than the other.
Yeah, but the
100%
outcomes, you're not a consequentialist. Christians don't follow consequentialism. While it's true we can look at outcomes, you're supposed to be following virtues and the teachings of Jesus Christ, not of what the consequences of your higher duties are. If you were a consequentialist and a Christian, that would be absent the Christian ethic and the Christian ethos, period. And it doesn't even follow with the logos. None of this follows, Lauren. None of it follows.
But you're saying that these red pill men are secular, therefore we have to speak to them in terms of a secular language, what the pros and the cons are. There is still a secular argument to be made for why you should not be sleeping with a bunch of women, like one night stands and pickup artist style. There's still a secular argument to be made
you can
for
make
society
that,
why
yes,
that is worse.
You can make that secular argument, but here's the thing. It's not enough to destroy their worldview if you can't offer them one that's better. And what they hear is hypocrisy, and what they hear is nonsense. What they hear is you saying, hey, the best thing that you can do is get married, in spite of the fact that my values say that you're not even really married. That these are insane positions which are put together in order to attack the red pill who's just trying to give descriptive truths. I'm not saying that their prescriptions are great. That's where you get into some of the pickup artist stuff. Most of them don't make prescriptions, though. Rollo calls it a praxeology. It's not, but he calls it a praxeology. These different people have different names for it, but they're just trying to give descriptive claims for how the world actually works. And all I see is you beating the hell out of them and kissing the ass of former prostitutes like Nala and kissing the ass of all of these women and saying, how dare you? How dare you, Pearl Davis? How dare you, Andrew Wilson, say that you think that, oh, I don't know, maybe this chick who had sex with hundreds of men on film has done absolutely nothing to show the fruits or in any way really repent or show any remorse for this. How dare you not kiss their ass? Yeah, that's a losing message. It's a losing message. Okay, so anyway, we're watching. There I was minding my own business.
Well, I was going to say into that same second.
I'm watching all the cope, the after cope of this debate with Mark Reed. And Max was like, hey, man, why don't you just come on the show? Because we were just enjoying the after hours cope, you know? And I was like, well, why the fuck not? So I did.
Circumstances, somebody's going to die and it's not going to be my wife. This ultimately seems like it comes down to like the
1 little, 2 little, 3 little, bald
it's
atheist.
moral relativism.
4 little, 5 little,
where
6
one
bald
party claims
atheists.
to have an objective basis.
Look at this shit.
For their relativistic
Bald
position.
atheist. Bald atheist.
I can't
bald
get away
atheist.
from the fact that it seems
bald
to be like a
atheist.
retrospective
Bald
justification.
atheist.
It's like my intuitions, my upbringing,
You
my
crashed the after
psyche
cope?
has
I
told me that
did
this
crash
is
the after
good.
cope. I did. I couldn't help.
I'm now going to
I couldn't help it.
retrospectively justify it by inserting my creator, my God. Now, my morality is actually very, very similar to Mark's in that I think that we need to look at essentially who we are as
Look,
as
it's
a
me.
species and how we can best flourish.
Now, notice that there's a feature that your host has. A feature that I can see immediately that none of the atheists on camera have. What would that be? What is the feature that your phenomenal and fantastic and humble host has that the bald atheists do not have? What could that ever be? If you had to use the vegan argument of name the trait, for instance, what would the trait be?
And you end up in these sort of like Petersonian Sam Harris discussions of what does quote unquote truth mean. It's like we all know what flourish means. Like we all know what it
Oh, we all know what flourish means. Oh, okay. Yeah, we all know.
is for us to have a good life. To make the argument that we don't understand what that is, to engage in this kind of
Look at patient Andrew. So patient. Also ridiculously good looking, but very patient.
What word am I looking for? It's not solipsistic. It's
sophistry.
Sophistry. Thank you very much, Tony. This sort of like sophistic argument. I don't understand that. Like we're governed by our intuitions in almost every aspect of day-to-day life, and to want to retrospectively insert like an ontological lawgiver when there's no demonstration that ontological lawgiver actually exists is just it's a retrospective justification of something that isn't justified, and I don't get it.
Well, that wasn't really covered in the debate at all.
It seems like it almost always is. I mean, is this Andrew? Is this literally Andrew Wilson in the chat here right now?
No, it's... Yes, it is. It's somebody else other than the guy that
somebody
you were
else
watching
other than
for
Andrew.
hours.
No,
somebody else other than the guy you were just watching for hours with the same background, the exact same. It's an AI Andrew.
Well, it could have been. I don't know.
Isn't it as
I'm a funny fucking guy. I'm a pretty funny fucking guy.
simple as like, Mark, do you think you've bridged the
By the way,
is-all
Max,
gap?
how you doing again, man? It's nice to see you again.
Hello.
I'm gonna be.
I don't.
I'm gonna be banking on your goodwill, as I'm sure there's gonna be lots of shots towards me. To at least give me equal speaking time. Not asking you to give me more than anybody else. Does that sound fair, Max?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is not what happened, though. That is not what happened at all. Not even a little bit. Max did not come through on his promise.
Well, I think from what I've been sort of seeing during the I'll call it performance that I've seen, I think that we each, like, people have to be respectful towards Andrew, but I think that Andrew has to be respectful towards others. Let them speak. Do you think we can do that, or is that not
Shut up,
possible?
Mark. Was I talking to you? I just enjoyed doing this to him so much.
During the I'll call it performance that I've seen, I think that we each, like, people have to be respectful towards Andrew, but I think that Andrew has to be respectful towards others. Let them speak. Do you think we can do that, or is that not
Shut up,
possible?
Mark. Was I talking to you? Look at this guy dying laughing. Dying laughing. Shut up, Mark. Who asked you? Is it your stream, Mark? You know, is it your stream, Mark? Why don't you shut the fuck up, Mark? I'm talking to other people besides you. Just talking to you for 7 hours. Andrew has laughed my ass off when he debated the two sex slave, one rocking a giant boob suit about shame. Bro looked like he stumbled into the weirdest cosplay therapy session ever. Oh yeah, that was a really funny one. The infamous Mr. Slave debate. If nobody ever got a membership to the Crucible.video for any other debate than that panel, I was talking to the host, Mark.
I mean, that was at least
talking to the host as well, and saying, including you as a member of the panel.
To be brutally honest, with that response, I would kick this Andrew person.
Nobody cares what you think either, Tony. So anyway, Max,
Max.
Since nobody
you
cares,
see what I mean?
I don't care what you think either, fuckwit. So,
Wow.
you know,
Why are all of you bald? Why are all of you atheists bald? Why? Max, can you tell me why all the atheists are bald?
Because you've thrown out
How to get them spurging in 5 seconds. Let's just watch. Watch as I get all of them losing their minds. All of them losing their minds in complete cohesion in just seconds.
But I think that Andrew has to be respectful towards others. Let them speak. Do you think we can do that, or is that not
Shut up,
possible?
Mark. Was I talking to you? Is it your panel? I'm talking to the host. Mark.
Look at them all laughing. They all think it's funny. They all think it's funny.
Well, and saying including you as a member of the
just to be
panel.
brutally honest with that response, I would kick this Andrew person from
Nobody
the
cares what you think either, Tony. So anyway, Max,
Max.
Since nobody
you
cares,
see what I mean?
I don't care what you think either, fuckwit. So,
Wow.
you know,
Why are all of you bald? Why are all of you atheists bald? Why? Max, can you tell me why all the atheists are bald?
Because you've thrown out all claims of civility. You've thrown out all claims of civility, sir. You can't claim then that you're on some moral high ground. You've completely abandoned any social construct by which a conversation may occur, and
Is that
so
guy
you're
in a
not here for
hospital
a
bed?
conversation. So simply fuck off.
Why is there a guy in the ER in the freaking thing?
It's Isa.
He was involved in a car accident, and he's still here engaging.
Yes.
So
Trooper.
maximum respect for that.
What the fuck is that?
It's Isa, dude.
Well,
Yeah, but why are you on-
I don't know, Max. PhD Tony over here wants me to
Why
get
would you be
kicked.
on video?
Mark rage
Yeah,
quit the
I'd say-
last debate and then came over here, even though he said he was exhausted and could barely hold his eyes open. What the fuck?
Well, I didn't say
I thought he
that,
said he was
Mark.
exhausted. He could barely hold his eyes open. He'd been going for hours.
I'm not doing this
Andrew,
again.
can
Okay,
we-
that was a
can we-
7-hour debate. He's been incredibly we were having a good conversation until this guy turned up.
Yeah. Okay, well, Max, they all want to get rid of me, Max.
So shouldn't we go to Andrew's
Max,
position?
I would boot him
With
instantly.
Andrew's opening. We went through Mark's opening. We should go.
Just fuck him off.
continue.
He's not even worth spending time on. He is a absolute nonsense. Like it's like you cannot have a decent conversation with this person around because he is not interested in an actual conversation.
Yeah, but how come you rage quit the last debate and said you were so exhausted and then you're over here? Mark?
I didn't say that. I said
You
it
did
was
say
7
that.
hours. No, I didn't say that. I said it's 7 hours.
You make the point that there is no such thing as a Christian morality.
Yes, correct.
So there
That's
are.
why I wanted to have him here, because I wanted to
Yeah,
ask him.
but he
that,
can
'cause
listen
don't
to
Max,
it. He doesn't need to
cannot-
contribute.
he cannot be civil. He can't have a conversation. He is
a single.
He's absolutely
Christianity is
horrible.
not a
Get
single
rid of him.
moral framework.
I know.
Would you agree, Issa? Would you agree that Christianity is not a single moral framework in any coherent or intelligible fashion?
Why are you asking Issa that question? The guy in the hospital bed?
Because
I can answer the question. I'll probably give a very similar answer.
Hey, by the way, what happened to you, Issa?
I had a really
He was
bad
in
car
a
accident.
car
yeah.
crash.
Yeah.
Can Issa talk? Issa, what happened to you, bro?
So I guess we could tell the story. So I was going to a funeral. My stepfather passed away, so I was in Monk's Corner, South Carolina.
I'm very sorry to hear that, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, why don't you let him talk?
And then
You mean me giving him condolences was too much for you? You fucking bald fuck! Shut up. Let us talk. Now, Issa, go ahead. I'm sorry.
How about you just don't
Shut your fucking mouth! I'm talking to this guy. Shut your fucking stupid mouth while we're having this discussion.
Stop interrupting.
No.
I
wanted to ask Andrew something, but
I don't want to be the person
Isa,
who
go ahead.
I don't want to be the person who defends Andrew, but that was just like, I'm sorry to hear that you were in a car accident.
Yes, but in the middle of somebody else speaking, and I feel like we have to draw a line. If somebody else is speaking and has been asked to describe something, the expression of remorse and of condolences, which is entirely appropriate, can wait till when Issa has stopped speaking. Do you concede that?
No.
Well, can I also just
I
add?
do.
Look.
It's yet another. It's an interruption on an interruption. You were interrupting somebody who was giving
Yes,
condolences.
I know,
to a third.
but I'm not tolerant if she's bullshit. Let's get back to Issa.
Can I also point it out that I asked everyone to be respectful, and I was instantly just disrespected. Swore at, this is he has no civility. He can't do a conversation. He can't help himself. He is a maybe he is a psychopath. He's got no idea how to have a conversation. We're having a good conversation.
So at the risk of we were having a good conversation, and at the risk of being overly pragmatic, he also has a fucking massive audience And I would like, if possible, to grow Max's channel. And it is possible that there are people circling around on the edge of Andrew's audience that may or may not be sympathetic to the positions that we take. But now,
Okay, but Mark heard massive audience. That's going to hurt Mark's feelings. I guarantee it's going to hurt Mark's feelings.
he's just been kicked. You don't get, like, all they're going to do is fuck about in the chat, and they're not necessarily going to listen to what we...
They weren't going to listen anyway, and I think that this speculation is actually pointless. Can we let Issa discuss what he was trying to say?
Either conversation is the thing that we put on the pedestal or not.
Yes,
everybody.
We disrupted the conversation about
Tony,
5
Tony.
times,
Fight.
trying to talk about what you want to talk
Give
about.
in to the
rather
dark
than
side.
listen to Issa. Let's just let Issa
Yes.
Stop.
Yes.
I hear you.
Yes.
This is exactly the problem. That's what he wants. He wants people to argue, be divided, cause chaos, just basically cause it to drop out. Let's just take a breath. And Tony, I get where you're coming from. He's incredibly disrespectful to everybody. I think having good guests on is better than just a few people that may or may not be convinced. I think that. I do not want to engage more with the guy because he is just so rude and obnoxious. So let's have a conversation and not have some horrible person making us all fight among ourselves. That's exactly what he wants.
Fine, but can we finally get back to letting Issa say something?
Sorry,
as
yep,
we tried to start 10 minutes ago, right? Issa, I'm very sorry to hear about your dad. What happened? Sorry, your stepdad, your dad.
That's fine. It's cool. That's how I viewed him. Yeah. So it was actually a longer story. So basically, I went to a funeral for my housemate's niece. She was 7 years old. So that's like where.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care anymore. But the point is that shit was fucking hilarious. And for those of you who didn't see it, it was just absolutely fucking gold, these guys. They get so upset so easily. So mad. If you don't do... So they want you to do things how they do them. You have to do exactly what we say because it's like, fuck you. And then, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Oh my God. How can Andrew? Oh my God. Fucking worthless. Worthless people. You know what he could have done? They could have just been like, they could have laughed. You know, they could have laughed a little bit. Could have been like, well, how are you tonight, Andrew? You know, thanks for coming on. I appreciate your time. I'd have been like, hey, thanks, guys. And be like, well, we have some questions for you. You mind if we ask a few? And be like, yeah, sure. Sure. Nope, couldn't do it, though. They just couldn't fucking do it.
But aside from that, I will generally be pretty hands-off during this debate. I'll just let you guys hash this out. Again, unless I really need to step in, I won't do it. Okay, so you said, Duke, that for your opening statement, you want to play a clip?
Yeah, let me say a couple things before you bring up that clip, just to provide a little bit of context. So this was in regards to the last debate that I saw online. I think that's when I was in the chat. I think that's probably the whole reason why I got invited to this in the first place, because of some of the statements he made in that, which was about regarding women's rights and, you know, rights being given or enforced by men, right? Things of the sort. And I found a couple things that were a little bit misleading with those statements that he made. And the girl he was debating didn't provide a whole lot of pushback, which was interesting. But yeah, so he was talking about, because it seemed like there was a mixture of different things, right? And the undertone of what I sense he was getting at is part of the reason why men are the enforcers of rights, quote unquote, is because, you know, it seemed like it was more predicated on males' physicality, right? Our willingness to be able to be physical in actions and things like that, right? Over a woman. And there were even examples used if there was, you know, if all men decided to go against all women type of thing like that, who would win, even with modern technology, all those different statements, which kind of led me to believe that he's coming from a purely physical perspective when he talks about this and rights enforcement. So we're gonna play that video now. And then I want to go ahead and ask a couple questions on what he means by that, and then we can get going.
Well, just to clarify, so this is the opening statement. So you just talk, and then you can ask the questions once he makes his opening statement.
Women can't make decisions about their own rights because they can't enforce their own rights. So since they have no enforcement mechanism other than men, all their rights come from men, so they can't actually be equal. there's always going to be a differential. And that's a necessary biological truth. It's not saying that women can't be equal in the eyes of men as far as, you can't murder them, abuse them, things like this within the commons that you would do with men. But there can't actually be egalitarianism. It's not even possible because women have no enforcement mechanism. So since there's no enforcement mechanism, there's just it's a laughably absurd idea.
Women have no enforcement mechanism.
Okay, that was the clip. So do you want to elaborate on?
Yeah. So, I'm sorry. Is it him, or do you want me to elaborate a little bit?
No, yeah. It's still your opening statement, dude.
All right, perfect. So basically, you heard that statement where he was saying women don't have enforcement mechanism for the rights, and women's rights are inherently given it to them by men, right? So what's confusing about that statement is we're talking about a couple different things here, and this is where I want to clarify, and I'm going to actually pass it on to him when he's ready to make his opening statements. But what type of rights are we talking about here, right? Are we talking about human rights? Are we talking about natural rights? And it seemed like when he was going into the debates, he was kind of like conflating the both of it, right? Where it's somehow in some arguments he will refer to natural rights, and then other arguments he will refer to the human rights argument of things, whether it's like, or God, or at least that's what it seemed like he was hinting. So I want to go ahead and get into a little bit more detail, but I think this is it for my opening statement, and we can get cracking.
Okay, cool. Andrew?
Yeah, so that really didn't tell me much, and he didn't really make an argument, but let me kind of go through this.
Your audio just cut out. It got really quiet. Your mic just...
Sorry about that. Is that?
It's good. It's good now.
So I did take the time to review my opponent's material. Usually my opponents don't actually review mine. I don't know why this is, but people don't seem to take debates very seriously. They just kind of operate off of pure emotion, and they don't even understand argumentation or structures for arguments. I did go through and take a look at his video where he kind of briefly addressed this, and I was less than impressed. In his video about just for pearly things being exposed before he got to the section where he was obviously confused about my arguments, he claimed at the 29:46 minute mark that the last draft we had was in World War II. This was after pulling the date live, and the date saying 1973, which would be the Vietnam War, not World War II. But I thought that was kind of funny. And then in hour 14, in the same video, he restates my position that women's rights come from men. And then after a giggle, he actually had no argument and then went into some odd ramble, which was totally unintelligible. He starts by claiming we live in a structured government based around the Constitution, which is a non sequitur, and it doesn't even address my position or my argument. He then goes on to say hilariously that ever since women got the right to vote, men can't collectively take those rights away. Obviously, this is absurd, and it's self-defeating because who did they get the right to vote from in the first place? He then goes on to say that I brought up make-believe examples to make my point, and now that he's right about, these scenarios are called hypotheticals, and they're designed to be make-believe examples to test your logic. He then says historically, societies were moving towards egalitarianism, which is also laughable. He then finishes by claiming only Eastern cultures oppress women in their framework, which is, again, hilarious because it actually proves my point. As far as kind of what he said in his opening statement, he, again, didn't really give me very much. He just said that from my perspective, he's asking if it's a physical perspective, which relies on enforcement. The answer to that would be yes. He then brings up a category of rights, which I guess we can get into, but I probably reject his framework of what rights are. And then, kind of past that, if he's asking, who has rights, I don't think that we have rights. I don't even think that there's a such thing as rights, at least not unalienable rights, meaning rights that can't be taken away from you. So that's kind of it for my opening statement. I probably would have had more to say, but I haven't actually heard an argument or anything from him. So, we can kind of move on from there.
Cool. All right. We're going to get to the open part. So here's the part where you guys just have back and forth and kick it off.
All right. So this guy's saying he didn't hear an argument, although we just posed one. So I guess you're trying to be nonchalant about this, which is cute. Okay, so you're used to, you know, speaking the way. I mean, in fact, you're already saying I'm emotional and make people making emotional arguments, and then you're basing it off a video that, firstly, was just off statement about you, and second of all, realistically, didn't even have a whole fully fledged out explanation for it, because that's not what the show was about. It was just briefly mentioning it. But we're gonna do that on this podcast. So my first question to you is, when you talk about rights being able to be taken away or being enforced by men, what type of rights are you talking about? Are you talking about natural rights, or are you talking about human rights?
What do you think the distinction between the two are?
I'm asking you.
Well, are these physical? So I don't, any right that you would consider to be something which is physical from a secular framework, I would consider those to be right. Whether you call them natural rights or you call them whatever you want, it doesn't matter from my perspective.
Okay, but what I'm saying, what do you consider rights, right, that can be enforced and that can also be taken away if men collectivize?
Well, so I would make the distinction in two ways. The first would be an unalienable right. So if you look at the framing around our Constitution, there's only 3 unalienable rights. So the unalienable right would be a right which cannot be taken away under any circumstances. So the 3 unalienable rights would be the right to liberty, the pursuit of happiness, and what's the other one? It's life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So those would be unalienable rights. So everything else would be a negative right in the Constitution, or the way that we at least perceive rights. So none of them are positive rights; they're all affirmed in the negative, meaning you can't do X. It's not a positive of what you must do or should do as a right, but rather it's a restriction on what you can't do, that type of thing.
So what would you say then? Where would you say the your definition of your rights? Where do you believe that comes from?
I don't think we have rights.
You just got done explaining inalienable rights, right? The ones we're talking about enforcing and being able to be taken away. Where does that come from?
These are conceptualizations, though. Right? I'm just giving you conceptualizations, not what I believe.
We actually have laws that
just stop. Hang on.
Don't tell me to stop.
I need you to understand. Well, I need you to understand my position before you ask the question, because I'm answering the question. So what I'm giving you is a conceptualization of what an unalienable right is. Doesn't mean I believe they exist. It just means that I'm telling you what they are. And then I'm telling you what a negative right is. I'm not saying that those things actually exist. They're all social constructions from my perspective. They're socially constructed. They don't actually exist in physical reality. They're made the fuck up.
If they don't exist in physical reality, how can people enforce it?
They're enforcing a social construction. So the person exists in physical reality. The other person exists in physical reality. But whatever the conceptualization is of what you want to enforce does not exist as some physical metric. So you can't, like, for instance, I can't point out a right. I can't point to it or taste it or smell it or touch it or any of those things. They don't actually exist outside of your own brain. They're just conceptualizations of things.
I'm sorry. All right, so you're saying rights don't exist outside of your own brain, but yet in the physical world where rights are actually important, and in your argument, actually in the previous argument that you mentioned, can be enforced, and also if men in your hypothetical world were to collectivize can be taken away, you're also making the same argument that those rights just exist in people's heads and there's no real world consequences towards that.
There's no performative contradiction between the two. So if you have a conceptualization that something is a right, you conceptualize that this is true, even if it's not. How
about we don't conceptualize it? Let's just look at the rights right now.
Because it's a concept. It's a concept.
Constitution in your last example, right? We're talking about inalienable rights. Let's talk about that. Because
if you don't want me to conceptualize it,
it's a legal document that exists. So it's not something that is in your head. It's actually written down, and we've been following those laws.
Bro, if you don't want me to conceptualize,
how long?
Okay, if you don't want me to conceptualize it, then point to where one is. Point to a right.
Okay,
what does a right smell? What does a right smell like? What does the Second Amendment smell? What does the Second Amendment smell like? What does it look like? What does it taste like? What you can't point to it. It's just a conceptualization of a thing,
no, you
right?
Can point to it. There's a
well, then point to it.
Printed thousands of times that basically says, "Hey, this is what your rights are." And guess what? There's enforcement mechanisms put in place to enforce that document. So you're saying that's just a concept to you?
the piece of paper is real. You would agree. I would agree with you. The piece of paper and the ink and everything else, those are all physical things. But the rights which are enshrined on that piece of paper, those are conceptualizations. They don't exist. You understand that? They don't actually exist. A right doesn't actually exist. If it does, show me where it is. It's just a social construction. They're made up. They're made the fuck up, dude. Made up.
So here's the thing, because you're this is where you're going with this, and it's actually kind of interesting that you're taking this route, right? Because I understand where you're coming from. You're saying it's something that we conjure up. It's a concept, all right? It's one of those things where it comes from our minds. We put it out there, but at the end of the day, it's just a concept. You can't point to a right. You can't point to a thing. But again, these are the same things that have very real world consequences, whether it's human rights or whether it's natural rights. These are very things that affect people in the real world. Societies build structures and systems around these certain rights, all right, especially the ones that you consider inalienable, even the same one you use as an argument when you talk about enforcement mechanisms being the men, all right? So how can men enforce something that doesn't exist? How can they point to something and say, all right, well, that does, like, you understand how you're taking it from your conceptualized world and it doesn't make sense in reality. You understand that, right? There's two different things. So I'm talking about reality here, rights, not concepts.
Yeah,
So
but hang on. But in reality, they're in reality, they're just concepts. You can afford societies and structure societies based around concepts. We do it all the time. Social constructions, especially, for instance, take a school. A school isn't anything other than a building where people go to learn. What makes it a school? What makes it a school is that we call it a school. Right? Yeah. Well, no, that's not what makes it a school. A school is still a school, even if there's no people in it,
the
right?
structures of the school, right?
Right.
So
it's all
you have the teachers, you have the janitorial staffs, you even have the students to make it all work. So at the end of the day, this empty building, for instance, can be repurposed to anything else.
Let me finish,
At the end of the day, time out. At the end of the day, it's the people that make it up, right? They build the institution and the system that turns it into a school. The exact same people that build up the system, all right, from a fictional conceptual document that you want to call the Constitution, and as long as those people abide by those document, it becomes real. So in your other argument,
no, it's not real.
Okay.
So backing up,
back to concepts again.
Well, that's all school is it's a conceptualization of a thing that we call a learning center.
Education is just a concept.
Let me finish a sentence, dude. I let you talk and express whatever you wanted. Let me at least respond before you cut in. So try to understand that what you're talking about is a conceptualization which is applied. Morals operate this way. Almost everything in your life operates around social constructions for normalcy. A stop sign's a social construct, right? There's a physical sign there, but the fact you're supposed to stop there is socially constructed. It's made up. It's not actual reality that you must stop at a stop sign. You just do because you operate as though it's reality. So when you're saying, hey, let me finish, man. So when you're saying, hey, these things are applied to reality, they map onto reality, I agree with you. That's how we talk about concepts. So I'm willing to engage with the concepts being applied to reality, but you need to first start with these are just concepts and they don't actually exist physically anywhere.
No, I can't start with that premise because that doesn't make any sense. Though to me, from everyone else's standpoint, even you're using an example of the stop sign. Okay, yeah, I get it. What does anything really actually mean, right? Unless there were certain laws assigned or governed to it, just like anything else. So the stop sign, it's a pact that we sign with the laws of the society we're currently living in that said, hey, if you see a stop sign, you stop, because if you don't, well, guess what? You're more likely to cause physical harm to other people that exist. So it becomes a real thing.
It's still a concept. It's conceptual.
Okay, listen, I understand the concept you're talking about, but when you bring it to reality, they have real world consequences. So we can't be arguing, okay, well, it's a stop sign, it's a law, it can mean anything or it cannot mean anything. You can't really point to it, but at the end of the day, they still affect people in a very real way, real, tangible, and practically effective.
Yeah, but so what? So saying that a conceptualization can map onto reality based on you behaving as though it's real, I've already conceded must be true. It's the only logical way that can be true.
So it is true.
Are you listening to what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just heard what you just
So
said.
then you have to start with the presupposition that these are concepts, which you just categorically rejected. So you need to say these are just concepts. Concepts. They're not real. These aren't real.
But they have real world consequences. That's what you're not understanding. You're bringing it back to concepts.
No, something that doesn't exist has no real world consequence.
It's a real enough document that it's governing a whole country and in relations to other countries that it's real enough. It's no longer a concept. You don't need to conceptualize the concept.
No, it's still a concept.
It's there. You don't even need to, even when it comes
No,
down
you still
to,
need to conceptualize it. You still have to conceptualize the rights.
Explain
well,
how.
because they don't exist in physical reality, dude. What are you not getting about this? None of these conceptualizations.
Time out. Do you believe that even before the concept of good and evil or right or wrong, do you believe that people just didn't know the difference?
What? That's a total non sequitur. What does that have to do with anything?
No. I'm getting to a point though. Because
what's the point?
The point is, no matter what, even if it's in your head, you're talking about what's the concept of right, what's the concept of wrong. Realistically, we all know there's a natural a law that lets us know that there's something good and there's something bad. The natural law of justice and injustice, moral or immoral or unmoral, whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? So those things are something that you would classify around human law, human what do you call it? Human nature or human rights, right? Because we all kind of know that stuff already to begin with. So you can call that a concept, you can call it whatever it is, but even though you want to categorize that as concepts, they still have real world consequences to how human govern. So for instance, someone who wakes up isn't going to just go murder their parents because they know that's bad. Now, are you going to say there aren't people that do that in the real world? No, there are people that do that, but the vast majority of people understand the morals. So even if they're concepts, which I don't deny, they are concepts, they have real world consequences. And I'm talking about the real world while you're trying to bring it back to the concepts.
So again, you can act in such a way as though a thing which you conceptualize is real, and that will create consequences. But the consequences are coming from the things in physical reality, in this case, human beings acting on those conceptualizations, the conceptualizations of rights, the conceptualization that that's a school, the conceptualization this is private property. All of these things are conceptualized, but they don't exist in tangible physical reality. So what you're really talking about is human behavior. And I agree that human behavior has direct impacts on other human beings based on however you conceptualize why they're behaving that way, what they're behaving that way for, what they're going to do in the future, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We all operate under, I think the conceptualizations are necessary and social constructions are necessary for us to live, but that doesn't mean that they exist in reality. So when we're talking about rights, try to understand my position here, which what I'm trying to flesh out is that rights themselves don't exist. Acting as though that they do, I think we can do, and sure, that gives us some impact because of human behavior, but rights themselves don't even exist. They just don't exist. So we're talking in abstracts here. When you say, can you take these rights? When you say, can you take these rights away from these people? It's like, I don't know that they have rights to begin with, especially not unalienable rights, meaning they can't be taken away. That seems paradoxical to me.
Can you roll that clip again, Alex, real quick?
Sure. I think you guys are also kind of going about semantics. You guys largely agree. Yes.
No,
right?
that's what I'm saying. Because like
semantics are important.
Hang on. Stop. Let me just clear this up. So you guys both agree that rights aren't something tangible you can see, but they both have real world consequences. I think you guys can move on to the next part because at this point, this is like we're just semantics. But yeah, I can place the clip.
Women can't make decisions about their own rights because they can't enforce their own rights. So since they have no enforcement mechanism other than men, all their rights come from men, so they can't actually be equal. There's always going to be a differential, and that's a necessary biological truth. It's not saying that women can't be equal in the eyes of men as far as, you can't murder them, abuse them, things like this within the commons that you would do with men. But there can't actually be egalitarianism. It's not even possible because women have no enforcement mechanism. So since there's no enforcement mechanism, there's just it's a laughably absurd idea.
Women have no enforcement mechanism.
Okay. So again, there's you on tape. We're not even talking about concepts. We're talking about reality.
We
all
were
right?
talking about concepts.
No, you weren't talking about concepts. You were talking about reality because
We're talking about how people
enforcement is a
Mhm.
reality. It's a physical, tangible thing, right? So when you're sitting there saying that women don't have enforcement mechanism for their rights, you are then conceding that it's a physical thing. So moving forward from that, because we both now understand that rights have physical
No, we can't move forward from
all right?
that because
Okay.
you're wrong.
Well, because now you're gonna drag it back. I'm trying to move forward from this.
I can't
because
move forward
just
until I
want
get a
your own thing.
concession out of you.
So where
I
the
have to
rights
get a
come
concession.
from? Where the rights
They don't come from
for guys
anywhere.
to
They don't
enforce?
exist. They don't exist external of your
Okay, so
brain.
you see the position he's taking on now versus the position he took on
The
last time.
position I had with her,
it
with
wasn't the
Farah.
same one. It wasn't the same one. I watched the whole thing, buddy. And no, you guys were arguing a physical, tangible thing. We weren't arguing concepts. Now the
Okay.
whole conversation has changed
Look,
the concept. So now that I ask you,
I don't.
where do rights
Maybe
come
you just
from,
don't get
can't
it,
even
dude. I
answer
don't
the
know.
question.
Do you just not understand? Like even
No,
when
I
I
don't
was
think
debating.
you understand. I really don't think you get it at all.
Well, why don't you give me? Why don't you give me?
right now? If anything else, that's
Why
what it
don't you
seems
give me
like.
a second and I'll try to re-explain it
Sure,
to you.
take
okay?
as much time as you need.
So
to
starting with the FARA debate, just because I can entertain your ideas, and I told her specifically in that debate, I don't view rights the same way that you do, but I can do what's called an internal critique. So if you assume that these things are real and you apply them in life, I can internally critique your position to even see if it makes sense. That's the point of a debate, is an internal critique, which is exactly what I did with Farah. I explained to her and expressed to her, I don't see rights the same way that you do. I'm not even sure that we have rights. Not even sure about that, right? I could be persuaded if somebody gave me a good enough position that we did, but just like I told her, I'm not even sure that we do. But I can internally critique your position where you say, I think that we do, and here's where I think that our rights come from. Here's why I think that they need to be enforced. Just going into somebody's worldview and arguing with them based on what they consider a thing X to be, whether it's a unicorn, a leprechaun, rights, whatever the fuck it is, you can entertain their ideas without believing in them, even if you take the opposite position, man. I don't know why that's complex
so
for you.
the opposite could be true in the same sense as me, because I don't need to go into your world to believe it's just a concept and then just argue from there. So do you see how the opposite could be true at the same time? So
No.
why don't we just come to a middle ground? If we're going to talk about the realities or the real worlds, no need to go back and forth with what your idea of rights are, what the idea's rights are. Let's talk about what everyone generally understands as rights, and then move on from there. So it doesn't
Yeah,
have
but
to
that would be granting.
It doesn't have to be your definition of what you think rights is, all right? But generally the rights. So for instance, right, when we talk about voting, okay, now we talk about what is the hot topic right now? Abortion. All right, that's a thing, right? So women abortion rights, that's one thing they will consider that, right? So both Republican women and men voted to remove female rights to abortion in certain states. So that's a physical, tangible thing that actually has real world consequences, because that's a situation. In your last argument, you're saying that women don't have rights because women don't have the enforcement mechanism. But my disagreement is, no, women do have the enforcement mechanism. Since we're not going to go into your definition of rights, what I define rights are pretty much given by governments. Governments, not given by governments, but it's kind of like protected and enforced by governments, which is the system or whatever society that you're living in, right? You sign a pact, they say, okay, you give up some of your rights, you give up some of your authority to us, and then in return, you get to live your life however, pursuit of happiness, live free, do whatever, as long as you abide by these rules. That's the part of your authority you give up, right? So if you sign that pact with the government or whatever society you decide to live in, all right, they also enforce those rights for you and make sure that doesn't get taken away. So essentially, people who participate in these systems are both women and men. So realistically, I would agree with you if you want to talk about the enforcement mechanism at the end of the day, overwhelmingly becoming men, like in law enforcement, military, or whatever you want to add, throw that into. Yeah, but to argue it and say that women lack the enforcement mechanism to be able to enforce their rights is just wildly absurd.
So so I kind of trying to piece this together so I make sure I get this correct.
Retarded, bro. What the fuck? I don't think you get it. I really don't.
I don't. Well, you're right. I don't even understand what you just said. So can you give me a more concise version?
Your head.
Yeah, give me a more.
Go back in La La Land. That's what you got to do. Go back into concepts.
Can you give me a concise version of what your argument is as to why you think that it's not a paradox that there's egalitarianism if men are affording the rights to women?
How is that a paradox if men are affording the rights to women?
Well, because the word is egalitarianism. You know what that means, right?
I never used the word egalitarianism.
Well, then you're straw manning my argument, because my argument is about egalitarianism, not rights. Equality.
I'm not straw manning your argument.
So here you are, because it's about egalitarianism. Men and women can't ever be equal. It's not fucking possible. It's paradoxical to say that the people you have to go to demand to ask them to benevolently bequeath unto you rights, that you're equal with those people. That's a paradox.
Well, then we have to define what those rights are, right?
Well, who cares what you define them as? It doesn't matter what you.
Okay,
it wouldn't matter if it's a right to a Snicker bar. So what are you talking about?
So the rights that we have right now, right, that women have, same as men. All right. So that also gets enforced. You're not going to impede on a woman's right to pursue happiness or liberty or whatever it is that she wants. You're not going to impede on a woman's rights to do any of that bullshit. So there is an enforcement mechanism there. And there are certain things that are listed that are there. So to say that it's something that is given to us by men, it's not, because we're operating under natural law now. You understand that, right?
Are we operating under natural law, or are we operating under constitutional law?
Constitutional law is natural law.
What makes it natural?
What are you talking about?
What makes it natural?
You have natural rights that come out of it.
What
right?
makes what makes these rights natural? What makes them natural? What makes them natural?
That you signed a pact with the state or whatever society you're living with.
Why is that natural?
Why is it not?
Well, I mean, you're begging the question at that point. So I asked you the question.
Are you trying to conflate that with human law?
Well, no, you conflated
human
it.
law.
So I said,
you can give it up to God. You can say God, because as long as you exist as a human by nature, you can, as long as people don't try to kill you or anything like that, and in justice or injustice, typical things like that, then you're fine. That's
well, what rights do you think God gives you then?
Whatever people believe in religion.
So
it depends on what religion, and most of the stuff comes from Eastern religions, anyways. Like ancient Judaism, like Roman societies, Greek societies. They all had that style.
Okay, so when you're talking about constitutional law, you're saying that constitutional law is an extension of natural law. And what do you consider natural law to be?
Well, it's not an extension of natural law. It's an extension of natural rights.
Okay, what do you consider natural rights to be? Where are they coming
rights
from?
Given and protected under a government or whatever civilization you're living in.
So these are
whatever laws that are governed. So whatever laws, so you can't kill people, you can't steal from people, stuff like that.
Got
you
it.
Get locked up for.
So your rights, right? so your rights ultimately are coming from people.
Yeah, just like the same people that make up the schools. And
so if we're going to delineate, got it. So if we're going to make a delineation as to which group of this people's makeup are the ones who are the enforcers of these rights which people have made up, which person group would you say out of the two sexes are the most responsible for that enforcement mechanism?
Those who are allowed to vote and participate in the government system.
Well, not every country you can vote, right?
Well, yeah, okay. So what country are we specifically talking about?
Well, who cares? It doesn't matter. Just as far as a conceptualization. Okay, so we'll
talk about the United States. This is a country I know. I'm not familiar with other countries. So let's talk about.
So women got the vote in 1919, right?
Doesn't mean they weren't influential.
Well, who gave it to them? Who gave them the vote?
Oh, he was what do you call it? Men.
Men. Yeah, men gave him the vote. So thing
who
is,
made up the government? Who made up majority of the government? Then
men.
Okay, perfect.
Who makes up the majority of the government now?
Still men.
Men, yeah. So
but
it's always men.
The crux of the argument is, listen. I agree. I already agree with you that men can act as the enforcement mechanism, right? But what I don't disagree is.
So then you have a paradox.
What are you talking about?
So if women can't enforce their rights and they have to get their rights from men have to grant them their rights because they're the enforcers, then it's paradoxical to say they're equal.
If you want to talk about it comes from a system of participation. So if you're talking about before women getting the ability to vote and things like that, then fine, you have a point and I'll concede that to you. But if you're talking about after women got the right to vote, they participate in the electoral process, whether it's local, state, federal, it doesn't matter. So whatever they choose to vote for, whatever is their self-interest, they essentially have an enforcement mechanism, which is the power to vote. So if we're talking about in today's time, then yes, women do have an enforcement mechanism to be able to impact their will. That's it.
So let's say a woman votes that she wants to be able to have abortions, that women kind of collectively come around and they vote that in. And let's just say, for the sake of this this argument, you're in, like, let's say Afghanistan or something. But even here in the United States, it would apply. Let's say that men said, yeah, you voted for that, but we're still not going to let you have abortions. Do you think women could still have abortions?
That goes against the legal process.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Do you think that women would still be able to have abortions if men said you can't have any more?
If we're arguing in the United States, then if the women vote and all of a sudden people just want to overthrow it, if the men collectivize and say that wouldn't work.
Why wouldn't it work?
Because the way the system is set up.
The system is set up at the whims of men.
What?
The system is set up at the whims of men. If men decide if the men decide collectively that the system is no longer applicable, it's no longer applicable.
Well, that doesn't happen though.
It does happen. It not only does it, not only it's happened twice here. It's happened twice in the United States.
What country we're talking about?
I'm talking about the United States. Talking about the United States.
Okay,
it's happened twice in the United States.
A group of men collectivizing to try to take over the government, it's damn near impossible.
No, it's happened twice. It's actually almost happened 4 different times, but the first time it happened, the first time was 1776. You know what happened then? Then the second time was during the Civil War. And in that point, they were extremely successful. They formulated their own government, an entire Southern government, and made their own new Charter of Rights and completely rejected the rights of the North.
Right, but you're still talking about when the country was in its infancy and it was still developing. You're always going to have those civil unrest.
The late 1800s was not infancy.
Listen, what you're describing happens to multiple different.
The late 1800s was not infancy.
But if we're gonna, here's the thing. If we're gonna, but what we're explaining is what happens to countries at their early stages. There's usually a split off from their original colonial masters or colonial superiority, and then there's some kind of civil war fostered. Yes, that's always. Listen, that's always the case.
So yeah, but so what? So what?
African countries right now.
Most what?
Hang on. Well, so what? It just
so what?
Goes back on your point that you're making. And you don't
no, it doesn't.
Yes,
how?
It does.
Well, then tell me that part.
The point I'm making is this stuff happens when countries are in their infancy. So you're gonna have those early stages of destabilization. But over time, as a country forms their laws and they forms and they're strengthening.
So what?
So what is there safeguards put in place to prevent against that? Why do you think all those 2 times that shit didn't happen anymore?
And if men decide that those safeguards aren't there anymore, they won't be there.
Well, then, but here's the thing. The only difference is those same men have a huge wall of bureaucracy they have to fight through to even make that happen.
No,
it doesn't take them just collecting a bunch of guns. It doesn't take brute strength to walk up into the government and say, well, I'm going to take it over because, we're sick and tired of the system.
They've done it. It's been done globally more times than you can count.
17, whatever, bro.
No, that's recent. That's the Shah of Iran. What are you talking about? The Shah of Iran. The Shah of Iran, Afghanistan.
Iran right now, or are we talking about the United States?
Even, well, what I'm saying is that if this can happen, Duke, if this can happen there, why couldn't it happen here?
Because we're well established.
They were more well established.
Do you know how destabilized
the United States is? One of the youngest nations on planet Earth, sir. One of the youngest nations.
Exactly my point. What I was saying earlier, this bullshit only happens to young nations in their infancy.
This is one of the youngest nations on planet Earth.
It's difficult for men to do that. So if we're going back to the West, the idea of the West, a bunch of dudes who are all of a sudden sick and tired of, the way the government's running and they take up arms to overthrow it, it's not going to happen because the government's way too established. So when you're making my point, it's only in younger countries when they're highly influenced and in their infancy that insurrections and you have the changing of guard and civil wars that happen. But when you get into established nations, there's safeguards put in place because they learned from their lessons when they were in their infancy. That's how they work. So what you might have a case back in the day, but in today, you're wrong. Women do have an enforcement mechanism. It's called the federal government.
You mean men?
Which is largely men and women. So it's not solely men.
Well, no, it's mostly men who are the enforcers, though. So politicians
Well,
don't.
now you got
so
women in the police forces,
politicians,
in the military.
Politicians don't enforce laws, right?
They create. Well, no. Time out. Okay. One branch create laws, the other one judges it, and the executive one sort of.
They're all non sequiturs. I don't care about who enforces
so now
the
they're
laws.
Non sequiturs. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, they're not addressing my argument, which is you can say who makes the laws, and I would agree with you who makes laws, but who enforces the laws?
The government.
Yeah, but
that's holding.
If you were to
sign a contract with the when you sign a contract with the state, aka your citizenship, you're basically going into a societal agreement. All right, you agree to give up a certain amount of your rights, and in exchange for that, we will protect whatever is left of yours. All right, so that's the whole thing. So if anyone, meaning any other human being, all right, that breaks the laws, meaning they accost you in some kind of way, where they steal from you, or they try to kill you or your family members, all right, your rights will be enforced by the state because that's the contract you signed. So they act as the enforcer. Now, if you want to get into the weeds of who are the people actually going in and arresting these people or doing the investigations, yeah, you can have a say and say, yeah, the majority of them are men, right? Because they make up the police forces and they make up the military and things like that. But doesn't negate the fact that there are women in these positions too. Not only that, there are women that serve atop of those hierarchies that enable the enforcement of the rights of other people.
So we've established then that men are largely the enforcement arm of rights and laws that politicians
They're
pass.
largely, but not solely.
I didn't say they're solely. I just said
in the last argument, it kind of seemed like you were hinting at that because you didn't say it.
So largely,
Just
they
gotta
are.
be specific.
Largely, they are, right? You agree with that? So if that's true,
yeah, I agree with that 100%.
So if those men,
it's a no-brainer.
So if those men decide that they're going to stop enforcing those laws by the government, if they just decide to do that, let's say they go on strike or something like this,
which department?
Or the police force,
the Army, Navy, police.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter. Like, let's just take a look at the riots that happened, the BLM riots that happened. If police forces are told to stand down, right? There's nobody around to enforce your rights. Who's there to enforce your rights when someone's throwing a brick through your window? Who's there to enforce your rights when neighborhoods are getting burned down? Who's there to do that if people decide not to enforce your rights for you?
Well, you know what actually happens in those cases? Especially in those cases where anarchy starts to form. All right.
Men with guns enforce their own.
Right. So you get people who come out with guns and they enforce it, right?
Yeah, men.
And those men can enforce it on behalf of what? To protect
themselves.
Their families, right?
Yeah.
And those families usually include moms, daughters, sisters, aunties, right? So one can argue that they're being influenced by that because they don't.
Who cares who they're influenced by? They're the enforcers, bro.
To be hurt, right? So there's a motivation to enforce that right if the government fails. So either way, it's not still solely men. Even if men decide today that collectively we're going to go to war against women, hypothetically speaking, I mean, it's never going to happen. But if in that case, the reason why it'd be impossible because there would be other men who would stand up and fight against that. By definition, and even biologically speaking,
so that's my
men
argument.
Are the enforcement arm of women. So
then I'm right.
So exactly, that's the point. But in your argument, you were saying you were making it seem like it was solely men. If men decide to collectivize and take the rights, it still doesn't.
It is solely men, because what you're saying is that men would have to be the ones who stopped other men from taking away women's rights. So it's solely men, bro.
By their women.
It's still solely men.
By their women.
Who they're influenced by doesn't matter.
It does kind of matter because your reasoning for doing something kind of makes sense. You wouldn't just do something for nothing now, would you? You wouldn't just take up arms and defend what?
What their motive, bro? What their motivation is irrelevant. The fact is that all women's rights, all of women's rights are come from men because men are the enforcers of the rights. You agree that that's true. You agree that when anarchy. Let me finish, Duke.
Have enforcement mechanisms.
Duke,
that's
let me
what
finish.
I disagree,
Let me finish.
Enforcement mechanism are men.
Let me finish my point
and
and respond to it.
Women as well.
Are you ready to let me finish my point? You tell me when I can finish my point. I just let you go on your whole diatribe, and I didn't even interrupt it. So just hang tight. You agree with me on these.
Dude, chill, bro.
You agree with me on these concepts. The conceptualization here is that men are the enforcers of rights. You agree that that's true. You agree that it would necessarily take men to stop other men from taking away women's rights. We also agree that that's true. So no matter which way you cut this, the rights of women come from men. And so therefore egalitarianism or true equality is impossible. It can't be done because it's always just begging men for the rights. And you can say, but women can influence men to act as their safeguard for rights. That's true. They could do that. They could use sexuality or bribes or any number of different mechanisms to do that. But they're still utilizing men as the enforcement mechanism for their fucking rights. You can't get away from this. It's circular.
So, okay, but like, okay, here you go again. All right. But it's not largely men, though. You got to understand that, because when we're talking about governments, it's a system, meaning there's men and women. So you would have that there's a wall of bureaucracy there that includes both men and women when we're talking about governmental societies, right? So there are women that play a part. Some of them, if they're higher up in the hierarchy, right, they play a higher role in the enforcement of certain rights, and they use men. So if you want to talk about using men as the strong arm, right? Yeah, you're right. But if we're talking about overall, yeah, women have a heavy influence in enforcing their rights.
Well, they have. You can say that women can influence men to enforce their rights for them, and I wouldn't disagree with you.
And
I think
still
that's
using it.
I think that's possible, but who are they relying on? They're not relying on them. They're relying on men. So still, it's due to the benevolency of men that women have rights, and the opposite isn't true. The opposite's not true. So we don't need women to enforce our rights. That's the distinction, and that's why you can't have egalitarianism.
I disagree.
You disagree that we need women to enforce men's rights?
Yeah, because if you're voting, what do you think? 50% of women are the other half of the voting block. What are you talking about?
So again,
it's men and women that got abortion banned.
The vote is allowed
men
because
and women took away men and women due to certain beliefs work together to remove the rights of other women. The same thing can happen backwards. We don't just work in a system that requires brute strength of men. We work in a system that has working pieces that involve both men and women. And some of those women are in leadership positions, which have a bigger influence when it comes down to affecting other people's rights and influencing and enforcing their rights as well. So for you to, because it seems like you're making.
Who enforces their right to vote? Who enforces their right to vote? Who? Which sex enforces their right to vote, Duke?
The government.
Which sex enforces their right to vote?
Sex.
Overwhelmingly. Which one? Which one is it?
Both sex.
Both sex overwhelmingly are the enforcement arm, huh?
Well, if you're talking about sex, well, we're gonna talk about who majority is in office, right? We'll say men.
No, the enforcement. Who's going to enforce the woman's right to vote?
Okay,
it's going to be men. It's going to be fucking men.
We're talking about the police force.
All of them. All enforcement arms. All.
We can agree that it's largely men in these positions and roles, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then now we're getting to a conversation in terms of what men naturally gravitate to versus what women naturally gravitate to in terms of work, right? And that'd be based off of biology, because men largely fill up these roles, right?
Yeah,
protector roles, right?
That's right. Yeah,
fill other roles that are support structures, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so be that being said, it's basically people working together to make that happen. It's not.
Oh, sure. I think that men and
it's not like it's just the men, and that's. Just
I think that men and women have to cooperate. Of course, we do. I think that that's in our best interest to do, but that really doesn't change the point, which is that you say, wait a second, Andrew, women can vote. And my argument to this is like, they can only vote based on the enforcement mechanism of men. Yeah. They can't enforce their own right to vote. They can only allow the enforcers to enforce their right to vote. And you just kind of agree with me in this circular loop over and over and over.
To the point that it's already done. But if we're talking about after the right to vote, if men try to take that away, they're going to run into a wall of bureaucracy that'll make it impossible for them to take away rights for women to vote. There's too many special interest groups that rely on the votes of women. The American corporation lives off the votes of the women.
And who runs most corporations?
Governmental policies.
Who runs most corporations?
They live in off the. What?
Which sex are most of the lobbyists, and corporations largely are run by which sex?
A lot of women.
Largely by which sex? What's the biggest demographic of people
who head corporations?
Yeah, men or women?
In leader, well, time out now, because we gotta figure it out, right? Are we talking which level position?
All levels.
Okay, now which type of corporation are we talking
about? Doesn't matter. All corporations.
All
We got to be
corporations.
specific because we're talking about.
Why do we need to be specific? If you're you weren't specific on which
a lot
type.
more educated in today's society, and they're filling up a lot of these C-suite corporate jobs that you're seeing out there, and a lot of these men aren't competing right now.
Bro, at the top levels, the hierarchical institutions are run by men. All of them are run by men. The entire enforcement is men.
Do you see why I wanted to specify? I said which level. You said it didn't matter. Now you're going in specific. So that's why specifics are important when we have this conversation, because we're talking about top level. There's no doubt there's a lot of more male CEOs out there. Matter of fact,
Yeah.
you want to talk about top levels of governments, there are more males.
So all these checks and balances for enforcement are men.
Different sections.
So all these top levels. So
you start to see a different statistic.
So all these things that you quoted as being differentials of power, which women could utilize to enforce their rights, are all run by fucking men. Largely run by men, almost overwhelmingly run by men at every single level. The enforcement arm of the police, the military, the corporations, everything is run by men.
What you're denying right now is the influence that these women embedded in these corporations, embedded in these governments have within. So much so that a lot of these men who are headed a lot of these top institutions are heavily influenced by the women, to the point where a lot of them they have special interest in voting for women, right? They have a lot of special interests vested in that. So
that's right.
You can't just look at that situation.
They have a lot of. They have a lot.
But then you're looking at it purely from a physical and a job perspective.
Look, you're totally right. Look, there's nothing to even argue. You're totally right. There's lots and lots and tons and oodles. Hang on, let me finish. Let me finish, Duke.
But you're not. You're leaving out some parts that I have.
Let me finish, Duke.
I want to make sure we're not sitting here in the agreement of the same. Listen,
okay.
Because you're saying it's solely men. I'm saying no. So just keep it at that.
Okay. So Duke, what you're saying here is that if women go vote for their own rights, that all the checks, balances, everything, which is the enforcement arm, is run by men. I totally agree that women can influence men to protect their rights. I'm just disagreeing with you that women themselves can protect their own rights without men, and that men can protect their rights without women. We don't need them to protect our own rights, which is why when you take the anarchy situation where you have like the Black Lives Matter riots, you say, look, when the police don't show up, what happens? Men grab guns and they begin to enforce their own rights. Women aren't doing that. They were not grabbing the fucking guns. They're not enforcing their own rights. They're not doing any of that because they can't. They can't protect themselves against men.
Enforcement.
What's that?
What do you consider enforcement of rights? What
threat of violence? Threat of violence is
the threat of violence.
Yeah,
so,
that's enforcement.
Well, if we're arguing off of that, then yeah, you have a point, because my thought of enforcement.
Well, what else could it be besides threat of violence? It can't be anything.
You don't have to locking somebody up and arresting them for violating somebody else's right.
That's threat of violence. That's threat of violence.
That's the threat of just detaining someone.
That's wait, whoa. Hang on. What happens if you don't want to be detained?
Well, then you get arrested.
Well, how do they arrest you if you don't want to be arrested?
They put you in handcuffs.
They beat your fucking ass, right? And then put your.
What? So okay.
You say I don't want to be arrested, officer. Fuck off. And you turn around to walk off. Are they going to tackle you? Are they going to use physical force in order to subdue you?
So they're going to use physical force, but they're not going to beat your ass right off the bat, because remember,
but that's threat of violence. That's violence.
That if police officers actually assaulted the people they're arresting, they are liable for that.
That's violence. That's violence. Do you understand that that's all violence? It's all threat of violence. If you don't want to be arrested, the only reason you turn yourself in because you're told to.
It's threat of loss of freedom.
That's violence. If you hang on,
violence?
Because if you try to escape from prison, what happens?
They catch you.
How? Well, what if you don't want to be caught and you resist?
They physically restrain you, and if they only get violent. Are you trying to say they only get violent if that civilian gets violent?
No, right? What I'm saying is that the threat, the enforcement of all rights is the threat of violence. It has to be necessarily. Because if you don't,
listen, I have a different definition of that. The enforcement is the threat of loss of freedom. That's it. That's I mean that's really I'm not I mean
How can you have your freedom?
But like here's the thing is checks and balances are also, although it's not followed perfectly, there are checks and balances in place when you talk about law enforcement and how they engage with civilians, even civilians who don't what do you call it, adhere to authority right away. There's still levels of engagement. Police forces teach this stuff all the time. They're not gonna go straight to punching you and beating your ass. They're gonna go through these different steps of engagement
As long as you
before
comply.
they get to that point. And for them to
Right.
get to that point, they have to feel the threat of violence coming from the opposite person. So
Well-
from your perspective, if the person is actually being physically violent, then yes, that force has every right to meet violence with violence. But
Well,
when
no,
you're
they don't
trying to
have to be-
restrain someone, it's not usually violence. It's usually just the threat of loss of freedom.
So-
That's
so,
it. Loss of
Duke,
freedom and loss of the rights that you signed with the government when you were born or when you immigrated to the country.
Hang on, relax. You can't sign an agreement when you're born, by the way. But that aside,
It's called a social security number.
that's not signing an agreement. But that aside,
tell that to
as
Uncle
you
Sam.
as you walk out, if you're in prison, you've been imprisoned, okay, and you just say, "Fuck this! I don't want to be here anymore. I don't like this whole being imprisoned thing." And the gate opens one day for no particularly good reason, and you just walk out. And you're not using any violence at all, and police officers come out to collect you. And you say, I'm not going to use any violence, but I'm going to keep walking this direction no matter what, right? Will they use physical force to restrain you and drag your ass back to prison?
Yeah,
That's violence.
that's physical force.
It's violence.
They won't.
What is
most
violence
police
then?
policies won't. They classify it as restrainment. That's a legal term. They
Yeah, but it's
restrain
still violence.
It's how-
So
okay,
it's always
but
threat
okay.
of violence. They're using violence to stop you from doing
But
X
they're
thing
not.
you
They're
want to
not
do.
straight punching you or beating you or shooting you
That's
right
not
away.
violence. You
In some
don't-
cases, yes, but they
just-
use restraint. They have their own level. They have literally, they're like, what is it, like 5 steps in like these police departments of threats before they get to the point where they're using violence. So
Duke.
so if you're using law enforcement,
If you
they
grab a
have their own
person's arm
classification
and they
of
don't want their
violence.
arm grabbed, are you being violent with them?
No,
No?
That's a form of restraint. I think punching somebody is a form of violence.
So if somebody was strong enough to hold you in place physically and stop you from moving, you don't think that that's violent?
It depends on how.
They're just holding you and you can't
That's
move.
restraint.
Yeah, so that's not violence in your mind. So if
That's
somebody
restraint.
who's super
Where-
strong,
where
so
in
if you
terms
went
of violence, where in terms of violence is while they're restraining that individual, they're punching them. They're committing some kind of
okay,
bad-
so hang on. So if a 5 foot, let's say you were dating a 4'9" woman, okay, and she was 96 pounds, and you went over to her and said, "You ain't leaving, bitch," and you grabbed her. You didn't hurt her, but you grabbed her and you held her in place and said, "You can't fucking move from this spot until I say so," and you wouldn't let her go. You're saying that that's not violence?
legally they call that a tort.
Is it violence though?
It's technically just a 1 step below battery.
So is it violence?
What are we talking about? Are we talking about your definition or legal definition?
Your definition is that
No, I'm talking
violence?
about the legal definition. It's a
Well,
tort.
what is your-
A misdemeanor tort?
You don't think that's do you think that's violence or not, Duke?
I think it's restraint.
Do you think that so you don't would you say then the answer is no, Andrew, you're not being violent with this woman?
Physically restraining someone is not being violent.
So then
You're
just say
physically
no.
restraining.
Just say
You
no,
can call
that's
it
not
assault.
violence.
You can classify that as assault. I would go with you on that definition. But
So-
saying it's violence,
well, wait,
that starts
assault.
to lead to a slippery slope because anyone who says, "Oh well, I didn't like the way that guy grabbed my arm," that's also all of a sudden considered violence. That's
So that's not so then if you grab a 4'9" woman and you're not hurting her, but you won't allow her to move, and she wants to move and she wants to leave, and you won't let her, and you're holding her in place. I need you to tell me. I need you to hang on, Duke. I just need you to say, Andrew, that's not violence.
No, that's not violence. It's restraint.
Okay. Well, then there's nothing more I can say to that.
You remember our friend Enemy Charlie? Chuck been coping a little bit. I don't know why Chuck is really good at coping. Fantastic at coping, in fact. I would say that Chuck and coping, well, they're old friends with each other. Mystery, add these dono chats up real quick. I'm going to get through them here. High Plains Grifter says, oh, sorry, I read that. Bring Back Witch Trials, read that. Trash Can, read that. There we go. $4 says, speaking of demons, the absolute Looney Tune that essayed you on whatever, what do you think she's up to? Who cares? $5 from Andrew Kelly, watching before I go to work. Greetings from England. Love the show. Thank you. $5 from William Wallace. Appreciate the content, brother. Crucible spares no fool. No. $5 from Mark. Gorgeous head of hair, and you choose to cover it with a hat. It hurts them even more. But you see, you have to do the grand unveiling in front of them. That really pisses them off. $5 from 750 Donuts of Doom. Lauren should be told each day is one day closer to the wall. I think that there's some knowledge which is starting to seep in already with that. Hang on a second. Let's pull up Chuck and all the neat stuff Chuck's been up to. Nothing but good stuff, I'm telling you. She's been having the time of her life coping about yours truly. Now, have I been enjoying it? Yes. Am I going to keep enjoying it? Yes. The cope, it's just too good. These people just get completely eviscerated, and then they pretend like they never got eviscerated. It's fucking hilarious. All right, let's take a look here at Chuck.
It's also just like I think that, like, because a lot of the alpha male people will post the Giga Chad thing, but they don't, like, the red pill people will worship the Giga Chad, but they don't have the Giga Chad build, which, based on my facial structure, I do have.
God. Oh, they just meme themselves to death. They just meme themselves to death. Andrew, just want to say for 20, I love listening to your debates at work and hoping you are well. Question. I'm going to say men stop the massive amount of feminism in these democratic states. I've outlined that many, many, many times, bro.
What am I supposed to do?
Giga Chad Chuck.
Slappy, thank you for the 600 bits. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. The jawline thing is just a joke, mostly.
Riveting stuff.
So a basic support your wait, Arrington Lad, could you DM that to me? I would appreciate that. Anonymous said, Prey eyes plus negative cancel tilt. It's so over for you, enemy Chudley. That is not true. I have predator eyes. I stare very forward. Anonymous said,
That's true. She does have predator eyes.
why do MILFs have to be so goddamn cringe? Like, I like the MILF form over the average young woman, but Jesus, they always have an annoying-ass teen or adult son who thinks he's an alpha male that needs to protect his mom. Like, shut the fuck up, kid. I've been given the talk by 2 different 18-year-old boys, like, hey man, how's it going? If you hurt my mom, I'll come after you. Idiot, I'm a friendly guy who will treat your mom well. Sorry, this is just cringe, but I want to date a young woman because of the age gap. Fuck. I think that you're just going to have to deal with it. And if you dated...
You're just going to have to deal with it, bro.
young women, you would have to deal with their fathers saying, I'm gonna beat the fuck out of... I feel like it's pretty typical that when you date a woman as a man, that a male relative will threaten you. Can any of the people in chat attest to this?
Okay. More Chuck Cope coming in.
No skills. I look forward to seeing how you grow as a debater. Hey, I don't think they're too bad. I don't think they're too bad. I think I did decently. I think I did, like, okay. I don't think I did great, but I think I did, like, okay.
What the fuck is going on here? I've watched the Ice Cube drop at least 30 times, and I have to wipe the tears from laughing every time. Deer in the headlights look gets me every single time. Yeah, that's funny. People watch me for my arguments. Every female streamer ever. Yes, correct. This is so funny.
You guys have seen me debate people before, and I think I did pretty fine. Like, I think I did just fine.
Oh, the mega cope from Chuck is just legendary.
Have you had any type of professional training? Well, first off, let me say yes, Phantom Bride. Jerry Seinfeld is a confirmed pedophile, so if we're going to talk about,
No, he's definitely not.
you know, pedophiles, I guess don't watch Seinfeld. Anyway, professional training in having an opinion. No, I did not study politics, though I am educated. I have a BA in English. I have a Master of Letters in Fantasy Literature.
Oh.
So, while not educated in politics, I do have an education, and have frequently written about, you know, my political opinions while, you know, writing about literature. Reckless Ambivalence said, if Charles thought her political opinions had any weight, she'd likely apply them somewhere other than Twitch streams. Perhaps don't assume anyone takes Twitch as seriously as you do. Yes, precisely. Like, I post about my political opinions on social media, and I stream on Twitch. I am not claiming, you know, to have any merit, other than being a person with opinions.
Well, gee, Chuck, I wonder why nobody would ever take you seriously. You wear a fishnet covering a bra. They're in for 20. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. This gets more cringe as we go, guys. We're not even... It gets worse. Progressively worse and worse.
Accountability or admit you are wrong. It's sad. I can admit that I'm wrong, and I wasn't wrong there. I just didn't know how to prove my point, which is a problem. So, I will be training. You debating Andrew Wilson for a second time probably won't be all that entertaining in itself. What will be entertaining is the left-wing morons in chat that can help but get emotionally involved and cry a river. I don't think anyone cried. I think they were mostly amused. But I'm sorry she doesn't let you see the kids, man. That's right.
It keeps getting
Clearly
more
not the
cringe
motivation
from
of all
here.
parties to have decorum and compare views, taking away enlightened conclusions at the end. It was a bickering, baiting semantics match. I think it would benefit if there was a moderator who could effectively call points of order and squash trailing off topic. Yeah. Is Joe Rogan? I think Joe Rogan is technically a conservative. Or he's not smart enough to have political opinions. Who knows? But yes, it was, I will say I don't think that, it was a blood sports debate. It was not, intended to do, really change minds, I don't think, unfortunately. I don't really like those debates. Not really into blood sports.
Oh, got it. Flip Maters, thank you for the 200. I appreciate it. The fishnet reminds me of a bag of onions. Going to start paying for the Crucible.video because of that post-debate cope session with Mark. Sending you that super chat about at least 4 of the panel being bald and you calling them out about it was extremely funny. Yes, it was funny. Okay, I actually can't take any more of Chuck. Look, no offense, Chuck, but you're really fucking boring, Chuck. Maybe you just Chuck is really fucking boring. I don't know what else to say. She's just really fucking boring.
I bet those glasses make you see better.